Welcome to the realm of malevolence. Unlock narratives with the principal characters of the Marvel Universe, enhancing your spellcasting prowess with a chance. The unlocked spells may be upgraded using villain points, empowering you further by evoking fear, anger, sadness, frustration, and regret among others. One can accrue villain points, the currency of demons, which can be exchanged for numerous rewards such as becoming the most exceptional pianist or the wealthiest individual. Or perhaps sacrificing your very life. Attempt to instill negative emotions in superheroes, inducing feelings of terror and rage, and you may be pleasantly surprised by the rewards. Chapter 1. Choose your faction. Midtown Tech Academy, New York, senior class. The rear window remained tightly shut, yet the books upon the desk by the window fluttered without a breeze, revealing the name inscribed on the title page. Ricardo M. Luo. Kuan spell. Levitation. Luo Xia controlled the pages to turn steadily, engaging in these small games to pass the time while honing his mastery over spellcasting during a mundane lecture. The girl seated beside him glanced curiously at the pages of Luo Xia's book as they turned at a consistent pace, yet she felt no wind. Observing the girl adjusting her glasses, Luo Xia found it amusing and decided to tease her. He closed the book, then deftly twirled a pen, signaling to the bespectacled girl before abruptly closing his hand and rapidly opening it again. The girl, astonished, adjusted her glasses once more, believing her eyes deceived her. The pen had seemingly vanished into thin air. With another flick of his hand, the pen reappeared, twirling in his grasp. The girl withdrew her chin and whispered across the aisle, "Impressive magic trick." Luo Xia smiled faintly. The snake spell possessed the power of invisibility, and he had merely applied that power to the pen. He recognized this girl, though their acquaintance did not commence on the day he transferred to this class. She was the bespectacled girl from the Marvel film The Amazing Spider-Man. Despite her limited screen time, her beauty left a lasting impression on the audience, and numerous fan edits had made her memorable to Luo Xia. When Luo Xia first entered the Marvel Universe, he was filled with excitement, which reached its zenith upon unlocking the golden-fingered 12 spells. But gradually, that exhilaration waned, giving way to a hint of concern. For he realized that the powers of his 12 spells were rather lackluster. For instance, the Ox spell only granted him an increase of approximately 200 kilograms in strength, and with the enhancement of the Rabbit spell, his 100-meter sprint could barely achieve 5 seconds. The Dragon spell's explosive fiery force could not even penetrate a 1 centimeter thick steel plate. In an ordinary universe, such powers might suffice, but this was the Marvel Universe, where a snap could erase half of the population, rendering such spell power somewhat inadequate. Just as Luo Xia was about to voice another complaint, a luminous blue 3D interface suddenly appeared before him. Luo Xia stared blankly at the bolded lines of text. Choose your identity. A superhero symbolizing light and justice, protecting humanity and maintaining world peace, or a villainous demon embodying darkness and evil, bringing destruction and instilling fear. Luo Xia was still in shock as the interface flickered. Choose your item. Heroic cloak demon mask. Once Luo Xia regained his composure, he could hardly contain his excitement. It seemed that his true advantage had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he opted for the villainous faction and acquired the demon mask. This decision was almost effortless. A person striving to do good often grapples with numerous reservations, while indulging in malevolence presents no such restrictions. A villain performing a good deed can garner public sympathy, whereas a hero committing a misdeed is met with scorn from the masses. Much like in Marvel films, where the Avengers, tasked with saving the world, are constrained by the United Nations, leading to civil strife. A civilian might dare to point a gun at a benevolent and just superhero, yet falters when confronted by thugs and criminals. Luo Xia caressed the demon mask nestled in his bag. Its metallic texture was as light as gossamer, adorned with uneven, intricate patterns. Simultaneously, the functional information of the mask coursed through his mind. Donning the mask would alter his attire and physique, enhancing his demeanor and vocal quality. Truly a tool for nefarious deeds, an essential artifact for both domestic life and travel. Using a serpent charm, Luo Xia rendered the demon mask invisible, tucking it securely into his backpack before feeling at ease. He continued to scrutinize the Azure interface before him, which displayed several lines of explanatory text. Welcome to the realm of evil. Unlock storylines with key characters from the Marvel Universe, with a chance to enhance your charm powers. The charms you have unlocked can be upgraded using villain points, making you increasingly formidable. Instilling fear, anger, sadness, despair, and regret in people will yield villain points, the currency of demons, which can purchase many things, such as making you the finest pianist or the wealthiest individual, or even costing you your life. Attempting to evoke negative emotions in superheroes may lead to unexpected rewards. So, are you ready? Welcome to the Marvel Universe, Mr. Demon. Luo Xia could not help but toss his hair back with one hand. Marvel, prepare to meet your greatest villain. Mr. Luo, the teacher beneath the blackboard nearly shouted, astonished that Luo Xia was not only flirting with a pretty girl during class, but was also oblivious to the teacher's inquiry, who claimed that Asian students were always exemplary and well-behaved. This transfer student's performance in his first class was utterly abysmal. Present, Luo Xia instinctively stood, triggering a wave of laughter. Some mischievous students mimicked his rising response, creating a cacophony that even the teacher struggled to quell. In New York, students are permitted to sit while answering questions. Amidst the collective gaze, Luo Xia awkwardly sat down and made a gesture as if to push up his glasses, only to find them absent. So, can you answer my question? The teacher inquired. Or do you require me to repeat it? Though Luo Xia's thoughts wandered far from the classroom, he nonetheless caught the teacher's question, a rather intricate formula that the 12 charms did not enhance one's intellect. That I apologize. Could you please repeat that, teacher? Luo Xia replied with earnestness. IT is a decay rate algorithm, the teacher clarified. Regrettably, I am unaware of the answer, Luo Xia admitted. The teacher furrowed his brow, yet Luo Xia's polite demeanor rendered anger an implausible response. Very well, the differences in courses across schools are understandable. Is there anyone willing to assist the newcomer, Luo Xia, in answering this question? The teacher decided to let Luo Xia off the hook. In the center of the classroom, a hand was raised, and upon standing, the answer was provided. Luo Xia turned his gaze towards a voice, catching a glimpse of a golden-haired girl whose face remained obscured, yet he could vividly picture her features in his mind. Gwen Stacy. Luo Xia squinted slightly as he observed the golden-haired girl's silhouette, recalling that his previous phone wallpaper had been of the actress known as Stone. The bell rang, signaling the arrival of lunchtime. The midday sun filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled light upon the communal dining tables. So, how did you perform that magic trick earlier? Is it some extraordinary Eastern sorcery? The bespectacled girl, filled with curiosity, introduced herself as Hannah after their initial acquaintance. There is no magic in the East. We refer to it as celestial arts and spells, with a lesser category being Taoist techniques, Luo Xia explained with feigned seriousness. Hannah's jaw dropped in disbelief. Incredible. Do schools over there actually teach these things? That's merely the beginning. Students back home ride giant pandas or elephants to school, and some even have the ability to ward off corpses. As Luo Xia rambled on, he swallowed half a sandwich in one gulp, discreetly glancing at Gwen, who sat at the table engrossed in her book. That girl is truly beautiful. She's an honor student and a rich girl. Don't even think about it. You won't stand a chance. Hannah seemed quite familiar with the situation. Warding off corpses? Did I hear you correctly? That's not the main point. The real issue is, why do you think I can't pursue her? I bet you a month's worth of sandwiches, Hannah declared resolutely. Who would eat sandwiches for an entire month? Luo Xia retorted with a look of disbelief that a gathering of students drew attention nearby, with onlookers crowding in, their chatter creating a ruckus. What is happening? Luo Xia inquired, curiosity piqued. Hannah observed the scene for a moment. It's Fleischer. That scoundrel is bullying someone again. Campus bullying? Is this Fleischer the school bully? Luo Xia felt a sudden rush of excitement. One could say that he often picks on the weaker boys, like Tom, Jim, and Peter. Hannah shrugged helplessly. I have a penchant for bullies. Luo Xia tossed his disposable lunchbox into the trash, flexing his wrist. Fleischer, is it? You shall be my lucky star. Chapter 2. Villain points 10. A throng had gathered, a cacophony of laughter and shouts echoing as they witnessed the bullying unfolding at the central dining table. Finish your food, Gordon. Hurry up. Fleischer mocked loudly. Wasting food is unacceptable, especially free mashed potatoes with pork knuckle. Luo Xia, arms crossed, squeezed into the crowd and beheld the scene. The towering Fleischer had hoisted the frail Gordon aloft, poised to plunge his face into the platter. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed. Villain points 1, 1. Luo Xia's expression shifted as he sensed the fear emanating from the bullied Gordon, coupled with a hint of concealed rage. It became clear that as long as the onlookers harbored negative emotions, villain points could be amassed, regardless of whether he had instigated the situation. Fleischer, put him down. A voice rang out from the crowd. The speaker, clad in a gray jacket and jeans, camera slung around his neck, was none other than Peter Parker. If the narrative unfolded as anticipated, he would soon become Spider-Man. Upon seeing Peter, Luo Xia felt no particular reaction. After all, they were classmates and had encountered each other numerous times today. The system hinted that encountering key characters in the plot might unlock a charm-esque power. Luo Xia believed that Spider-Man, as one of the quintessential protagonists of the Marvel Universe, would indeed unlock a charm for him. However, upon encountering Peter, the system remained silent. Luo Xia speculated that this was due to Peter not yet having assumed the mantle of Spider-Man, as he was merely a student from Queens at this time. Luo Xia remained unperturbed by the stolen opportunity for amusement. Patience was a virtue he cherished. "Hey, Parker!" Fleischer's derision remained unyielding, disregarding the intervention of the would-be hero. "Come here. Let's take a picture with Dear Gordon." "No, I won't take that kind of photo." "Put him down." Peter's countenance was grave. "Don't eat that, Gordon. Take the picture." Fleischer persisted, his grip on Gordon tightening, who was perilously swaying in his hold. "Put him down, Eugene," Peter shouted emphatically. Fleischer's expression shifted. His full name was indeed Eugene Thompson. With a forceful toss, he flung the trembling Gordon, who crashed onto the dining table before rolling onto the cracked cement floor, letting out a cry of pain. "Gordon!" Peter rushed forward, only to be intercepted by Fleischer, who landed a brutal punch to Peter's abdomen. Peter collapsed instantly, his face paling as the camera tumbled from his grasp. A sharp pang gripped his stomach, rendering him momentarily speechless. In terms of a one-on-one confrontation, Fleischer, a member of the school basketball team, left Peter utterly defenseless. The spectators erupted in a frenzy, students taunting and jeering at the fallen Peter. "Get up, Peter!" Fleischer bellowed. "Stand like a man." Gritting his teeth, Peter struggled to rise, only to be knocked down again by another kick from Fleischer. "Get up, Peter! Are you a sheep?" Fleischer berated. "Where has your courage gone?" These negative emotions were collected from Peter, similar to what was previously observed with Gordon, showing no particular distinction. It appears that Peter has yet to be recognized by the system as a superhero. Lu Xia shook his head slightly. The unbitten Peter was still too feeble. After Fleischer delivered a kick to Peter, he prepared to seek amusement. "Stop!" A voice brimming with mirth emerged from the crowd. Fleischer paused, his face a mask of disbelief. How could it be that, multiple times this afternoon, someone dared to disrupt his game? Was there truly such an abundance of meddlesome individuals now? "Indeed, I speak of you." The fellow resembling a hippopotamus, Lu Xia, hand to forehead, wore an expression of incredulity. "Surely I am not mistaken. You are bullying a poor little spider on campus. Your actions are even more deplorable than your appearance." "Huh? Did I hear correctly, Fleischer? They said you look like a hippopotamus." Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Lu Xia's companion, Hannah, attempted to deter him from acting foolishly, reminding him that magic should not be employed for fighting. Fleischer's anger was palpable, evident even without the system's prompt. "You now resemble an inflated pufferfish. I would gladly use your face to polish my shoes." Lu Xia raised his hand, mimicking the action of brushing back and forth, an exaggerated gesture that only fueled Fleischer's fury. "You are audacious, yet utterly foolish." Fleischer charged at Lu Xia, as if he were a football player breaking through the opponent's defense, already envisioning how he would deliver a decisive blow to this insolent transfer student. Lu Xia maintained a smile, and those who observe his eyes would catch a glimpse of a formidable bull's silhouette. With a single kick, he sent the hefty Fleischer, who weighed over 80 kilograms, flying, much like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a chair at the dining table. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Each spectator left agape. On the ground, Fleischer curled up, seemingly enduring great pain. The villain points accumulated from Fleischer had significantly increased. While Lu Xia reveled in his success, he also deduced that Fleischer's negative emotions were likely the cause of this bounty. "Are you all right, Mr. Hippopotamus?" Lu Xia approached leisurely. "How did you happen to fall? Allow me to assist you." He grasped Fleischer's collar with one hand, effortlessly lifting him. The gathered crowd fell silent, astonished that this transfer student could hoist the towering Fleischer with ease. Fleischer struggled helplessly in Lu Xia's grip, akin to a sheep caught in the jaws of a predator. "Look, everyone saw it. It was he who accidentally fell, and I kindly helped him up." Lu Xia smiled, addressing Fleischer. The pressure on Fleischer's neck rendered him speechless, each breath a struggle. As he fought against Lu Xia's hold, a sense of dread began to creep into his heart as he beheld Lu Xia's unsettling smile. Lu Xia eventually released him, but this was far from over. "Devour these foods, Fleischer, and set a commendable example for Gordon." Lu Xia pressed Fleischer's face into the plate, and he struggled fiercely, yet all was futile against the might of the bull. A profound silence enveloped the central dining table, with no one daring to utter a sound. The notorious bully, Fleischer, was being forced to submerge his head in a dish. "Hey, that's not right, my friend." A voice emerged belonging to Peter, who had just risen from the floor. "Thank you for helping me, but could you let him go? He's already had a rough time." Lu Xia's smile remained unwavering. Truly, he would become a superhero in the future. Peter's sense of justice had already awakened, much like Gordon, who had just been bullied and now watched the spectacle with keen interest. No. It seems you're mistaken, Peter," Lu Xia retorted, firmly pressing Fleischer's head down. "I'm not here to assist you or to uphold some comedic justice. I merely seek someone to play with. Perhaps tomorrow. The unfortunate soul whose head will be plunged into mashed potatoes could very well be young Gordon, or perhaps even you, or indeed anyone present." The onlookers gazed at Lu Xia's smile, and gradually their amusement dissipated. Peter found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 3. Gwen Stacy Fleischer. "I have heard you are a bully, often tormenting the weaker students," Lu Xia declared. "I also relish in bullying, but I prefer to bully bullies." "Ha ha ha. Is the taste of mashed potatoes delightful?" The sound was particularly melodious to Lu Xia's ears. "And you all," Lu Xia pointed at the crowd, singling each individual out. "You are utterly despicable. To witness a classmate being bullied and not daring to speak up, even mocking and reveling in the misfortune. How amusing is that? Consider the pitiable Gordon and Peter, and now Fleischer, whose nostrils are stuffed with mashed potatoes. I believe he shall never wish to eat mashed potatoes again. Yet, no one dares to assist him. How cold-hearted!" Lu Xia proclaimed loudly, excluding the lovely Hannah from his accusations. This time, the increase in villain points was considerable. Lu Xia's choice to verbally assault each person proved remarkably effective. "Shut your foul mouth, yellow-skinned monkey." A towering black classmate charged at Lu Xia, a key player on the school's basketball team, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Lu Xia released the wretched Fleischer, drew back the plate, and deftly evaded the collision with the black student, swinging the plate in his hand. The black student was left with a ringing in his ears as the remaining mashed potatoes splattered across his head. "Racist?" Lu Xia exclaimed, bursting into song with sunshine, rainbow, little white horse. With one hand pinching his nose, he declared, "You are truly a moving machine of air pollution. Hey, I have something to inform you." Lu Xia observed the blonde Gwen hurrying towards him, clutching her books. He lifted the black student effortlessly, grabbing a paper towel from the table to wipe the mashed potatoes from his face. "How careless of you. Exercise caution while walking next time. We wouldn't want you to take another tumble," Luo Xia remarked with genuine concern, then lowered his voice. "It would be wise for you to vacate the premises swiftly. I trust you wouldn't wish for me to stuff your head into a toilet bowl next time, would you?" The student of African descent hastily retreated, crawling away. This transfer student was nothing short of a demon. "Hey, why are you all still gathered here?" Luo Xia called out to the crowd. "Is it truly entertaining to gawk at a poor classmate who has stumbled into mashed potatoes?" The crowd dispersed quickly, mindful not to provoke Luo Xia. Gwen approached Luo Xia, casting a glance at the names recorded in her notebook. "I hope I'm addressing you correctly, or should it be Ligiato? Just call me Luo Xia. It's a pleasure to meet you." Observing the refined smile on Luo Xia's face, Gwen found herself questioning whether he could indeed have committed the earlier mischief. "My name is Gwen Stacy," she introduced. I already knew that, Luo Xia interjected. What prompted your inquiry about my name? I merely asked them who the most beautiful girl in this school was, and they provided me with your name, Gwen Stacy, Luo Xia replied earnestly. Thank you. But that's beside the point. Gwen's cheeks flushed. So what were you doing earlier? I seem to have witnessed something rather unsavory. There was nothing untoward. Everything was splendid. Luo Xia assured. 2 classmates fell into the mashed potatoes, and I kindly assisted them back to their feet. 2 individuals fell into the mashed potatoes? Gwen sighed. Well, that's not the crux of the matter. You've just transferred to Zhongqing technology, and I must inform you of some school regulations. Bullying classmates here leads to parental meetings, with penalties ranging from community service to expulsion for severe cases. Those are excellent rules. Luo Xia nodded. Such bullies deserve to be punished. After all, I am not that sort of person. I was merely being helpful. So, what brings you to me? Is there something you need to inform me about? Oh, indeed. There is something to notify you of. You have been assigned to my study group by the teacher. Gwen nearly forgot this amidst Luo Xia's interruptions. Our study plan commences after school today, in the classroom. I'm on duty today, so I can clean up after we're done. Sound good? I love studying, Luo Xia exclaimed. Gwen fell silent. Were it not for the report card she held, copied from the teacher, she might have believed his enthusiasm. The warm sun streamed through the classroom windows, and Gwen's study group began at 3 o'clock. Luo Xia unexpectedly encountered a familiar face in the study group, Fleischer, whose face was now clean of mashed potatoes but bore some bruises, looking somewhat disheveled. Fleischer glared fiercely at Luo Xia, but perhaps considering the situation or the disparity in strength, he refrained from acting. Luo Xia casually took a seat beside Fleischer. I'm so glad to see you. How was your afternoon, Fleischer? Did you visit the school clinic? After that fall at noon. You might have sustained a mild concussion. I recommend you check in with the school nurse, my friend. Seeing Gwen's astonished expression, Loxia remarked, a friend I met at noon. He nudged Fleischer with a shoulder, adding, right, Fleischer? Ouch. Fleischer flinched, a bruise from noon's encounter marking the spot where Loxia had collided with him. With a sense of humiliation, Fleischer nodded, recalling how Loxia had effortlessly lifted him earlier that day. Well, I'm delighted that you two have become friends, Gwen said with resignation. Now, we must commence our studies. The primary task of the study group was to complete their homework. Having finished his assignments, Loxia took out his phone to play, waiting for Gwen to check the work of the other members first. He began reading a tweet from the New York Daily, which reported the emergence of a mysterious figure clad in black in Queens, who was combating crime and safeguarding the public. Numerous citizens claimed they had been rescued from the clutches of junkies and thugs by this individual, who had even forwarded a drug deal the previous night. The public hailed him as a superhero, and the article indicated a police assessment of him. Are you intrigued by such news? Do you aspire to be a superhero? Is that why you intervened to help Gordon and Peter at noon? Gwen seated herself across from him, picking up his notebook. The other members of the study group had already departed, and the clamor of the campus was muffled by the doors and windows, leaving the classroom in a tranquil hush. Loxia turned off his phone, insisting, No, I never intended to assist anyone. I have no interest in this superhero. He raised his phone meaningfully, adding, even if he acted justly yesterday, who can say he won't turn into a malevolent criminal tonight? Justice and evil are eternally opposed. I believe this gentleman in black will uphold his sense of justice. Gwen observed Loxia's homework and replied, Then I suppose you will be disappointed. Loxia thought to himself, that mysterious figure, the rookie hero, is indeed himself. He undertook these actions merely to seek a way to enhance his magical abilities. He had now discovered the method, but it was not one of righteousness. You have completed your homework exceptionally well, Loxia. Gwen returned the assignment to him. You may leave now. I wish you a pleasant afternoon. Also, remember to be cautious when you come to school tomorrow. Fleischer will not relent. Tomorrow is the weekend, but having heard your words, I'm already looking forward to next Monday. It promises to be quite interesting. Loxia began to pack his bag. Do you need assistance? He asked, glancing at the blackboard and the chaotic desks and chairs. I can handle it alone. Gwen smiled and declined. See you next week. It should be tomorrow, Loxia chuckled. Exiting the classroom, Gwen watched Loxia's retreating figure, feeling somewhat perplexed. Tomorrow was Saturday, and she was to intern at the Osborne group. How could they possibly meet? Chapter 4. The Robber in the Heart of New York City. At the Park Hyatt Hotel, Harry Winston's jewelry had taken over an entire floor, where numerous treasures would be showcased for bidding following the ball. Most individuals arrive here primarily for social engagements and networking opportunities. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation belong to the wealthiest and most influential echelon of New York. Naturally, some are drawn by the allure of exquisite jewelry. For Harry Winston reigns supreme in the realm of luxury adornments. To possess a piece from Harry Winston is to walk alongside legends. The crystal chandeliers, inherited from the 19th century, emanate a soft glow, while the marble floors shine brilliantly, reflecting the graceful strides of the waitstaff beneath their skirts. The jewels on display radiate magnificence. These rare materials, crafted by master artisans, attain even greater value, with the opening bid for fewer than 10 items exceeding $50 million. Guests engage in lively discourse, with conversations predominantly revolving around securities, funds, stocks, and biotechnology, rather than lingering over the culinary delights presented on either side of the room. Despite the exquisite dishes being prepared by the hotel's chef with ingredients airlifted from distant lands. 4. $9 million sold. The auctioneer's gavel fell heavily, marking the acquisition of Aphrodite's tear by Mr. Morgan. May he be favored by the goddess of love. A faint applause resonated through the room, as the subsequent 3 pieces of jewelry commenced bidding at over $5 million, promising to be the evening's highlights. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a sudden, dull gunshot reverberated through the venue. The auctioneer, who had just been raising the gavel, collapsed with several bloodstains blossoming on his chest, crimson blood gushing forth. Panic ensued, with ladies screaming in terror and distinguished guests scrambling for safety, abandoning all semblance of composure. A silenced gunshot swept across the hall, bringing down several unfortunate souls amidst the chaos, as fear enveloped all attendees. Everyone freeze, crouch down, and cover your heads. A man clad in a black hood commanded upon taking the stage. If anyone moves, I will blow their head off. The man wearing a skull mask began to collect the 3 unsold jewels from the auction block, then descended to confront the previous buyers, ensuring that the items acquired would be delivered to their new owners post-haste. The first buyer hesitated for a moment, prompting the masked man to brandish a Glock and pull the trigger. The hesitant buyer collapsed amidst the screams of his companion. He then turned his weapon toward a lady in an off-shoulder gown, stating, "Apologies, but you are too loud." As more guests were apprehended, even Mr. Morgan relinquished the $4.9 million Aphrodite's tear without hesitation. The signal within the venue had been jammed. For your safety, it is advisable not to attempt a covert call to the authorities if you wish to avoid an untimely encounter with the divine. The man in the black hood, brandishing an Uzi submachine gun, fired a few rounds, causing a man in a brown suit to fall, his phone rolling into a pool of blood. He had been caught secretly dialing for help while crouching among the crowd. The man adorned with a skull mask swiftly gathered all the treasures, placing them into a black bag slung over his shoulder. Glancing at his watch, he murmured, "According to the plan, we have 7 minutes and 42 seconds remaining. Now, esteemed guests, kindly surrender all your valuables. Do not attempt to deceive us. If you believe these material possessions are worth more than your lives," said the man in the black hood. "Isn't that right, Mr. Morgan? I find your Patek Philippe on your left wrist rather appealing, and Mr. William, that golden pin on your chest is quite dazzling. And Miss Jenny, your sapphire necklace around your neck is simply exquisite." Under the organization of the remaining armed men clad in black, the guests orderly formed 4 lines, tossing their valuables into the black bags one by one. "Is this a jest, sir? Is your entire being reduced to a mere old Rolex?" The skull-masked man raised his gun once more. "I am truly sorry, but you must part with something else. I am referring to your life." The man's face flushed crimson with terror, and before he could utter a word, he was shot. The black-clad men swiftly dragged his still-breathing body aside, continuing their plundering of the guests. The skull-masked man observed the last boy in the queue, who, perhaps paralyzed by fear, kept his head lowered, obscuring his face. He appeared to be a wealthy young lad, likely attending such a soiree for the first time, his slender frame not quite filling out the high-end suit. "Do not be afraid. Summon your courage. And do not let fear compel you to soil your trousers. That would be most unfortunate. I do not relish killing, unless you disrupt my good mood. The skull-masked man encouraged with a smile. Now, present your treasures. The boy, trembling, nodded timidly and extended his hand, a piece of paper falling into the black bag. The skull-masked man was momentarily taken aback, questioning his own vision in disbelief. Yet, as he retrieved the paper from the black bag, he found it to be a chocolate wrapper, slightly sticky to the touch. I believe you are mistaken, are you not? He said with a smile while raising his gun. But you must apologize with your life. In that instant, as the gun was pointed at him, the boy's fear vanished entirely. He lifted his head, and the skull-masked man was once again stunned. The boy's face was adorned with a mask even more terrifying than his own, exuding 100-fold more authority. It was a demon mask. No, it resembled not merely a mask, but rather a visage that seemed to have been skinned from a true demon, worn with such vivid realism. Even through the demon mask, he could perceive the boy smiling at him, both captivating and chilling. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. The Uzi submachine gun spat flames as the man in the black hood, composed and resolute as the leader, emptied his magazine in an instant. As the gunfire ceased, fear penetrated the hearts of every robber. The imagined scene of the boy lying in a pool of blood did not unfold. Instead, the boy had inexplicably vanished. He was not merely a boy, but a demon. Such otherworldly power was indeed the domain of demons. Damn it! Come fort! The robbers turned to scrutinize every corner of the room, attempting to locate the boy adorned with a devilish mask. Lu Xiao adjusted his tie and deactivated the invisibility of the serpent talisman. Gentlemen, are you searching for me? The man in the skull mask swiftly pivoted and beheld an outstretched palm, the center embossed with the shape of a dragon, its intricate lines pulsating with golden luminescence. Boom! A column of fire erupted from Lu Xiao's palm, instantly engulfing the man with the skull mask. Dragon talisman, Inferno. Lu Xiao remarked with disdain, your mask is quite hideous. Before the remaining robbers could level their firearms, he had already repositioned himself, his speed rendering their movements sluggish, akin to that of koalas. Though certainly, these robbers lacked the charm of such creatures. Rabbit talisman, swift as the wind. Gunfire erupted chaotically, each individual expending their ammunition. Yet a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The boy with the devil mask vanished once more. All that remained was a lifeless body with a completely melted head sprawled on the floor. And as they gazed upon the headless corpse, an unknown terror began to seep into their hearts. Villain points 100, 100, 100. Lu Xiao reveled in the delightful sound. Under the looming threat of death, the robber's emotional turmoil became even more valuable. Pointing your gun at others is rather unwise. Lu Xiao approached one of the black-clad robbers. I wager your gun is devoid of bullets. The robber, resolute, raised his weapon to fire. Suddenly, an immense force emanated from the gun's grip, rendering his hand incapable of holding it. In an instant, the gun was turned upon him, and the trigger was inexplicably pulled, as if he had committed suicide. The gunshot rang out, and the black-clad robber collapsed, his brains splattered across the floor. My sincerest apologies. It appears I lost my wager. Lu Xiao sighed and vanished once more. Witnessing the horrifying scene unfold within the venue, beads of cold sweat trickled down the brows of everyone present, be they robbers or innocent guests. The devil seemed less a harbinger of justice and more a purveyor of fear and destruction, relishing the pleasure of slaughtering these robbers. Watches, necklaces, watches, yet more watches. Is this the golden pen of Mr. William? How utterly banal, though it could surely be melted down for gold. A voice emerged from behind, and the robbers, in a state of numbness, turned to see in one corner of the stage the devil-masked figure selecting items from a black bag, carelessly discarding those that failed to meet his satisfaction, which clattered to the floor with a crisp sound. No one dared to fire again. They exchanged glances, ultimately resting their gaze upon the robber clad in a black hood. The demon in the corner seemed oblivious to them, and seizing the opportunity to retreat would be a prudent choice. The hooded robber's expression fluctuated, signaling to a dozen black-clad accomplices to raise their weapons, their muzzles now aimed at the guests. Is this how you intend to leave? How dull! Lu Xiao suddenly interjected, his voice chilling causing all robbers to halt in their tracks. "Shall we play a game? 1, 2, 3, Woodman." As I turned, those still moving would be sentenced to death. Of course, those who could reach the doorway were safe. The demon mask turned and smiled, while the guests crouching on the ground were advised to remain still to avoid accidental harm. Lucia heard the sound of the villain's escalating power level. Chapter 5. The Demon. This robbery, which unfolded in the heart of the city, immediately captured the full attention of the police. They surrounded the Park Hyatt Hotel, controlling all entrances, exits, and the underground parking garage. However, to avoid provoking the robbers and to ensure the safety of the esteemed guests, they refrained from attempting a forcible entry to the 28th floor, which was under the thieves' control. The officers on the scene were in a state of disarray as this jewel heist had escalated into a hostage situation, with the captives being prominent tycoons renowned in New York. Even in New York, such a complex and impactful case was exceedingly rare. It was only after Police Chief George Stacy arrived on the scene that the police operations gradually began to take shape. "Can we confirm the identities of the robbers?" Chief Stacy inquired of the officers while donning a bulletproof vest. Just half an hour prior, he had been enjoying dinner at home with his wife and children. But the gravity of the situation compelled him to cut short his leave and rush to the scene. "Apologies, Chief, but the robbers are quite clever. They have disabled all surveillance systems and curtains and jammed communications. We know nothing about them," an officer reported, handing over a document. However, the list of hostages had been established, as the hotel had provided the guest list for the evening's banquet. Chief Stacy took the document, and as he gazed at the familiar names, a wave of frustration washed over him. These affluent taxpayers had allies in the political realm, should any harm befall them. Even if the police apprehended the criminals, significant trouble would ensue. "Prepare to make contact." A tense and solemn atmosphere enveloped the scene, the weight of the situation heavy on each officer's heart as they repeatedly checked their weaponry. The Park Hyatt Hotel, located in the city center, was under scrutiny from various media outlets, with a throng of reporters and paparazzi capturing every moment from beyond the police cordon. Tomorrow's headlines were already set, and many media outlets were devising ways to secure exclusive, first-hand coverage. "You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons, and we will ensure your safety." Officers tirelessly repeated this message. Yet curiously, the robbers offered no response. Chief Stacy sensed the situation worsening. The robbers were audaciously refusing to engage in any communication or negotiation with the police, emboldened by the presence of critical hostages. After all, even with the hotel surrounded, the police hesitated to act recklessly. Suddenly, a frantic voice crackled through the radio. "Guests from the 28th floor are emerging. All of them. The criminals may be mixed among them, and their mental state appears to be unstable." In an instant, all officers tensed, drawing their weapons and disengaging the safeties, positioning themselves behind their ballistic shields. "Step back," Chief Stacy shouted at the encroaching media, and, at his command, the barricade was once again pushed further back. The officers, wielding riot shields, formed a barricade at the hotel entrance, while the esteemed guests, covered in dust and disheveled, jostled and shouted. Their cries echoed into the night, as camera flashes illuminated the scene, capturing the affluent and famous as they flailed helplessly behind the glass. "Demon, it is a demon. Release me at once. What right do you have to confine my freedom? I will lodge a complaint against you." Yet, the officers remained indifferent to their cacophony, coldly raising their firearms and shields, instructing them to calm down, step back, and assume a position with their hands on their heads. "Director George, you are detaining law-abiding citizens. They are not criminals," a reporter challenged. "However, criminals may be mingling among them, seeking an opportunity to escape," Director George patiently elucidated before the cameras. "Your foolish actions will only provoke the criminals further." The reporter pressed on. "Your duty is to safeguard the public, not to place them in peril." Director George felt overwhelmed. They would be safe and could leave after their identities were verified and brief statements taken. With that, he promptly proceeded towards the hotel. The police worked swiftly, for the hotel possessed not only an invitation list, but many guests were prominent public figures, such as wealthy tycoons and Hollywood starlets. Gradually, some guests emerged after their identities were confirmed, only to be besieged by the media. What? Was it a demon that saved you? Did he eliminate all the criminals? No. It was the demon who abducted us alongside those criminals. He is 100-fold more terrifying than any felon. His visage is beastly. He can breathe fire, is impervious to weapons, and his methods of slaughtering the criminals are brutally bloodthirsty. The accounts bore a striking resemblance to tales of Satan himself. No, he is not the devil. One guest recalled the horrific game played between the demon and the robbers. As he turned, he witnessed a robber, unable to halt his advance, impaled by a column of fire. If everyone remained perfectly still, the demon would compel the robbers to choose one amongst them to face a fatal judgment. The demon embodies order, while this entity represents chaos and evil, symbolizing destruction and massacre. Such dialogues echoed throughout the crowd, and though the survivors appeared somewhat unhinged, who cared? No reporter found this troubling. The more sensational the content, the more exhilarated they became. Director George ascended to the 28th floor via the elevator, where the building's electrical system was still under repair, casting the room into darkness, save for the flickering emergency lights and the beams of flashlights illuminating the scene. Several officers were inside, investigating and gathering evidence, their astonished murmurs filling the air. Upon entering the room, Director George furrowed his brow at the chaotic luxury suite. Beverages and food were strewn everywhere, surely hampering the police's ability to collect evidence. Suddenly, he froze, his flashlight slowly shifting until it fell upon a corpse, a headless body, with the wounds suggesting the head had not merely been severed but rather melted away. Then, another body came into view, sprawled on the ground, with a gaping hole the size of a basketball in its back, its bones and flesh congealed after being liquefied. Director George's heart raced, and it was no wonder that the guests were so greatly unnerved, to the point of mental disarray. Anyone who witnessed such a horrific and bloody scene would undoubtedly bear a lifelong shadow upon their psyche. Suddenly, all the lights in the luxurious suite illuminated, the tassels of the crystal chandelier quivering, the brilliance blinding. After a moment of acclimatization, George opened his eyes to find all the officers had halted their tasks, staring blankly in the same direction. He immediately turned around. On the wall of the stage, a grotesque, blood-red smile grinned down. It was both eerie and chilling. He cast one last glance at the corpse on the floor. "I will capture you, I assure you," George Stacy murmured to himself. In a detached villa in Queens, Losha sat before a mirror, a demon mask resting on the adjacent table. The lights were off, with only the moonlight and street lamp casting their glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the late-night surroundings in silence. Losha gazed into the mirror at his own reflection, then shifted his gaze to the demon mask, his focus wavering until it faded into emptiness. He reflected upon the events of the evening. He had lingered at the Park Hyatt in the city center, dispensing justice upon those loathsome robbers. He had traversed the dark alleys of Brooklyn, hanging a mugger by the street lamp. Of course, not all demons are righteous. While waiting for a red light on Manhattan's Financial Street, Losha grew irritated by a driver of a 911 with a slick hairstyle. He stopped the car and unceremoniously tossed the well-dressed driver into a nearby trash bin, leaving only a blonde woman in the passenger seat, her hair disheveled by the wind. Donning the demon mask and wandering the streets of New York, a city rife with sin, brought Losha a peculiar sense of liberation. He felt wild, untamed, free to act at will. Yet, the thrill dissipated entirely upon removing the mask. Suddenly, Losha sensed a transformation within himself, occurring just that night since he had donned the mask. However, he remained uncertain whether this change was for better or worse. After all, did putting on a mask not also signify the removal of another? Losha picked up the demon mask from the table, concealing half of his face, and smiled. The reflection in the mirror seemed to mirror his delight, with the demon mask grinning back at him. The system displayed that on the first day, he had accrued a villain value of 8,011, indicating he possessed a remarkable aptitude for villainy. Chapter 6. Osborne Group morning sunlight streamed into the Osborne Group headquarters. Gwen opened her locker, and suddenly, a notification on her phone captured her attention. According to an eyewitness account of last night's incident at the Hyatt, It was a man wearing a demon mask who had slain the robber and rescued them. Citizens reported sightings of this demon throughout various neighborhoods in New York last night. Though the demon intervened in this crime and rescued the hostages, it is challenging to characterize him as a figure of justice. He appears to derive pleasure from the torment and slaughter of humanity, often taunting and torturing his targets before delivering the fatal blow. Many of his heinous actions are undeniably criminal. Notably, the demon possesses a range of unique supernatural abilities, including invisibility, flight, and pyrokinesis, akin to the recently emerged superhero, the Man in Black, on the streets of New York. One cannot help but ponder whether there exists any connection between the demon and this newfound hero. Gwen furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling something someone had said to her yesterday, even if he was just yesterday a paragon of justice. Who could say he wouldn't transform into a malevolent criminal by tonight? Shaking her head to dispel the strange thoughts, she changed into her work attire and stepped out of the break room. Gwen was interning with Dr. Connor's team, participating not only in research projects but also serving as the lead intern. Today, a new batch of interns had arrived, and her task this morning was to guide them on a brief tour of Oscorp, primarily focusing on the scientific instruments and research achievements. On the same floor, the door to the men's restroom swung open from within, and Losha paused at the sink to adjust his collar before seamlessly blending into the stream of employees exiting. Accessing Oscorp typically required an appointment or proof of employment, neither of which Losha possessed, compelling him to take an unusual route. Fortunately, the internal security management of Oscorp was relatively lax. Even Peter, before becoming Spider-Man, could easily approach confidential research facilities. With the power of 12 talismans at his disposal, Losha roamed through Oscorp with ease. As he surveyed the atrium, his gaze quickly fell upon the group of interns, his eyes searching for Peter. According to the narrative, Peter Parker would today impersonate intern Rodrigo to gain entry into Oscorp, capturing Dr. Connor's attention with his unique insights during their discussion. Subsequently, Peter would inadvertently knock a document from the hands of a high-ranking Oscorp official, discovering a familiar emblem on it, one connected to his father's research during his lifetime. Thus, Peter would follow the official into the laboratory of the Bioelectric Cable Development Unit, where he would be bitten by a mutated spider, leading to his genetic transformation into Marvel's most beloved superhero, Spider-Man, also affectionately known as the pajama baby of the Avengers. Losha's visit to Oscorp today was not to witness the birth of Spider-Man, the protagonist of the Marvel Universe, but rather to observe how his villainous system would react to Peter, now transformed into Spider-Man. After all, this was critical for unlocking a talisman, which would subsequently allow for upgrades to enhance his powers, enabling him to thrive in this perilous Marvel Universe. Indeed, Losha had contemplated seizing the opportunity to obtain Spider-Man's abilities before Peter, but ultimately decided against it. After all, Spider-Man was merely a street-level hero, aside from his spider sense. His other capabilities were overshadowed by the power of the 12 talismans. Moreover, each individual's constitution differs. He possesses the therapeutic power of the talisman within him, and it is entirely possible that he could have been bitten by the mutated spider. Of course, the most significant aspect is that with the absence of Spider-Man, the superhero roster is deprived of a vital force. Consequently, Dr. Octopus and Electro, those minor antagonists, will require Losha's personal attention to deal with them, wasting precious time. Furthermore, one cannot predict the unforeseen consequences that might arise should the storyline be altered. Thus far, Peter has yet to make an appearance within the intern team, but Losha remains unperturbed, patiently awaiting his arrival. Welcome to Osborn. My name is Gwen Stacy, a graduate student from Midtown Tech, and I'm also the lead intern under Dr. Connors. Therefore, I will accompany you throughout the tour. Following the voice, Losha glimpses Gwen, who stands at the forefront of the intern group, clutching her notebook. Her satin-like golden hair shines vividly, instantly captivating the attention of all the interns drawn to this striking young woman. She wears a white lab coat over a short skirt, revealing a pristine expanse of skin between her skirt and boots. The black skirt accentuates her figure, while the lab coat and notebook lend her an air of intellect, combining efficiency with elegance. Wherever I go, you shall follow. This is the most fundamental rule. Now, please follow me. Gwen leads the interns on a tour, introducing them to Dr. Connor's team, which specializes in biomedical and chemical sciences. This is the biotree developed by the Osborne Group. Feel free to come closer for a better look. The interns, filled with curiosity, gather around. The biotree employs holographic projection technology to display Earth's chaotic biological tree, which astounds these relatively inexperienced high school students. This pertains to interspecies departmental research, she continues, and below is a demonstration of cloning technology. Suddenly, Gwen's voice falters as her gaze pierces through the crowd of interns, resting upon a somewhat familiar figure. With black hair and dressed in a suit, his slender frame and straight posture belong to Lo Xia, the new Asian transfer student. Last night, a photo of Lo Xia pressing the school bully, Fleischer's head into a lunch tray, went viral on the school forum, leading many classmates to vote him as the new school bully of Midtown Tech. At that moment, Lo Xia turns to leave. What brings Lo Xia here? Gwen ponders, puzzled. The Osborne Group is a world-class biotechnology and chemical company, while Lo Xia is merely a student with subpar grades, making it difficult for her to connect the two. Suddenly, she recalls Lo Xia's words from the previous afternoon, "See you tomorrow." Could it be that he followed her to the Osborne Group? It is not entirely implausible. As a beautiful and accomplished girl, Gwen has grown accustomed to the fervent pursuits of admirers. It is well known that the technology to clone individual organisms has existed for some time, though it remains imperfect. The Osborne Group focuses on cloning technologies aimed at replicating specific biological tissues, such as individual human organs. Gwen regained her composure and continued her introduction. Once this technology proves successful, it will herald a monumental leap in modern medicine, allowing for the treatment of many terminal illnesses through the replacement of human tissues. Everyone is welcome to gather and observe our cloning experiments. Stepping away from the crowd, Gwen glanced in the direction of Roxas, who was already turning the corner and gradually disappearing into the throng of people. "Lucy," Gwen called out to a colleague in haste. "Please take care of them for a moment. It's just a simple tour." Seeing her colleague's hesitant expression, Gwen quickly added, "I need to use the restroom." "Please, please. Just make it quick," Lucy replied with a resigned smile. Gwen set down her notebook and swiftly pursued the direction where Roxas had vanished. Chapter 7. Gwen as Spider-Man? Roxas felt a twinge of surprise. Peter had not shown up at Oscorp today. The precise reason for Peter's absence eluded him, but it was undoubtedly due to his presence altering the narrative. However, Roxas was unconcerned about Spider-Man, as long as Peter sought to uncover the mystery surrounding his parents' disappearance. He would inevitably find his way to Oscorp, perhaps tomorrow or the following weekend. It was merely a matter of time. Roxas pondered whether the storyline of the Marvel Universe would henceforth change. Suddenly, while lost in thought, he sensed that someone was tailing him, not due to any heightened perception, but rather because the person behind him was tracking him with such clumsiness that it was riddled with flaws. They were following too closely. The sound of footsteps echoed, and reflections danced on the smooth wall. Who could this pursuer be? Had Oscorp discovered his intrusion? That seemed unlikely. If it were Oscorp's personnel who had spotted him, they would simply summon security to escort him out, especially since he had not donned the demon mask. There was no reason for Oscorp staff to fear him. Roxas betrayed no signs of awareness and calmly turned into a less crowded corridor. Upon rounding the corner, he found himself in a surveillance blind spot, and his figure vanished in an instant. The snake talisman concealed him. Once invisible, Roxas quietly leaned against the wall, listening intently as the faint footsteps drew nearer. Gradually, he caught sight of the figure of his stalker. To his astonishment, it was Gwen. What was she doing here instead of managing that group of interns? Is anyone there? Gwen stared at the empty corridor, momentarily bewildered, questioning whether she had truly seen someone. Her gaze swept over the deserted passageway, landing on an open door at the end. Clearly, if someone had come this way, they could only be hiding behind that door. Surely, they wouldn't just vanish into thin air? Furrowing her brow, she seemed torn about whether to investigate further. After lingering in indecision for a moment, her curiosity ultimately prevailed. Gwen recalled Roxas' words from yesterday. "See you tomorrow." Those questions resurfaced. What was Roxas doing at Oscorp? He had even entered such a confidential research facility. Roxas watched the scene unfold as Gwen passed him. heading toward the end of the corridor. He turned to look at the door at the passage's end, where a sign was affixed nearby. Living Cable Development Unit. Losha was somewhat bewildered. According to the narrative, today should have been the day Peter Parker accidentally stumbled into the laboratory that nurtured the mutated spiders. Yet, why was it Gwen Stacy who entered instead, and that too while following him? After a brief moment of contemplation, he refrained from stopping Gwen from entering, silently trailing behind her. Losha recalled that in Parallel Universe 65, Gwen Stacy was bitten by a spider infected with radiation, transforming her into a superhero known as Spider-Woman. Could it be that he had stepped into a Marvel parallel universe? Or perhaps the trajectory of the Marvel universe had shifted under his influence. After all, his impact transcended that of a mere butterfly. Was it possible that the superhero born today was not Peter Parker's pajama-clad counterpart, but rather Gwen as Spider-Woman? Fortunately, to Losha, all of this seemed inconsequential. Gwen's sense of justice and mission was no less fervent than Peter's, and even as an ordinary individual, she played a significant role in aiding Spider-Man to vanquish villains. Thus, Losha believed that if today heralded the emergence of Gwen as Spider-Woman, she would undoubtedly prove herself a worthy superhero. Gwen cautiously entered the enigmatic research facility, a place she had never visited before, as she was merely an intern. Upon entering, she was awestruck by its intelligence and technological sophistication. At the center lay an assembly line for producing various biological cables, inspired by the wondrous properties of spider silk. Spider silk was far more formidable than humanity could conceive. In terms of tensile strength, its fibers rivaled the strongest carbon and high-performance synthetic fibers. Yet its resilience surpassed those of the aforementioned materials. Next was a fully automated machine testing the durability of these biological cables. Strands of silk, as fine as human hair, were being stretched into various shapes by the machine's immense force, remaining unbroken and retaining their original resilience upon retraction. Gwen glanced around, noting the emptiness of the room, and an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. "Losha?" she called out softly, tentatively making her way into the inner chamber. Meanwhile, Losha observed the unfolding events with a detached demeanor. The chamber exuded a cool blue luminescence, dominated by a massive machine rotating at a constant speed, adorned with a plethora of spiders, their webs intricately woven into vast networks. Gwen was captivated by this scene, surmising it must be the breeding ground for mutated spiders. She had yet to locate Losha when, under the azure glow, the transparent spider silk shimmered enticingly, prompting her to reach out and touch it. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The giant machine began to decelerate. The stirring silk distorted the webs, emitting a screeching sound as countless mutated spiders descended, landing on the ground and entangling in Gwen's hair. Panic surged through her as she swatted away the spiders. The sensation of the multi-legged creatures against her skin was utterly unnerving. Just as she prepared to flee, an excruciating pain shot through her neck. Gwen narrowly avoided crashing into the wall, steadying herself against it as she reached back to touch the wound on her neck. The system's melodic female voice echoed in Lucia's ears. "Superhero spider," Gwen detected. "The rabbit charm has been unsealed. It can be upgraded with villain points. Try to evoke negative emotions in Spider-Gwen. More surprises await your exploration." The sound of the system was enchanting, but was it truly acceptable to bully a girl, especially one as beautiful as her? Girls are splendid and delightful beings. More villain points must be accrued. You've been bitten by a spider. Upon hearing this voice, Gwen immediately turned around, her gaze meeting Lucia's face, and irritation washed over her. Today had truly been disastrous. Upon returning, she would undoubtedly face Lucy's complaints for her absence. Who knew if those experimental spiders were poisonous? Yet, she found no valid reason to be angry. After all, this predicament was of her own making. Had her curiosity not been so insatiable, she would not have found herself in this situation. Gwen could only blame her misfortune on herself. Lucia approached Gwen, reaching behind her neck to tug at a strand of webbing. He held it up for her to see. At the end of the web dangled a small spider, clearly visible under the light, not terrifying at all. However, the thought of having been bitten by such a creature sent a chill down her spine. "Do you need help examining the wound?" Lucia offered with genuine concern. If it's serious, you should go to the hospital, as we cannot ascertain the toxicity of these spiders. I think that might be necessary, Gwen replied decisively, then suddenly turned back to say, thank you. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and he smiled. Gwen quickly averted her gaze. What brings you here? She attempted to change the subject. I'm interning in the biological materials department at Oscorp. This department is responsible for the research of the Green Goblin's biological cable project. This is one of our workspaces, Lucia stated earnestly, his lies crafted without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 8. Charm upgrade. As he spoke, Lucia began to gently part Gwen's golden hair. Her hair was incredibly smooth and voluminous, reminiscent of rippling waves stirred by a gentle breeze across a lake. When he opened her collar, he discovered a small wound, akin to that of an insect bite. It appeared slightly reddened, with a small hardened bump. It looks a bit swollen. May I touch it? If it's not too much trouble, she replied, her tone softening. Now, Gwen found Lucia not as unbearable. Although he had a reputation for poor grades and bullying, at least he targeted the school bullies, thus defeating the villains. Furthermore, he exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor, treating girls with appropriate respect. Lucia extended his index finger to lightly touch the wound on the back of Gwen's neck, a faint golden light flickering to life. Horse charm healing. Under the influence of the horse charm's power, the wound on Gwen's neck began to heal at a visible pace, the redness and swelling rapidly dissipating. At the moment Lucia's finger made contact, Gwen couldn't help but shudder slightly. She mistook it for a physiological reaction, which left her feeling somewhat bashful, her cheeks involuntarily tinged with crimson. However, Gwen was cheerful and outgoing. She was not the type of girl to blush and feel shy at the mere thought of physical contact with the opposite sex, which puzzled her somewhat. Suddenly, she realized that the odd sensation on her neck had vanished. The itch and slight pain that had lingered at the site of the original wound were gone after Lucia's touch, leaving her with no rational explanation, which she could only attribute to psychological reasons. Lucia tidied up Gwen's collar and hair, assuring her, all is well, you're quite fortunate. That spider was non-venomous. Thank you, Gwen said, brushing her hair back. So, can we return to our earlier conversation? What brings you here? I am here for an internship, Lucia replied. You need a work permit for that, right? Gwen extended her hand, revealing that every employee at Osborne Group, including interns, possessed such documentation. Indeed, a name tag hung from her chest. Ah, Lucia said, maintaining her composure. I meant to say that I came to evaluate the place before starting my internship. You were following me? Gwen teased. No, it was you who was following me, which led to your spider bite. Gwen laughed, placing her hand to her forehead. All right, my point is that none of that matters. I snuck in here, and the reason I came is Lucia interjected with a smile. I adore science. I am utterly passionate about it. Osborne's achievements and status in biological science are akin to Stark Industries in the arms industry, which is why I am here. How did you get in without a work permit? Gwen inquired curiously. You're quite mysterious, Lucia. That is not important. We should leave. This laboratory is quite confidential. The Green Goblin's biological cable project has yet to be unveiled, and it would be disastrous if we were discovered here causing trouble, Lucia warned. You would want to be expelled from Osborne, would you? Gwen glanced at the multitude of spiders on the floor and shrugged, and the two made their escape. Their conversation was light as they walked, but Lucia halted before the elevator, stating, I must go. I still have work to continue. Gwen nodded in acknowledgement. Lucia handed her a glass test tube containing the very mutated spider that had bitten Gwen, now lifeless. Under the light, the spider inside the tube was vibrantly colored with elongated legs. It's truly beautiful, Gwen remarked as she took it, but recalling its bite made her want to flush it down the drain. Ding! The elevator arrived, its doors slowly parting. Don't do that, Lucia cautioned. It is worth keeping. Goodbye. Lucia stepped into the elevator. Goodbye, Gwen waved. The elevator descended to the first floor, and after Lucia exited, she hurriedly found a public seat in the lobby and opened the villain system to check. The Azure interface illuminated, confirming that the Rabbit Talisman badge had indeed been activated. Rabbit Talisman 1. To upgrade to 2 requires 1,500 villain points. Speed increased to 50 meters per second. Lucia's villain points remained at 8,011 from the previous night, and without hesitation, she chose to upgrade. To upgrade from 2 to 3 requires 2,000 villain points. Speed increased to 100 meters per second. Loxia continued to click on upgrades in succession until he elevated the rabbit talisman to level 4. With only 2,011 villain points remaining, insufficient to support another upgrade, he halted his efforts. At this juncture, the rabbit talisman speed had reached an impressive 160 meters per second. This velocity was indeed remarkable, considering that the Bugatti Veyron, recognized as the fastest production car in the world, achieves a maximum speed of approximately 120 meters per second. Few superheroes could rival the Bugatti Veyron. Certainly, figures like Captain America and Spider-Man would be unable to even detect its exhaust fumes. Loxia perused the upgrade instructions for the rabbit talisman within the villain system. He noted that the villain points required for each upgrade would increase, although the acceleration and speed would also rise significantly. Notably, Loxia discovered that the highest level, 12, could not be upgraded. The villain system indicated that to upgrade the talisman to level 12, all 12 talismans must be elevated to level 11. Once the rabbit talisman reached level 12, its speed could be infinitely augmented, potentially surpassing the speed of light, thereby granting the ability to traverse time, a power akin to that of the Time Stone in the Marvel Universe. After conducting a brief calculation, Loxia realized that to ascend from his current level 4 to level 11, he would require 500 villain points, at which point his speed could reach 5 times the speed of sound. Nevertheless, Loxia believed in a balanced development strategy, concluding that upgrading the rabbit talisman to level 7, achieving sonic speed, would suffice. After all, among the 12 talismans, few were inconsequential. Many upgrades could significantly enhance his combat prowess. It appeared that the costs associated with upgrading the talisman remained within a manageable range. The system store indicated that a skill in firearms proficiency or driving mastery required 500 villain points for exchange, and a Porsche 911, valued at around 200,000, could be obtained for merely 500 villain points. Loxia's objective was now clear: to amass more villain points. These points were not only redeemable for various skills within the villain system, but also essential for upgrading talismans, underscoring their significance. Hey! Loxia's thoughts, still entangled in the system, were interrupted by a voice. "It's always a surprise to run into you here," Gwen remarked, a lively presence standing before him. "Loxia, we meet again. I thought you had left ahead of me." Loxia glanced up to see Gwen, now dressed casually with a small bag slung over her shoulder, standing in front of him. "I'm just here taking a break, reflecting on what I gained from today's visit to Oscorp," he stated, surveying the opulent decor around them. "Truly, it's a blend of technology and luxury." "And what about you?" "I took a leave," Gwen replied, "thanks to that wretched spider. My body has been reacting poorly, and I've been feeling rather unwell." She shrugged. "If I still feel this way later, I might need to consider a visit to the community hospital. Honestly, I think I should go now, if not for the fact that someone told me that spider wasn't poisonous." "Indeed, that spider is harmless, I assure you." Loxia smiled. "You look unwell. Do you need me to escort you home?" Chapter 9. Spider-Woman. As the subway sped along, the rush of wind howled through the carriage. A group of ruffians, adorned with heavy metal accessories and dressed in bizarre attire, congregated at the rear, performing a raucous pole dance with the handrails, creating an unbearable din. Yet amidst this cacophony, Gwen found solace, resting her head against Roxas's shoulder in slumber. Even in her dreams, her brow furrowed slightly, indicating her distress. Roxas, though enjoying the fragrance of Gwen's hair as she nestled close, felt perturbed by the boisterous antics of the energetic miscreants, whose remarks included unwarranted comments on Gwen's physique and Roxas's complexion. Gently, he repositioned Gwen's head onto the seat, rising with a smile to approach the rowdy group at the back. "Hey, buddy, is that your girlfriend?" One provocateur, adorned with a metal chain around his neck, taunted with a grin. "How much for 2 hours?" Roxas dismissed him, recognizing that engaging in a verbal spat would only serve to undermine his dignity. He had no desire for physical confrontation. With a swift kick, he sent the provocateur sprawling to the ground, crashing into the handrail and contorting his body in a bow. The remaining ruffians soon found themselves incapacitated under Roxas's swift kicks, leaving only a woman with pink hair. Upon seeing Roxas approach, the pink-haired woman trembled in fear, muttering to herself about encountering a Bruce Lee on the subway. The overpowering stench of her cheap perfume was almost unbearable, rendering her a veritable mobile air pollutant. "I do not strike women, unless I am in a foul mood," Roxas remarked, pinching his nose. "You reek. Would you mind moving to the next carriage?" The pink-haired woman nodded vigorously, trembling as she turned to depart. Suddenly, she was propelled into the air, landing awkwardly on the floor of the next carriage, leaving an imprint of a shoe on her backside. "Forgot to mention, my mood is quite poor at the moment," Roxas muttered to himself, observing the irony that she had been the most vocal only to now be sent flying. Roxas rubbed his foot against the floor, as if to rid it of some unsavory substance, seeking to vent his negative emotions while also accruing a few villainous points. Turning back, he found Gwen awake, quietly watching him. He feigned innocence with a shrug. "Apologies for disturbing you," he said, returning to his seat. "Was I too violent just now? I thought you might say they simply fell by accident." Gwen pressed her lips together and replied, "But I hope you won't kick my backside in the future. I have no desire to be airborne. Not at all. Men in our country treat women with utmost courtesy, especially those who are beautiful," Roxas stated, gazing into Gwen's eyes. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, Gwen averted her eyes and said, "I understand they must have offended you, but perhaps your response was too extreme. Violence seldom resolves issues. It often exacerbates them." "Not at all. You are mistaken, Gwen," Luo Xia remarked. "One day you will come to realize that violence is the most effective means of resolving issues. If the situation worsens, it simply indicates that you require even greater force." As he traversed the corridors of the school building, students instinctively parted to create a spacious pathway for him until he reached his locker. Meanwhile, Peter skated in, his head adorned with a bandage, appearing utterly disheveled. "Parker?" A teacher called out, "Do you still want your skateboard?" "I suppose so," Peter replied, retrieving the skateboard. "Then hold it with the wheels facing upward." Reluctantly, Peter lifted the skateboard above his head, complying with the teacher's request. "Excellent, keep it off the ground." Peter nodded repeatedly. But once the teacher entered the classroom, he resumed skating in the corridor. By coincidence, his locker was adjacent to Luo Xia's. As Peter cautiously retrieved his books, he glanced at the individual beside him. Hello," Peter ventured hesitantly. Luo Xia nodded in acknowledgement, his spirits evidently elevated of late. After spending several nights marking the streets of New York with the demon symbol, he had accumulated substantial villain points, successfully upgrading his rabbit talisman to level 7. The demon's popularity now eclipsed that of all superheroes, instilling fear not only in villains, but also causing considerable annoyance to other superheroes and the police. Many young individuals emulated his eccentric antics, and various manufacturers of toys had sold out of demon masks. "Hi, I'm Peter Parker, the person you rescued that afternoon. I hope you remember me." Peter extended his hand. "I never had the chance to express my gratitude for your assistance that day." Luo Xia cast a fleeting glance at him, disregarding his handshake offer. "No need to concern yourself. I recall stating that I had no intention of helping you, merely seeking someone to toy with. Perhaps next time, misfortune may befall you again." Peter awkwardly chuckled, not taking offense. "Did you use Kung Fu that day? I'm a fan of Bruce Lee. I adore martial arts. Could you teach me? Or perhaps we could discuss it. I've heard that before you take on a disciple, you assess their talent." Peter was visibly excited. "You truly possess style. You're incredibly cool and handsome. You're my idol." "Thank you for the flattery," Luo Xia said, patting his shoulder with a smile. "You're discerning. I spared you from a mishap. I was just contemplating whether to stuff your head into a trash can." Suddenly, Luo Xia's attention was captivated by a news report. A new street hero had recently emerged in New York, donned in a black and white bodysuit with blue ballet shoes, combating crime and safeguarding numerous women returning home alone at night. The public had begun to refer to her as Spider-Woman. Meanwhile, Peter continued to chatter. "Do you prefer quiet students? If you're willing to teach me Kung Fu, I believe I could also be taciturn." "Silence." Luo Xia interrupted the loquacious Peter, moving closer to a classmate engrossed in the news report. "Hello there, could you show me that?" This was just purchased for me by my mother, and you cannot snatch it away." The girl reacted strongly, clutching it tightly in fear, her eyes filled with trepidation and helplessness darting around, yet everyone avoided her gaze. Luoxia began to question the extent of her own malevolence, as her villainous score was on the rise. The girl before her was genuinely terrified. "I merely wish to view this news piece just for 30 seconds. Trust is paramount among classmates." "Very well," the girl replied, cautiously presenting one side of the screen towards Luoxia. Luoxia gazed at the screen, frustration evident on her face. At that moment, an interview was being conducted with a single woman who had been rescued by Spider-Woman. "She is my savior, Spider-Woman, a true superhero, and my family is immensely grateful to her. Without her, I might have been assaulted by a drug addict." The scene shifted to the skyscrapers, where Spider-Woman swung through the air, her webs gleaming. Behind her, police cars lay in disarray after colliding with a private vehicle, sirens blaring as a thrilling chase reached its climax with her victorious escape. Next, a reporter at a police press conference interviewed Police Chief George Stacy. "Many of us consider her a force for good. She not only combats criminals, but also aids numerous individuals," the reporter stated. "We bear the badge of justice, while that renegade dons a mask. We do not deny that she has performed some commendable acts, but evil cannot sprout from a seed of righteousness. She lacks the authority to enforce the law and often leaves chaos in her wake." Chief Stacy declared with conviction, "According to incomplete statistics, Spider-Woman has caused damages exceeding $1 million and has severely disrupted police operations. The New York City Police Department assures the public that we will bring Spider-Woman to justice in the shortest time possible." After reading this, Luoxia couldn't help but chuckle softly. Thanking the girl, she turned to leave, and the timid girl sighed in relief, realizing Luoxia was not there to take her possession. Luoxia was certain that Spider-Woman was none other than Gwen Stacy, who had been bitten by a mutated spider just days prior. Her adaptability seemed impressive. However, the current situation appeared rather intriguing. Spider-Woman had stirred up trouble, while Chief Stacy was constantly plotting her apprehension and imprisonment. What would occur if Chief Stacy were to discover that the woman behind the mask was his own daughter? Would he sacrifice familial bonds for the greater good? Or would he feign ignorance and allow Gwen to escape? The thought of such a scenario amused Luoxia. Chapter 10. The Demon Spider on a Crosswalk. In the final seconds of the green light, the only pedestrian ambled leisurely. A light rain fell that evening, and he bore no umbrella, merely donning the hood of his sweatshirt. Beep, beep. A red Ferrari blared its horn aggressively, and a brash young man leaned out of the window, shouting, "Get the hell out of the way! Damn fool! Even an 80-year-old lady would walk faster than you." The pedestrian abruptly halted, standing directly in front of the Ferrari, slowly turning around. Raindrops cascaded down, illuminated by the headlights, transforming the pedestrians' faces into ghastly masks of demons. The young driver froze momentarily, only to erupt in anger. "Damn you! What devilry is this? Donning a mask for fun? I am Captain America." The demon remained silent, its lips curling into a captivating smile. The driver's jaw dropped, and an icy dread enveloped him. A mask could not smile unless it truly belonged to a demon. The Ferrari's engine roared to life, surging forward as the traffic light turned green. The driver, confronted by the demon's menacing visage, was startled when the figure vanished as the Ferrari sped past the crosswalk, narrowly avoiding a collision. Peering into the rearview mirror, he saw the demon still standing, grinning at him. However, his fear had significantly abated. The Ferrari had attained 100 kilometers per hour in mere seconds, leaving the demon far behind in its wake. After a few exhilarating kilometers, he reached the Brooklyn Bridge and eased off the accelerator, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully relax, a series of knocks echoed against the window. A chill crept up his spine. Who could possibly keep pace with a car traveling at 60 kilometers per hour? The answer was evident: the demon. He pressed down on the accelerator once more, desperate to shake off his pursuer, when suddenly a thunderous bang reverberated from the roof, distorting the Ferrari's top under immense force. The shrill sound of metal being sliced filled the air, and he could vividly imagine the demon perched atop his car, clawing through the roof. Overwhelmed by terror, his limbs stiffened leading to a miscalculation that sent the Ferrari careening towards the bridge's railing. Boom! A resounding crash ensued. Fortunately, despite slamming on the brakes, only half of the vehicle plunged over the edge, the remainder caught precariously, while the airbag deployed, cushioning him from serious injury. The accident on the bridge caused a traffic jam, with a cacophony of honking cars ringing out. Yet, the torturous sound of metal being cut continued. The demon was not finished with him. The man even contemplated driving into the river to end his misery. "Help!" he screamed in desperation. At last, the demon leisurely tore through the roof, standing atop the car, smiling down at the man ensnared by the airbag, slowly extending a hand. Curiously, a human hand. That hand grasped the man's collar, and the man shrieked as he was gradually pulled from the vehicle by the demon's overwhelming strength, suffering multiple fractures in the process. Regardless of the demon's indifference to his well-being. "Let us learn about traffic regulations together," the demon said, still smiling. "Promise me you will yield to pedestrians next time, all right?" The man felt faint, his heart racing, his screams drowning out the blaring horns of the cars around him. "Hey, Mr. Demon, I think you should let him go." Loxia recognized the familiar voice, unable to suppress a smile, and slowly turned around. Clad in a black and white bodysuit, the Spider-Woman gracefully descended, suspended by her webbing. Her bent legs, an agile form reminiscent of an actual spider. The essence of her arachnid lineage subtly influenced each of her movements. "Very well, as you wish," remarked Losha, casually tossing the man from the bridge. The agile Gwen, the Spider-Woman, leapt into action, her wrists swiftly releasing strands of webbing that ensnared the plummeting figure, securing him to the bridge before she approached the demon with deliberate calm. "Stay back." Losha raised his hands in mock surrender, a grin illuminating his face. "I did exactly as you instructed, Miss Spider." The demon mask altered Losha's voice and attire, rendering his tone particularly alien to Gwen's ears. "This is hardly amusing, Mr. Demon," Gwen retorted angrily. "You must face the consequences of your actions." She shot out a web, only for Losha to seize it. "What is this? Webbing? Quite an inventive touch." Losha's words were abruptly cut off as the immense force transmitted through the web yanked him away. His unenhanced spells could only amplify his strength by a few hundred kilograms, while Gwen could effortlessly lift a car. In sheer power, he was no match for her. As the demon hurtled towards her, Gwen prepared to unleash a punch aimed squarely at his masked visage. Suddenly, the demon extended his right hand, revealing a dragon totem glowing ominously in his palm. A warning surged through Gwen's spider sense, and she sensed imminent danger. Opting against an assault, she swiftly leaped aside, landing with the grace of Spider, one hand bracing against the ground for balance. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted, striking the exact spot where she had just stood, scorching the concrete floor blackened. Dragon spell, Inferno! Gwen shuddered at the near miss. Had she been struck, she would have surely suffered grievously, her spider suit lacking any protective capabilities. As Losha landed and rolled to a stop, he rose, brushing off non-existent dust with the elegance of a gentleman bowing to a partner. Gwen clapped her hands, quite graceful. "Mr. Demon, though I wish your landing had been less clumsy. Thank you for your kind words." Losha replied with a bow, his casual hoodie and jeans seamlessly transforming into a meticulously tailored tailcoat, while his demonic mask remained unchanged. "How is this possible?" Gwen gasped in astonishment. Holographic projection? Rapid 3D printing technology? Nanomaterials? Or perhaps some form of illusion? It can't truly be magic. This defies all scientific logic. Losha maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed. It appeared that no matter the universe, Spider-Man could never escape the trait of incessant chatter. "I'm delighted to meet you. I wish we could converse further." Gwen extended her hand, but this was far from an opportune moment. "We have already disrupted traffic, so I must resolve this swiftly." With a powerful leap, Gwen, endowed with spider sense, decided that engaging the demon in close combat was her best strategy, having recognized that his strength was not overwhelmingly formidable in their earlier confrontation. Whoosh! She shot out a web, catching it on the steel cable of the bridge, her body swinging like a pendulum as she soared through the air, extending her long, straight leg for a flying kick. Yet, to her astonishment, the demon before her vanished. Spider-Gwen's attack met only empty space. She stifled her shock. How could the demon move so swiftly? Suddenly, she felt a tap on her left shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, Spider-Gwen executed a sweeping kick. But this attack, too, was in vain. Another tap on her right shoulder prompted her to throw a punch, but the outcome was the same. Chapter 11. A grand game. Spider-Gwen was exceptionally agile, yet Loxia, empowered by the rabbit talisman, could achieve speeds that reached the sound barrier, creating a significant disparity between them. The battle swiftly morphed into a game of turn-based tactics, with Spider-Gwen perpetually on the defensive, manipulated effortlessly by the demon. The relentless teasing provoked Gwen to curse aloud. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, Loxia had already positioned himself behind her. Beneath his mask, Loxia wore a smile as he delivered a swift kick. The spider sense alerted her just in time, and though Spider-Gwen evaded, she still received a kick to her backside, sending her flying. She spun mid-air like a graceful dancer, landing deftly on her feet and brushing off the dust from her rear. Kicking a girl's backside? How utterly pathetic, Mr. Demon, Gwen exclaimed. I take back my earlier praise. She had lost the will to engage in banter. It was clear she was no match for the demon, even with her spider sense providing early warnings. The demon's speed was insurmountable, making it impossible for her to evade his onslaught. Moreover, the demon had been holding back considerably. Had he unleashed that fiery explosion at full velocity, she might have found herself stranded on the Brooklyn Bridge, left to fend for herself. Good luck, Mr. Ferrari. Spider-Gwen shot out a web, grasping the bridge's steel cable, propelling herself into the air. With several graceful swings, she soared hundreds of meters away. Good night, you insufferable demon. Gwen's voice echoed in the distance. The next time, the valiant Spider-Woman shall thwart your crimes. For Gwen, retreating was devoid of any psychological burden. She merely sought joy through her own powers and aimed to assist others, though she bore no obligation or responsibility to sacrifice herself for their protection. Loxia glanced at Spider-Gwen's retreating silhouette as he stood on the railing of the Brooklyn Bridge, looking down at the Ferrari driver still swaying from the web. From him, Loxia collected 500 villain points. Help! Someone save me! The man continued to cry out, his voice wavering in the wind. Next time, remember to obey traffic regulations. Loxia murmured. He leapt from the railing, vanishing from sight in an instant. Within 3 seconds, he had departed the Brooklyn Bridge, entering the forest of skyscrapers, where his acceleration was complete. Chicken talisman floating. Rabbit talisman, speed unleashed. Under the influence of 2 powerful talismans, Lucia's speed has reached its zenith. A series of sonic booms erupted, shattering the glass facades along the streets, leaving behind a scattered mess. Countless innocent vehicles and pedestrians have undoubtedly been caught in the crossfire. It was only when Gwen caught sight of the demon's silhouette surpassing her that she felt the terrifying shockwaves. Lucia adjusted his tie, transforming his tailcoat into that of an airline pilot's uniform. Miss Spider, I did not imply that you could escape, he said with a smile. Gwen. The first superhero he encountered was the target of his attempt to elicit negative emotions, thus acquiring villain points or the more substantial rewards promised by the system. Of course, should Gwen hold a grudge and later learn of Lucia's demonic identity, it would be a different matter altogether. The sinister smile beneath the demon mask instilled a sense of fear in Gwen. After all, just days ago, she was an ordinary high school girl with dreams of residing in a house made of chocolate. Detected mild fear in Spider-Gwen. Villain points. 200. Lucia noted the swift increase in villain points, amassing over 1,000 in mere seconds. Notably, he had only garnered 500 points after taunting an ill-mannered Ferrari owner from Manhattan to the Brooklyn Bridge. As he gazed at Gwen, the eyes behind the demon mask sparkled like stars, akin to a treasure hunter beholding a rare gem or a famished soul laying eyes on a delectable lemon base. He yearned for something grand, and a preliminary idea had begun to form. After all, with the mask donned, he was no longer Lucia, but the demon. The demon had no fear of Gwen harboring resentment. If she were to seek vengeance against the demon, it was of no concern to Lucia. Gwen soon realized she could not shake off the demon, for his speed far surpassed hers. Ceasing her web-swinging, Spider-Gwen ascended between 2 towering skyscrapers, launching herself upwards with her webs until she landed gracefully atop one of the buildings. Clinging to the wall, she crawled upward, embodying the elegance of a beautiful spider in both ability and movement. Upon reaching the rooftop, she concluded that since she could not evade the demon, it would be wiser to distance herself from the crowd and the city, engaging the demon in an open dialogue to discern his intentions. Gwen suspected malice from the demon, yet she was certain he bore no murderous intent. With his capabilities, he could easily extinguish her life at any moment. Gwen confronted the demon on the rooftop, where he shadowed her every move, his flight requiring no external force, and his speed eclipsing hers. Not running away? Miss Spider, Lu Xiao lowered his voice. Or have you relinquished your chance at survival? Listen, the hunter's game is scarcely amusing. And remember, a spider is always the hunter, never the prey. Gwen retorted, I care not for your intentions, but cease your pursuit. On the narrow railing of the rooftop, Loxia moved gracefully, with the bustling streets far below, the cacophony of honking horns muted by the height. He spread his arms to maintain his balance, resembling a tightrope walker from a circus. You have disrupted my game, so you shall become my amusement, he said with a smile. You were not so confident and brave when you saved that person. I preferred the version of you from before. What do you intend to do? Spider-Gwen slowly crouched, one hand touching the ground, preparing for her attack. Remove your mask and let me see your face, beautiful lady, the demon articulated deliberately. This was part of Loxia's plan. Removing Spider-Gwen's mask would undoubtedly provoke an eruption of her pent-up emotions. With the mask on, she was Spider-Woman, free to punish the wicked and toy with the police. However, without it, she was merely a 17-year-old girl, distinguished only by her excellent grades and striking appearance. As an ordinary girl, she bore many concerns: teachers, friends, classmates, and most importantly, her family. If her identity as Spider-Woman were to be revealed, Gwen could hardly fathom the trouble it would bring. Her father would be disappointed. After all, Chief George was constantly seeking to apprehend Spider-Woman. The revelation that his daughter was the very subject of his pursuit would be too much to bear. Classmates and friends would regard her with suspicion and distance themselves from her. In such a scenario, she would lose the beautiful life that a girl of her age cherishes. More critically, if malevolent criminals schemed to destroy what she held dear, it would be catastrophic for her. Absolutely not, Gwen declared resolutely, her tone unwavering. You'll be disappointed. Beneath the mask, I am merely an ugly duckling. Chapter 12. Removing the mask, though, Gwen spoke with conviction and displayed a firm demeanor. Her emotional fluctuations did not escape Loxia, who possessed the villain system. Monitoring detected Spider-Gwen's intense fear. Villain points: 400, 400, 400. Monitoring detected Spider-Gwen's mild anger. Villain points: 200, 200, 200. Monitoring detected Spider-Gwen's slight anxiety. Villain points: 100, 100, 100. Loxia suppressed his exhilaration at accruing a wealth of villain points and continued to embody his terrifying demonic persona. Demons can discern lies. Do not struggle, beautiful spider, Loxia said calmly. Do you truly believe you can resist me? Spider-Gwen shot out a strand of webbing and leaped backward, her body tracing an arc through the air before accelerating downward. Yet, Loxia's speed was unmatched, bolstered by the rabbit charm of 7. He covered dozens of meters in a mere 0.1 seconds. Although Spider Sense gave her a warning, Gwen's movements were too sluggish. Loxia reached out and removed Spider-Gwen's mask, revealing a stunning face. As she plummeted, her golden hair billowed upwards, resembling a cascade of exquisite ribbons. Detected severe anger in Spider-Gwen. Villain value 400, 400, 400. Detected severe anxiety in Spider-Gwen. Villain value 200, 200, 200. Detected anxiety in Spider-Gwen. Villain value 100, 100, 100. Whoosh. Spider-Gwen launched her web, firmly gripping the wall of a towering skyscraper. Her body, plummeting at high speed, abruptly halted, and with the elastic potential energy of the web, she leaped into the air once more. In that fleeting moment of suspension, she shot out another thread, her movements graceful and ethereal, continuously firing webs. Spider-Gwen swung rapidly between the towering edifices, hastily making her escape. I remember you, demon. Gwen's trembling voice slowly dissipated into the air. I remember your face as well. Miss Spider. Roxas remarked, observing the golden-haired figure as it vanished. Gwen returned to her residential area, exhaling a sigh of relief once she confirmed that the demon had not pursued her. The power displayed by the demon was overwhelmingly formidable, imposing considerable pressure upon her. Fortunately, the demon bore no hostility towards her. Otherwise, yet another superhero might have met an untimely demise. She crawled along the wall, opened the glass window, and entered her room, collapsing onto the sofa as she took deep breaths to gradually calm her racing heart. The elation of acquiring powers and becoming a superhero had been overshadowed by the demon's presence, prompting Gwen to resolve to be more cautious while wandering the streets in the future. Suddenly, Gwen rose from the sofa, hastily donning her pajamas over the spider suit she had yet to change out of. She heard the sound of approaching footsteps outside her bedroom door. Knock, knock. The door was gently tapped. Hey, Gwen, sweetheart, would you like a cup of cocoa? Your brother made some. No, Dad, I don't want any. And I distinctly remember asking you not to disturb me. Gwen opened the door just enough to poke her head out, wary of revealing too much. Well, I noticed your room's light was on again, so I thought I'd check in, George replied, shrugging his shoulders. And I'm 17, so please don't call me that, Gwen said with a smile. George couldn't help but chuckle. But I remember someone saying last week that she always fantasizes about living in a chocolate house. That's unrealistic. Gwen covered her face, and besides, it would make you gain weight. Chocolate is too high in calories. Bang! Gwen slammed the door shut. George stood there bewildered, sensing something peculiar about his daughter's demeanor that evening. 2 seconds later, the door reopened, and Gwen, looking apologetic, said, Sorry, Dad, my mood, attitude, and stayed her a bit off. It's all right. You should get to bed earlier then. Yes, so I can't have cocoa. I'm busy with other things. Gwen pondered for a moment. Busy is fine. Well, I have menstrual cramps. I'm feeling quite uncomfortable, and my emotions are a bit tumultuous. I understand, George nodded. No, you wouldn't understand. Yes, I can. All right. Thank you for your understanding, Gwen said, leaning against the doorframe. Good night, Dad. Good night, sweetheart. With a resigned smile, Gwen closed the door. Upon returning to her room, she slowly removed her nightgown and the spider suit beneath it. She lay on her bed, clutching a stuffed toy, enveloped in her blanket, yet the demon's words echoed hauntingly in her ears. I remember your face. Gwen felt a surge of emotions: fear, anxiety, confusion, and disorientation. The demon was clearly beyond her ability to confront, having already discerned her true identity beneath the spider mask. It was evident that the demon was ensnaring her with malicious intent. Gwen was deeply troubled, wondering if she might awaken the next morning to find the demon sitting in her room, watching her, or if it would extend its poisonous grasp toward her family. The mere thought was unbearable. The idea that her family could be harmed because of her was a burden she would find impossible to bear for a lifetime. Time slipped away, and the night grew late. Gwen had yet to fall asleep, struggling to calm her tumultuous thoughts. She extended a hand from under the covers, grasping her phone on the bedside table. The clock read 11:59 p.m., quite late indeed. She opened her contacts and scrolled through the names. As a top student at Midtown Tech, she was undeniably a prominent figure there, having entered the workforce early, actively engaging in social practice and interning at various companies. Her contact list was extensive, filled with names: Mary Jane Watson, Betty Brant, Glory Grant. Yet, she found it difficult to identify anyone to confide in during the late hours, someone who could alleviate her worries and negative emotions. These individuals were ordinary graduates, grappling with typical concerns about academics, family, and romance. None of them could possibly understand her plight. Suddenly, Gwen's fingers hesitated and hovered over a particular number. She recalled an unusual graduate she knew, Luo Xia, the enigmatic transfer student. He possessed remarkable personal prowess, effortlessly handling bullies like Fleischer and thugs encountered on the subway. This alone distinguished him from ordinary graduates. He revered violence, exhibiting indifference towards others, never hesitating to resolve issues with his fists. Moreover, it was because of him that Gwen had been bitten by the mutated spider, transforming her into Spider-Gwen. Even now, she could not be certain if her entry into that laboratory was mere coincidence or a premeditated act. Yet, Gwen's finger lingered above the call button, uncertain whether to dial the number. Chapter 13. Late-night communication in Queens Within a standalone villa, Luoxia had just returned home and finished washing up, lying down afterward. The demon mask lay quietly beside him, its intricate details and every line vivid in the dim light. In the pitch-black silence of the night, the terrifying and grotesque demon mask resting on the white sheets appeared particularly eerie. Tonight was a night of harvest. The villain system indicated that Luoxia had amassed over 20,000 villain points tonight, with nearly half derived from Spider-Gwen. Having tasted success for the first time, Luoxia became increasingly interested in information regarding superheroes, viewing them as treasure troves in motion. Naturally, Spider-Gwen captured most of his attention, and before discovering new superheroes, Luoxia resolved to thoroughly exploit Spider-Gwen's potential. Before him appeared a luminescent blue interface, revealing that his total villain points had reached 30,000, signifying considerable wealth. He accessed the villain points marketplace, searching for items such as web shooters and spider suits. Luoxia would not forget the key contributor to his success tonight. He intended to procure some practical equipment to present to Spider-Gwen at an opportune moment. Moreover, his act of removing Gwen's spider mask was indeed a bit excessive, considering that no one wishes to expose their true identity without their mask. The web shooters and spider suit would significantly enhance Spider-Gwen's combat capabilities. In the comics, various Spider-Men often encounter issues with their web shooters during battles, whether due to malfunction or inability to withstand water and electricity. They typically upgrade only after experiencing difficulties. With Luoxia's assistance, Spider-Gwen could avoid many such pitfalls. The advantages of the spider suit are well known. The original suits of the Spider-Men were merely crafted from elastic fibers, lacking the materials, craftsmanship, and functionality of other superheroes' gear, which explains why Iron Man referred to Spider-Man as the pajama baby. Artifacts such as Captain America's shield, Iron Man's armor, and Thor's hammer are what true superheroes ought to possess. Luoxia found these items in the villain system marketplace, yet their prices were exorbitant. For instance, the advanced web shooter was priced at 500 villain points, with a description stating it could launch multifunctional webs, such as capture nets, web bullets, and electrically charged webs, exhibiting excellent quality and resistance to water, fire, and electricity. If Spider-Gwen equipped herself with it, she would undoubtedly manage encounters with minor villains like Dr. Connors and Electro with ease. The multifunctional spider suit, however, commanded a price of 30,000 villain points. This suit not only enhanced defense against bullets and standard explosives, but also included features such as spider drones, gliding wings, one-touch cloaking devices, and thermal imaging systems. The marketplace also offered a series of spider suits with fewer functions at considerably lower prices. After glancing at the steep prices, Luoxia quietly closed the marketplace, deciding to wait until he had earned more villain points from Spider-Gwen before investing in equipment. "Good night," Luoxia whispered, his fingers brushing against the demonic mask beside him. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, his phone by the bedside suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Gwen. A sense of curiosity washed over him. Why was Gwen calling him in the dead of night? Perhaps Gwen was frightened by his demon today, unable to sleep at night. So she called in search of conversation and comfort. However, this seemed rather amusing to Luoxia, considering that Gwen's fears were indeed instigated by him. Luoxia answered the call, placing the phone on speaker mode beside his pillow without uttering a word. Upon seeing the call connected, Gwen felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Suddenly, she recalled the moment in the Osborn group, in that laboratory teeming with mutated spiders, when Luoxia stood behind her, and the slight tremor that coursed through her body upon their skin's contact. The memory of that peculiar sensation remained vividly etched in her mind, as if a faint electric current had flowed through her, inciting a mysterious flutter within her heart. Since that day, their encounters have been scarce, mostly within study groups. Gwen, in retrospect, realized that she had been subconsciously avoiding Luoxia, while his demeanor towards her was even more aloof, treating her no differently than the other girls at school. And he appeared to be closer to that Hannah. This left Gwen somewhat disheartened, for girls of her age often care deeply about their allure and the attraction they wield over boys. Even though Gwen was accustomed to the attentions of boys, she was no exception. Gwen found herself at a loss for words, merely wishing for someone to converse with, regardless of the subject matter. Lucia, she tentatively called out. And if not for the gentle sound of his breath emanating from the receiver, she might have doubted whether he had fallen asleep. Yes, Lucia replied in a rather cool tone, which left Gwen feeling somewhat deflated. Had it been any of the other boys in their class receiving her call at this hour, they would surely have been taken aback. Even Harry Osborne, who did not harbor any admiration for her, would have shown her some concern. Restraint and subtlety are the hallmarks of Lucia's culture. His reaction is entirely expected, Gwen reassured herself. What are you doing? She inquired. Had you not disturbed me? I would likely be asleep, Lucia responded, emphasizing that a call should indeed clarify its purpose. Gwen faltered momentarily. However, probing was not her style. She was vivacious, spirited, and brave, preferring straightforwardness. Let me check the time. It's past midnight. How late? Gwen remarked, yet I cannot sleep, perhaps due to insomnia. Could you keep me company for a while? I apologize for disrupting your sleep. Sure, I don't mind. After all, this isn't the first time I've kept you company as you slept, Lucia replied. Gwen was momentarily speechless, but upon reflection, she realized he was not incorrect. That day when Lucia escorted her home on the subway, she had indeed dozed off against him. Yet, his phrasing felt rather ambiguous. Lately, my stress levels have escalated. As you know, with a myriad of tasks from school and Dr. Connor's team. Today, I encountered yet another academic conundrum. Please don't overthink it. Many burdens weigh heavily, making it difficult to breathe, yet relinquishing them proves equally challenging as myriad reasons tether one to their plight. At times, I find myself consumed by worry, fearing that I might ruin everything. Gwen's ramblings were met with Rosh's patient listening. You are merely a high school student, not a superhero. Do not burden yourself excessively. Rosh gently advised. There are no obstacles insurmountable. Learning to let go is essential. Chapter 14. Superheroes and villains in the corridor. Fleischer, engaged in playful banter with some girls, suddenly raised a book to shield his face, retreating 2 steps to lean against the wall, motionless. After a brief interlude, Rosh and Gwen strolled by, chatting and laughing together. Following that night-s phone call, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say Gwen had become notably more intimate with Rosh. They fear you, Gwen remarked, tilting her head. That is splendid, Rosh replied, nodding in satisfaction, for it meant he could continuously garner villain points. This is an unhealthy dynamic among classmates. I believe you should strive to alter their perception of you, Gwen countered, shaking her head. She adjusted the straps of her backpack, adding, in truth, you're rather decent and not nearly as bad or violent as they presume. Who cares about others' opinions? Rosh replied nonchalantly. And perhaps your impression of me is flawed. It may be a beautified version of reality. Then I shall endeavor to change that, Gwen pondered aloud. You truly are wicked and violent, comparable to a demon. Thank you for the compliment. Rosh smiled as he approached his locker, placing his books inside. It was evident that Rosh did not despise demons. In fact, he seemed to relish the comparison. You admire demons? Gwen leaned in closer. I'm not referring to the mythical creatures or those in the Bible, but rather the demons that roam freely in New York. Indeed, demon was merely a moniker for a man donning a demonic mask, bestowed with power by God, yet misusing it. You seem quite knowledgeable about him. Of course. I keep up with the news. Gwen raised her phone as a gesture. I admire him. He possesses immense strength and lives recklessly and freely. Rosh smiled, yet curiously. Gwen perceived no trace of envy in his eyes. You made an excellent point. The demon does indeed exert dominance in New York. I too relish being formidable. As you can see, I assert my presence at school daily. Thus, I must be the demon of Midtown Technical Academy. All right, I concede you're quite impressive. Gwen clapped her hands. Yet that represents a misguided value system. No one should derive joy from the suffering of others. You are correct, Rosh acknowledged. And I shall strive to uphold that in the future. Gwen was taken aback by Rosh's lack of rebuttal. After securing his locker, Rosh turned to leave when Gwen approached him once more. What are your thoughts on Spider-Woman? Her face was alight with anticipation, her eyes sparkling. Spider-Woman? Rosh paused for a moment. Yes. Gwen nodded vigorously. She is utterly terrible. With a sigh, Roxia lamented, law-breaking, selfishness, foolishness, These negative descriptors are not ones I wish to ascribe to anyone. Yet Spider-Woman embodies such deplorable traits. Gwen's smile faltered. She had manipulated the police with ease, causing a traffic standstill and carelessly suspended civilians with her webbing from a bridge, leaving the fire department struggling for half an hour to rescue them. Gwen's expression darkened. Yet Roxia continued. Spider-Woman revels in playing the role of a heroic captor, yet foolishly apprehended a police informant, rendering 6 months of police efforts futile. Are these the actions befitting a superhero? The worst aspect was her sense of aesthetics. That black and white uniform paired with blue ballet shoes could only be described as interesting. Gwen fell silent, wanting to retort, but Roxia's claims were all too true, stemming from her own blunders. Why the silence? Roxia asked with a grin. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge about Spider-Woman. I keep up with the news. Gwen replied softly. I'm also a loyal reader of the Hornet Daily. Roxia waved her phone, explaining her allegiance. No wonder understood. The Hornet Daily was an entertainment-centric media outlet and the foremost critic of Spider-Woman, frequently slandering her and attributing actions she never committed, all to boost their circulation. And what of the Demon? He is 100 times worse than Spider-Woman. When retorted, her voice rising in indignation. That's a double standard. The Demon is no superhero. He is an evil villain. Roxia shrugged. Can the criteria for judging villains and superheroes truly be the same? Gwen was momentarily at a loss for words. Unlike other villains, the Demon had not instigated acts of terror. He was neither a serial killer, nor had he ever robbed a bank or a jewelry store. As for drugs and organized crime, he was entirely uninvolved. Roxia continued. In fact, the Demon has committed acts of justice. He resolved a kidnapping case and frequently assisted solitary women on the streets, even teaching a lesson to some addicts. Summarizing with a beaming smile, Roxia stated, in comparison, the Demon is perhaps the most benevolent, law-abiding, and community-minded villain. He possesses immense power, yet poses far less danger to society than some gang leaders. As for the occasional trouble he may cause the police, that is still acceptable. Surely, you wouldn't want the Demon to whimsically decide to annihilate the Earth and eradicate humanity, would you? Gwen's mind stalled, as she found herself agreeing with Roxia's logic. The Demon's rating among villains indeed far surpassed Spider-Woman's standing among superheroes. Gwen fell silent, her head bowed, walking forward with a frown, beginning to doubt herself. Gwen! Roxia called out, attempting to grasp her arm, but Gwen pulled away. Adjusting her backpack, she strode purposefully towards the exit, quickening her pace, disregarding Roxia's calls. Hey, Gwen! Roxia stepped in front of her to block her path. Gwen attempted to maneuver to the left, but Roxia shifted that way as well. She tried to veer right, and he mirrored her movement. Gwen glared at the cheerful face of Lucia, her expression filled with annoyance. It was only then that she realized their pushing had brought them uncomfortably close together, her hand resting against Lucia's solid chest. He nearly enveloped her in his embrace. Yet she remained silent, her cheeks slightly flushed. I was joking, Lucia said earnestly. Spider-Woman is truly remarkable. She embodies bravery and justice, combating crime and aiding the vulnerable. It is only natural for a novice superhero to make mistakes at first. And by the way, her black and white suit is incredibly stylish. While the blue ballet shoes are the perfect finishing touch, she could easily grace the Fashion Week. Every citizen hopes that, in times of peril, the beautiful Spider-Woman will descend from the heavens to save them. That's a lie. You've never seen Spider-Woman unmasked. How can you know she's beautiful? Gwen pouted slightly. Just look at her silhouette, her figure, her poise. Someone as kind-hearted as her must be a stunning beauty, Lucia remarked, much like you, Gwen. You only say that to make me happy. Gwen shook her head. That doesn't matter, Lucia replied, gazing into her eyes. If you admire Spider-Woman, then so shall I. Gwen lowered her head, murmuring, oh. Gratitude was extended to the reader, Jiang Hugai, for their generous donation, as well as to the reader, Mo Chun, and to readers Pudding and Jelly for their contributions. Chapter 15. Lemon Sea Base, is everything all right now? Gwen nodded. Just as they parted, she grasped Lucia's arm again. Do you like lemon sea base? Lemon with sea base? Lucia inquired. Yes, it's a way of preparing fish. Sounds delightful. Perhaps I would enjoy it. That would be perfect. Gwen opened her backpack, her hands trembling slightly as she retrieved paper and a pen. After writing down an address, she tore it off and handed it to Lucia. "If you're interested, you can come to this place tonight at 8. My mother is making lemon sea base." "All right," Lucia said, folding the note and tucking it into his pocket. "I'll be there on time. See you tonight." Gwen turned back to look at Lucia. "See you tonight. Goodbye." Gwen clasped her hands behind her back, her fingers entwined, skipping joyfully as her happiness was unmistakable. "Oh, it's apartment 2016. I forgot to write the room number," she said, suddenly turning back with a smile after taking a few steps. "I don't know why. Haha. I'm a bit nervous." Lucia nodded, smiling as he stood still. At the end of the corridor behind him, Peter Parker, his head wrapped in bandages, observed the scene with a detached gaze. Peter opened his backpack and took out a time-worn notebook, its pages yellowed with age, and as he held it, his expression gradually grew resolute. As night fell over New York, Lucia drove an old Ford across the Brooklyn Bridge, arriving at Parklow Street in Manhattan. Along his journey, he encountered a police cordon, with numerous patrol cars congregated nearby, indicating that a significant incident had transpired. Under normal circumstances, he would have donned his devil mask to revel in the chaos, profiting handsomely from both the criminals and the officers. Yet tonight, his spirits were not inclined towards such mischief. Arriving at an upscale apartment building, he found Gwen already waiting for him in the open area. He signaled her with the car's headlights. "You can park here," Gwen directed, clad in a fitted purple sweater, her golden locks tied back in a ponytail, with a neat fringe framing her forehead. "A bit further back, just a tad more. There's plenty of space." Gwen appeared quite pleased, exclaiming, "Perfect! Your driving skills are now on par with mine." Of course, Loxia hardly required her guidance. As soon as the car came to a halt, Gwen dashed over to open his door, her eyes sparkling upon seeing him. "You're wearing a full suit?" she remarked, her tone tinged with surprise. "Indeed. As you can see," Loxia replied, adjusting his collar. "Shall we?" Gwen linked her arm with his, her delight evident as Loxia placed great importance on this dinner. "Just a moment, I also brought a gift. It's in the trunk," he explained, witnessing the astonishment on Gwen's face. "You know, it's a custom from our side." "Indeed, I understand. Thank you for your thoughtful preparation. I hope it doesn't cause you any trouble," she said, accompanying him to retrieve the gift. Together, they ascended to the 20th floor in the elevator. Upon ringing the doorbell, they were greeted by a middle-aged man impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his hair and tie meticulously arranged, clearly a person who values his appearance. "Georges ici?" Loxia recognized the esteemed Chief Georges. "You must be Ricardo. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Loxia extended his hand. "The pleasure is mine," Georges replied solemnly, scrutinizing Loxia with the keen gaze characteristic of a seasoned officer. His initial impression of Loxia was favorable. The young man was well-dressed and devoid of ostentatious piercings or tattoos that many of his peers sported, displaying a composed demeanor. It was known that his gaze instilled fear in both subordinates and criminals alike. After they shook hands, Georges remarked, "Dinner will be ready shortly. I hope you enjoy the lemon base." Gwen then led Loxia to her room. "I hope my father didn't intimidate you," she said with a hint of exasperation. "He tends to be serious, perhaps due to his profession." Loxia smiled and shook his head. If he were to adopt his devil persona, even a stern chief, Georges would feel a twinge of trepidation. "Is this your room?" Loxia turned to gaze around, astonished by the vast collection of books. "Personal interests. Many are literary classics and texts on biochemistry," Gwen replied, stretching on the sofa. "Even the brightest minds in Midtown technology must diligently absorb knowledge." Loxia stood before the bookshelf, noting titles such as 100 Years of Solitude, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, A Tale of Two Cities, and The Great Gatsby, which he particularly favored. Gwen extracted the copy of The Great Gatsby that lay at the very bottom and handed it to Roxa, declaring it a gift for you, a token of reciprocity for what you have given me. While the sentiment of mutual exchange is commendable, I have already perused the contents of this tome. Roxa recited the original text. "Then wear the gold hat, if that will move her. If you can bounce high, bounce for her too, till she cry out, 'Take me, my dear, take me.'" I particularly cherish the concluding passage, where Gatsby pursues the green light. Gwen's gaze softened, and my impression of you transformed. now imbued with a touch of literary charm. Before dinner, Roxa distributed the gifts: fresh flowers for Gwen, a brooch for her mother, and a book for Director George. Roxa had also prepared 2 of the latest model gaming consoles for Gwen's younger brothers, instantly winning their favor. Observing the brothers' flirtatious expressions, Gwen could only exchange an awkward glance with Roxa. After a round of polite inquiries, Gwen's mother prompted George to share details about his work to warm up the atmosphere. "Father, have you captured that Spider-Woman yet?" Howard, Gwen's younger brother, immediately inquired, as children are often fascinated by superheroes. This topic made Gwen somewhat uncomfortable. She instinctively turned to glance at Roxa, who was intently using his knife to tackle a base, seemingly unperturbed by the conversation. "And there's the demon. My classmate's brother was bullied by the demon. He was stuffed into a garbage bin by him. What a villain." George set down his knife, saying, "The police have yet to apprehend them, but we shall not relent, whether it be Spider-Woman or the demon. Any criminal posing a threat to the safety of citizens will be pursued relentlessly." "Who is the criminal?" "Spider-Woman is a criminal," Gwen retorted, displeasure evident. "As far as I know, Spider-Woman has not broken any laws, though she has indeed made some mistakes." Just as George was about to respond, his wife across the table silenced him with a look. George chose not to counter Gwen's assertion. He understood that their discussions regarding Spider-Woman often led to disputes, and he could empathize. Gwen was merely 17, her values still forming, and it was natural for her to idolize a female superhero with a hint of blind admiration. "So, what is your perspective on the demon and Spider-Woman?" George directed his gaze towards Roxa, who rested his chin on clasped hands, contemplating the matter. Chapter 16. The Lizard Man on the Brooklyn Bridge. Vehicles were ensnared in a snarl of traffic. It was the peak of the evening commute, with horns blaring in a cacophonous chorus as drivers vented their restlessness. At this hour, regardless of whether one was behind the wheel of a luxurious sports car or a modest sedan, mere minutes would only allow for a few meters of progress in the gridlock. Inside a yellow taxi, Dr. Connors, still clad in his white lab coat, appeared pallid, pressing his forehead forcefully against the back of the front seat in an attempt to alleviate his suffering. Beads of sweat, the size of yellow peas, trickled down his brow. Dr. Connors grasped his newly grown left hand with his right, white patches of skin peeling away, accompanied by excruciating pain. "Are you all right, sir?" The taxi driver, sensing something amiss with his passenger in the back seat, inquired cautiously. "I'm fine, thank you," Dr. Connors replied, his voice hoarse. Yet the driver perceived it as a beast's growl. Tentatively, the driver glanced at his passenger through the rearview mirror, only to be startled by what he saw. Connors's neck and half of his face had turned a ghastly shade of blue, the hue spreading like a monstrous transformation from a film. "You appear unwell. Should I take you to the hospital?" the driver boldly suggested. "No, thank you," Connors said, lifting his head to meet the driver's gaze in the mirror, his face now entirely blue. He opened the car door and stepped out, slowly walking amidst the traffic on the Brooklyn Bridge. "Demons and Spider-Woman?" Roxa paused, the motion of slicing lemon base with a dining knife halted. "Indeed, what are your thoughts on them?" George's penetrating gaze met Roxa's, seeming to see through to her very soul. "Two anarchists," Roxa replied coolly, spearing aside a broccoli with her fork and chewing slowly. "Is that all?" George's interest peaked, finding Roxa's perspective surprisingly aligned with his own. "As far as I know, you young people idolize those who wield power and live freely. There are countless individuals online claiming to be righteous superheroes. Their videos mocking the police always go viral, garnering immense views and likes. The demon is a criminal. Only those with twisted values would idolize such a figure." Roxa set down her knife. "As for Spider-Woman, she has a long way to go. True superheroes do not stand opposed to the police." Gwen nearly rolled her eyes at Roxa's earnest demeanor. Wasn't she the one who had professed admiration for the demon? Roxa had spoken with such conviction back then, yet now, in the presence of her father, the police chief, her rhetoric had shifted. Gwen was at a loss whether to regard him as clever or a deceitful liar. George raised his drink to propose a toast, a smile breaking on his face for the first time that evening. Now more satisfied with Roxa, he turned to Gwen, saying, "You should learn from his rationality and perspective." "Oh, I will, Dad." Gwen sighed, resting her forehead on her palm. If you truly understood what kind of person Roxa is, you wouldn't suggest I learn from him. The dinner proceeded pleasantly until a sudden, urgent ringtone shattered the restaurant's warm ambience. George answered his phone, but his expression darkened after just a few words from the caller. After hanging up, he stood, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, but I must excuse myself. There are matters at the precinct requiring my attention." "Dad, is it the demon again? Is he causing destruction once more?" With a youthful tone, Howard inquired. "No, this time it is a criminal who has never been encountered before." George donned his suit. As a creature resembling a lizard had attacked the Brooklyn Bridge, where traffic was congested and many citizens had yet to evacuate. After briefly outlining the situation, George departed, leaving the others at the dining table disinterested in continuing their meal, except for Roxa, who savored his food with delight. Gwen's two younger brothers were captivated by their father's description of the lizard-like monster, which sounded akin to a mutant species similar to Spider-Woman. Both Gwen and her mother were worried about George. Given the complexity of the case, it was evident that the criminal the police were up against tonight was rather formidable. Gwen was already contemplating how to sneak out. The notion of a lizard creature was unprecedented for her, and she yearned to witness it firsthand while ensuring her father's safety. She held little faith in her father and the officers being able to handle the lizard man. He often rushed out at the behest of the precinct, regardless of whether it was after work or during his days off. "I find this quite unfortunate. Work and life should remain separate," her mother remarked. "It is his duty." "Mother," Gwen reassured. "Mr. George is a competent police chief," Roxa affirmed. "All right, dinner is over. I shall escort you downstairs, Roxa," Gwen said as she took Roxa's hand and led him away. "Gwen," Mrs. Stacy expressed her dissatisfaction at her daughter's impolite behavior. "It's getting late. It's time to go home, and I've finished my meal." "Thank you for your hospitality," Roxa replied with a smile, understanding Gwen's perspective. "Well, you are welcome to visit again. Remember to steer clear of the Brooklyn Bridge on your way back," Mrs. Stacy said with a smile, adding, "And I really like the brooch you gifted me." Gwen and Roxa descended the elevator, ultimately arriving at the parking lot. "I thought tonight would be a splendid evening." Roxa chuckled, but who would have anticipated the emergence of a damned lizard man? "It was already quite enjoyable," Gwen retorted. "My parents both adore you. You performed admirably." "I have always been quite charming," Roxa replied with confidence. "Then you ought to check the school forum to see who tops the list of most disliked at Midtown Tech," Gwen teased, shaking her head. "I want to tell you that your name is at the pinnacle. Be careful on the road. Goodbye," Gwen said as she stepped back to the curb and waved. "See you tomorrow," Roxa said as he drove away in his Ford. Just as the Ford was about to leave Parklow Street, Roxa glanced out the window and noticed a black and white figure darting across the street. The driver waiting at the red light was also drawn by the sound. "It's Spider-Woman," someone exclaimed, pointing at the sky. Spider-Woman swung between buildings, continuously shooting webs, and soon vanished around the corner, heading in the direction of the Brooklyn Bridge. Roxa unfastened his seatbelt and began to unbutton his suit jacket. He slowly extracted a demonic mask from within his clothing. Chapter 17, The Officer Demon. Spider-Gwen descended along the iron cables of the bridge, where the police were currently engaged in a standoff with the monstrous lizard man. Many citizens were forced to abandon their vehicles, fleeing in a state of panic from the battlefield. "Open fire," ordered Chief George from the ranks of the police, and in an instant, all officers fired in unison, only ceasing their assault when their magazines were empty. The bullets struck the lizard man, erupting in a flurry of sparks. His defenses were not particularly formidable, allowing the bullets to easily penetrate his skin, resulting in clouds of blood mist. However, the lizard man's regenerative abilities were astonishingly powerful, as his wounds healed at an observable rate. The embedded bullets were expelled from his body, clattering onto the asphalt with a sharp sound, astonishing all witnesses. Standard police firearms could inflict damage upon him, yet they were insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Nonetheless, the intense pain instantly enraged the lizard man. With a fearsome roar, he lifted a taxi weighing over a ton and hurled it towards the area occupied by the police, showcasing his tremendous strength. Fortunately, the lizard man's aim was lacking, and the officers reacted swiftly, thus avoiding casualties. Chief George organized another round of fire, having summoned heavy weaponry for support. an arsenal that no carbon-based life form could withstand, the lizard man being no exception. Yet, the police's task remained arduous. They were responsible for containing the lizard man on the Brooklyn Bridge, awaiting the arrival of the heavy artillery to eliminate him. Should the lizard man enter the city, it would be akin to a small-scale disaster, threatening the property and safety of numerous citizens. The enraged lizard man charged through the hail of bullets, prompting the officers to evade. However, his speed was overwhelming, and in a single encounter, several officers were severely injured by his claws and sweeping tail, rendered incapable of further action. Bang! 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 The courageous Chief George aimed his Colt Lawmaker revolver, drawing the lizard man's attention away from the injured officers. Though now in middle age, George remained agile, successfully dodging several of the lizard man's attacks. Yet simultaneously, he found himself cornered. The officers behind him attempted to fire upon the lizard man to divert his focus, but he seemed to possess a notable level of intelligence, fixating solely on Chief George. The lizard man swung his tail in assault, forcing George to take refuge inside a police car. The vehicle endured the strike, nearly toppling over, its frame suffering severe deformation. The lizard man leapt atop the police car, gradually tearing open the roof with his claws. Inside the swaying vehicle, Chief George calmly reloaded and fired, but both doors had been damaged, rendering them inoperable. The lizard man appeared poised to pierce his skull with a claw at any moment. Ah! Spider-Gwen swung down on her web and delivered a flying kick to the lizard man. The lizard man was sent flying several meters by a powerful kick, rolling on the asphalt before finally coming to a halt. Spider-Gwen crouched atop a vehicle, extending her hand toward the flustered Chief George. "You seem to be in dire need of assistance, Mr. Chief." With ease, Spider-Gwen pulled Chief George from the wrecked police car, marking the first time he had encountered the illustrious Spider-Woman up close. Chief George remained silent, remembering his previous declarations in the media about ensuring Spider-Woman's imprisonment, only to find himself saved by her now. Had he known the truth, that it was Gwen who had just rescued him from the clutches of the lizard man, his internal turmoil would have been quite the spectacle. Although Spider-Woman was also on the police's list of apprehensions, a more pressing and destructive threat loomed in the form of the lizard man. Consequently, Chief George quickly set aside his prejudices, deciding that the police would collaborate with Spider-Woman to subdue the lizard man. Given the current capabilities of the police force, it would be exceedingly challenging not only to contain the lizard man on the Brooklyn Bridge, but even to survive in his presence. "Tell your men to cease fire. I have no desire to be inadvertently harmed," Spider-Gwen declared, striding toward the lizard man, deliberately minimizing contact with her father, George, lest he discover her identity. "Cease fire." Chief George immediately commanded, opting to observe this extraordinary clash of powers. "Hey, this gentleman who resembles a lizard, may we converse?" Spider-Gwen inquired. "You appear to be unwell, and the situation looks dire. Do you require my assistance?" Gwen surmised that the lizard man before her was a creature born from altered human genetics, either having injected some serum or, like her, been bitten by a radioactive lizard. In this light, Gwen felt fortunate. At least she had not transformed into a grotesque human spider hybrid, which she could easily imagine, resembling the lizard man before her. The lizard man's response to Spider-Gwen was a car hurtling through the air. Rather than evade, she effortlessly caught the vehicle and placed it gently on the road. She had hoped to engage the lizard man in dialogue, seeking valuable information regarding his transformation. "Please refrain from damaging others' cherished vehicles," Spider-Gwen admonished. "And truly, you are quite rude." The two soon found themselves in a fierce struggle. Utilizing her agility, Spider-Gwen dodged the lizard man's strikes. While she found it difficult to inflict harm on him, the lizard man's claws could easily leave her with deep wounds. The officers, wanting to assist, found themselves unable to fire, as the risk of unintentionally injuring Spider-Woman was far too great. "This is dire. It seems Spider-Woman is not the lizard man's equal," one officer observed, tending to a wounded colleague while monitoring the battlefield. The location was also unfavorable, making it impossible to position snipers on the bridge. "Fire support will reach the Brooklyn Bridge within 3 minutes. Let us hope that this reptilian creature can withstand tactical grenades and individual missiles." The officers were abuzz with conversation, their attention largely fixated on the clash between Spider-Woman and the Lizard Man, oblivious to the additional figure now present in the line, tending to the injured. Having sustained a blow to the head, the officer had briefly lost consciousness, likely to suffer lingering effects akin to a concussion, mused Roxa to himself. As the unconscious officer opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a demonic mask, the proximity of that monstrous visage causing him to faint once more. Clad in a police uniform, Roxa hurried to another officer, expertly bandaging the head wound. "Pass me the gauze, Chief." Roxa nudged the observant Chief George. "Indeed. It is right there in the first aid kit." After retrieving the gauze from the kit, Chief George returned his gaze to the battlefield, only to freeze in astonishment. What he beheld was a demon, garbed in police attire, diligently tending to the head of his injured subordinate while humming a popular tune, seemingly in high spirits this night. "Hands up!" Chief George exclaimed, drawing his firearm in an instant. Roxa promptly raised his hands above his head, gauze rolling to the ground. The injured officer, perplexed, turned around. Upon seeing his colleague adorned with a demonic mask, he fell back in shock, exclaiming, "Good heavens! It was the demon assisting me." Roxa, observing the fallen officer, shrugged in resignation, signaling to George that he had done nothing amiss. "Stay still. Move again, and I shall shoot." Chief George barked. "Mike, bring the handcuffs to restrain him." Officer Mike, maintaining his composure, jogged forward with the handcuffs, marveling at the day's peculiarities, the camaraderie of Spider-Woman and the demon, coupled with the prospect of capturing a lizard man. Mike secured one end of the handcuffs to the bridge's iron railing, preparing to restrain Roxa's elevated hands. "Do not resist, Mr. Demon. No one can escape the justice of the New York police. Are you intending to chain me to the bridge?" "Indeed." Mike tightened his grip on Roxa's wrist, and as he snapped the handcuffs shut, a sudden flash caught his eye. The cuff locked, but it was his own wrist that had been ensnared. "What have you done? You scoundrel!" Mike bellowed in fury. Chief George, undeterred, took aim and fired. Although the demon and Mike shared similarities in stature, George's marksmanship was precise, honed through weekly practice at the precinct shooting range. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, George emptied his magazine, expecting the bullets to strike the demon, yet found naught but air in that spot. The demon had vanished in a thin air, leaving an inexplicable chill running down George's spine. "Alas, I am here." All the officers turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit, swaying on the web strands left by Spider-Woman, as if swinging on a pendulum. "It is the demon." As the officers began to ponder when New York would see the emergence of a second Spider-Man, a prominent officer exclaimed loudly. He caught sight of the figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit, its face devoid of a spider mask, instead adorned with a terrifying demonic visage. "Fire!" commanded Chief George, as he raised his Colt Enforcer revolver and fired the first shot. The police unleashed a fierce barrage of gunfire, a deluge of bullets capable of repelling even the lizard. However, this assault proved futile against the demon. His speed was unparalleled, rendering the officers incapable of aiming accurately. Thus, after the police executed a 3-round volley, the demon in the red and blue bodysuit continued swinging effortlessly on his web. "Gentlemen of the police, please lower your weapons. It is now my turn." With a dragon symbol incantation, Lu Xiao melted the connection between the web and the steel cables of the bridge, transforming the resilient strands into a slender rope. Lu Xiao ensnared the officers one by one in his web, his speed and strength far surpassing that of any ordinary officer, including Chief George. In less than 5 seconds, he had bound over 20 officers into a single mass, rendering them utterly incapacitated. "Let's go, you bastard, or I'll smash your head," yelled one officer, still grappling with the reality of the situation. With a swift punch, Lu Xiao sent the officer howling in pain, his teeth shattering, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Lu Xiao shook his fist, the martial spell swiftly healing the minor injury on his fingers. He stood tall, the spider emblem on his red and blue uniform strikingly vivid. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Xiao turned to the terrified officers. "I am a demon spider. You are a criminal." Chief George, though visibly distressed, maintained his sense of justice. "One day, I will personally arrest you." "Silence, Chief, unless you wish to witness each of your subordinates hurled off this bridge." Lu Xiao threatened with a smile. Chief George immediately fell silent, his gaze fixed with fury upon Lucia. Detected anger from George Stacy, villain level. 50, 50, 50. Well then, Spider-Woman instructed me to keep an eye on you and prevent any interference. My task here is now complete, Lucia remarked, as if to himself. Are you in league with Spider-Woman? Chief George couldn't contain his skepticism. Of course, all the misdeeds I perform are at her behest, Lucia declared earnestly. Chief George remained silent. He certainly would not take the demon's word at face value. While Spider-Woman was indeed an unstable criminal, she had never actively caused destruction or threatened the lives of citizens. The demon, however, was different. He had repeatedly damaged public property and was responsible for multiple fatalities. Although the deceased were all criminals, their wrongdoings under the law did not warrant death, and only the courts had the authority to judge them. In comparison to the menace posed by the demon, its significance in the eyes of the police far surpasses that of the lizard man wreaking havoc on the Brooklyn Bridge tonight, and is indeed greater than that of Spider-Woman. In truth, Gwen Stacy has been observant of the interplay between the demon and the police ever since the demon first clashed with her father, George. However, she found herself ensnared by the lizard man and unable to extricate herself. Now that the police have been effortlessly dispatched by the demon, Gwen is overwhelmed by the scene before her. If she struggles to contend with just the lizard man, how can she possibly tackle the demon that has appeared mid-conflict? Fortunately, she is convinced that the demon and the lizard man are not allies. A creature like the demon is undoubtedly a solitary entity. As Gwen's attention wavers towards the demon, the lizard man seizes the opportunity, launching a sweeping attack with its tail, which slices through the air with an ear-piercing shriek. Reacting swiftly, Gwen grasps the lizard man's tail, attempting to hurl him away, only to find that the tail snaps off, allowing the creature to pivot and strike with its claws. Gwen nimbly dodges the assault. Feeling a wave of revulsion wash over her, she discards the writhing tail and retreats to a safer distance. The severed tail rapidly regenerates, showcasing a formidable healing ability that leaves Gwen in dismay. It is evident that her strength alone is insufficient to subdue the lizard man before her. Good evening, Miss Spider. A voice intones, and Gwen immediately feels a sense of foreboding. She shoots a web to obscure the lizard man's vision, delivering a flying kick to send him reeling once more. You look rather worse for wear. Do you need assistance? Loxa approaches, concern etched on his face. Gwen glares at the demon, her teeth gritting in anger. She cannot forget the prank he played by removing her spider mask atop the skyscraper. Can you handle this lizard? Of course. We are allies, and fighting side by side is perfectly normal, Loxa declares, patting his chest confidently. We? Allies? Gwen clearly disagrees with this sentiment, but she brushes it aside. The giant lizard is charging at them once again. The lizard man runs towards them, standing on two legs. Gratitude is extended to the reader. Sunset's gentle for their generous support. The new book seeks your continued readership. Chapter 19, Supervillain. Loxa discerns from the details that the lizard man before them has likely only recently undergone mutation, as the animalistic genes have not entirely supplanted the human habits of movement. He cannot definitively conclude that this lizard man is the dismembered Dr. Connors, for even Spider-Man has transformed into Spider-Gwen. This world has altered significantly with his arrival. Nevertheless, he can confirm one thing. Peter Parker entrusted Connors with the decay rate formula left by his father, enabling Connors to create the serum infused with lizard DNA. Therefore, the lizard man before them could potentially be Dr. Connors himself or a subject of human experimentation by Oscorp. The lizard man's attacks are quite primitive, relying solely on its claws and long tail. As Roxa beheld the approaching lizard man, he raised his right hand, and a dragon-shaped totem gradually illuminated. Dragon spell, explosive flame. The power of the dragon incantation surged forth under Roxa's full command, unleashing a colossal pillar of fiery light that instantaneously sent the lizard man flying. Gwen could not help but distance herself. For the moment Roxa raised his hand, her spider sense had alerted her, despite the fact that Roxa's target was not her. The might of the dragon incantation far surpassed the firearms wielded by the police, leaving a charred mark upon the lizard man's chest. Yet, amidst the anguished roars of the lizard man, his chest wound began to heal at an astonishing rate. It seemed that the unsealed power of the dragon incantation was insufficient to inflict a fatal blow upon the lizard man. Without hesitation, Roxa initiated his next assault, unleashing 2 laser beams from his eyes. Pig spell, laser. The lizard man was struck by the twin lasers, resulting in 2 gory wounds on his chest, green blood spilling onto the asphalt road. Gwen was taken aback by this new form of attack employed by the demon. The formidable demon appeared to possess many concealed powers yet to be revealed before her. This realization left Gwen somewhat disheartened, for she was one who held grudges, and her adversary was both powerful and mysterious. The strength exhibited by the demon now seemed insurmountable. The lizard man slowly rose from the ground, and Roxa, observing his self-healing wounds, felt a tinge of helplessness. It was evident that the lizard man's regenerative capabilities far exceeded the unsealed pig spell he possessed. Strangely, however, the lizard man did not launch another attack, but rather retreated cautiously. As Roxa pondered this, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Fear detected in the lizard man. Villain points, 200, 200, 200. Roxa was taken aback. The villain points he garnered from the lizard man far surpassed those acquired during his prior antics with the police, and were only slightly below those obtained from Gwen Spider. Cunningly, Roxa began to analyze the situation. Either the lizard man had a more significant role in the Marvel Universe than mere pedestrian officers, or a more plausible explanation was that the acquisition of villain points was determined by the target's individual strength. For instance, the villain points he garnered from school bullies, criminals, and police officers displayed stark differences. It seemed the villain system ought to be referred to as the supervillain system. Presently, Roxa could not help but cast his gaze upon the superheroes and other minor villains. For instance, the forthcoming Iron Rhino and Sandman were not merely criminals, but rather moving treasure troves. By capturing these villains, Roxa would inevitably attain freedom in accumulating villain points. "Hey, Mr. Demon, the lizard man is attempting to escape," Gwen called out. Roxa snapped back to reality, noticing that the lizard man had retreated to the edge of the bridge, evidently seeking to leap into the river below to flee. The lizard man regarded Roxa with wariness. The recent onslaught of the dragon and pig talismans had left an indelible psychological scar. He realized that should the fiend before him launch similar attacks again, he would surely meet his demise upon the Brooklyn Bridge. Grasping the railing, the lizard man leaped off the bridge, and mere seconds later, a tremendous splash echoed through the air. Spider-Gwen stood atop the bridge, helplessly watching the waves gradually subside, erasing the lizard man's silhouette. "Why didn't you stop him?" Gwen inquired. "His aggression and lethality are formidable. An ordinary person stands no chance against him." "Apologies, Miss Spider, but I'm not a New York police officer. Apprehending criminals is neither my duty nor my mission," Roxa replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Gwen seemed to glimpse the still smiling face beneath the demon's mask, and she felt an overwhelming urge to land a punch on that grotesque visage. This demon was simply insufferable. Suddenly, Roxa flashed to Gwen's side. As she instinctively attempted to evade him, he seized her shoulder. "That is your father's duty and mission," the demon whispered softly into Gwen's ear. In an instant, realization dawned on her. The demon had seen her face and likely deduced her true identity, making it perfectly plausible for him to trace her father, Police Commissioner George Stacy. A chill ran down her spine as she fought to suppress the impulse to ensnare the demon with her webbing, fully aware of his overwhelming speed that could easily overpower her. Listening to the rising sound of his villainous reputation, Roxa smiled with satisfaction. His mischievous antics were proving remarkably effective. "What do you intend to do?" "I intend to do nothing," Roxa replied, retreating as police reinforcements arrived. With the lizard man having leapt from the bridge, one could only speculate whether they would apprehend the very Spider-Woman who had just aided them against the threat. As she watched the demon vanish, Gwen realized she had not once launched an attack against him. It was only after his reminder that she noticed the ominous whir of helicopter rotors approaching, the armed helicopter summoned by her father, Commissioner George. Without hesitation, she fired her webbing to seize a steel beam and escape the scene, fully aware that her father was determined to capture Spider-Woman. The officers, ensnared by Roxa's webbing, could only watch helplessly as Spider-Woman swung away from their sight. The Lizard Man, the Demon, and Spider-Woman exited the stage, leaving behind a disarray of over 20 bewildered officers. The Brooklyn Bridge bore the scars of the recent battle, evidence of the tumult that had just transpired. As the armed helicopter drew near, its spotlight illuminated the bound officers. Commissioner George was momentarily blinded by the light, bowing his head in profound humiliation. Yet he knew that he faced an equally daunting challenge that night. Trailing the police reinforcements were the media, with instincts akin to hunting dogs. Especially when the reptilians appeared, the Brooklyn Bridge was beset by traffic congestion, and numerous eyewitnesses were present. Who knows what outlandish stories the media would concoct? Chapter 20. Norman Osborn Nightfall, 11 o'clock. The glass door stood ajar, and a trail of damp footprints stretched across the wooden corridor into the interior. Moonlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Dr. Connor's face. He appeared as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water, his hair and face marked by droplets, and his freshly donned lab coat soaked. The disheveled Dr. Connors sat amidst the chaos of his home laboratory. This space once harbored the culmination of his life's research and, notably, recent significant breakthroughs. Yet tonight, it resembled the aftermath of a robbery. Pages and printouts lay strewn across the floor. The safe had been violently pried open, and even the hard drive of his computer had been dismantled and taken away. Dr. Connors sat calmly in his chair, though the skin on his neck had turned a shade of green, as he took deep breaths to maintain his composure. He picked up the landline on the desk and dialed a number. Though he had his suspicions, verification was necessary. "It's me, Curtis Scott Connors, who visited my home tonight." "Good evening, Dr. Connors. Your visitors included Mr. Peter Parker and Mr. Vanita Reddy." Dr. Connors hung up the phone and continued dialing Reddy's number. The call was quickly answered. "You have stolen my data, models, equations, experimental results, and serum. You have taken everything," Dr. Connors spoke in a low voice. Reddy detected the anger in Dr. Connors' tone, but remained unfazed. "Doctor, it seems you have forgotten that for years, the Osborn Corporation has funded your research, yet we have seen no returns." "Mr. Osborn no longer has time to wait," Reddy replied sternly. "Those materials do not belong to you. They belong to Norman Osborn. I'm merely reclaiming what is rightfully his." Dr. Connors continued to breathe deeply, struggling to suppress the frenzied and violent thoughts that surged within him. "Listen, Reddy, that formula is unrefined, and there are substantial issues with the serum as well," Dr. Connors nearly shouted into the phone. "I have tested it. The serum is defective. And so what?" Reddy scoffed. "We have enlisted the finest biological research team within the Osborn Corporation. Given sufficient experimental samples, we will undoubtedly correct the flawed formula and optimize a perfect serum to treat Mr. Osborn. You cannot commence human trials." Dr. Connors trembled. Such actions would lead to numerous deaths and create even more monsters. "Who would care?" Reddy replied with a laugh. "They should take pride in their role in the evolution of humanity. This will be a groundbreaking scientific endeavor, but regrettably, it has nothing to do with you, Dr. Connors." Dr. Connors listened to the busy signal on the line, and after a lengthy pause, he crushed the receiver in his grip. Gradually, his visage transformed into a grotesque mask, his skin taking on a sickly hue. The first to undergo this metamorphosis was his newly sprouted left hand, which morphed into the forepaw of a lizard. His body swelled at a perceptible rate, the white work attire straining against the burgeoning form. "Vanita, Reddy, Norman Osborn has once again reverted to the lizard," Connor repeated incessantly. Reddy lowered his phone, and the smile that adorned his face vanished in an instant. Standing atop the Osborn Tower, he gazed down upon the resplendent nightscape of New York. Moments later, he silenced his phone and stepped into a lavish suite. "Sir, the experimentation with the lizard serum has commenced. There are numerous soldiers with amputations at the military hospital. With sufficient trials, the serum can be optimized," Reddy stated respectfully, bowing from behind the desk. "Sufficient trials?" Norman Osborn's tone dripped with discontent. Reddy, drenched in sweat, remained silent, unable to guarantee the pace of the experiments. For if he failed to deliver a competent lizard serum by the promised day, he would face dire consequences, possibly losing his life. I have granted you ample time. Yet you and Connor have only produced a substandard lizard serum? Norman's voice was frigid. I can only afford you one final month. Should you disappoint me again, you shall also partake in the lizard serum as a pioneer. Understood. Reddy bowed once more, his body slick with cold perspiration, overwhelmed by tension and dread. Connor's resolve surpasses yours by leaps and bounds, Norman remarked, glancing at the large screen mounted on the wall, which displayed the ongoing battle between the lizard and the police alongside Spider-Woman on the Brooklyn Bridge. Despite the lizard being repeatedly struck by the police's firearms and having his tail severed by Spider-Woman, he managed to heal his injuries in a matter of moments. A self-regenerative ability that evoked envy in all afflicted by ailments. Though transformed into an ugly and repulsive creature, he ultimately gained health and strength, Norman mused. Beneath the lights, the green glass vials beside him reflected a mesmerizing glow containing the very lizard serum in question. What the mutated spider research? Norman inquired softly. It has been declared a failure. Reddy bowed once more, his head nearly level with the desk. All trials involving the spider serum on human subjects have ended in failure. The toxins within the spider serum remain unresolved. Norman remained silent, appearing less furious, perhaps inured to years of setbacks and disappointments. The Osborn family suffered from a rare hereditary disease, one that was both incurable and fatal, claiming the lives of each generation prematurely. As the president of the world's most powerful biotechnology company, Norman Osborn was unwilling to accept such a fate, mobilizing all available resources in the quest for a cure. The most viable approach to prolonging life is through the application of interspecies gene transfer technology. Over the years, he has meticulously studied the genes of numerous species in an attempt to create the perfect serum to extend his lifespan. However, thus far, all endeavors have culminated in failure. Thus, the failure of the spider serum was not unexpected. After all, even the genetically altered spiders in the laboratory experienced a significant mortality rate. Have the reasons for the mass deaths of the mutated spiders been investigated? Norman inquired nonchalantly. According to surveillance, 2 individuals had unlawfully entered the laboratory, and Reddy let out a sigh of relief. One was Gwen Stacy, the team leader of the interns from Connor's team, while the other was a student from Midtown Tech. Reddy continued, moreover, we have noticed that since that time, a new superhero known as Spider-Woman has emerged on the streets of New York. Thanks to the generous support of the reader, Shankikian Duo. Chapter 21. The Peculiar Peter. In recent news, Tony Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, held his first press conference since his return, during which he announced that Stark Industries would cease its arms dealings. This news had already circulated a few days prior. Gwen, glancing at Rox's phone screen, remarked, since then, Stark Industries stock has been in a continuous decline, and I seized the opportunity to invest in the stock market and made quite a profit. Quite a profit? Does that mean you can treat me to hot dogs and grilled wings today? Roxa smiled at the handsome visage of Tony Stark on the screen, as if witnessing a newly unsealed talisman. At present, Tony was likely still secluded, working on the Mark II armor. The iron suit at this time was still quite rudimentary, possessing merely flight capabilities, along with a flamethrower device and a flight stabilizer combined with a pulse laser cannon located in the palm. Roxa pondered when he might pay a visit, knowing that Tony would soon be busy navigating internal betrayals within the company, as well as dealing with congressional and interference. Fortunately, demons do not require appointments. What are you thinking about? Gwen nudged Roxa, remarking, though you're speaking with me, your attention is clearly elsewhere, fixated on this old man. Roxa's smile instantly vanished. Mind your peculiar and abnormal comments, Miss Stacy. I am merely stating the truth. As the two walked side by side down the corridor, a sound from the stairwell of a closed security passageway drew their attention. Gwen reached out to push the door, but it seemed to be obstructed by something heavy behind it. She stepped aside, indicating for Roxa to attempt it. With a slight exertion, Roxa pushed the door open, prompting Gwen to give a thumbs up with an appreciative smile. Roxa chuckled, choosing not to expose the truth. At present, his talisman had yet to be unsealed. He was certainly no match for Gwen, who could effortlessly lift a small car. It could be said that Gwen was particularly attentive to these details, performing admirably. However, from Roxa's divine perspective, It all appeared superfluous and amusing. After a few glances at Roxa and Gwen, it became clear what had transpired. Yet Gwen's expression was one of utter disbelief. In the corridor, familiar faces abound. Parker and Fleischer engage in an unexpected scene of bullying, where the roles of aggressor and victim have astonishingly reversed. Parker hoists Fleischer effortlessly against the wall, the latter's visage marred with bruises and blood trickling from his lips. A clear indication that he has already endured a thrashing. Peter Parker? Gwen gasps. Anyone from Midtown Tech witnessing this tableau would be incredulous. When did the former bully Fleischer become a target for everyone to torment? Astonishingly, it is Parker, once a victim of Fleischer's tyranny, who now inflicts this violence. Gwen can scarcely believe her eyes. She possesses a certain impression of Peter, noble yet impulsive and somewhat frail. In her estimation, Peter, both in physical prowess and character, could not possibly have overpowered Fleischer. Lo Xia stands by with arms crossed, observing with keen interest. It seems that even if Peter Parker is not the protagonist of this drama, he nonetheless plays a significant role. Although Peter may not have ascended to the heights of Spider-Man, he has encountered other adventures, acquiring newfound powers. Instantly, numerous conjectures about Peter's abilities flood Lo Xia's mind. Perhaps he has become Venom Spider-Man, or possibly he has clandestinely injected himself with serum. After all, Dr. Connor's ability to create the lizard serum stemmed from Peter's decay rate formula, and Peter, being inherently intelligent, demonstrated his genius by independently crafting and optimizing web shooters. Upon hearing the commotion, Peter turns to cast a cold glance at the two, a look that unsettles Lo Xia. While Gwen feels as though she is under the predatory gaze of a feral beast, dangerous, merciless, and steely. Fleischer perceives the sound as a beacon of hope. Yet before he can plead for aid, Peter carelessly tosses him aside and descends the staircase, vanishing from view. Struggling, Fleischer manages to rise, glancing at Lo Xia beside Gwen, ultimately deciding to follow Peter down the stairs. After all, Lo Xia is an unpredictable wild card, and when did Peter Parker also become an anomaly? Fleischer reflects on the absurdity of the day, having been deceived by this pitiful figure into a secluded passage for a beating. Such news would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Gwen and Lo Xia exchange knowing glances, retreating into the corridor. Did I just imagine that? Gwen turns to Lo Xia, questioning whether Peter truly assaulted Fleischer, and whether they witnessed the scene before slipping away. You did not miss C. Peter single-handedly lifted Fleischer, leaving him bruised and battered. Had he not interrupted, Fleischer would likely have been begging for mercy on the ground. Lo Xia mimics a series of punches, a right jab followed by a left hook and an elbow strike, relishing the moment as if he himself had just delivered another pummeling. You seem quite pleased, Gwen remarks, puzzled. And what do you mean we spoiled his fun? If this continues, Peter will be committing a crime. Crime, yes, but it is merely Peter returning the favor to Fleischer. Lo Xia shrugged and remarked, I am genuinely pleased for Peter. Do you not find the tale of the underdog triumphing over the once bullying school tyrant rather intriguing? It is both inspirational and exhilarating. Not at all, Gwen interjected, raising her hand, but Lo Xia anticipated her response and continued. The misuse of violence is erroneous. Mimicking Gwen's tone, he added, the demon is wrong. Spider-Woman is also wrong. All violence is wrong. Spider-Woman embodies justice. Gwen retorted, insisting she had never abused violence. Their conversation meandered away from the topic, yet they both tacitly remembered the brief interlude that had just transpired. Suddenly, Peter's drastic transformation piqued Gwen's curiosity. What could have transpired within him to result in such significant enhancement of his physical prowess and a complete shift in his character? Gwen recalled the icy gaze Peter had cast upon them in the corridor, devoid of any semblance of humanity, stirring an ominous premonition within her. After departing the campus, they walked together for a while, and Gwen, having shared in the spoils of Stark Industries, generously treated Lo Xia to hot dogs and grilled wings. Upon parting ways with Gwen, Lo Xia made his way home, standing behind the curtain, observing the slowly receding black sedan that had been tailing him from the school gate to his residence. Unlike Spider-Man, who had relationships and familial ties to Uncle Ben, Aunt May, and Spider-Gwen, Luo Xia was solitary and thus harbored no fear of his identity being revealed. Even if the entire world were to discover he was a demon, it mattered not. Concealing his identity was merely to enhance the thrill of the game. However, he was displeased that someone was conspiring against him. Adorned in his demonic mask, Luo Xia followed suit. Chapter 22. Listening to the secrets of the demon. He trailed the black Audi until it entered the underground garage of the Osborne Group headquarters. Realization dawned upon him that it was the Osborne Group who had set their sights on him, likely having uncovered his previous infiltration of their headquarters and the secretive mutation spider laboratory. It seemed Gwen was also under surveillance, but given her alertness, she would have likely noticed. Luo Xia felt no concern. Continuing into the underground garage, he accompanied a man clad in a black suit into the elevator, ascending directly to the 50th floor of the Osborne building. The man swiped his access card, entering a spacious and lavishly adorned office area, where two individuals sat at opposite sides of a grand desk. Gwen Stacy shows no signs of anomaly. I have already set up surveillance in her vicinity, and should Spider-Woman's presence be detected, I will report immediately, the black-clad man was relaying. However, hope seems slim. My investigation has yielded no evidence or traces linking her to Spider-Woman. Evidence is unearthed. Reddy's demeanor remained unchanged. Be cautious with your people. If she truly is Spider-Woman, she may have already discerned your presence, possibly even counter-tracking you. She could very well be eavesdropping from outside the window at this very moment. Indeed, the man in black instinctively cast a glance at the window. Had the three of them been observing the sofa in the office, they would have noticed that the cushions and backrest of the central sofa were indented, resembling the form of a person sunk into it. Luo Xia was comfortably hidden, eavesdropping on their conversation. You devise a meticulous plan to abduct her. Regardless of its success, we shall glean the answers we seek. Reed's expression was stern. Remember to exercise caution. Her father is Georges Daisy, the chief of the city police. I have no desire for the Osborne Group to become embroiled in this. Indeed. And what of the other individual? Reed was relentless, leaving no stone unturned. The records indicate his name is Ricardo. He is now an orphan residing alone in Queens, and he exhibits no unusual behavior. The man in black adjusted his sunglasses. However, there is one peculiar detail. When he entered Osborne, I found no information about him in the access logs, only surveillance footage from when he exited, with Gwen Daisy standing beside him. That is the anomaly. Reed furrowed his brow. The security system at Osborne headquarters is not something an ordinary high school student could breach. He must have flown in, unless he left a record. But Spider-Woman is female. Fool! New York's metahumans are not confined to just Spider-Woman. Reed retorted angrily. Right, there are demons. The man in black suddenly understood, momentarily frozen. He stiffly turned towards the source of the voice. Who is speaking? Reed had already drawn a handgun from beneath the desk. I detest foolish individuals. And I particularly loathe you, sir. Luo Xia deactivated the serpent talisman, his figure gradually becoming visible. I have already introduced myself. The expressions of the three men changed dramatically as they beheld, from the side, a young man in an exquisite black suit seated on the sofa, his posture straight and exuding elegance, if one were to disregard his face. For upon viewing his profile, the half-mask of a demon could instill a sense of dread. They had heard of the infamous demon now reputed in New York. The demon turned, revealing a smile to them. Reed raised his gun and fired. He had no time to ponder why the demon had appeared in his office or its intentions. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, Reed realized he had lost his target. The bullets struck the sofa and cushions, sending white feathers swirling through the air. Reed's eyes widened in horror as he observed the terrified expressions of the 2 individuals across the desk, confirming that he had not merely imagined the scene. He reached for the concealed alarm button beneath the desk, when suddenly a hand gently rested on his shoulder, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. He trembled, paralyzed with fear, unable to make the slightest movement. 2 figures clad in black once again spotted the demon standing behind Reddy. Their hands, awkwardly poised at their waists, hesitated to draw their weapons. Following a brief moment of stillness, they recalled the demon's formidable powers showcased in various online videos. realizing that mere handguns would be utterly ineffective against him. The atmosphere grew tense, each second a torment for Reddy. "Mr. Demon, is there anything I can assist you with?" He feigned calmness. "Just you? The foolish and feeble you? What did you possibly offer me? You should inquire about my intentions." Roxy replied with dissatisfaction. "Well, these details are inconsequential. I possess a few secrets. Would you care to listen?" "Of course." Reddy, drenched in sweat, immediately affirmed. "I would be most willing to hear your secrets." "Gwen Stacy is Spider-Woman," Roxy stated flatly. The pupils of the three widened, despite having speculated on such a possibility before. Hearing the revelation firsthand was still astonishing. Yet, in the face of their current terror, that astonishment paled in significance. Roxy raised his right hand, aiming at one of the black-clad men. Boom! The man collapsed, a gaping void appearing in his chest, as his heart and flesh were instantaneously vaporized by intense heat. Reddy and the remaining black-clad figure were gripped by sheer terror, a chill surging from their feet to their heads. Their fear stemmed not merely from the demon's overwhelming power, but from his erratic manner of execution. The deceased had not even provoked him in any way. "Oh, I forgot to mention, to hear a demon's secret, one must pay with a life," Roxy whispered, as casually as a clerk might announce the price of shirt. "The second secret, the Mr. Luo you have been tracking today, is the demon," Roxy said nonchalantly, raising his hand to aim at the second black-clad man. Witnessing his subordinates condemned to death before him, Reddy's face turned ashen. In that moment, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. He contemplated a desperate fight against the demon, yet also considered the option of closing his eyes and waiting in peace. The fleeting impulse to curse the demon flickered through his mind. After exiting the elevator, Chief George crossed the police line and made his way to the crime scene. Officers were already investigating inside, yet no useful information had been uncovered thus far. What first caught his eye was not the 3 bloody corpses, but rather the demonic imprint on the corner of a desk. Chapter 23. Tony Stark that night. Many staff members on the southern side of the World Trade Center felt as though they were dreaming, for they had just witnessed a crimson and yellow figure soaring across the sky. "Sir, Miss Potts is calling." "Put her through." "Hey, where have you been?" "The equipment manufacturing division you put on hold has experienced a massive exodus, occurring just this afternoon," Virginia Potts exclaimed in a rapid-fire manner. "I heard a loud noise." "I'm driving." "Cruising in a convertible," Tony mumbled. "All right, I understand. You have no idea. You should now be in the office meeting Agent Phil, recounting how you escaped from the clutches of the terrorists." I recall that Potts' speech was notably rapid, as indicated in the schedule. Yet you have left him in the lurch. I remember that the CIA, the Department of Defense, and the FBI have all sought my counsel. Tony expressed his bewilderment regarding the sudden emergence of this Agent Phil. It is indeed a rather convoluted name, but such a governmental agency exists. "Well, I'm hurrying back." Tony gasped. "Why are you panting?" Potts inquired, astonished. "Because I was running." "Were you not out for a drive?" "Yes, I drove to run." Potts was no longer convinced by his feeble excuse. "Agent Phil has been waiting for you for 2 hours. If you cannot make it tonight, I shall send him back." "I am indeed hurrying back, swiftly," Tony replied. The red and gold Iron Man suit streaked through the night sky of New York, leaving behind an arc of flight. "Jarvis, how much longer?" "Sir, you are expected to arrive at Stark Industries in approximately 7 minutes." Moments later, Jarvis's voice resonated again. "Sir, an unidentified flying object has been detected behind you." Tony glanced at the detection image transmitted by Jarvis on the screen. It was a diminutive flying object, traveling at a brisk speed of around 300 kilometers per hour, rapidly approaching him. "A drone tracker? Has it been following us since we entered the city?" Tony pondered, observing the towering skyscrapers below, and ultimately dismissed the notion of shooting down the flying object. "Forget it. Let's shake it off." "Understood, sir." Tony increased the output power of the 4 arc pulse thrusters in his hands and legs, significantly boosting his speed for a brief period. "Sir, the target has accelerated to approximately 400 kilometers per hour." Tony continued to accelerate, yet Jarvis reported that the pursuing object had also increased its speed. Despite Tony's relentless acceleration, the distance between them continued to diminish. No matter how fast he went, the entity behind him always managed to keep pace. This piqued Tony's interest, He was curious about the energy source powering the drone tracker, which could achieve such velocity. After all, he utilized an arc reactor to energize his suit. The creator of the pursuing aircraft must be a genius, Tony mused. Just as he prepared to push the suit to its limits in hopes of shedding his tail, Jarvis timely cautioned him. Sir, it is inadvisable to exceed supersonic speeds within the city limits. I could ascend higher. Tony continually elevated his altitude until he reached nearly 3,000 meters, at which point his speed had surpassed 15 Mach. However, just as he managed to create some distance, Jarvis alerted him that the flying object had also increased its velocity, reaching even 2 Mach. Damn, Tony cursed. He pushed the Iron Man suit to its maximum speed, yet he still could not elude this unidentified flying object. He began to decrease both his flight speed and altitude. The speed of the iron suit rapidly diminished, ultimately activating the auxiliary wings and flaps. Jarvis indicated that the distance between Tony and the unidentified flying object was swiftly decreasing. It's coming, sir. I know. Tony observed a numerical representation of the linear distance transition from 4 digits to 3, and then instantaneously to a single digit before halting. But where is it? Tony queried, perplexed as he maneuvered the armor around, scanning for any sign of the unidentified object, yet the display unequivocally indicated its proximity. At your 3 o'clock, sir, Jarvis reminded him. It has cloaked itself, employing optical stealth. In the realm of aviation, stealth refers to the capability of an invisible fighter jet, achieved by coating its body with materials that efficiently absorb radar waves, rendering it undetectable. Damn it! Tony raised his right hand, firing the arc pulse palm cannon. Meanwhile, Lucia was joyfully cruising over the St. Lawrence River when a red and yellow figure soared across the sky. It was Iron Man, a sight he instantly recognized. It must be the recently developed Mark III, painted in the same color as his vintage car, making it highly distinguishable. Without hesitation, he pursued, as he had been contemplating visiting Tony Stark's residence after reading about him in the news. It seemed that the trip would be unnecessary now. Although the suit had cloaked itself, it could not evade Jarvis's electromagnetic wave scanning. Observing Iron Man accelerate, Lucia matched his speed. Fortunately, his rabbit charm had been unsealed, preventing him from being easily outpaced by Iron Man. However, even at the highest speed of rabbit charm level 7, he could not catch up. He promptly upgraded the charm to level 8 within the villain system, utilizing his ample villain points to amplify the charm's maximum speed to twice the speed of sound, at last closing in on Iron Man. Just as Lucia caught up, Iron Man prepared to fire his palm cannon at him. Would he retreat? Fortunately, the power of Iron Man's palm cannon was not formidable at this juncture. Even without the dragon charm having been unsealed, he believed he could hold his ground. Considering it was merely the Mark III suit, a violent explosion ensued, with a portion of the dragon charm's fiery force dissipating against the iron armor. Tony hastily regained his balance, hovering as he continued his flight. His armors retracted and opened, unleashing a barrage of small anti-armor missiles, all precisely aimed at Lucia behind him. In an instant, Lucia utilized the rabbit charm to accelerate and create a safe distance, then detonated the missiles with the dragon charm. Supersonic speed? Tony's jaw dropped in astonishment. What manner of creature is this? Not a creature, but rather a demon, Jarvis posited, presenting images of the demon circulating on the internet. Based on his abilities and combat style, he appeared to be a demon, a notorious criminal in New York. Tony swiftly perused report after report concerning the demon. Good heavens, in the 2 months I've been imprisoned in the desert, so much has transpired in New York. Why did no one inform me? To think this city harbors a demon and such intriguing characters as Spider-Woman. Chapter 24. The unsealing of the spell in the aftermath of the explosion, a radiant glow dispersed, revealing the figure of the demon. Just a single glance at that eerie demonic mask left a profound impression on Tony, far more striking than mere images or videos ever could. Good evening, Mr. Demon. Tony maneuvered his Iron Man suit, retreating slowly. Is there something you seek from me? To make a friend, Lucia replied with a smile. Like you did with Spider-Woman? Tony quipped, I do enjoy making friends, but this is my first time befriending a demon. Can I leave now? He continued. The night is splendid and should not be squandered aloft. Not just yet. Lucia advanced, aware that the villain's system had not yet signaled the unsealing of spell, making it impossible for him to allow Tony to depart. What a pity. Tony activated the suit's full power, instantly increasing the output of the arc pulse thrusters on his hands and feet to 300, while the 6-barrel mini-cannon on his left shoulder fired. He discerned the demon's weakness. Its physical defenses appeared to be lacking. Even if he accelerated to create distance and employed time-consuming explosives, he would not opt to endure the blast. Thus, he resolved to employ a relentless barrage to hinder the demon's pursuit. However, he had not stocked his suit with ample ammunition for this generation, hoping the remaining ordnance would suffice to elude the demon. Yet, Tony's strategy soon faltered. The invisible missiles, countermeasures, retractable anti-armor missiles, and anti-hijacking ordnance were all expended. Yet the demon relentlessly pursued him. Tony was unable to shake him off. He had already lost in the previous speed contest. The tides turned swiftly, with Lu Xia becoming the aggressor. Dragon Spell, Explosive Flame. However, Lu Xia lacked Jarvis to assist in targeting. Amid such rapid flight, he could hardly strike the agile Iron Man suit, forcing him to close the distance instead. Boom! Lu Xia struck the back of the Iron Man suit. The suit's balance was disrupted by the assault, and Tony struggled greatly to regain control. Sir, suit damage at 7. Lu Xia continued his relentless assault. Despite Tony's evasions, the frequency of hits increased. Sir, suit damage at 16. Sir, suit damage at 32. Now I comprehend the essence of demonic dread. This accursed demon. Tony pondered in bewilderment. How had he attracted the ire of a demon simply by taking a leisurely flight? Jarvis, can you deploy a white flag? It appears our situation is dire. Apologies, sir, but they are unable to receive my communications, Jarvis cautioned. I recommend descending to a lower altitude to prevent excessive damage and potential crash. Lu Xiao observed the remaining 11 unactivated spells with anticipation. He was prepared to dismantle Iron Man's armor. Pig Spell, Laser. Lu Xiao unleashed 2 beams from his eyes, sweeping from Iron Man's left foot to his back. The left foot arc pulse thruster of the Iron Battlesuit sustained severe damage, causing Iron Man's descending body to spin and sway uncontrollably. Despite being equipped with a flight stabilization system, it would require some time to regain balance. Sir, the armor has sustained 62 damage and can no longer support high-speed flight, Jarvis cautioned once more. The iron suit continued its descent, even colliding with the edge of a skyscraper after plummeting from the heights. Just when Lu Xia thought Iron Man was on the brink of a catastrophic crash, the battle suit arced and soared back into the sky. Within the armor, Tony felt as if the world was spinning, the violent shaking nearly causing him to lose his stomach's contents. Fortunately, the advanced flight stabilization system he had integrated managed to steady him before impact. Lu Xia continued to approach. Detection of Iron Man's mild fear emotion. Villain score 200, 200, 200. Detection of Iron Man's mild anger emotion. Villain score 200, 200. 200. Detection of Iron Man's severe anxiety emotion. Villain score 300, 300, 300. At that moment, Tony, having just donned the iron suit, was essentially still just a privileged young man. Mr. Demon, my dear friend, Tony exclaimed, I believe we should sit down and have a serious discussion. How about over at my place? Stark Tower. Lu Xia abruptly halted as he heard the system alert tone. Detection of superhero Iron Man. Dragon Talisman has been unsealed. Can be upgraded using villain points. Attempt to induce negative emotions in Iron Man. More surprises await your discovery. All right, I'll come find you at Star Tower next time, Lu Xia said before swiftly taking off, leaving Tony bewildered. Jarvis initiated a radar scan. Did he really leave? Is he not cloaked? Tony muttered in frustration, pondering the purpose of their previous encounter and the dismantling of his armor. The radar scan concluded, revealing the demon accelerating away. Now 13 kilometers from your location, Jarvis reported. Could it be that he was intimidated by the Stark Industries name? Yet Tony quickly dismissed this ludicrous notion. The demon was not only a wanted criminal by the NYPD, but also under secret investigation by the CIA and FBI. Despite his confusion, escaping from the demon's clutches was certainly a fortunate outcome. He maneuvered the heavily damaged iron suit, wobbling as he flew away. Meanwhile, having accomplished his objective, Lu Xia opened the system panel. His pursuit of Iron Man that night was solely to unseal a talisman. The enhancement gained from the unsealed talisman was substantial. Even the rabbit talisman had brought about a qualitative transformation. He had not anticipated that Iron Man could activate the dragon talisman, which was undoubtedly the core talisman and among the most powerful of the 12. The abilities of the dragon talisman were twofold: the power of explosive flames and infinite energy, serving as the source of strength for the other 11 talismans. It was hard to fathom the magnitude of enhancement he would experience once the dragon talisman was upgraded. The azure glow of the third interface emerged, illuminating the emblem of the dragon spell, now activated. Dragon spell level 1 requires 10,000 villain points to upgrade to level 2, significantly enhancing the power of explosive flames. Upon observing that the upgrade from level 1 to level 2 of the dragon spell necessitated a staggering 10,000 villain points, Luoxia could not help but lament how the system seemed to be a trap, especially considering that the previous rabbit spell upgraded to level 2 for merely 500 villain points. It remained uncertain whether the escalating villain points required for subsequent spell upgrades were due to the increasing number of unlocked spells or the sheer potency of the spells themselves. Fortunately, Luoxia relished the demonic profession, diligently applying himself at work, and having never expended any villain points, he had amassed over 100,000 villain points. He continued to upgrade the dragon's spell up to level 6, ultimately consuming 100,000 villain points. At this moment, his remaining villain points dwindled to just over 10,000, while the next upgrade to level 7 demanded a formidable 350,000 villain points. Chapter 25. The Spider Orquin ascended to the rooftop of a tall building, surveying the entirety of Queens. Memories of a particular address flooded her mind. 20 Ingram Street, Forest Hills, Queens, New York. This was the residence of Peter Parker, a detail one had unearthed by hacking into the school's database. Prior to her arrival, she had also searched this address in her father's police database, confirming that the property was registered under Ben Parker, thereby validating the information's authenticity. With a leap, she let herself fall freely, reveling in the thrill of rapid descent. A few seconds later, she launched a web to abruptly halt her fall. The scene of Peter bullying Fleischer in the hallway left Gwen profoundly shaken. She was convinced that something had transpired with Peter, something that had granted him extraordinary powers. It reminded her of her own transformation after being bitten by a mutated spider, which bestowed her with abilities, transforming her into Spider-Woman. She did not perceive Peter's acquisition of power as erroneous. However, it was regrettable that he seemed to have lost his inherent sense of justice upon gaining such abilities. His bullying of Fleischer, coupled with a feral, cold gaze, illustrated this change. Perhaps it was Gwen's curiosity, or perhaps her desire to help a young man find his way back to righteousness, that compelled her to enter Queens that night, intent on investigating Peter's home. Soon, she located the residence, a standalone villa. The hour was still early, and the lights in the villa remained aglow. Gwen suspended herself on a web, stealthily eavesdropping on the conversations within. The dialogue was simple, a couple engaging in casual chatter. This couple was likely Peter's Uncle Ben and Aunt May. From their conversation, it was apparent that Uncle Ben worked at an auto repair shop, while Aunt May was employed at a department store. Uncle Ben was expressing his frustration over Peter forgetting to pick Aunt May up, forcing her to endure a half-hour journey alone on the subway at night. Yet, Aunt May defended Peter, insisting she could return by herself. Gwen listened for a moment before preparing to leave. The standalone villa was modest in size, with only one window illuminated on the second floor, presumably Peter's room. Swiftly, Gwen scaled the wall towards that window, and just as she reached the ledge, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The spider sense alerted her, and without hesitation, she leaped away, shooting a web to stabilize herself in midair. A monstrous creature lunged from the side, its gaping maw snapping at the corner of the wall. Had it not been for Gwen's quick reflexes, the creature's attack would have surely ensnared her. Suspended by her web, she created a safe distance, allowing her a moment to scrutinize the beast's appearance. It was a humanoid spider creature, retaining a human torso and limbs. Yet its head had morphed into a grotesque and repulsive giant spider's head. 8 slender, sharp legs extended from its back, exuding an intimidating presence. A spider orc? Gwen was taken aback. Why was this creature so repulsive despite sharing its arachnid lineage? The spider orc seemed incapable of verbal communication. Or perhaps it simply had no intention of engaging with Gwen in dialogue. After Gwen evaded its fierce assault, the spider orc prepared for another onslaught, moving with agility on its 8 spider legs, traversing the vertical wall as effortlessly as if it were on solid ground. Gwen launched webbing at the spider orc, but it made no effort to evade. It casually extended 2 of its slender legs, slicing through Gwen's web as if it were mere strands of silk. As the distance closed, the spider orc lunged once more, attempting to pounce on Gwen. This method of attack was decidedly uncharacteristic of spiders. They are typically elegant creatures, weaving webs to ensnare their prey before indulging in a feast. Gwen had no time for contemplation. She swiftly shot a web towards a distant streetlight and propelled herself away. The spider orc, lacking the ability to traverse via web slinging, was nonetheless quick, its 8 legs creating afterimages as they moved. Faced with a rapidly approaching creature, Gwen felt cornered. Observing the spider orc's sharp, agile legs made it clear that engaging in close combat would be a foolhardy endeavor. However, Gwen was not skilled in ranged attacks. Her only means of distance combat was her web shooting, a technique she had just employed, proving ineffective against the spider orc. The creature granted her no time to react. Resembling a predator consumed with the instinct to kill, Gwen shot a web to secure her grip, propelling herself forward. With a flourish, she swung around to the side of the spider orc, executing a flying kick aimed at the creature. The spider orc was sent flying several meters, ultimately crashing into a streetlight, which bent under the impact. Yet, its resilience was remarkable. It quickly regained its footing and charged at Gwen once more. The spider orc's 8 legs alternated rhythmically upon the pavement, their sharp tips easily penetrating the concrete, leaving a trail of pockmarked scars in its wake. As the spider orc approached, it swung its bent legs with ferocity, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Gwen nimbly evaded the attack and retaliated with a punch that struck the creature's spider head askew. The spider orc's assault showed no signs of abating. Its remaining legs lunged at her like blades, and despite Gwen's utmost caution, she was grazed on the arm by the relentless barrage. Seizing a moment of opportunity, she grasped one of its spider legs and, with all her strength, snapped it in 2. Clang! 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 Armed with the severed leg as a weapon, Gwen defended herself vigorously, relying on her agility and the innate spider sense that guided her. Finally, she thrust the leg into the creature's abdomen and delivered a powerful kick that sent it sprawling. Standing amidst the aftermath, she wiped the sweat from her brow, pondering whether this formidable spider orc would finally be vanquished. However, to her astonishment, the spider orc rose once more, grasping the leg embedded in its gut and slowly extracting it, discarding it to the side as green blood spilled onto the ground. What shocked Gwen even more was the sight of the severed spider leg rapidly regrowing from the creature's back, restoring itself to perfect condition in mere seconds. Glancing back at the wound on the spider orc's abdomen, she noted with disbelief that it had already healed. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. This remarkable regenerative ability felt eerily familiar. The last time she had encountered a creature with such power was during her battle against the Lizard Man on the Brooklyn Bridge. Lizard Man, spider orc, she found it hard to believe there was no connection between the two. Both seemed to be hybrids of human and another animal's genes, endowed with the formidable strength of those creatures. Yet the spider orc was even more powerful. It possessed not only the spider's agility and sharpness, but also the lizard's extraordinary healing abilities. These two monsters appeared to be the products of some organization exploiting advanced technology, a technology that was evidently still evolving. As Gwen pondered this, the spider orc launched another attack. Chapter 26. The Girlfriend of the Police Chief's Daughter. One of its spider legs struck like a razor, triggering an urgent warning from her spider sense. Gwen instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow that pierced the wall behind her. The remaining legs resumed their assault, swiftly encircling her, leaving her with no room to maneuver. Despite her agility, Gwen felt the sting of 3 spider legs grazing her back. In yet another brief encounter, Gwen found herself struggling against the 8 agile and sharp spider legs, barely managing to defend herself. She quickly resolved to abandon her exploration plans for the day. While she could withstand a prolonged engagement with the lizard man, whose offensive capabilities were relatively weak, the spider orc presented a daunting challenge. Not only did it possess healing abilities comparable to those of the lizard man, but its own attacks were formidable, each leg akin to an unmatched blade. It seemed that only a demon could hope to subdue such a creature. Once more evading the spider orc's relentless onslaught, Gwen fired a web at a nearby skyscraper, propelling herself away from the fray. In the air, she glanced back, and the spider beast man had yet to relent. He continued his relentless pursuit of Gwen, akin to an unyielding beast. Fortunately, the spider beastman's speed was not formidable, as he could not utilize his web for swift movement and was confined to running on the ground. This was likely his sole vulnerability. Gwen swung through the air on strands of silk, covering several kilometers, yet the discomfort from her back wound intensified. Her mutated recovery abilities had significantly improved. Although not comparable to the terrifying regeneration of the lizardman, they exceeded those of an ordinary human. However, her wound had yet to stop bleeding, the crimson fluid saturating the spider suit made of athletic fibers. An alarming thought struck her. The spider legs protruding from the beastman's back were likely venomous. This was dire news. Gwen halted her web-slinging, resolved to find a place to tend to her injury. With a casual glance around, she spotted a darkened villa, its lights entirely extinguished. Each household should possess an emergency medical kit, and with the residents asleep, her keen senses would ensure she did not disturb them. As Gwen stealthily entered the villa, the sleeping Lucia suddenly opened his eyes. He reached for a nearby demonic mask and donned it, activating his invisibility before soaring out of the window. Lucia circled to the second-floor living room, standing outside the floor-to-ceiling window to observe within. To his astonishment, he spied a shifty figure rummaging through his home. It was none other than Spider-Gwen. Despite the poor lighting, Lucia could not mistake her distinctive black and white uniform. Gwen, caught off guard while searching for the emergency medical kit, turned a glance outside, finding nothing there. Yet, her spider senses had clearly alerted her. Shaking her head, she reasoned that the intensity of the evening's battle had left her nerves taut, likely causing a misfire in her instincts. Lucia, having observed her for a moment longer, shifted his position, moving to the rear of the villa, where a massive spider was scaling the wall. "One ugly creature," Lucia remarked coolly. The spider beast man also spotted Lucia, a man clad in sleepwear. Upon seeing the demonic mask, he appeared even more sinister in the night. With his 8 spider legs coiling and propelling him forward, he launched himself at Lucia in midair. Lucia calmly raised his right hand. Dragon talisman, explosive flame. Boom! A colossal column of fire erupted, the powerful energy unleashed upon the spider beast man. The dragon talisman had been upgraded to level 6 by Lucia. Its strength had increased exponentially. The beastman barely had time to scream before he was hurled several meters away, half of his body engulfed in searing heat. As he landed, he struggled to rise, using his few remaining broken legs to escape. Lucia, observing from a distance, had no intention of pursuing. Such a feeble mutant could hardly withstand the full force of his dragon talisman. If the dragon charm had struck his head just moments ago, it would have undoubtedly resulted in his demise. It remains a mystery how Gwen found herself entangled with such a monstrous spider. Evidently, this creature had followed her to her home, likely tracking her by scent. Unbeknownst to Gwen, Lucia had already entered the villa and, upon returning to her room, removed the demonic mask. Gwen had concealed herself against the wall, fully aware that the immense energy surge from the dragon charm's activation could not have gone unnoticed. Anxiety coursed through her. She was uncertain of the adversary she would soon confront. Was it a spider beast or something else? Her condition was deteriorating. She had already confirmed the toxicity of the spider humanoid, and more alarmingly, its spider legs contained a paralyzing agent. Gwen felt as though she might collapse at any moment. As she pondered her fate, the sound of footsteps reached her ears, prompting her to halt her thoughts and prepare for action. Lucia pushed the door open. effortlessly evading Gwen's initial attacks. Gwen was taken aback, astonished that her strikes had missed entirely. Had the anesthetic already diminished her speed? She swung her fist once more, but as the room's lights flickered on, she froze upon recognizing his face. "It's you? What are you doing here?" Gwen exclaimed in surprise. "First of all, this is my home. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Secondly, do we know each other?" Losha retorted. "Of course, we do not know each other. Rather, I do not know you, but you must certainly recognize me, right?" After realizing who Losha was, Gwen exhaled deeply and settled onto the couch, casually surveying the room. To her astonishment, she had chosen a random place that turned out to be Losha's residence. While she recalled that he also resided in Queens, the coincidence was uncanny. "Ah, the infamous criminal, Spider-Woman," Losha remarked nonchalantly. "What brings you to illegally trespass in my home? Are you planning to commit some crime against me? Just a reminder, my girlfriend's father is the chief of police for New York City." Initially irked by being labeled a notorious criminal, Gwen found her anger dissipating upon hearing Losha's final comment. Was he truly claiming to be in a relationship with someone in front of others? Was this his genuine sentiment? Gwen's thoughts spiraled into confusion. Your girlfriend is the daughter of the chief of police? Well, that is indeed impressive. She mused to herself, stifling a laugh. And allow me to clarify, Spider-Woman is not a criminal. She is a superhero of justice. After teasing Gwen, Losha found it hard to suppress a chuckle himself. Shaking his head, he remarked, "A superhero trespassing in a civilian's home at midnight and attacking the resident when discovered? Only a criminal would behave in such a manner." Chapter 27, Morning All Right. "Let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding." Gwen continued to defend herself. "This is clearly not a misunderstanding. This is a crime," Losha pressed on unyieldingly. "Fine. I will tell you the truth." Gwen commenced her performance, but moments earlier, I had thwarted a criminal act. They were engaged in a drug transaction. One party already apprehended by my webbing, while the other managed to escape. During our pursuit, he fled into your residence. It indeed sounds quite reasonable. Of course it is. Gwen sighed. "You see, those individuals are ruthless, and I feared for the innocent, hence I followed them inside. Initially, I mistook you for one of those criminals. But now that we are entangled, they have likely fled far away. I inadvertently interrupted your pursuit of the criminals." "My sincerest apologies," Lucia replied amiably. "No need for apologies. You were unaware. I had no intention of divulging this, but your incessant inquiries compelled me to share." Gwen remarked, "Otherwise, why would I enter your home?" Spider-Woman embodies justice. Just a few days ago, she aided the police in combating the lizard. Have you seen the newspapers? I have. But they reported a collaboration between the demon and Spider-Woman launching a terror attack on the Brooklyn Bridge. Lucia replied nonchalantly. How can that publication twist the truth so drastically? Forget about the Hornet Herald you read. Next time, remember to peruse a reputable newspaper like the New York Daily. And do not question how I know you read the Hornet Herald. Spider-Woman is omniscient. Enough of this banter. The omnipotent Spider-Woman. Could you kindly exit my abode? I wish to retire for the night. Lucia grasped his pajama belt. Many wish to meet me, but lack the opportunity, and you seem to take it for granted. Gwen retorted, Very well, I shall take my leave, but do not lament it later. As Gwen turned to depart, she glanced back. Are you certain you do not desire my autograph or a photograph to boast to your friends? To flaunt that Spider-Woman stealthily entered your home at night? You are quite lacking in conversational skills. You certainly deceived me. You cannot possibly have a girlfriend, Gwen said with a frown, preparing to exit from the balcony when suddenly her vision darkened and she felt a dizzying whirl. Her body succumbed to weakness and she collapsed into a pair of arms. Fortunately, Lucia caught her, and in the fleeting moments of Gwen's consciousness, she found solace in the embrace. Lucia was bewildered by the situation, but upon holding her, he felt the warmth of blood and a wound on her back, gradually piecing together the unfolding events. He gently laid Gwen on the sofa and removed her spider mask, revealing her cascading golden hair. Her exquisite face was indeed far more pleasing without the mask. Lucia prepared a basin of warm water and retrieved a clean towel, lightly cleansing the blood from Gwen's back. He pressed his fingers against the wound, a faint glow emanating from his fingertips. Healing charm. The injury began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, and once the wound had scabbed over, Lucia ceased the incantation, refraining from further purging the anesthetic from Gwen's system. Such a situation would undoubtedly be awkward for Gwen upon awakening, so Lucia thoughtfully allowed her to continue resting until morning. Luo Xia prepared to retreat to his room for slumber, not forgetting to bring back the spider mask for Gwen before he departed. "Good night," he said, extinguishing the lights. The first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the streets of Queens, streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows and gracing Gwen's face. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Gwen from her slumber. She sprang up from the sofa, instinctively pressing herself against the wall. "I merely came to wake you," Luo Xia remarked, leaning against the doorframe. Gwen promptly fell back from the wall, elegantly seating herself on the sofa with her legs crossed. "This is your home. I was injured and unconscious here," she said, slightly bewildered upon recognizing Luo Xia. After a brief moment of recollection, clarity washed over her. "No need to pay for lodging," Luo Xia stated before turning to leave. "I made breakfast. If you wish to eat, descend to the kitchen yourself. If not, be on your way, but do take care not to be seen by the neighbors. I would rather not hear any unpleasant rumors about myself." Gwen followed Luo Xia downstairs, her mind racing with thoughts of the previous night. What transpired last night? Luo Xia halted on the staircase, turning to face her. "You wish to inquire what I did to you, don't you? I did nothing. If you feel any regret, we can remedy that now. But you have a girlfriend, and I am Spider-Woman," Gwen retorted. Luo Xia disregarded her chatter. Had he not recognized the person beneath the spider mask as Gwen, he would have long since cast a spell upon her. "Are you certain you won't eat something?" he inquired while spreading butter on a slice of bread. "Of course not. Superheroes do not need to eat. When you become a superhero one day, you'll understand." Gwen rambled on. The primary reason was that eating would necessitate removing her mask, which would reveal her identity to Luo Xia. She could hardly remove it halfway. That would be far too unladylike. "What I want to know is, you didn't remove my spider mask, did you?" Gwen asked, a hint of concern in her tone. However, if Luo Xia were to discover the truth, he likely would not maintain his calm demeanor. "The more one knows, the less secure one feels. I understand that well," Luo Xia replied. "I am merely an ordinary citizen, dedicated to caring for my peers and assisting others. I did not remove the mask to see your face. Therefore, do not come looking for trouble, nor harass me, or I shall write to the Hornet Daily, informing them that an unfamiliar woman in a peculiar spider costume frequently trespasses into my home to harass me. Miss Spider, I trust you would not wish for such revelations to surface? Who would dare harass you?" Gwen scoffed. "I am currently the most popular figure on social media, with fans scattered throughout Queens. Let us set the record straight. The most popular figure is the demon," Luo Xia responded nonchalantly while savoring his sandwich. "It is Spider-Woman," Gwen declared, turning to leave, departing through the window. Farewell. As the morning sun cast its glow over New York, weaving through the webs, Gwen reflected on her harrowing experiences from the previous night, still gripped by trepidation. The sudden appearance of the spider beast had proven to be her most formidable adversary of late, save for the demon, of course. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Luo Xia, last night could have taken a dire turn. Fortunately, upon regaining consciousness, it was Luo Xia who remained by her side. Otherwise, her identity as Spider-Woman would have been compromised. The rationale Luo Xia provided for not removing her mask was compelling, and Gwen found herself genuinely believing it, as it aligned perfectly with Luo Xia's character. He was not one to be driven by curiosity. Chapter 28. The Graduation Ball Within the Walls of Midtown Tech. The teacher announced the commencement of the graduation ball. Excited shrieks erupted from the students, who began to exchange meaningful glances with their potential dance partners. Gwen cast her gaze toward Luo Xia, but received no response. He seemed lost in thought, or perhaps he simply did not perceive the graduation ball as particularly exhilarating. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the teacher exited the classroom, prompting some audacious students to start searching for dance partners on the spot. "Hey, Gwen, would you be my dance partner?" As a beautiful and affluent academic achiever, Gwen had many admirers at school. Within mere minutes, she received several invitations from boys, all of which she politely declined, for her relationship with them was merely cordial. She could only recall their names. Luoxia had already packed his bag and was waiting for her by the back door. Luoxia, who will you invite to be your dance partner for the graduation ball? Gwen noticed someone attempting to engage Luoxia in conversation. It was Hannah, who shared a friendly rapport with him. Did Hannah also wish to have Luoxia as her partner? Given their amicable relationship, would Luoxia directly agree to her request? Eager to extricate herself from the situation, Gwen approached and linked her arm with Luoxia's, a gesture that clearly asserted her claim. Witnessing the close interaction between Gwen and Luoxia, Hannah, along with Gwen's other admirers, felt their hearts sink. I'm afraid I am not particularly interested in the ball. Luoxia declined Hannah's invitation. Dejected, Hannah walked away, and Gwen remarked, "You ought to come up with a better excuse." "This is no excuse. It is the truth. I truly have no interest in the ball," Luoxia replied. "Very well." The two exited the classroom. Luoxia's words left Gwen at a loss for how to express herself. She had mustered the courage to invite Luoxia to be her partner. Coincidentally, her family possessed a vast collection of dance music, and they could practice together, dazzling everyone at the graduation ball. Alas, it seemed Luoxia had no inclination for such an endeavor. Perhaps his disinterest was merely a polite way of declining her invitation. Gwen couldn't help but ponder whom else Luoxia might consider inviting as a partner, aside from her and Hannah. Mary Jane? Betty Brant? Glory Grant? There were only a handful of renowned beauties at Midtown Tech. Contemplating this was an inevitable source of frustration. Suddenly, Gwen overheard a conversation nearby regarding college applications. Diverted her thoughts. Which university will you apply to? Do you have a preferred school? Gwen turned to Luoxia. As October unfolds, it is customary for 12th grade students who have completed their credits to begin their applications to universities. The early application deadlines typically fall in early to mid-November, while regular applications are generally finalized by the end of December. Currently, there is still ample time for consideration, and I wish to ponder further. Roxas glanced toward Gwen, inquiring about her thoughts. Roxas had not even contemplated attending university, especially considering the numerous significant events that would transpire in the Marvel Universe. It would be exceedingly challenging for a student to balance academic pursuits with the demands of a demonic endeavor. Stanford University, Cambridge University, University College London, and perhaps New York University? Gwen mused, her eyes sparkling as she elaborated. If I remain in New York, I could continue working with Dr. Connor's team, which presents an excellent opportunity for social practice, encompassing both research and management. Roxas understood her implication. Leaning closer to Gwen's ear, he whispered, "Staying in New York. I shall contemplate it thoroughly." Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly. "No, you can make this decision outright," she insisted. Roxas was dissatisfied with her response. "I will remain in New York. I adore the city," Gwen affirmed. The two made their way to the parking lot, locating Roxas' dilapidated Ford. Gwen settled into the passenger seat, deftly tossing her backpack into the back. The recent atmosphere in New York was far from tranquil. Gangs held sway, and both demons and Spider-Woman roamed freely, while the newly emerged Lizard had yet to be dealt with. The crime rate was escalating, with daily reports of robberies and gun-related fatalities. In light of this precarious environment, Mrs. Stacy was profoundly concerned for Gwen's safety. However, George was often preoccupied with police department matters and could not escort Gwen daily. Despite Gwen's repeated assurances that she could return home alone, Mrs. Stacy implored Roxas to assume this responsibility. As the old car roared to life, Gwen reclined comfortably in the passenger seat, casting her gaze toward Roxas. Strangely, Roxas did not broach the topic of Spider-Woman, nor did he share his experience of having her stay over at his home the previous night. Did he truly harbor no feelings for Spider-Woman? Did he perceive his actions merely as aiding a regular citizen, believing there was no need for embellishment? Or had he regarded Spider-Woman as a criminal, fearing that discussing the incident would only invite complications? This left Gwen somewhat disheartened, as the superhero she portrayed seemed unable to capture Roxas's admiration. Suddenly, Gwen contemplated another possibility. Perhaps Roxas was mindful of the fact that Spider-Woman was also a girl and wished to avoid any misconceptions about a female guest spending the night at his home. The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Roxas must have thought this way, which explained his choice to remain silent. "I saw online that someone spotted Spider-Woman in Queens last night. You live in Queens. Did you see her?" Gwen cautiously probed. Gwyn's fushed. And I went to bed quite early, Roxas replied. Gwen found no fault to pick, having deciphered the montage-like deception of Losha. He did not deceive her, nor did he wish for her to know about the events that transpired with Spider-Woman the previous night. Regrettably, Gwen chose not to linger on the subject. Good luck tonight. Perhaps you might encounter Spider-Woman, she said. What a dreadful night it is. No, it is splendid. Spider-Woman shall bring you fortune, Gwen exclaimed, grasping Losha's hand as he shifted gears. Losha, glancing at the black Mercedes following them in the rearview mirror, silently accessed the system's marketplace, exchanging 2,500 villain points for driving mastery. Instantly, the aged Ford became agile, its full potential unleashed by Losha, weaving swiftly through the traffic. Before long, he had evaded his pursuers. Why are you driving so fast? Gwen tightened her grip on the handle. Your driving skills exceed my expectations. You could enter underground races, provided you acquire a better vehicle. I haven't broken any traffic laws, Losha retorted casually. I drive both swiftly and steadily. Moments later, Losha parked the car beneath Gwen's building. You've arrived, he announced, needing to hurry back and deal with those troublesome individuals, suspecting it was none other than Osborn's men. Care to join for dinner? My mother made roast chicken. Roast chicken sounds delightful, but perhaps another time, Losha replied. Wait for me downstairs tomorrow morning. Chapter 29. The Green Goblin outside the Osborn headquarters. A green figure soared through the sky, perched upon a flying apparatus, executing a series of intricate aerial maneuvers. Clad in high-tech green iron armor and a mask that exuded terror, he was none other than the villainous Green Goblin. Beneath the mask of the original Green Goblin lay the identity of Norman Osborn, the chairman of the Osborn Corporation. At this moment, Norman had shed his customary stoicism and brooding demeanor, resembling a bird newly freed from its cage, reveling in the expanse of the sky. He exuberantly unleashed the pent-up emotions he had long suppressed, bordering on madness. The source of his exhilaration and madness was simple. He had conquered the hereditary ailment that plagued him. No longer did he need to fear the specter of death. The prolonged grayness of his existence had finally come to an end. The truth of the matter was steeped in drama. His subordinate, Reddy, had fallen victim to the hands of a demon, leading to the failure of the Lizard Serum Project. At this juncture, Norman's hereditary malady had reached a critical stage. Time was of the essence, leaving him no opportunity to embark on another research endeavor. To prolong his life, he was compelled to seek salvation from the remnants of his past failures. Before him lay 2 vials of serum. One was the lizard serum, which had transformed Dr. Connors into a lizard man. Despite becoming a monstrous entity, his severed arm had been restored. The second was the spider serum, a project once imbued with great hope, which, although ultimately deemed a failure, had yielded some results. The spider serum possesses the potential to cure the ailments afflicting him and extend his lifespan. However, it is fraught with the peril of containing a vast quantity of toxins that cannot be eliminated. Almost all test subjects succumb to the venom of the spider serum. After much contemplation, the bedridden Norman chose to inject himself with the spider serum, donning a mechanical life support suit beforehand to counteract its toxins and sustain his bodily functions. This was none other than the Green Goblin armor. Thus, Norman embarked on his quest for immortality, and fortune smiled upon him once more as divine favor was bestowed upon him. The endeavor proved successful. Not only did Norman prolong his existence, but the fusion of spider serum and the Green Goblin armor birthed a formidable entity, the Green Goblin. Soaring through the skies upon his glider, Norman reveled in exhilarating flight, executing flips and turns, feeling a revitalizing surge of life flooding back into his once withered form. As if he had been reborn, the prolonged torment of illness had warped his psyche, and coupled with the catalyst of the biomechanical armor, a tempest of violence and destruction erupted within him. The persona of the businessman Norman receded, making way for the Green Goblin, who now yearned to unleash his pent-up negativity. The Green Goblin laughed maniacally, soaring through the air once more, directing his glider to drop several small Green Goblin bombs. As these tennis ball-sized explosives descended into the crowd, the curious onlookers remained oblivious until the bombs detonated, sending shrapnel tearing through the bodies of those nearby. Flames soared to heights of over 10 meters, and the instantaneous explosion ignited a chorus of screams as the panicked throng scattered in every direction, with the unfortunate engulfed in flames, their final moments filled with agonizing cries. The bustling metropolis was transformed into a hellish landscape, and the Green Goblin, surveying the chaos he had wrought, felt no shred of remorse. Instead, he reveled in the cacophony of screams, exhilaration coursing through him. "Greetings, dear friends," he called out as he pursued the fleeing masses, launching more Green Goblin bombs. The Green Goblin had never experienced such unrestrained delight. Though he had once been the chairman of Oscorp, possessing boundless wealth and power, he had simultaneously been tormented by illness. Never having tasted such reckless joy and unbridled freedom, delighting in destruction, he turned the vibrant streets into ruins, countless innocents perishing in the aftermath. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing aloft, expressionless, watching him intently. None other than Rashia, who had just arrived at Oscorp seeking trouble. Rashia observed the devastation wrought by the Green Goblin with calm detachment, making no attempt to intervene. He felt no empathy for the ordinary people being victimized. In their plight, he found no thrill. Instead, he preferred to toy with superheroes and nefarious villains alike. Of course, he acknowledged the tragic fates that ordinary individuals might encounter, such as being crushed by a car flung carelessly by a superhero, or, as in this case, being blown to pieces for the Green Goblin's amusement. The Green Demon gazed at the figure of an observer, clad in a tailored suit, his visage concealed behind a demonic mask that appeared far more sophisticated, more terrifying, and imbued with sinister elements than his own green mask. Suddenly, an idea struck the Green Demon. He yearned to unmask the individual. "Who are you?" he inquired, maneuvering his aircraft closer to Lucia. Memories of numerous media reports flooded his mind. "Are you a demon?" He was no stranger to demons, having lost his subordinate, ready to one. "Indeed, I am the authentic demon. You are merely a counterfeit Green Demon," Lucia replied coolly. With a whoosh, a barrage of Green Demon bombs erupted from the aircraft. "Perish, demon!" The Green Demon snarled, his face contorted with rage. Lucia calmly extended his hand, halting the high-velocity Green Demon bombs in midair. In the next instant, those tennis ball-sized bombs swiftly reversed course, hurtling back towards the Green Demon. Chicken Talisman float. With Lucia's current mastery over talismans, he effortlessly dispersed the power of the Chicken Talisman amongst the bombs. Damn it! The Green Demon hastily maneuvered his aircraft to evade the onslaught, yet most of the bombs detonated mid-air, the shockwaves shattering the glass facades of nearby skyscrapers. In mere minutes, the destruction they wrought was incalculable. Dragon Talisman, explosive flame. Lucia summoned a towering inferno from his palm, yet due to the distance, the Green Demon nimbly evaded the attack. It seemed the Green Demon realized he was no match for the demon. He quickly piloted his bat-winged aircraft to flee. During his escape, he continuously hurled Green Demon bombs into the crowd, intending to leverage the lives of innocents to delay Lucia's pursuit. However, he miscalculated, as Lucia remained utterly indifferent to the fate of the civilians. Lucia activated the Rabbit Talisman to amplify his speed, closing the distance to the Green Demon in an instant. With a single powerful punch, the Green Demon trembled violently, nearly losing his balance and plummeting. In that moment, the Green Demon was acutely aware of the specter of death looming over him, plunging him into an abyss of fear. Having only recently liberated himself from the grip of illness, was he now to be slain by a demon? He found it unbearable to accept such a fate. Chapter 30. The chase once again, a fiery blast whizzed past the Green Demon's ear, the searing heat scorching his face painfully. The demon was overwhelmingly powerful, a force he deemed insurmountable. The Green Demon felt the chilling grip of death as he continued to wreak havoc while attempting to escape. Lucia refrained from delivering a fatal blow. As a minor antagonist, the Green Demon offered ample opportunity for Lucia to amass villainous points. Lucia intended to make him repeatedly experience the terror of death, thereby accruing a substantial amount of villain points. After all, He required a vast quantity of these points to upgrade his dragon talisman and prepare for the next talisman S upgrade. His need for villain points was immense, and he could not afford to squander any opportunity presented by the appearance of a villain or superhero. Damn you, demon, I shall not let you escape. The Green Goblin pondered within his heart that upon returning to Osborne, he would augment his goblin armor with an array of weaponry to combat the demonic forces. He continued to hurl demon bombs into the crowd, deriving a perverse sense of equilibrium from the palpable terror he instigated. Suddenly, two strands of web shot from the side of a building, deftly ensnaring the goblin bombs and hurling them back towards the airborne Green Goblin. Boom! The two formidable explosives detonated spectacularly. The Green Goblin, caught unawares, was sent flying by the force of the blast, plummeting to the ground amidst his anguished cries, while his glider spiraled out of control, crashing into a nearby skyscraper. Laksa halted his advance, casting his gaze toward the street, where a lithe figure clad in black and white swung gracefully between the buildings. "Good afternoon, Miss Spider," Laksa greeted her. "I am anything but well, Mr. Demon. This grotesque monster has wrought so much destruction and slaughter while you stand idly by," Gwen retorted. "You had the power to easily thwart him. Apologies, but I'm not a superhero. The extent of his devastation and the lives he claims bear no consequence for me. In fact, according to the factions, I should be aiding him," Laksa replied with a disarming smile, devoid of any guilt. Gwen rubbed her forehead in exasperation, realizing the folly of her previous statement. Likely influenced by the memory of how the demon had aided her on the Brooklyn Bridge, fostering the hope that perhaps he could be redeemed. "Miss Spider, since you have arrived on the scene, I shall leave this fellow in your capable hands," Laksa said, slowly taking to the skies. "Tonight, I have other fears to instill in others." Laksa had already amassed a significant amount of villain points from his encounters with the Green Goblin, and he recognized that it would be challenging to evoke greater terror in him in the short term. Embracing a philosophy of sustainable development, he decided to spare the Green Goblin this time, intending to reap further villain points upon their next encounter. Indeed, he had other matters to attend to that evening. He was bound for Stark Industries. "Oh, someone else is about to have a misfortune," he mused, uncertain whether Gwen referred to the unfortunate souls targeted by the demon or the Green Goblin she would soon confront. "Who are you?" The Green Goblin emerged slowly from the rubble, flanked by his hovering glider. "Your friendly neighborhood citizen, street ally, and superhero. They call me Spider-Woman," Gwen replied, crossing her arms. "You truly do not recognize me? How woefully uninformed you are. I have heard of you, Spider-Woman. You are merely a test subject," the Green Goblin sneered. Gwen frowned at his insinuation, sensing a veiled threat in his words. "Even if I am a test subject, it appears I have succeeded. At least I do not require a flying wheelchair and an ugly mask to traverse the world like you do. Are you a demon? Is that a mere admirer of demons?" Gwen countered with her words. "Damn it, foolish demon. You are but a counterfeit. The true demon would never befriend a spider. I am the Green Goblin. Remember this name?" The Green Goblin leapt onto his glider, declaring, "The demon allows you to face me alone. He will regret this. When he sees you again tomorrow, it will be to find your lifeless body. Firstly, you have misjudged the situation. I am not an ally of the Green Goblin. Furthermore, no one else shall perish today. I shall deliver you to the authorities, allowing a judge to adjudicate the crimes you have committed." As Gwen spoke, she launched a web at the Green Goblin. With a swift motion, he evaded her attack while hurling bombs and maneuvering his glider closer to her. Gwen skillfully avoided the Green Goblin's explosive onslaught as he barreled toward her on his glider, the sharp bat-like wings slicing through the air like blades. Through her rigorous training, Gwen had evolved into a proficient street hero, her combat skills having significantly improved, enabling her to adeptly counter the Green Goblin's assaults. She deftly dodged his attack, and as he prepared to turn back for another strike, Gwen shot a web to ensnare the underside of the glider. Have you ever ridden a carousel at an amusement park? Gripping the web, Gwen spun around, and under her immense strength, the glider began to rotate, causing the Green Goblin to wobble precariously atop it, nearly sending him crashing down. Damn that Spider-Woman! The Green Goblin's animosity toward Gwen reached a fever pitch as he frantically unleashed his green bombs. The two engaged in a fierce chase through the streets. one on a glider and the other swinging on webs. Spider-Woman proved to be an elusive adversary, her speed and strength making her a formidable opponent, as nearly all of the Green Goblin's attacks missed their mark. Moreover, her combat skills were remarkably agile. Not only could she evade his bombs, but she also ensnared them with her webs to counterattack, the shock waves from the explosions nearly toppling the Green Goblin from his glider. However, after their recent skirmish, the Green Goblin began to perceive Spider-Woman as not particularly formidable. At least, he believed she was conquerable, even killable, unlike the truly terrifying demons he had faced. To Gwen, the Green Goblin appeared less menacing than the foes she had previously encountered, such as the lizard people and the spider beasts. Yet his capacity for destruction was unparalleled, as he seemed to possess an endless supply of bombs. Gwen had never faced such a deranged opponent. The Green Goblin not only targeted her with explosives, but also recklessly attacked crowds and demolished buildings. This took a considerable toll on Gwen's stamina, for she was no cold-blooded demon. Witnessing innocent civilians in peril compelled her to act. Their pursuit had stretched on for quite some time, and the Green Goblin, realizing he could not escape, began to succumb to madness, knowing that the police helicopters would soon arrive. He shouted as he careened past a throng of people, dropping several bombs. Glancing at the nearby train tracks and the speeding train in the distance, a frenzied idea took shape within him. Spider-Woman, their deaths will be your doing. The Green Goblin hurled all of his bombs onto the train tracks, the ensuing explosion devastating the bridge section of the tracks. No, Gwen gasped as she witnessed the imminent disaster of the train. She understood that she had to intervene. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed readers, particularly to the supporters known as 20220531121514872, 202205311214872, and 201712131221923 for their generous contributions. In Chapter 31, within the confines of Stark Industries Tower, Tony Stark diligently fine-tunes his Iron Man suit Mark IV. After a week of meticulous craftsmanship, the Mark IV suit is finally complete. As Jarvis assists him in loading the system into the armor, Tony gazes intently at the progress bar, lost in contemplation. The first-generation Iron Man suit, crafted by himself and Dr. Ethan in a cave, was a crude assemblage, both in appearance and functionality. Nevertheless, Tony piloted this rudimentary armor to vanquish terrorists, successfully escaping their stronghold. Tragically, Dr. Ethan sacrificed his life to buy Tony time to activate the suit, falling victim to the terrorist gunfire. The second iteration, the initial Stark Industries-grade armor, was primarily designed for testing and exploring the capabilities of the suit. Donning this silver armor, Tony experienced the exhilaration of free flight for the first time, during which he identified a critical issue: the armor's propensity to ice over high altitudes. In the third version, the ingenious Tony effortlessly resolved the icing dilemma, embellishing the exterior with red and gold paint, while equipping the suit with an array of combat weaponry on the shoulders and legs. With the Mark III, he successfully neutralized several terrorist strongholds and even engaged in combat with 2 military fighter jets, ultimately emerging victorious. However, to his dismay, Tony's pride and joy, the Iron Man armor proved utterly inadequate against a formidable adversary who effortlessly overpowered the culmination of his intellect and technological prowess. Initially, the flight speed of the Iron Man suit, capable of releasing electric arc pulses from its hands and boots to generate ultrasonic waves, should have facilitated supersonic flight. Yet, even at such velocities, Tony could not evade the demon. Jarvis monitored the creature's speed an astonishing Mach 2, a feat beyond the capabilities of the Mark III. Next came the issue of weaponry. As the world's largest arms dealer, Tony had long been acquainted with munitions, equipping his suit with a plethora of weapons and the latest dynamic tracking targeting systems. Despite this, he found himself incapable of inflicting damage upon the demon, while the creature's assaults effortlessly breached his armor. When the damage to the suit surpassed 60%, he was compelled to land. "Sir, the system is fully equipped." Jarvis' alert interrupted Tony's reverie, prompting him to refocus on the now-prepared Mark IV. The armor retained its classic red and gold color scheme, with the chest, shoulders, and abdomen featuring a new design, along with an upgraded filtration system. Although the exterior bore little difference from the Mark III, the internal enhancements were substantial. Tony had optimized the energy output systems in the suit's 4 primary components, significantly amplifying the power of the electric arc pulses in pursuit of even greater speed. Moreover, Tony equipped his mech with an array of enhanced weaponry, including palm-mounted cannons, mini-missiles, integrated arm missiles, countermeasures, and shoulder-mounted micro-missiles. In pursuit of accommodating a greater arsenal, Tony sacrificed the mech's agility, transforming the current iteration into a veritable mobile armory. Even when employing a strategy of overwhelming firepower, it could sustain combat with adversaries for over half an hour. Not only that, but Tony also deliberately integrated close-range weaponry to counter any melee assaults from demons or other foes. For instance, the Iron Mech was outfitted with single-use laser weaponry, capable of swiftly slicing through any material. Additionally, high-powered energy sabers were installed on both arms, effortlessly capable of cutting through steel, with no corporeal adversary able to withstand their sharpness. Ultimately, Tony enhanced the defensive systems of the mech, instilling confidence in his ability to counter the demon's palm-mounted cannons and laser beams with ease. "Shall we commence testing?" Jarvis inquired. "Begin testing. Initiate arc pulse testing and high-speed flight stability testing," Tony commanded repeatedly. The mech was activated by Jarvis, igniting crimson and golden flames beneath its palms and boots, while the display indicated a continuous rise in the maximum achievable velocity. "High-speed flight stability test successful," Jarvis announced. Tony's expression grew grave as he fixated on the suit, which continued to amplify its power output. At last, the numbers on the screen surged, reaching twice the speed of sound. "Arc pulse test successful. Maximum speed achieved. Mach 2. Tony stifled his exhilaration and continued issuing commands. "Weapon test, laser weapon test, dual-arm energy saber test." After an hour, with Jarvis's assistance, Tony finally completed all tests on the mech. Reviewing the data report, he could not help but raise his arms in triumph, albeit regrettably alone in his joy. "Demon, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter," Tony mused inwardly. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and amidst the flashing lights, Jarvis issued a warning. "Sir, radar scans indicate an intrusion at Stark Industries. However, the surveillance system has not activated. System analysis suggests a 90% probability that the intruder is a demon." Damn it! As Tony prepared to have Jarvis assist him in donning the mech, the laboratory's automatic doors swung open. "Good evening, Tony Stark." As the voice resonated, a figure gradually materialized. Tony's demeanor shifted, haunted by the recollections of that fateful night. This voice had become a recurring nightmare. The demon retained its characteristic appearance, clad in ordinary attire, yet adorned with a devilish mask, ostentatious yet composed. "Good evening, my friend," Tony greeted with a smile, stepping out of the lab toward the adjacent bar. "Care for a glass of whiskey?" "No, thank you." "Please proceed," Loxia replied with a smile, striding directly toward the iron armor displayed nearby. The dormant iron battle suit exudes an aura of advanced technology, with its sleek silhouette, reflective metallic surface, and a classic red and yellow color scheme that renders it undeniably striking. Observing Luoxia's approach, Tony's demeanor grew increasingly awkward. Even the villainous system had detected Iron Man's palpable anxiety. "Is this your new toy?" Luoxia inquired, gently caressing the iron armor. It was evident that this was no mere toy. It was designated as for. Tony tilted his head back, draining his glass in an effort to suppress his emotions. "I trust that one day you will confront it," he remarked. "Would you like to don it before we converse?" "I can grant you some time," Luoxia replied teasingly, suggesting that encasing himself in the iron suit might afford him a greater sense of security. "No, that's clearly unnecessary. Are we not friends?" Tony retorted, rubbing his forehead. "You may speak your mind now." In truth, he found the devil's proposition appealing. Wearing 4 would instill him with confidence to overcome the demon. Yet, he remained uncertain of the devil's true intentions. After all, the suit's formidable power came at the cost of its agility, requiring several minutes for him to don it. Who could say whether the demon might alter its course during that brief interval? Chapter 32. Spider Suit in the Lounge. The television mounted on the wall was broadcasting the evening news when a particular report captivated both Luoxia and Tony. A murderous maniac spotted on the streets of New York. Spider-Woman saves a runaway train. The footage began with the Green Goblin hurling bombs from his flying apparatus, then shifted to Spider-Woman, who stood at the front of the train, skillfully shooting webs to connect the buildings on either side. Ultimately, she wove the strands into a large net, successfully halting the out-of-control train. In the closing moments of the video, Gwen, momentarily unconscious, fell from the front of the train, but a web shot upward just in time, propelling a figure back into the sky. The rescued passengers erupted in jubilant applause, chanting Spider-Woman's name. "Is she also your friend? She appears quite impressive. Could you introduce me?" Tony set down his glass, stating, "I believe you should take a page from her book and stand for justice." Luoxia diverted his gaze, responding coolly, "Upholding justice comes at a cost. Surely it is the evil that must pay the price, facing judgment for their deeds." Tony chuckled, citing literary conventions. "Do you wish to judge me?" Luoxia smiled. "Before that, you must first defeat me, but it seems you lack the capacity for that at present. It is time to clarify your intentions, Mr. Devil." Tony activated the wristband, sending commands to J-A-R-V-I-S in this manner. J-A-R-V-I-S could fundamentally control the iron suit, such as targeting and launching the miniature missiles. This way, should the demon launch an attack, Tony would at least possess means for retaliation. He had never been one to sit idly, though if the demon discovered these subtle maneuvers, it could escalate the situation. "I am here seeking your assistance regarding a matter, or rather, a collaboration would be a more precise term." Luoxia tossed a disc toward Tony. "Open it and see." Tony took the disc with a hint of skepticism. He could not fathom any overlap between himself and a demon. One was the CEO of a publicly listed company, a privileged heir, while the other was a fugitive, evading capture by the New York police. Tony could not conceive what collaboration could exist between them. When he connected the disc to the data interface of the bar's computer and opened it, he was astonished to find blueprints and design parameters within. A multi-functional spider suit, which I dubbed the Iron Spider Suit Generation 1, complete with all detailed schematics and design specifications. "You have 1 week to manufacture it," he stated. The spider suit selected by Roxa was priced at 40,000 villain points in the marketplace, sufficient for him to upgrade his dragon spell once, while the blueprints and materials for the spider suit only required 7,500. At that moment, Roxa contemplated his system panel. Villain points, 50,927. Rabbit spell 8, requiring 16,500 villain points for upgrade 11. Dragon spell 6, requiring 225,000 villain points for upgrade 11. Fortunately, in the early narrative of Marvel, he was not encountering those formidable superheroes and villains. Roxa felt that the unsealed spell powers were adequate for now, and he did not have an urgent desire to upgrade spells for strength enhancement. While the speed of accumulating villain points was swift, their consumption was even more rapid, and Roxa was uncertain if the next spell unsealed would require even more villain points for upgrades. Thus, he had to be judicious. Purchasing the spider suit directly from the marketplace was certainly less economical than acquiring the blueprints and having Tony labor to create the physical suit. Of course, whether Tony would be willing to undertake such labor had not crossed Roxa's mind. After all, Tony was not yet in a position to refuse. If he was unwilling, it was merely a matter of persuading him. "Did you create all of this? While I commend your brilliance, I must regrettably decline this collaboration," Tony remarked earnestly regarding Roxa. "For you possess nothing that intrigues me." You should have delivered that statement calmly, rather than gazing at the blueprints with such fervor. Roxa smiled and replied, "I understand how beneficial these designs and data are to you. This spider suit harbors many remarkable features. You could emulate these designs to enhance your rather lackluster iron armor. Just for that, it would suffice as compensation for your efforts in crafting the spider suit. I concede that many of your ideas are splendid, such as the ingenious defensive system you designed, but I have no intention of resorting to plagiarism," Tony retorted, somewhat flustered. "Moreover, my iron armor is not subpar. I am exceedingly satisfied with it, particularly the Mark IV. I was just about to don it for a stroll when you unexpectedly arrived. Roxa simply smiled, withholding further commentary. I truly have no intentions of copying your ideas, I assure you, Tony exclaimed, raising his hands. When you depart, you may destroy this computer, ensuring no traces of file browsing remain. Additionally, you could cast a memory erasing spell on me, which would guarantee that I wouldn't be inclined to plagiarize. You are a demon. After all, this should be a trivial task for you, no? Apart from the intrinsic value of the blueprint itself, I can present an offer that you cannot refuse. Loxia stated with an air of indifference. What might that be? Tony, lacking the ability to read the room, continued, is it money? You know I'm a billionaire. Power? I have no interest in such trivialities. Is your life? Loxia extended his hand, aiming at the assembled Mark IV armor nearby, illuminating a dragon-shaped pattern in his palm. Inferno. Loxia channeled the dragon spell with all his might, unleashing a colossal beam of dragon fire that surged forth, the intense heat radiating through the air. Even Tony felt a wave of searing warmth. The explosives embedded in the armored suit detonated, and in an instant, the entire laboratory was transformed into a wasteland. Fortunately, the Mark IV was still in the testing phase and was not fully armed. Otherwise, Stark Industries would have faced dire consequences. As the flames and dust settled, the once resplendent Mark IV lay in ruins. Half its metallic body melted away, and a gaping hole blasted into the wall behind it. Loxia was quite satisfied with the power of the level 6 dragon spell, turning to regard the stunned Tony. Tony's astonishment was profound after his assessments. He had believed his armor could withstand a demon's assault. However, who could have anticipated that the last demon had held back? A single casual strike had obliterated the armor's defense systems, setting off the munitions within. The impact of this realization was overwhelming. Nevertheless, after reviewing the schematics of the demon's first-generation spider armor, he recognized that there were numerous upgrades and enhancements available for his own suit. Once upgraded, the Iron Man armor would achieve a qualitative leap, yet he remained uncertain whether donning the enhanced armor would enable him to contend with the demon. Chapter 33. Invitation. Tony could scarcely fathom the true nature of the demon. Its formidable prowess, coupled with the admiration-inspiring design of the spider armor, which stemmed from the ingenious minds behind it, demanded an extraordinary level of scientific acumen and profound knowledge. Tony never believed that the schematics had been pilfered from elsewhere. If so, it could only have been stolen from a superior extraterrestrial civilization, for he considered no human on Earth to possess greater talent in weapon design than himself. Many designs within the documents were non-existent in the current market, reflecting a technological advancement at least several years ahead of global development. Tony was assured of this, for he was a top-tier scientist and inventor. And now, make your choice. Loxia observed Tony quietly, already having deduced the answer. The villain value on the system panel fluctuated rapidly. Monitoring severe fear emotions from Iron Man, villain value 400, 400, 400. Monitoring mild anger emotions from Iron Man. Villain value 200, 200, 200. Monitoring severe tension emotions from Iron Man. Villain value 300, 300, 300. The demon stood poised like a dashing gentleman. Yet Tony felt the looming threat of death. It seems that at any moment, the demon might raise his right hand and extinguish my life with a powerful palm blast. Collaboration. I cherish collaboration. It brings forth a win-win situation. Tony gulped down strong liquor to steady his nerves. I previously mentioned that your blueprints are filled with strokes of genius, providing me with abundant inspiration, such as this web-slinger. It appears quite numerous. Perhaps I shall incorporate 2 web-slingers into the 5th design. After all, the 4 I meticulously crafted have been reduced to mere scrap metal by your bombardment. I mean, swinging through the city would indeed be rather exhilarating. Whoosh. Tony stammered, flustered and somewhat incoherent. He had never felt such trepidation even when facing terrorists in the cave. The demon seemed to embody the unknown and fear itself. Yet, this was a natural reaction, merely 2 months prior. He had not donned the iron armor, but was merely a wealthy man indulging in revelry. Now, even clad in the iron armor, he had never contemplated becoming a hero. Very well, if you choose collaboration, then we remain friends, Lo Xia stated, his tone tinged with a subtle threat. Of course, friends. This iron spider suit, is it meant as a gift for your other friend, Spider-Woman? Tony inquired with a hint of curiosity. Otherwise, would I still need to cower within this metallic shell? Lo Xia countered. It seems that would not be necessary. Tony gritted his teeth, enduring the demon's mockery, especially since his own iron shell had been reduced to scrap. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of tampering with the spider suit. While it may not affect me, it would certainly provoke my ire. You have 1 week, Lo Xia declared before turning to leave. As a friend, I must remind you that your health appears to be in decline. No, my friend, I am in perfect health, Tony shouted after his retreating figure. As a demon, you should refrain from casting curses upon others. And have you given a thought to compensating for the damage you inflicted upon my laboratory? Lo Xia paused, and just as he turned, Tony hastily added, just a jest. My friend, as a billionaire, this loss is inconsequential. The demon continued on his way, and Tony chose to remain silent until Jarvis informed him that the demon had departed from Stark Industries, allowing him to exhale and wipe the sweat from his brow. Jarvis, please schedule my personal health check for tomorrow. At midnight, Lo Xia was once again jolted awake by the piercing sound of a ringing phone. I suspect you have something urgent, Miss Gwen. Lo Xia grumbled in the phone, knowing full well who was on the other end without even glancing at the caller ID. Lo Xia's social circle was quite simplistic. Few knew his number, and only Gwen dared to disrupt him at such an hour. You seem upset. You're not already asleep. Are you? Gwen replied meekly. Indeed, being awakened just as I fell asleep is quite vexing, yet I did not intend to call at this hour. I have been contemplating for quite some time. As you know, some decisions are exceedingly difficult to make. You ought to address the reason for your call rather than rambling on about trivialities, Lo Xia said resignedly. Is there something you are in haste to share? Did Spider-Woman stay at your place tonight? Has the demon come knocking? Perhaps tomorrow morning, Mrs. Stacy will prepare sandwiches, urging me not to venture to the convenience store for breakfast? Regrettably, that's not the case. Gwen chuckled, sensing that Ratio was not genuinely upset. By the way, have you heard about Spider-Woman's remarkable feat today? She intercepted a runaway train with hundreds of lives aboard. She truly is magnificent. I saw it on television. But I also noted that the train's chaos was a consequence of her battle with the Green Goblin, ultimately allowing him to escape, Ratio said softly. It was merely an accident, and the fault lies with the malevolent Green Goblin, not the justice-seeking Spider-Woman, Gwen assured. Moreover, Spider-Woman will undoubtedly capture the Green Goblin next time. I have something to discuss, so please don't interrupt. I am listening. The reason for my call tonight concerns the graduation ball at school next week. Gwen endeavored to maintain a calm tone, although articulating these words had required considerable courage. Would you be my dance partner, Ratio, for our high school's final prom? A brief silence enveloped the phone line. Gwen was certain she had never felt as anxious as she did this afternoon, facing the mad Green Goblin or intercepting that runaway train. Don't tell me you've been fretting over this to the point of disturbing my sleep. I haven't been fretting, Gwen quickly retorted. I merely finished all my studies and work, and thought to indulge in a bit of leisure by calling you before bed. You must understand that a scholar has a busy schedule. Furthermore, this is not a trivial matter. To me, it is quite significant. Of course, if someone else has already invited you and you have accepted, then I shall let it be, as many are eager to be my dance partner. Harry, Noah, William, Richard, Daniel. I accept your invitation. Before Gwen could finish, Ratio interrupted her, affirming, I will be your dance partner. And are you certain about the list of names you just mentioned? Did I just hear my name? It's merely a coincidence. Sharing names is quite normal. Gwen noted the oddity, but stubbornly countered. Fine. Then come to my house after school tomorrow. I'll tutor you. And after dinner, we can practice our dance steps. I shall guide you. Chapter 34. The prom as night descended. The auditorium of Midtown Tech Academy illuminated with brilliance. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling lights exuded an aura of opulence and extravagance. Undoubtedly, Midtown Tech is renowned as one of New York's prestigious elite academies, attended predominantly by the affluent, often the progeny of high-ranking officials or wealthy merchants. For instance, Harry Osborn is the sole heir of the Osborn Group, while Gwen Stacy is the daughter of the city's police chief. This elite institution places significant emphasis on its annual graduation ball, as it signifies the farewell of each prospective collegiate student to their high school years, preparing them to embark on a journey to higher academia. The graduation ball this time is extravagantly opulent, sponsored by renowned conglomerates from New York, with the event organized collaboratively by the school administration and student associations. Every detail is meticulously crafted to perfection, aiming to create indelible memories for each student attending this momentous occasion. As students enter the campus, they instinctively know the path to follow, leading them to the singularly illuminated structure, adorned with an unusual design and futuristic glass walls. On this special night, the building is aglow with lights, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. The members of the student council, clad in elegant black tuxedos, stand in 2 rows at the entrance, warmly greeting the guests. Among the attendees are familiar classmates and invited faculty, who exchange pleasantries upon encountering one another before gracefully returning to their positions. Each council member carries a white handkerchief or a deep red rose in their jacket pocket, their expressions and demeanor reflecting solemnity and reverence, albeit with a hint of youthful awkwardness peeking through their carefully curated poise. Such grandeur does little to intimidate the affluent youths accustomed to high society gatherings. Even as the student council rolls out the red carpet, they stroll confidently, entwined with their companions, effortlessly navigating through the scene. Yet, there are always those on the periphery. This elite academy is no exception. For instance, Gordon, who has no dance partner, can only approach the grand entrance from a distance, discreetly opting for the back door instead. In contrast, Peter Parker, a fellow member of the lower echelon, carries himself with remarkable nonchalance. Surprisingly, Peter has taken on the role of a photographer for the evening, capturing the lavishly decorated venue with fervor. Now, stationed at the entrance, he snaps candid shots of passing students, each of whom offers a smile they deem charming and graceful. The roar of a supercar engine pierces the night as a silver Aston Martin slices through the darkness like a gleaming blade. Pedestrians scatter in alarm, and just as they prepare to voice their indignation, they catch sight of the driver, forcing them to clench their fists and swallow their ire. The supercar screeches to a halt, its tires leaving dark marks on the pavement, and as it comes to a standstill, it skids sideways across the road. Astute student council members await at the foot of the stairs, and once the vehicle is parked, one leans in to open the door. A man in a tailored black suit emerges, donning a feigned smile and nodding to the onlookers, his wrist adorned with a watch peeking from beneath the cuff of his suit. Harry Osborn, a figure of considerable notoriety at school, commands attention. Even if he is not universally liked, nonetheless, many are drawn to his orbit. Known by the moniker Green Goblin, Harry is lavish in his generosity, often bestowing greenback tips upon his entourage. He circles around the front of the car to the passenger side, where the door swings open, revealing a young woman dressed in splendid attire. Gloriana Grant, a friend of Gwen's, is fortunate enough to be Harry's partner for the evening. Arriving in style in Harry's luxurious sports car has rendered her the object of envy tonight, greatly satisfying her vanity, as evident from the radiant smile gracing her face. Harry escorted Glory into the venue, where the student council president promptly approached them for pleasantries, as the Osborn Group was one of the primary sponsors of the evening. For Harry, the heir to the Osborn Group, ensuring his satisfaction was a significant responsibility for the student council president. The council member who opened the car door for Harry naturally assumed the role of a valet, yet no one deemed him inferior for his obsequiousness. After all, the privileged class had its hierarchies, and such individuals were adept at establishing their social standing. "Hey, Harry," and "The lovely Glory, look at my camera," Peter announced at the entrance, holding up his camera and slightly bowing. "Peter, it's been a while." Harry greeted him warmly after he finished taking the photo, his demeanor towards Peter far more enthusiastic than towards the student council president. "Indeed, it has been a long time, Harry," Peter replied, focusing intently on his camera without looking up. "You seem to have changed a bit. Is this a new style for the ball?" Harry remarked, observing Peter's flamboyant hairstyle and attire. "But you look fantastic. Who is your dance partner? Mary Jane?" "No, I'm flying solo tonight," Peter smiled at Harry, showing no hint of embarrassment. "I'm not here to dance. I have other matters to attend to." Photography? Or something else? Well, that S of little consequence. I wish you a splendid evening. That should be my sentiment towards you. Peter raised an eyebrow at Glory beside Harry. Wishing you a splendid evening. Harry suddenly appeared somewhat flustered. All right, you have indeed changed, Peter. You weren't this irreverent before. Meanwhile, an old, battered Ford slowly drove onto the campus, eventually halting in a side parking space outside the auditorium. Both car doors swung open simultaneously, and Roxa and Gwen stepped out, linking arms as they approached the front entrance. Roxa donned a fitted black suit, devoid of superfluous adornments, and eschewing the classical elegance that characterized other boys' meticulously styled hair, slicked down with olive oil to a glossy sheen. Instead, he simply dried his hair after washing it and styled it casually. In contrast, Gwen's attire was meticulously crafted. She wore a silver gown adorned with crystals, complemented by a full set of custom jewelry embedded with amethyst that sparkled under the streetlights. Her golden, flowing hair was neatly arranged, and she wore 10-centimeter Mary Jane heels. These details reflected each individual's personality and attitude towards the event. Roxa was indifferent, while one took it quite seriously. You should have walked around to the passenger side to open the door for me. That would have been truly gentlemanly, Gwen remarked with a smile, though her words conveyed dissatisfaction. Is it possible that you could have gotten out first? Roxa replied. That's because I know you wouldn't open the door for me. Gwen retorted fiercely. I have discovered a remarkable book titled The Great Demon Holmes, and I must study it diligently to enhance the quality of my writing. Chapter 35. The opening upon arriving at the entrance. Luoxia presented the formal invitation issued by the student council to each graduate invited to the ball. As dance partners, their names were inscribed on the same card. However, this seemingly innocuous gesture of handing over the invitation startled the student council member considerably. In just a few short weeks, Luoxia had garnered quite a reputation. The students seemed to associate him with violence, despite the fact that he had not bullied many. Please enter, and may you have a splendid evening, the student council member said as he opened the glass door. Peter, would you take a picture of the two? At that moment, Peter was engrossed in examining the camera screen, ignoring the council member's request, which irked him slightly. The council member was among the many admirers of Gwen, and Peter's disregard made him feel embarrassed in her presence, even though Gwen, accompanied by her dance partner, had never given him a second thought that night. Peter, didn't you hear me speaking? The council member pressed. Never mind. We aren't keen on taking photos. Gwen interjected with a smile, then took Luoxia's hand and led him into the venue. As Luoxia was pulled along by Gwen, he instinctively glanced back at Peter, only to meet his cold, piercing gaze, a look that was not only frigid but also bore an undertone of cruelty. Luoxia paused momentarily and returned Peter's stare with a radiant smile. If something were to transpire tonight, it would be most welcome. A mundane ball would be tedious. And Luoxia was in favor of adding a touch of unexpected excitement and amusement. The venue exuded opulence, with every detail reflecting the organizers' meticulous efforts. Even the floor shone so brightly that it could reflect the elegance of the girls' gowns. On either side of the hall were dining tables adorned with exquisite dishes, including pastries, Wellington steak, and Australian lobster. The lobsters, bright red and laid upon ice, had their backs open to reveal glistening white flesh, evoking a strong appetite. Yet, at this moment, not a single student lingered by the tables. Instead, they gathered with flutes of champagne or engaged in light banter with familiar faculty members. This elite assembly of students appeared to treat the graduation ball as a social stage, exuding the charm of their forebears. In any setting, they showcased their social prowess, making new acquaintances or distributing gilded business cards. At the far end of the hall, a live band was performing, each musician clad in formal attire. The soft, melodious strains of strings flowed from their fingertips with grace. Despite their impressive credentials, having played in major theaters, they approached this aristocratic academy's graduation ball with utmost seriousness. The conductor's every gesture meticulous, and each note from the musicians infused with emotion. In the center of the hall lay a vast dance floor. Though the ball had yet to commence officially, students were already swirling around the floor, embracing their partners in a graceful dance. They warmed up to the rhythm, effortlessly twirling at the conclusion of the melody, before retrieving drinks from the servers' trays and departing the dance floor. At this moment, the dance floor is graced by Harry and his partner, Glory. Their movements flow effortlessly, as if they have been practicing together for ages, despite it being their inaugural dance. As the music draws to a close, Glory concludes with a breathtaking 720-degree spin. Harry bows slightly, placing his right hand over his heart in a gesture of gratitude, while scattered applause echoes from the audience, signifying their appreciation for the duo's performance. A radiant smile adorns Harry's face as he acknowledges the crowd with a modest bow. But he is suddenly captivated by a powerful and solitary round of applause. Turning around, his gaze does not land on the applauding figures, but rather on Gwen, elegantly attired for the evening's festivities. For a brief moment, Harry is taken aback, only to notice that Gwen is accompanied by Lucia. Although Lucia claps, a subtle smirk graces his lips, leaving it ambiguous whether it is one of admiration or mockery. This marks the first encounter between Harry and Lucia. Yet Harry had already heard whispers of Lucia's reputation, which was far from commendable. The fact that Gwen declined Harry's invitation to the ball in favor of Lucia as her partner stirs a sense of irritation within him. Could he truly be outmatched by such a brute? Nevertheless, he is wise enough not to provoke Lucia in such a setting. For while he scorns those who resort to violence, he cannot dismiss the threat that Lucia embodies. "What are you staring at, Harry?" Glory inquires. "It's Gwen. Shall we go say hello?" At that moment, it is unclear what the two exchanged as they lean closely together, with Lucia tilting his head to catch Gwen's whispers. "If you wish, you may greet them on your own," Harry replies coolly, turning away to stand aside. Glory, puzzled yet compelled, follows in his wake. "I have attended numerous balls, spring, autumn, and welcome dances, but this graduation ball feels distinctly different. As though it is organized with the formality of a social gala my father would host," Gwen remarks softly. "Isn't it all the same? The theme matters little. What counts is the joy of dancing." Lucia shrugs, though many attendees seem less concerned with the dance itself. "You are quite right, as long as we dance joyfully." Gwen agrees, nodding in affirmation. "I hope you can perform to the standard we practiced at my home. That should not be an issue. So, may we now head to the dining area?" Lucia leans in closer to Gwen's ear, saying, "In my view, holding a glass and making dull conversation is rather tedious. Why not seize the moment to indulge in some lobster instead?" As time progresses, the venue gradually fills with guests, and under the orchestral announcement, the graduation ball officially commences. Men and women entwine in the music, swirling together, with Lucia embracing Gwen, their gazes locked in a tender tango. The atmosphere on the dance floor is palpable, with the contrast of men's black formal attire and women's white gowns, while an array of fragrances waft through the air. The polished black shoes of the gentlemen and the silvery high heels of the ladies gently tapped against the floor, their reflections dancing upon the lustrous surface, mirroring the opulent DCOR and the classic crystal chandeliers, whose light was occasionally obscured by swirling skirts. At this moment, every gaze was profoundly intense, as if peering into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Aside from Luo Xia, who remained nonchalant as ever, Gwen kindly reminded, "Do remember not to step on my shoes." "Please, I'm no novice," Luo Xia retorted with dissatisfaction. "At my home, there's a novice who once stepped on my shoes," he added, lamenting his misfortune, acknowledging the generosity of the bookworm, who provided support amid a literary drought. Some readers suggested that Peter should no longer harbor feelings for Gwen, yet in the extraordinary narrative, Peter's infatuation for Gwen was evident from the outset, his computer desktop adorned with photographs of her from the debate team. As the students swayed in synchrony with the rhythm of the waltz, their movements appeared as if choreographed by a singular maestro. With a shift in tempo, the elegant waltz seamlessly transitioned into a piece by the Argentine tango king, Carlos Gardel. Suddenly, the dancers' expressions and postures became spirited, their gazes towards their partners sharp and focused. As they danced to this noble melody, their very essence imbued with pride. As the tango concluded, the somber piano solo marked the end, and while the other girls came to a halt, Gwen did not. In perfect harmony, Luo Xia extended his hand high, and Gwen drew strength from him, using him as her axis for the spin. Should either falter, Gwen would tumble like a toppled spinning top, reminiscent of their practice sessions at her home, where they often misstepped, yet Luo Xia always managed to catch her as she fell. Nevertheless, Gwen was never lacking in courage, despite her previous tumbles. She would execute this breathtaking maneuver at the formal ball. As Gwen twirled, her golden hair flowed freely, while Luo Xia's dark figure remained steadfast, the two appearing as if they had rehearsed for years. The silvery skirt billowed around her, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, her shoes sparkling with silver. The rhythmic sound of her heels striking the floor, forming a lively cadence. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Gwen, who was performing the final dance at the center of the floor, captivating not only the dancers who had ceased their movements, but also the waitstaff and musicians lingering at the periphery. As the final note of the piano solo resonated, Luo Xia, calm amidst the attention, grasped Gwen's gentle hand, perfectly timed as she completed her movement. She faced Luo Xia and gracefully descended, her skirt unfolding like a blooming flower. Suddenly, someone began to clap, and the applause surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the two figures. On a curved staircase leading to the second floor, a student, disregarding appearances, sat with a cold gaze, tightly clutching a camera as they observed this scene unfold. Before the formal ball commenced, the irrelevant individuals had already discreetly retreated to various corners, and he was among them. The grand crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, under which his stern visage suddenly transformed into something more menacing. The veins on his neck became increasingly prominent, as if something were attempting to burrow its way out from beneath the skin. In the most radiant light, Luo Xia maintained an expression of tranquility, even as the most beautiful and enchanting figure in the room twirled before him, paused, and bowed in deference. In this haughty dance, it seemed he was the one truly looking down upon all. Luo Xia gently extended his hand to assist Gwen. Amidst the resounding applause, he led her away from the dance floor, weaving past elegantly attired dancers. Suddenly, the lights in the venue dimmed. The style of the orchestra shifted abruptly. The piano transformed from a graceful melody into an exuberant rock anthem, as the high society ball morphed into a nighttime revelry. Students began nodding their heads to the rhythm, with more joining the dance floor in a spirited celebration. However, the lively atmosphere was short-lived. Those near the window suddenly spotted several objects the size of tennis balls soaring across the night sky. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from outside, sending a shockwave that scattered shards of glass, piercing numerous bodies and prompting anguished cries. The rock music halted abruptly, replaced by the sound of countless glass fragments raining down, while screams echoed throughout the dance floor. More bombs were hurled through the windows into the venue, and students, caught unawares and unable to evade, were gruesomely torn apart. Blood splattering. Panic and fear surged through the crowd as students finally reacted, scrambling in all directions to escape. What is happening? Luo Xia, Gwen exclaimed in distress. I do not know. Luo Xia's face briefly registered shock, but he quickly regained his composure and continued to lead Gwen along the wall. It appeared that an unforeseen incident had befallen the ball. Someone sought to perpetrate a terror attack at the elite academy. This seemed plausible, given the frequency of campus shootings in New York. Nevertheless, we must leave this place as swiftly as possible, Luo Xia stated, and with that, he forcefully kicked aside a student who was carelessly barreling toward him. As Gwen was pulled along, she furrowed her brow and glanced back toward the window. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic screams and cries, she discerned a maniacal laughter that resonated with a sense of arrogance, a sound disturbingly familiar to her. In the glow of the streetlights, she spotted a winged apparatus from which a green figure gradually descended along the window. It's the Green Goblin. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. She had no time to ponder why the Green Goblin would orchestrate a terror attack on the Central City Technology Academy. But as she gazed upon her classmates lying in pools of blood and the frantic figures rushing toward the emergency exits, she realized she had to take action. Suddenly, Gwen broke free from Luo Xia's grasp. He turned to look at her calmly, with no sign of surprise. Luo Xia, You should follow them to a safe place. I will exit through another route. Gwen quickly embraced him. All right, this is indeed peculiar, but I lack the time to explain. For now, just heed my words. Any questions can wait. With that, Gwen firmly pushed Lo Xia away, saying, see you later. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lo Xia remained silent. Gwen turned to navigate against the flow of people, and in a fleeting moment as she rounded the corner, she glanced back to see Lo Xia standing still, calmly observing her. She hesitated for a moment, but resolutely turned away. This appeared to be a mere act of terror, with the Green Goblin wreaking havoc and intent on annihilation. This was his ultimate objective. This time, the Green Goblin had learned from past experiences and brought ample ammunition, allowing him to indiscriminately hurl bombs into the crowd without concern. One by one, the Green Goblin bombs tumbled to the ground, exploding and ripping apart the floor, transforming the lavish venue into a desolate ruin. The ground was smeared with spilled drinks and blood, leaving footprints amidst the chaos of anguished cries. The unfortunate students caught at the back were blasted away, and the panicked crowd surged, causing a stampede at the exit, further delaying their escape. What a delightful masquerade it was. The Green Goblin cackled madly as he threw several bombs into the throng. From the side, 2 strands of web shot out, expertly ensnaring the bombs, which arced through the air before hurtling back toward the Green Goblin. He deftly maneuvered his flying apparatus to evade them, and the arrival of Spider-Woman, who reached the scene in under a minute, did not surprise him. Rather, it elicited a knowing expression from him. Most of the comments in the reader community were negative, which led me to question my own abilities. However, every reader has different tastes, and it is impossible to please everyone. The unfavorable, even scathing, remarks would provoke reflection on my part. Perhaps there were indeed flaws in my narrative. All I can do is learn from the experience and improve gradually, but I'm grateful for the warm encouragement from fellow readers. I kindly ask for a bit of patience from everyone toward this novice author. This is my first attempt at writing a book, and I need your support. Thank you. Chapter 37. The Identity Leak Crisis. Gwen surveyed the devastated venue and the lifeless bodies of her former classmates, her fury boiling over as she declared, "You are nothing but a madman. You will pay for this." "Thank you for the compliment," the Green Goblin replied, elegantly placing one hand on his chest and bowing slightly. "Your anger is understandable. After all, I have interrupted your ball. A farewell to high school. How should I address you? Spider-Woman, or perhaps Gwen Stacy?" Beneath her Spider-Man mask, Gwen's face was a portrait of astonishment. She double-checked to ensure that her panic had not led her to don the wrong suit. She was indeed wearing the spider mask. How? Then, had he recognized her? This astonishment momentarily halted her assault. Spider-Woman embodies honor, yet it also signifies greater peril, particularly with the Green Goblin, such a malevolent adversary. Having uncovered her identity, she was utterly at a loss regarding the extent of this calamity. The last time she faced a crisis of identity exposure was when the demon forcibly removed her mask, plunging Gwen into days filled with dread. However, she found solace in the fact that, seemingly, the demon had overlooked her as a street hero. "What are you saying?" Gwen questioned, suppressing her panic. "Ha ha ha." The Green Goblin laughed with abandon. "You ought to stand before a mirror and behold your own reflection. Like a bewildered little rabbit, you're a superhero, an idol in the eyes of many citizens. Miss Gwen." Gwen shot a web to grasp the ceiling panel, propelling herself towards the Green Goblin with great speed. She had no desire to engage in further argument. Such words were futile. Instead, she aimed to silence the Green Goblin through action. "Over a month ago, in the Osborn Tower, you were bitten by a mutated spider in the biocable development lab, thereby acquiring powers beyond human limitations," the Green Goblin remarked while deftly maneuvering his glider to evade Gwen's onslaught. Ignoring him, Gwen grappled with the Green Goblin, relentlessly pursuing him as he broke free. Swinging on her webbing, "You are remarkably fortunate. Each of those radioactive spiders harbors deadly venom, even with the synthesis of spider serum injected into a human. No test subject has survived, yet here you are, unscathed." "Shut up," Gwen shouted, aiming a punch at the Green Goblin's head. He sidestepped, launching a bomb in return. With agility, Gwen seized the bomb, securing it to the Green Goblin with her webbing, then kicked him away. using the recoil to distance herself. Boom! The bomb detonated, a shrill sound echoing through the air as the Green Goblin soared from the debris on his glider. After his previous defeat, he had refined his Green Goblin armor, augmenting his ammunition supply and significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Fortune cannot adequately describe your situation. Not only have you survived, but you have also become the embodiment of justice in the eyes of the citizens. The Green Goblin smiled. What does it feel like to be a hero? How does it feel to swing between skyscrapers with webbing? Gwen remained silent, seizing a heavy dining table from the wall and hurling it at the Green Goblin. The reason Norman Osborn sought to uncover Spider-Woman's identity was straightforward. By obtaining her genetic sample, he could likely resolve the toxicity issues associated with the spider serum. This would enable the serum to address the hereditary diseases afflicting the Osborn family, despite having already resolved his own affliction. Yet, he had a son, Harry Osborn, and as a father, he was compelled to consider all these matters. Norman, utilizing the information left by his deceased subordinate, Reddy, combined with his own investigations, ultimately settled his suspicions upon Gwen. In truth, he should have launched his attack on Gwen during her commute to school. Such a plan would have been far more prudent. However, the thrill of chaos descending upon the graduation ball at the prestigious high school brought him a perverse delight. It seemed entirely reasonable for the parents of the students to attend the graduation dance, did it not? The Green Goblin relentlessly hurled bombs, laughing maniacally. You cannot defeat me, you pitiful little spider. Gwen swung on her web, delivering a flying kick to the Green Goblin's head. He staggered backward, crashing into a wall before finally coming to a halt, his glider spiraling out of control and plummeting to the side. The Green Goblin slowly rose, a stream of crimson blood trickling down his scalp, igniting his fury. I will kill you, Gwen Stacy, after tonight. As the two engaged in a fierce battle, Peter, on the second-floor loft, watched in astonishment. Gwen? Spider-Woman? He repeated the names with increasing urgency, as if trying to crush some overwhelming realization. Suddenly, a sharp spider leg shot out from behind him, piercing through a nearby iron railing. In an instant, his shabby suit was torn apart, revealing 8 spider legs sprouting from his back, his head grotesquely transforming into that of a spider, pivoting in a complete 180 degrees. Those spider legs clung to the vertical wall as his body began to maneuver upside down. Gwen was entangled in combat with the Green Goblin, executing a somersault to evade his attack, before seizing a chair and smashing it against his head. Just as she was poised to continue her assault, her movements abruptly halted. The spider sense tingled, and without hesitation, Gwen leapt away from her position. At that precise moment, a figure descended from the ceiling, crashing down where she had stood, its 8 spider legs plunging fiercely into the floor. It was the Spider-Orc, the creature Gwen had encountered in Queens that fateful night. Could it possibly be connected to the Green Goblin? Yet, Gwen quickly dismissed this notion. The Green Goblin was equally startled by the sudden appearance of the Spider-Orc. In a panic, he hurled 2 bombs, escaping on his glider. The Spider-Orc, undeterred, deftly intercepted the bombs with the legs protruding from its back, swatting them away with the precision of a baseball player. It then turned its focus towards Gwen, its intentions unmistakable and undistracted by others. In an instant, Gwen felt overwhelmed. One Green Goblin was already a formidable adversary, and now there was an unexpected Spider-Orc. She realized she could not withstand them alone. That night had proven she was incapable of taking on the Spider-Orc by herself, especially with the Green Goblin lurking nearby. As Gwen evaded the Spider-Orc's onslaught, she glanced around the venue, relieved to see that all her surviving classmates had evacuated. She too needed to retreat. Otherwise, she would surely perish this night. Gwen shot a web to grasp the window ledge, but just as she was about to leap out, the Green Goblin lunged from the side. Instantly, Gwen propelled herself upwards, scrambling across the ceiling. Is this also your enemy? Do you need me to call your police father for assistance? The Green Goblin taunted. Chapter 38. The pink suit Gwen leaped backward, evading the Green Goblin's assault, her body gliding across the smooth floor. At that moment, the Spider-Orc charged forward, its sharp arachnid limbs thrusting menacingly toward Gwen. Fortunately, Gwen's agility allowed her to narrowly escape, aided by her spider sense. "Let me devour you," the spider orc hissed ominously. "With Losha here, no one can escape." Gwen ascended the wall, her heart racing. "Who exactly are you?" she wondered, alarmed that this spider creature seemed to know Losha. The spider orc remained silent, scaling the wall and swiftly closing in on her. Caught at a disadvantage, Gwen struggled to hold her ground against the combined onslaught of the two adversaries. Under their relentless pursuit, she soon sustained injuries. If this were a street fight, Gwen might have managed more easily, but the vast emptiness of the venue was decidedly not in her favor. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, Gwen heard a piercing sound from outside, a high-velocity object slicing through the air. Furrowing her brow, she glanced out the window, her heart sinking. Could there possibly be a third villain on the scene at Midtown Tech Academy tonight? Surely, things could not deteriorate further. With a resounding crash, a pink elliptical flying pod shattered through another window, hurtling directly toward Gwen. "What on earth?" she exclaimed, swiftly swinging on her webbing to evade it. The pod, equipped with arc pulse thrusters at its rear, deftly adjusted its trajectory, homing in on Gwen with alarming precision. Staring at the approaching vessel with bewilderment, Gwen noted that it hardly resembled a missile or any lethal weapon. Who would dare paint a bomb pink? This spectacle left the Green Goblin momentarily stunned as he observed Gwen's frantic escape from his gliding hoverboard. The spider orc continued its relentless chase, resembling a beast fixated on its prey, determined to either sink its fangs into her throat or pursue Gwen until its last breath. A sudden wave of sound erupted again as the Green Goblin turned to look out the window, a red and yellow figure gradually materializing. His pupils narrowed in recognition. After being thwarted by both the demon and Spider-Woman, the Green Goblin had meticulously investigated the superhuman entities in New York. This individual clad in red and yellow iron armor was quite well known. Although he did not roam the streets as a vigilante, he had famously obliterated several terrorist camps, earning him a special moniker online. "Iron Man, hello, Mr. Green Goblin." Iron Man greeted, extending his hand. After a brief charge, he unleashed a repulsor blast. The Green Goblin was sent crashing against the wall, the impact causing his hoverboard to spiral out of control and smash through several floor tiles. Iron Man gradually entered the venue, shaking his head at the absurdity of the situation born from misunderstanding. "Pardon me, Miss Spider-Woman. The entity pursuing you is not a weapon, but rather the flight transport pod of the first-generation Iron Spider suit. If you could kindly pause and allow it to confirm your identity, the suit will automatically adorn you," Iron Man elucidated, presenting it as a gift from Mr. Demon. "Please acknowledge its receipt." Gwen also noticed Iron Man standing at the heart of the venue, a figure recognized online as a superhero aligned with righteousness. His popularity soared, with professional analysts asserting that Iron Man's prowess stemmed entirely from the suit he donned, implying that an ordinary individual could ascend to the status of a superhero, provided they wore the suit tailored by Iron Man himself. Though Gwen had no prior connection with Iron Man, she chose to place her trust in him, perhaps due to their shared allegiance to the side of justice. She successfully repelled the spider orc once more, pausing to observe the rapidly approaching pod, which indeed hovered before her. What exactly is the Iron Spider suit's first generation? Gwen pondered, perplexed. Why would the demon bestow this upon me? "I apologize, Miss Spider, but my responsibilities do not extend to addressing your inquiries. I solely oversee the manufacture and transport of the suit. For any after-sales questions, please consult the demon." Iron Man shrugged. The pod emitted infrared rays, scanning Gwen's entire being. Beep. Spider-Woman, identity confirmed. The pink pod opened, its exterior shedding, activating the suit deployment sequence. And a pink iron armor swiftly conformed to Gwen's physique. But why is it pink? The demon did not provide design specifications, Iron Man remarked, somewhat bemused. Thus, I took the liberty of painting it pink. What girl in the world could possibly dislike pink? Before Iron Man could finish his sentence, an explosion sent him tumbling. It was the Green Goblin. How audacious to engage in casual banter after toppling him. Such an affront. He commanded his glider to unleash a barrage of Green Goblin bombs, aiming to eliminate the one concealed beneath the metallic shell. Meanwhile, the Iron Spider suit enveloped Gwen completely, the helmet sealing shut. In mere seconds, the armor was fully donned. Not every girl adores pink, Gwen mused, momentarily entranced by the scene before her as the helmet activated the built-in intelligent combat voice assistant. The spider sense alerted her of impending danger, allowing Gwen to deftly evade the spider-orc's assault. Instinctively raising her hand, she shot a web, which surprisingly emerged as a capture net. The multifunctional web shooter, by default, targets biological entities with capture nets during combat. The female voice of the assistant echoed in her helmet. "Is this truly so advanced?" Gwen exclaimed in disbelief. Unfortunately, the web net proved ineffective against the spider-orc, who swiftly sliced through it with his sharp spider legs upon realizing the attack. The spider-orc once again engaged in a fierce struggle with Gwen, who remained vigilant in evading his attacks. Suddenly, Gwen made a surprising discovery. Her iron armor could withstand the sharp legs of the spider. In an instant, she adapted her combat strategy. During their entanglement, Gwen shot out webs to shroud the spider-orc's head, reaching out to grasp one of its legs on his back, and with all her strength, she broke it. The spider-orc let out a frenzied roar. Although enraged, it was evident that this injury meant little to him, especially since the severed leg was rapidly regenerating. With the iron armor donned, the spider-orc could no longer inflict harm on Gwen. While the armor offered formidable defense, it provided minimal enhancement to Gwen's attacks. And confronted with the spider-orc's remarkable regenerative abilities, she felt the situation was exceedingly challenging. The battle within the venue had escalated to a boiling point, with no one knowing how it would ultimately conclude. Chapter 39. Beneath the mask, your armor is utterly inadequate, Iron Man declared, unleashing another repulsor blast that sent the Green Goblin flying. Were it not for the confines of the indoor battle, he would have employed high-damage weaponry to swiftly conclude the conflict. The Green Goblin's armor was also quite resilient. As he soared from the debris and charged once more at Iron Man, Harry leaned against the wall on the spiral staircase, the dim lighting making it a struggle to discern the four superhuman combatants engaged in battle. Iron Man has arrived too? Harry murmured in disbelief, struggling to accept that Gwen was indeed Spider-Woman. The ferocious exchange of fire between the Green Goblin and Iron Man left Harry apprehensive, uncertain of when a bomb might be hurled in his direction. After observing for some time, he resolved to escape the area. As Harry turned to leave, he suddenly froze in place. At the end of the spiral staircase, a white figure stood in the center above the stairs, illuminated by emergency lights. As Harry focused, he recognized the chilling visage of a demonic mask. Instinctively, he stepped back, his balance wavering, and in a moment of disorientation, he nearly lost his footing, nearly tumbling down the staircase had he not been braced against the wall. It was indeed a demon. The Midtown Institute of Technology had gathered a fifth individual endowed with superhuman strength. Harry found himself in a dilemma, with a demon blocking his path ahead, while behind him loomed the battlefield of the Green Goblin and Iron Man. He could do little but continue to observe. On the loft, the demon clad in white stood behind the railing, his posture erect, black hair seemingly aglow. The mask fitted seamlessly against his face. Adorned with a lace cravat embellished with rhinestones, his expression a mask of cold severity, leaving one uncertain whether it was anger or indifference. Suddenly, the demon moved, stepping toward a mangled speaker beside him. Harry recalled that speaker, which had originally been below, hurled by Spider-Woman towards the airborne Green Goblin, after the goblin evaded. The speaker had soared up to the loft. Loxia reached out and tapped the speaker, a faint light igniting as the power of the spell began to restore the damaged device to its former glory. Harry stared in astonishment at the scene before him, which defied the principles of science. Yet, considering the existence of demons already transgressed the laws of nature, the unfolding events were not entirely implausible. The demon was fiddling with the sound system, initially blasting energetic dance music. Frowning, it switched to soothing pop melodies, continuing to change tracks until it settled on a particular song. Harry couldn't help but admire the demon's taste. Perhaps it had watch scent of a woman or Schindler's List as well. Once the song was selected, the demon descended the stairs, and Harry lamented his misfortune, realizing the demon had chosen the spiral staircase on his side. Loxia observed the battlefield below as he descended, his expression impassive. Suddenly, he shifted half a step toward the staircase, facing Harry, and without a flicker of emotion, he delivered a swift kick. Harry cried out in pain, losing his balance and tumbling down the stairs, his head colliding with the railing, blood streaming from a wound. At that moment, the green demon was hurled away by an explosion, tumbling down near Harry. Dazed, Harry struggled to open his eyes and was met with the terrifying visage of the green demon. Clutching his head, he rolled to the side, eventually coming to rest against the wall. In that instant, he recalled the horrifying image of the green demon hurling bombs into the crowd. Surely he wouldn't perish at the hands of this madman, would he? Fortunately, the green demon did not attack him, although Harry could clearly see the overwhelming fury in its eyes. The green demon rose, leaping onto its bat-winged aircraft, charging toward the demon on the staircase. Loxia clenched his wrist, his right hand opened, and a dragon-shaped totem illuminated. 3 crimson columns of flame shot forth in succession, tracing arcs through the air before crashing into the green demon's chest. Boom! Over the past few days, Loxia had upgraded the dragon talisman to level 7, enhancing its power and diversifying its attack methods, which he had gradually mastered through diligent study. The green demon endured the onslaught of the dragon talisman, nearly incapacitated. Its armor shattered to reveal a bloody, mangled chest. Harry watched as the demon struggled to rise, leaning against the wall, but this time it paid him no heed. "Good evening, Mr. Demon," Tony remarked appreciatively. "Your attire this evening is quite tasteful, and this song, if I recall correctly, it seems we are at a ball. Are you here to attend as well? Remember, one should always bring a partner to a ball, although you may choose to dance alone. I specifically selected an elegant piece. Alas, it seems I have not succeeded in altering your loquacious nature," Loxia replied coolly. Outside, a piercing siren blared, prompting Tony to stretch and declare, "It is time to bring this to a close." He raised his arm, targeting the still-fighting spider orc beside him, as a miniature missile launched from his arm. JARVIS. Activate dynamic tracking and targeting system. Tony shouted, "Hey, move aside, Spider-Woman." Gwen's spider sense tingled with urgency. She swiftly shot out a web to propel herself out of harm's way as a miniature missile whizzed past her, aimed directly at the spider-orc. The ground trembled violently, and the crystal chandelier above the spider-orc shattered and fell after a fierce shudder. In a crucial moment, Gwen shot a web to pull him from the debris, but the gravely injured spider-orc had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his grotesque spider legs retreating into his back, drenched in blood. "Let me see who you are." Gwen remained conflicted about the spider-orc's identity. "All right, I almost forgot to remove your mask." Iron Man approached the Green Goblin, who lay in a pool of blood, clad in a counterfeit suit bearing the counterfeit name of Peter Parker. "Peter Parker?" Gwen exclaimed, incredulous as she drew closer to the bloodied spider-orc. She recalled that afternoon when she and Lo Xia had chanced upon Peter exacting revenge on Fleischer. In that moment, she had sensed a feral essence within him. Yet, it was difficult for her to fathom it all. In her memory, Peter, though frail, possessed a sense of justice, often aiding fellow victims of bullying like Gordon. Now, however, Peter had transformed into a spider-orc, launching an assault on her. This was beyond her belief. Norman Osborn? Tony, having removed the Green Goblin's mask, was equally taken aback. As a wealthy elite in New York, Tony was familiar with Norman, often encountering him at various galas and events. Though their relationship was superficial, he found it hard to reconcile the image of the frail, aging man before him with the Green Goblin, who wreaked havoc on the streets of New York, hurling bombs and chaos. Chapter 40. The Devil's Actions. What would your feelings be if one day you discovered that the notorious terrorist removing his mask revealed the face of your own father? Harry had never envisioned such a dramatic scene, yet unfolded before him with startling reality. "Dad?" Harry's face was a portrait of disbelief. The most astonished individual in the room, seated in the corner beneath the stairs, was none other than Harry, as he gazed at the disheveled figure before him, unable to comprehend his own eyes. How could his father, Norman Osborn, be the Green Goblin, the very criminal who instigated destruction and terror, inciting hatred and disdain among the populace? Was his own father? In an instant, Harry was besieged by profound shock and emotional turmoil. Harry's birth had weakened his mother, Emily, leading to her long battle with illness and eventual death. Devastated, Norman had become a cold father, either deriding Harry with disdain or lashing out in anger. Consequently, much of Harry's early life was spent in a relentless pursuit of his father's approval, plagued by sorrow from his father's contempt. In truth, Harry had idolized his father. But now everything lay shattered like fragile glass. This world was too insane. How could a super-rich individual personally descend to slaughter citizens and sow destruction? Tony muttered to himself. In a certain sense, I can understand him. He must be weary of a life of material abundance and yearn for spiritual fulfillment. Yet, it is evident that he has strayed onto a misguided path, finding joy in the suffering of others. Suddenly, Tony turned to the demon. Beneath your devilish mask, could you possibly be a super-rich tycoon or an heir to a conglomerate? Who knows? One must resolve their own uncertainties. You may attempt to remove my mask. Lucia replied with a faint smile. Now that you don the upgraded iron armor, you should be brimming with confidence. Tony indeed contemplated defeating the demon, unmasking him to reveal his true identity to the public, and challenging his audacity in New York. Of course, Tony was aware of the demon's formidable nature. His confidence in overcoming him stemmed from the enhanced Armor 5. This new suit not only incorporated the advantages and manufacturing expertise of its predecessor, but also assimilated the strengths of the first-generation Iron Spider suit, resulting in significant upgrades in its defensive and energy output systems. Clad in Armor 5 and activating Jarvis's combat assistance program tailored for the demon, Tony felt emboldened to face the demon. However, after Lucia's revelation, unease began to creep into Tony's mind. The demon's audacity suggested he had many hidden cards yet to be revealed. Moreover, the enhancements to his Armor 5 were indebted to the demon schematics. Suddenly, Tony recalled the fate of Armor 4, which had been reduced to scrap metal by Lucia's palm cannon in Stark Industries. It served as a cautionary tale. He could not be certain that Armor 5 would not meet a similar end. With no one responding to his laughter, Tony could only chuckle awkwardly. That is quite a joke, but I have no interest in the face beneath your mask. Even if you were handsome, it wouldn't matter. My preferences are decidedly clear. Lucia cast him a sidelong glance without speaking, leaving Tony to continue his awkward laughter. Well then, shall we call a night? Tony decided to make his exit. How to deal with the high school spider monster and the elderly supervillain Green Goblin. The police were just outside. He suggested letting Miss Spider deliver them to the authorities, as she was quite familiar with them. The room fell silent, and no one responded. Although Tony spoke with enthusiasm, he failed to notice the somber expressions around him. Gwen wore a heavy countenance, while Lucia remained serene, listening intently to the waltz that lingered in the air. The music, having reached its crescendo, entwined the soaring notes of the piano with the passionate strings. Suddenly, amidst the swirling melody, the demon raised his hands and began to dance. Eyes gently closed, his expression solemn and dignified, each step executed with precision, as if he truly embraced an unparalleled partner. The demon's white garments twirled gracefully, the sound of his heels striking the floor, creating a rhythmic beat. His movements were elegant, oddly. Tony felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck as he watched, involuntarily taking a few steps back. Even though the demon's dance was breathtakingly beautiful, he remained oblivious to any semblance of artistry. All he felt was an unsettling sense of strangeness and dread. Why the urgency? The climax had only just begun. Roxa opened his eyes and declared, I have never regarded them with any seriousness, be it the spider monstrosity, the green demon, or the police outside. How then could they possibly affect our mood? My apologies, Mr. Demon, but it seems I must hasten back tonight. My assistant, Ms. Potts, is awaiting my report. Tony rambled on. You know, as a super wealthy individual, I am often quite busy. Moreover, Ms. Potts possesses a rather volatile temper, akin to a fiery chili pepper. Should I be delayed, I fear I might receive a scathing reprimand. Perhaps next time we could invite Ms. Potts to the ball, the demon replied nonchalantly, barely glancing at Tony, startling him in the process. Upon reflection, I find I have no pressing matters tonight. Let her wait until tomorrow morning. I can accompany you until dawn. Tony adjusted his tie. So what shall we do now? Engage in a shootout with the police, perhaps? Need me to summon a few Hollywood starlets for assistance? I might require you to be silent, Roxa retorted, disregarding him as he approached Peter's direction, casting a glance at Gwen, who had remained at the periphery. Since the demon's arrival, Gwen had not uttered a word. It was not that she despised the demon or wished to avoid him, but rather that she was overwhelmed with inquiries she longed to pose to him. Yet, the multitude of questions left her uncertain of how to begin. Why had the demon suddenly appeared here? Why had he gifted her a steel spider suit? One that fit her perfectly? How did he know her measurements? However, now Gwen stood between the demon and Peter, and as she observed the demon's approach, it seemed evident to her what his intentions were. He surely meant to kill Peter. The demon acted with reckless abandon, never once considering the consequences. He traversed the fine line between justice and malevolence, seemingly unbound by any definitions or constraints of right and wrong. He acted solely according to his whims. Just as on that fateful night at the Platinum Hotel, where the demon had brutally dispatched several heinous criminals, an act that appeared just, albeit extreme. Yet, he had also murdered 3 staff members at Oscorp, individuals with no criminal records whatsoever. That was pure murder, yet the demon remained indifferent, even leaving behind his own mark. Chapter 41. The death of the Green Demon. Upon seeing Gwen blocking his path, Roxa came to a halt. He was not accustomed to taking detours. "Good evening, Mr. Demon. It has been a while, hasn't it? It seems you have not encountered any abduction cases or ill-mannered drivers recently," Gwen remarked. Her comments stemmed from the fact that the demon had been conspicuously absent from the public eye for several days, with no citizens tweeting about unexpected encounters with him. The truth was that Gwen had been busy rehearsing Dance with Roxa, causing him to return home late and consequently reducing his outings. Gwen found herself engaging in idle chatter, seemingly to buy time, though it felt more like a futile endeavor. No one could thwart the demon, not even Iron Man or the police outside. "What I wish to express is my gratitude for the suit, but why bestow it upon me? Demon, this exquisite armor is far too precious for me to accept." As she spoke, Gwen began to remove the iron suit, although shedding the protective armor left her feeling vulnerable in the presence of the demon. She found some comfort in the black and white bodysuit she wore. Just moments ago, Iron Man had mentioned that the suit was a gift from the demon, which puzzled Gwen. She had never been friends with the demon. In fact, they shared an adversarial relationship. Would foes truly exchange weapons and ammunition? Was the demon attempting to seduce her into his ranks? Yet, the demon had always been a solitary figure. Or perhaps it was a gratuitous gift. Could the demon be so benevolent? Despite the fact that if the demon wished her harm, he could easily do so without the convoluted method of tampering with the suit. Gwen understood she was no match for him, especially since he was well aware of her true identity beneath the Spider-Woman mask. "I thought you approached me to share a dance," Loxia remarked casually. "If you dislike the suit, you may discard it in the trash bin by the 11th tree to the left at the entrance. This is not a moral coercion. It is merely a reflection of the fact that this suit was tailored for you. Others who wear it are merely encased in a shell that restricts their movements, provided they can even don it. With my capabilities, I require no enhancement from external sources. I apologize, but I have a dance partner tonight, and it is not you." Gwen found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "You seem to know this school well. Did you also graduate from Midtown Tech?" She had noticed as she entered. Loxia raised his right hand, the totem of a dragon stirring with intent. "Now, kindly step aside. I must purify this hideous spider." Gwen felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Her suspicions had proven correct. "No, demon, you cannot do this." She resolutely positioned herself between him and his raised hand, her body trembling as she faced the threat. She was acutely aware of the terror he could unleash. Though she had removed the formidable iron spider suit, she stood her ground. There were numerous reasons for her courage. Peter Parker had always been her classmate, and she could not bear to witness the demon slay him. Even now, as Peter had become a monster, having attacked her twice and even attempted to take her life, Gwen still remembered the Peter with a sense of justice. While he may not possess the fearsome might of Loxia, capable of easily defeating bullies, he had always been brave enough to help others. Gwen was uncertain about what had transpired to lead Peter down this dark path and instill animosity towards her, but she believed he deserved a chance for redemption. At the very least, Peter, after transforming into a monster, had not committed unforgivable sins. He had not attacked innocent civilians, nor had he caused destruction or mass casualties. The crimes he had committed did not warrant a death sentence. For these reasons, Gwen could not stand idly by while the demon took Peter's life. Just as she would assist an innocent bystander in peril, the thought of such a tragedy weighed heavily on her conscience. "Miss Spider, you seem to be rather overconfident," the demon stated, standing resolutely. "Do you truly believe I would refrain from killing you?" "No, I did not intend to provoke your wrath." Gwen's complexion paled. Peter was not a remorseless criminal, nor had he committed egregious offenses. Perhaps it would be wiser to turn him over to the authorities. Should we not take a moment to compose ourselves?" Tony cleared his throat. "Mr. Demon and Miss Spider, let's all remain calm. What a graceful composition this is. Deep and solitary, as exquisite as Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. I cannot help but feel inclined to dance. Do you not share this sentiment?" Tony's awkward soliloquy revealed his confusion regarding the situation. Shouldn't the demon and Spider-Woman be allies? He had threatened to craft a spider suit for her. Why were they now on the brink of conflict? A dispassionate glance from Roxas silenced him, prompting Tony to mime, zipping his lips. "Your mercy will only breed a greater villain. When he transforms into a deranged criminal, you will be left with nothing but regret. You lack the capacity to eliminate him." Roxas spoke calmly. "Of course, this is of no concern to me. Even if he were to lay waste to all of New York, I am merely stating a fact. I have no desire to correct notions of justice or evil. I simply wish to avoid witnessing that grotesque visage." "No, he will find his way back. There is justice within him," Gwen asserted resolutely. "Moreover, we must uphold the dignity of the law, though this may sound somewhat humorous." A laugh escaped Tony's lips. Roxas turned to regard him, catching sight of the woeful green goblin. "Surely you do not mean—" Tony's laughter faltered. "No, Mr. Demon, you cannot kill him. His true identity is Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp, a billionaire and a major taxpayer in New York. I do not say this to defend him. Wealthy individuals who transgress the law must face consequences. What I mean is that if he were to perish here, it would send shockwaves throughout the world. I believe it more just to hand him over to the courts." Tony spoke with gravity. "We must uphold the dignity of the law. I now find myself in agreement with Miss Spider." Roxas raised his hand toward the Green Goblin, igniting the dragon totem, channeling the full might of the spell. Boom! A colossal pillar of flame, exceeding a meter in diameter, erupted forth as the dragon's spell operated at overload, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy. The resultant shockwave sent Iron Man tumbling, and Harry cried out in agony, shielding his face. At the epicenter of the dragon spell's assault, the Green Goblin vanished without a trace, leaving behind charred ruins devoid of even a remnant of his existence. Thus, the first generation of the Green Goblin was declared deceased. "Silence," Roxas declared, his demeanor icy, as he aimed his attention at Iron Man. After several unsteady steps, Iron Man barely managed to regain his balance and immediately raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Chapter 42. The Survivors. The campus of Zhongqing Technology reverberated with the jarring wail of police sirens. What was happening inside? Had the superpowered criminals escaped? Were there still survivors trapped within? Director George, who had just arrived at the scene, bombarded the officers with a series of questions. "I apologize, Director, but all surveillance equipment inside has been destroyed. We currently have no concrete information regarding the situation," a sweating officer reported. While the police had cordoned off the area, fighting had still been ongoing inside, only ceasing moments ago. "Up until now, we have only monitored Iron Man flying away from the left side of the window. The Green Goblin, the one responsible for the terror attack, should still be inside." Iron Man, the superhero who combats terrorism? When did he become involved in such activities? George muttered to himself in confusion. What are we waiting for? The police are not here to clean up after them. We must apprehend these audacious criminals. Director George declared with dissatisfaction. "Advance. Fire at will. Search the entire building and prioritize the protection of any surviving students." Grasping a riot shield, Director George led the charge into the chaotic venue, where every officer could see the worry and urgency etched on his face. Before crossing the police line, Director George passed by the gathering of survivors, Yet he found no sign of Gwen or Roxa among them. Armed officers streamed into the building, which had been transformed into a wasteland. At the exit, numerous bodies lay scattered on the ground, victims of the same series of explosions. Scattered debris of glass and wood littered the floor, while a massive crystal chandelier lay shattered, mingling wine and blood into a sticky mess underfoot. The officers, upon their first entry, could still discern the lavishness of the venue from the remnants of its opulent decor and the occasional sight of Australian lobsters on the ground. Should the institution endeavor to restore this place to its former glory, it would entail a significant expenditure. The somber expressions on everyone's faces deepened. At that moment, the venue resembled a hell on earth. As Director George meticulously examined each body, he found that some, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, had been torn into unrecognizable fragments. Then, a voice rang out, "We found a survivor." Director George hurried over. The survivor lay beneath a spiral staircase, clearly at the heart of the battlefield, with half of the staircase obliterated and flames flickering at the broken edges. It appeared to be the result of a devastating explosion or a powerful attack. It was hard to fathom how this student had managed to survive in such dire circumstances. Upon reaching the survivor, Director George noted that although the student had survived, he bore severe injuries. His face was drenched in blood, and he suffered from extensive burns. It was a male student, and, as Director George scrutinized the survivor's attire, he soon concluded that this was not Roxa. He recalled the attire worn by Roxas when he came to pick up Gwen that evening. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he gazed upon the bloodied and disfigured face, and a name flickered through his mind: Harry Osborne. Harry was one of his daughter Gwen's friends, despite the severe burns on his face. His features and facial structure were still recognizable. "Harry? Harry!" George called out repeatedly, but the unconscious Harry remained unresponsive. "Take him outside for medical assistance," Director George commanded firmly, declaring, "Continue the search. There must be survivors." At that moment, an officer unexpectedly grasped his shoulder and exclaimed in astonishment. Confused, Director George slowly turned to see what the officer's flashlight illuminated. There, a figure was suspended, clad in tattered formal wear, blood-soaked, firmly bound by strands of webbing. His head hung limply, indicating he too was unconscious. Director George furrowed his brow as he discerned the transparent webs. Spider-Woman? She is here tonight, as well? The situation had deteriorated further. New York's prestigious academy faced a terror attack, and among the known attendees were the Green Goblin and Iron Man, now compounded by the involvement of the notorious Spider-Woman. While the police remained oblivious to the entire incident, Director George, accompanied by his team, cautiously approached the individuals suspended by the webs, maintaining their weapons drawn, ready to prevent any sudden moves from the target pretending to be unconscious. Their vigilance was not unwarranted. Although Spider-Woman was perceived as a criminal still at large, experience suggested that those ensnared by her webs were typically wrongdoers. Gwen cautiously navigated around the crowd, seeking refuge in a secluded corner where she shed her spider suit and donned a shimmering silver gown. Taking out her phone, she utilized the glow of a street lamp to adjust her makeup and hair. Upon unlocking her phone, she noticed several missed calls, all from her father, George. Hastily, she returned the call. "Gwen?" George's voice resonated with concern and anxiety on the other end, fearing that someone might have discovered his daughter's phone. A sigh of relief escaped him upon hearing Gwen's voice. "Where are you? You've been unresponsive, and I've been worried sick," he expressed. "I'm so sorry, Dad. I had set my phone to silent for the dance tonight, and I'm by the academic building," Gwen replied with regret. "You should have at least called me once you were safe." George reproached. "Is Roxas with you?" "Roxas? He isn't with you?" George felt a pang of anxiety as he passed by the playground where all the surviving students had gathered. However, he did not spot you or Lucia. Gwen suddenly paused, and after a moment of contemplation, she quickly explained, "He has been with me since we left there, but he has gone to drive now. We were preparing to leave this place." Upon hearing this, George's heart finally eased. His worries had escalated throughout the evening, and prior to receiving Gwen's reassuring words, he was on the verge of losing his composure, which would have affected his work. Furthermore, he could never bear to entertain the worst possible outcomes, even as a father. The mere thought was too much for him to fathom. He did the right thing by leaving the school. Let Lucia take you home. I still have many matters to tend to tonight. The situation is chaotic, but rest assured there is no longer any danger, George advised, adding, remember not to mention any of this to your mother. All right, Dad. Be careful with your work, Gwen replied, relieved and ready to end the call. Gwen, George suddenly called out to her. I just saw Harry. Your friend survived, but his condition is dire and may be life-threatening. Chapter 43. The kiss of night. After hanging up, Gwen stood frozen, a singular thought swirling in her mind. Had Lucia also vanished from everyone's sight this evening? It appeared that he had mysteriously disappeared for a time, much like her. The reason for Gwen's disappearance was simple. She was not an ordinary student, but rather Spider-Woman. While an ordinary student would escape to safety when faced with danger, Spider-Woman would confront it. But what could be the reason for Lucia's disappearance? Instantly, a multitude of speculations surged within Gwen, yet she could not ascertain the correct answer, as they remained mere hypotheses lacking substantial evidence. In a court of law, even the most incriminating suspects require proof. Gwen had no justification to doubt Lucia based solely on her conjectures and unfounded assumptions. However, one thing was certain to Gwen. Lucia was not an ordinary high school student. Those thoughts she once hesitated to entertain now flooded her mind. Over a month ago, Lucia had mysteriously appeared in Oscorp Tower, a feat no average high school student could achieve, given the building's security systems. On that day, it seemed Lucia was searching for something within Oscorp. Driven by curiosity, Gwen had followed Lucia, inadvertently stumbling into a laboratory where she was bitten by a radioactive spider, leading to her mutation and transformation into Spider-Woman. Tonight, Gwen also learned of another superhuman born from Oscorp, the Green Goblin. Clearly, Oscorp harbored many secrets, and Lucia, as an investigator of these mysteries, was equally enigmatic. Lucia appeared to possess formidable personal strength, a trait that could not be explained merely by superior physical attributes. At school, he had effortlessly lifted the burly Fleischer with one hand, yet Lucia was not a muscle-bound brute, to Gwen's knowledge. He did not even have a habit of exercising or working out. On that fateful night, Gwen ventured into Queens, where she encountered the Spider-Orc transformed from Peter and narrowly escaped the chaos. In her flight, she inadvertently stumbled into Losha's abode. When Losha entered the living room, a brief skirmish ensued. Gwen, unaware of his identity, fought with all her might, but could not even graze the hem of his garments, for his speed was extraordinary. A reaction and swiftness not of this world. Gwen had faced numerous superheroes and criminals, yet only one demon could surpass her in velocity. At that moment, she did not harbor doubts. She assumed her injuries inflicted by the Spider-Orc had dulled her reflexes due to the anesthetic coursing through her veins. In retrospect, however, the inconsistencies are glaring. After her mutation, Gwen's strength and speed had transcended human limits, and even if various factors hampered her agility, it was not something a mere mortal could rival. Possessing a keen memory, Gwen reflected on those events. The encounter in Queens replaying in her mind like scenes from a film. And then there was that potent surge of energy. It was the nearby energy fluctuation that had heightened her vigilance, prompting her to attack before she could discern the intruder's identity. Contemplating this, she furrowed her brow. The past, akin to a tangled skein of yarn, revealed much when meticulously unraveled. Yet, armed solely with these suspicions and clues, Gwen could not ascertain Losha's true identity, nor could she confirm any connection between him and the demon. It would be folly to conclude they were one and the same merely because both had dark hair. Perhaps one day, she would uncover evidence to substantiate her theories, but that conclusion would need to await the discovery of such proof. However, once the notion that Losha might be the demon took root, Gwen's imagination could not be contained. She pondered, if the face behind that demonic mask truly belonged to Losha, then all her questions would find resolution. Even the new queries arising this evening would be answered. Why would the demon craft a steel spider suit for her? Why would this reckless demon spare Peter, whom she sought to protect? The demon had once unmasked her as Spider-Woman. He knew that Gwen Stacy was behind the mask, thus gifting her the steel spider suit and refraining from attack. Moreover, both the demon and Losha shared a penchant for violence, harboring no reverence for justice. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Gwen discerned stark differences. The demon embodied chaos, a madness lurking within the disorder, with a heart thirsting for bloodshed. In contrast, Losha was not as loquacious as the demon. His demeanor was cold, almost aloof. Yet, in his interactions with Gwen, there existed a warmth. He lacked the demon's frenzied disposition, instead possessing a seriousness about him. While Losha did not adhere to the tenets of justice, he also did not descend into malevolence. Suddenly, Gwen severed her train of thought. Doubt and speculation, once sown, take root in the mind like seeds, swiftly growing into towering trees through incessant association. Gwen wished to abandon these thoughts, for they now seemed fruitless. She retrieved her phone and dialed Roxas. Suddenly, an idea or suspicion flickered in Gwen's mind. It would be better to inquire directly than to dwell in uncertainty. The Spider-Woman and the demon were not adversaries, nor were she and Roxas. After a few beeps, the call connected. "Where are you?" "I miss you dearly, Roxas," Gwen murmured softly. In a parking lot, came Roxas's gentle voice from the other end. "I believe we just parted ways less than half an hour ago. It's close to danger, but it's safe now." Roxas turned his head, glimpsing the flashing police lights through the car window, with officers cordoning off the scene. "I just saw your father. Why didn't you greet him?" Gwen chided. "Because you weren't by my side," Roxas replied with a smile. "If Mr. George were to ask, 'How did you lose Gwen?' what could I say? Well, that's true. Thankfully, you didn't meet him just now," Gwen bit her lip. "You stay put. I will come to you. Don't hang up. I want to hear your voice." They reunited in the parking lot before the weathered Ford, enveloped in the glow of the white headlights, embracing each other tightly. "I worry about you. I miss you." Gwen buried her head in Roxas's embrace, her voice somewhat muffled. "It should be me who worries about you, considering your sudden disappearance," Roxas replied calmly. Gwen suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide as she scrutinized Roxas's face, those dark eyes and prominent nose. "You seem unfazed, without any questions, Roxas. Don't you wish to ask me about my abrupt departure?" "No." Roxas gazed intently into her eyes, replying earnestly. "I believe that if you wish to share something with me, you will do so when the time is right." Roxas's words instantly dissolved all of Gwen's doubts and speculations. Rising on her toes, she kissed Roxas. Beneath the veil of night, they shared a kiss, Roxas encircling Gwen's waist as she fervently reciprocated. Chapter 44. Record New York Presbyterian and Cornell Presbyterian Hospital. In a luxurious hospital room, Harry lay on the bed, having awakened post-surgery, staring blankly at the ceiling. His head was swathed in bandages, with crimson stains seeping through the white fabric, leaving only his eyes and nostrils visible. The two cabinets at the bedside were barren, while the electrocardiogram and blood pressure monitors functioned normally, continuously assessing the patient's condition. The room was tranquil, interrupted only by the rhythmic dripping of the Four. After an indeterminate time, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit standing at the threshold. "Harry?" Director George spoke softly as he entered the room. Hearing the voice, Harry slowly turned to regard him, offering no further response. Director George sighed and proceeded with a formal introduction. "I am Chief George Stacy of the New York City Police Department. May I have a moment of your time? The police need to inquire about certain events that transpired last night and take a brief statement. I understand that you are in a precarious state, and I apologize for the intrusion. However, you are the sole survivor present at the scene." Behind Director George stood an elderly gentleman with graying hair, who coldly addressed him. "Chief Stacy, you have but 5 minutes. Our master is still in recovery from surgery and requires rest." This was the long-serving butler of the Osborne household. After delivering his message, the butler closed the door, effectively barring several officers who had accompanied Director George from entering. Under normal circumstances, they would have followed him inside to take notes and observe the witnesses' reactions throughout the process. However, Harry's unique status compelled the butler to insist, leaving the police unable to proceed with their duties. "Harry?" Director George pulled a chair and sat beside the hospital bed. Harry remained silent, casting a cold, watchful gaze upon him. The alert chief sensed the chill emanating from Harry but found it unsurprising. He could even empathize with the hostility Harry exhibited. As a victim who had endured such torment, it was entirely understandable for Harry to adopt a cynical outlook. According to the doctor, Although Harry's life was no longer in danger, the severity of his facial burns rendered him irreparable, even with reconstructive surgery. Anyone receiving such news would undoubtedly be devastated, regardless of age or gender. No one could maintain their composure after being disfigured. Observing Harry's condition, Director George felt a pang of guilt. The police had failed to fulfill their role the previous night, offering no protection to the citizens nor confronting the criminals, merely becoming custodians tasked with cleaning up the mess left by the so-called heroes and villains. With a subtle motion, Director George activated the recording device hidden within his sleeve. "Harry, I hope you can cooperate with me. The scene has been severely compromised, and the police need your account of the events from that night." He spoke earnestly. Harry remained unresponsive, prompting George to sigh in resignation. "Very well. Let us get straight to the point. What transpired at the venue last night?" He inquired. "Where did the Green Goblin, the instigator of the attack, go? And what of Iron Man? Did he play a role in this? What part did Spider-Woman have in the entire affair?" Director George keenly observed that Harry's eyes suddenly brightened at the mention of the Green Goblin. Did Harry harbor a profound impression of the Green Goblin, or was it possible that his injuries were inflicted by that very villain? A multitude of speculations began to swirl in George's mind. "No, it wasn't the Green Goblin," Harry suddenly interjected. "What did you say?" Director George was taken aback, his attention drawn to the sound of Harry's voice. It was hoarse and sharp, akin to a person choking on charcoal, or like the jarring sound of two sheets of metal scraping against one another. The Green Goblin was not involved in last night's attack. Rather, someone impersonated him to wreak havoc and slaughter. Harry spoke with unwavering clarity. That individual was the Demon. "Demon?" Director George repeated the name incredulously. "Did you witness it with your own eyes?" "Indeed, I saw it clearly. During the battle, he removed his disguise and revealed that demonic visage," Harry affirmed earnestly. Director George's expression turned grave as he pondered the situation. Numerous eyewitnesses had reported that during the horrific assault, the Green Goblin was seen throwing bombs down from a flying device. Yet now, Harry claimed it was the Demon impersonating him, which cast a cloud of doubt over George's mind. In fact, just prior to this encounter, the police had ruled out the Demon's involvement, as no signs of him were found at the scene. Director George had dealt with several cases involving the Demon, whether it was the kidnapping at the Platinum Hotel or the murder at the Osborne building. The brazen Demon always left behind his signature grin, once on a wall, another time on a desk. If he had orchestrated last night's tragedy, he would have undoubtedly marked the scene prominently. In criminal investigation, the act of marking is a behavior carried out by offenders to fulfill certain psychological or emotional needs. It is a distinctive and conspicuous trait of the criminal's modus operandi. This indicates that the Demon is unafraid of the police. In fact, he relishes in provoking them. His intent to leave his mark is clear, to declare to the world that he is the architect of this terror while evading any form of retribution, thereby solidifying his fearsome image. Moreover, Director George was personally skeptical of the notion that the Demon would masquerade as the Green Goblin to launch an attack, a tactic more befitting a petty thief. He possessed a certain understanding of the Demon, who reveled in augmenting his own infamy. Nonetheless, George refrained from contradicting Harry. After all, as a survivor within the venue, Harry might have witnessed something crucial and known some hidden truths. A brief silence enveloped the hospital room. After glancing at his watch, Director George resumed his inquiry. What was the purpose of the Demons orchestrating this attack? Was he intent on murdering a particular student attending the gala? Or was it merely for the thrill of committing a crime? I don't know," Harry replied, shaking his head with difficulty. "I have no understanding of the Demon. Last night was the first time I encountered him. What about Iron Man? We have officers who saw him flying out of the window. What role did he play in last night's incident? And Spider-Woman?" George inquired, fixing his gaze on Harry's eyes. "Accomplices. They are all the Demon's accomplices. They killed their own father, the Demon, Iron Man, and Spider-Woman, who is actually your daughter, Gwen Stacy." Harry silently screamed within. Yet, it was evident that this assertion held inconsistencies. If it were not for the ongoing release of the new book, I would have certainly delivered a more substantial update to express my gratitude to everyone. Chapter 45. The Birth of Two Villains. They attempted to thwart the demonic Iron Man and Spider-Woman, leading to a fierce battle within the venue, resulting in countless injured students suffering secondary injuries and ultimately perishing. Harry's gaze was shrouded in gloom, with sorrow flowing in his eyes. In the midst of the chaos, Iron Man gifted Spider-Woman a suit forged of steel, enhancing her already formidable abilities. Harry feigned reminiscence, yet they remained no match for the demon, who wreaked havoc indiscriminately. In the end, Iron Man fled in panic, and Spider-Woman vanished without a trace. Has Spider-Woman become stronger with the suit? That is indeed a significant gain, remarked Director George. After a brief silence, he spoke again. One last question. Last night, a student was suspended by Spider-Woman. What was his transgression? In the eyes of the police, Peter was a suspect. Thus, he was never considered among the survivors. He did nothing. He is our classmate, Peter Parker. Like me, he is a victim, just an ordinary student attending the dance. And he even faces bullying at school, powerless to do anything. Then why was he suspended by Spider-Woman using her web? That is a treatment reserved for criminals. Director George inquired. I do not know, Harry replied, but I do know that Spider-Woman is not a police officer, and even the police can apprehend the wrong person. Director George was at a loss for words. All he could say was, the police primarily arrest criminals. Though mistakes do occur, errors are inevitable in any profession. Thank you for all the information. It has greatly assisted the police, Director George stated as he rose to take his leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back. Harry, I am uncertain if you are aware of this unfortunate news, but I believe I must inform you. Whether as a police officer or Uncle George, your father, Mr. Norman, is missing. Director George spoke solemnly. Just last night, after you were admitted, the police have been unable to reach Mr. Norman, and this remains the case today. Your butler is also quite anxious. Isn't it the police's duty to search for missing citizens? Harry appeared remarkably calm. I'm not worried at all. He has frequently gone missing for short periods since my childhood. Perhaps he is currently in some secret laboratory writing a work report. Of course, that will be the best scenario. Director George cast a deep glance at Harry before turning to exit the hospital room. Upon leaving, he disregarded the stern gaze of the old butler as he bid farewell, and a group of officers encircled him in the corridor. Any discoveries, Director? Someone asked eagerly. Director George produced a recording device from his sleeve and handed it over. Make sure to transcribe it and create an audio backup. The director had grown indifferent to the recordings as his mind wandered back to the final scene. Before departing, Director George had raised the issue of Harry's father, Norman Osborn's disappearance. Harry responded calmly. Yet the perceptive Director George noticed the heart rate monitor beside him displaying a significant fluctuation. Shortly after the personnel from the police station departed, representatives from a special government department arrived, requesting a brief conversation with Harry, the sole survivor of the tragic ball incident at Midtown Technology Institute, to gather details about the events of the previous night. The elderly butler opened the door with a frosty expression. The police chief had just concluded his report and left. Harry coldly regarded the visitors outside. However, they remained composed, seemingly unfazed by Harry's aloofness. Phil Coulson, from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, presented his credentials to Harry and the butler. I am a victim, not a criminal, Harry retorted irritably. Have I forgotten I underwent surgery? I don't recall ever engaging in matters concerning Homeland Strategic Defense. My apologies, but your agency's name is rather unfortunate. Coulson remained unperturbed. Mr. Harry, we merely seek a brief understanding regarding the horrific incident at Midtown Technology Institute last night. After a moment of silence, Harry replied coolly, Come in. As night fell, the moon was obscured by dark clouds. The lights in the upscale hospital room were fully illuminated, and the bedside was adorned with vibrant bouquets. The signatures on the accompanying cards were predominantly from newspapers or media personalities, the New York Daily, Midtown Weekly, and others. The newly added carnation bore the signature of the Hornet Daily. Mr. Harry, are you suggesting that a demon was responsible for all of this? And that Spider-Woman allied with Iron Man to thwart him? The short-haired reporter switched off her recording device momentarily, yet in previous cases, Spider-Woman had often been seen alongside the demon, collaborating in wrongdoing. Like on the Brooklyn Bridge, where Spider-Woman conspired with the demon, inciting the lizard to attack the police. So, Are you certain Spider-Woman did not commit any crimes last night? Surely, she aided the demon against Iron Man, correct? How many innocent students did she kill? After speaking, she activated her recording device again, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Harry. Feeling a headache coming on, Harry found a reporter from the Hornet Daily persistently steering the conversation towards a malicious smear against Spider-Woman. Who knows what vendetta the editor of the Hornet Daily holds against her? Though Harry was tempted to reveal Spider-Woman as the demon's accomplice and expose her hypocritical hero facade, he remained remarkably rational at this moment, striving to maintain consistency in his statements across all media outlets. No, I've been quite clear on this matter. The interview is over. I need to rest. He called for the butler, impatiently dismissing the reporter. The door to the hospital room was closed, and silence enveloped the space once more. At midnight, just as Harry was about to drift off to sleep, an unexpected commotion outside his window jolted him awake. The curtains were tightly drawn, obscuring his view of the outside. A series of rhythmic knocks echoed against the floor-to-ceiling window, as though someone were traversing its surface. But at such heights, who could possibly be out there? A few moments later, the curtains were drawn back, revealing a silhouette that did not resemble a human form. Peter? Harry inquired uncertainly. No response came. The curtains were gradually pulled aside by a few spider legs, unveiling a grotesque and terrifying spider head. Even with some mental preparation, Harry was startled and reaffirmed. Peter? I apologize. Your transformation is quite significant, he replied. No need to apologize, Harry, Peter said as he slowly approached the bedside. I have grown accustomed to peculiar gazes. Their voices were both abnormal, akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Harry noticed a glass container in Peter's hand, within which a green reagent swirled. A gift for you, Harry. I believe you will appreciate it. Chapter 46. Testing each other. The warm afternoon sun bathed the green field, and from the vantage point of Midtown Technology's playground, the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan loomed in the distance. The horrific attack that night cast a shadow over this prestigious school, yet the students who had not experienced the calamity mourned only briefly during the official memorial service, soon returning to their routines. Each student seized the moment to unleash their fervent youth upon the campus, too preoccupied to dwell on sorrowful memories. In the center of the field, the school's football team engaged in their daily training, with the blue and white teams fiercely contesting, punctuated by intermittent cheers. Behind the iron fence, Roxa and Gwen sat in the stands, shadows cast by the sun behind them. Gwen donned a sea blue jacket, her short skirt paired with black stockings and knee-high boots, her flowing golden locks cascading like a waterfall as she sat sideways, facing Roxa. Did you catch the news today? Roxa offered her phone to Gwen. Your idol, Spider-Woman, has been caught causing mayhem by the Hornet Daily. Gwen gazed at the headline. Spider-Woman collaborates with demons to orchestrate terror at Midtown Technology Academy. Throughout her perusal, her brow remained furrowed. This is absurd. Spider-Woman is benevolent enough to assist citizens in locating their lost pets. Would she really launch a terror attack against us? Gwen returned the phone to Roxa. No one would believe their nonsense. This is entirely slanderous. Roxa chuckled and shook her head. Not necessarily. The public can be naive, easily swayed by unscrupulous media. Just look at their likes and comments. Many have bought into their narrative and are urging the police to apprehend Spider-Woman. Gwen, upon hearing this, felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She sighed deeply and leaned her head against Roxa's shoulder. To excel as a superhero is an arduous endeavor. Suddenly, she found herself empathizing with the demon, who roams freely, unbound by societal constraints. The chaos he creates is commonplace, never sparking significant debate. The public's expectations are rather simple, merely to minimize destruction and casualties. Many citizens refrain from voicing their disdain online, for the demon, often referred to as the harbinger of Satan, could very well confront those who dare to insult him. This is hardly surprising. The Hornet Daily is notorious for its vilification of Spider-Woman. Its credibility is universally questioned. In contrast, esteemed publications like the New York Daily and others refrain from disparaging Spider-Woman, focusing instead on the demon's misdeeds. As Gwen spoke, she lifted her gaze to observe Roxas's expression. They unjustly attributed the Green Goblin's transgressions to the demon, despite the multitude of eyewitnesses who could attest to the truth. Gwen lamented, "All of this can be attributed to your dear friend, Harry Osborn." Roxas, maintaining his gaze on Gwen, remarked that as a wealthy scion, his words were likely to be taken seriously. Being the only survivor found by the police, Harry's account was assumed to possess a high degree of authenticity. Gwen nudged her head against Roxas's shoulder, aware that the media was indifferent to the truth. Their only concern lay in newspaper sales and click rates. For the sake of these metrics, even erroneous reports went unchallenged. There must be some misunderstanding. Harry is not the type to distort the truth. He possesses his own pride, and proud individuals disdain falsehoods. Gwen mused quietly, regretting her ignorance of the events that transpired that night. In truth, she was privy to everything. Harry had witnessed the demon murder his father, and the animosity was irreparable. Moreover, Gwen was certain that in the recent nights, Harry had been plotting his revenge. By shifting the blame for his father's demise onto the demon in front of the media, Harry was executing a calculated plan to shape public opinion, rendering the demon a pariah and an object of universal contempt. This would only intensify the citizens' loathing and galvanize the police to combat him more vigorously. Although the actual impact might be negligible, Harry had taken the first step toward vengeance. Little did Harry realize that, unbeknownst to him, he was inadvertently aiding the demon. Through his endeavors, the demon had been sculpted into a figure of terror. The more individuals despised and feared him, the more formidable he became. As you stated, you are unaware of the events that night, while Harry Osborn bore witness to everything. How can you assert that he is distorting the truth? Roxas smiled as he spoke. Gwen retorted, "Because my father pointed out numerous inconsistencies in Harry's account. The police are still investigating. No one cares whether he is lying." Roxas interrupted her, suggesting that the public has always believed that terror attacks and the demon are perfectly matched. Even the devil is indifferent to his reputation. Even when rumors swirl that he is plotting the annihilation of New York, inciting panic and vitriol among the citizens, he merely laughs, unfazed, let alone when falsely accused of a terrorist attack. Gwen had straightened her posture, casting a profound glance at Losha, and after a long pause, she softly remarked, "You truly comprehend the essence of a devil. At times, I feel as though you are one and the same." "It is my honor," Losha murmured. "What?" Gwen did not quite catch his words. "I meant, I genuinely enjoy kissing you," Losha replied, his gaze fixed upon her, filled with exhilaration. "Hee," Gwen chuckled lightly, "Me too. Your kissing skills are phenomenal. But you mentioned it was your first kiss. Do you think I'm deceived?" "No. Honesty is a virtue I have always upheld," Losha asserted, leaning a tad closer. "Perhaps I am just exceptionally gifted," he added with a playful grin. "Haha." Gwen lightly tapped Losha's arm. As Gwen gazed at Losha, she slowly closed her eyes, maintaining the delightful curve of her smile. Losha smiled back, tilting his head and inching closer. Suddenly, Gwen raised her hand and caught a swiftly approaching football with one hand. "Wow, impressive," Losha exclaimed, his expression turning enigmatic as he regarded her. Just a coincidence," Gwen replied, handing the football to Losha with a flick of her wrist. "That stings," she grimaced, yet discreetly observed Losha's reaction. Players from the football team shouted from the edge of the field, urging Losha to throw the ball back. Losha turned his head slightly, casting a casual glance at them, and with one hand, he threw the football. The trajectory of the football arced through the air, nearly resembling a straight line. In truth, no one could discern its path. The ball soared over the stands, and with a resounding crash, the player fell to the ground. "Wow, you're also quite cool." Gwen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Losha. "Just a coincidence," he replied, wrapping his arms around her waist, brushing aside the golden strands of hair from her face and capturing her lips in a kiss. Chapter 47. Palladium poisoning in Natasha, the Stark Industries building's research lab, was in disarray. The layout and arrangement of items appeared chaotic, yet from Tony's perspective, there existed a certain order. Standing in the control area, Tony's fingers glided across the screen, holographic models projected before him. He manipulated the models with precision, rectifying even the slightest imperfections until they were flawless. After another thorough inspection, Tony transmitted the 3D model data, prompting the lab's 3D printer to spring to life, crafting intricate components that were subsequently assembled by nearby robotic arms. Weapon development was among Tony's responsibilities, and with the assistance of the advanced instruments and robotic arms in the lab, his efficiency saw a remarkable boost. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from behind him. Tony paused momentarily, but continued with his work, not bothering to look back. A mechanical arm, diligently at work, inadvertently toppled a glass, which shattered upon hitting the floor, spilling a verdant liquid across the surface. "I swear, I shall dismantle you," Tony grumbled, exasperated. The offending mechanical arm's fingers curled together, slowly drooping, resembling a chastised child. Minutes later, the final component was designed, and Tony rubbed his wrist. The mechanical arm cautiously presented a cup filled with the green liquid, gently placing it on the table before Tony. Grimacing at the sight of the liquid, he lifted the cup and managed to gulp down half of it. "How much more of this vile concoction must I endure?" he complained, his brow furrowed, as he pinched his nose and swiftly downed the remaining liquid. "Sir, 80 ounces are required to alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning," Jarvis's voice chimed in. 80 ounces is approximately 24 liters. "This is sheer torture for me," Tony grimaced, "and it's a daily torment." From the pocket of his sweatpants, Tony retrieved a silver metallic box and placed it on the table. Pressing a button, a sharp needle protruded from the box, and he pressed his thumb against it. "Jarvis, check the palladium content." A spinning progress bar appeared on the screen, and moments later, Jarvis reported blood toxicity, 9, diffusion rate, slow. "Sir, it appears that if you continue to utilize the Iron Man suit, allowing the miniature arc reactor to output greater energy, the rate of palladium poisoning will accelerate. I advise you to cease using the armor. You should rush to the Middle East and inform those terrorists to stop using rifles. Otherwise, the recoil will inevitably damage their shoulders." Tony disregarded Jarvis's warning, lifting his shirt to remove the arc reactor from his chest. "This palladium energy cell is depleted." Tony inverted the arc reactor, and mechanical components at its base unfurled like petals, revealing a palladium energy cell. He extracted it, muttering, "They deplete far too quickly." He opened a box containing a row of palladium energy cells, withdrawing one and reinserting it into the base of the arc reactor. "I have simulated every known element, yet none can substitute for palladium." Jarvis's voice resonated once more. "Sir, your time and options are dwindling." "Yes, I am aware. Spare me the platitudes," Tony retorted, lifting his shirt again to replace the arc reactor into his chest. A mechanical whirring ensued as the arc reactor re-embedded itself. Around the reactor, dark marks appeared on Tony's chest, resembling engorged veins, and these ominous markings showed a tendency to spread. "Sir, Miss Natasha has arrived," Jarvis announced. Tony looked up to see a graceful figure standing behind the glass door. "Silence." Tony issued the directive, keeping the issues with his health a closely guarded secret. Even from Pepper Potts, a woman named Natasha stood by the door, entering a numerical code. From the side, her alluring physique was unmistakable, and through the glass door, Tony's gaze brightened. Dressed in a light blue shirt that seemed to strain against her curves, with her flowing burgundy hair cascading down. She wore black trousers that accentuated her figure, as if a delicate wine glass could rest effortlessly upon her rear. Who is she? Natasha? That name, steeped in Russian flair, was unfamiliar to Tony. He pondered aloud. Jarvis had already been instructed to remain silent, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Natasha Romanoff, from the legal department. Currently serving as Ms. Potts' assistant. Ms. Potts has noted that she may involve you in a sexual harassment lawsuit. The glass doors parted, and Natasha entered. "Mr. Stark, I am Ms. Potts' assistant, and I have a document that requires your signature." Natasha's gaze remained fixed on Tony. "Place it on the table," he instructed, gesturing toward the desk before him. Natasha complied, discreetly surveying her surroundings. "A new employee? I haven't seen you before," Tony remarked, glancing at her as he signed the document. "I have just been reassigned," Natasha replied. "Apologies, but your position is about to change again," Tony said, placing the document on the desk. "I also require your fingerprint." Natasha indicated the area for signing. Tony pressed his fingerprint down. "All set, goodbye, Ms. Natasha." She smiled and nodded, turning to leave the research room. Throughout the encounter, Tony remained motionless, his eyes following Natasha's retreating figure. "Jarvis, inform Pepper that I require a new assistant," he said, lowering his head to type Natasha Romanoff into Google. Perusing her personal information, fluent in French, Italian, and the soon-to-be extinct Latin? Who still speaks Latin? Tony muttered to himself. "Sir, I not only speak Latin, but I'm also proficient in 651 languages. You're not human?" Suddenly, the sound of the glass door opening interrupted him. "I didn't realize you had modeled in Tokyo," Tony exclaimed, magnifying a bikini photo of Natasha on the screen. Natasha? The name resonated with a familiar yet daunting tone. Tony froze, slowly raising his head to behold the well-known visage of the demon. Moments later, he could not suppress his astonishment. His shock did not stem merely from the sight of the demon. Tony was aware of the demon's ability to become invisible, yet he also understood that even in invisibility, the demon could not elude radar detection. Thus, following his encounter with the demon, he had instructed Jarvis to maintain a constant radar scan around Stark Industries. However, this time, even as the demon infiltrated his research lab, Jarvis did not raise an alarm. Exhausted, Tony took a sip of the green liquid on the table, its bitter taste igniting his taste buds, yet his expression remained impassive. Roxa was well aware of Tony's thoughts. Deliberately evading radar scans near Stark Industries had been his intention. It was a simple ruse. As he approached Stark Industries, Roxa harnessed the power of the monkey talisman to transform himself into a bird, a creature of smaller size, thereby reducing the cross-sectional area of the reflected electromagnetic waves, which Jarvis dismissed as mere error data. "You have yet to respond to my inquiry," Roxa said, gesturing as a nearby chair flew over and settled behind him. "Let me recall what you asked, Natasha," Tony replied, tapping his head. "She is my new assistant." A line of text appeared on the screen before him. "Sir, Ms. Potts has not yet formally replied. Do I need to say more?" Tony muttered under his breath, promptly shutting off the screen. "She appears quite capable, beautiful yet efficient," Roxa remarked with a smile. "Mr. Stark, considering your startled reaction upon seeing me today, I believe you require an employee to liaise directly with me. Ms. Natasha seems quite suitable for the role of managing emails and phone calls. What is your inclination?" Roxa was certainly not unfamiliar with Natasha, the stunning yet lethal spy known as Black Widow, whose membership in the Avengers attested to her formidable abilities. Originally a Soviet operative, she had joined SHIELD after betraying the Red Room. Her body had been enhanced to significantly slow her aging process, bolster her immune system, and increase her resilience to physical impacts. Coupled with years of various physical and mental training, she had become a deadly Black Widow, her agility surpassing that of Olympic gold medalists. And she possessed exceptional coordination of balance and flexibility. Of course, Natasha's abilities extended beyond this. She could process multiple streams of information rapidly, akin to Captain America, assessing threats and swiftly adapting to evolving tactical situations. She was an exceptionally efficient strategist, tactician, and commander, having even led SHIELD on one occasion. At present, Tony had not publicly disclosed his identity as Iron Man, yet SHIELD had dispatched Natasha to approach him, indicating they had gleaned information about Iron Man from other sources. Rox's intent in having Natasha manage their communications was straightforward. Through her, he could engage with SHIELD, regardless of whether the outcomes were favorable or adverse. As the principal benevolent organization, SHIELD had connections with every superhero to varying degrees and actively countered numerous villains. Luo Xia seeks to accumulate villain points from those superheroes and antagonists. If he were to extend his influence into SHIELD, he would undoubtedly reap unexpected rewards. However, the question remains, how to infiltrate SHIELD. Despite the upper echelons of SHIELD being infiltrated by Hydra, this is the result of decades of meticulous planning by Hydra. At this juncture, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, presents an excellent opportunity for intervention. Having defected from the Red Room to join S.H. Her tenure there has not been extensive enough for her to earn complete trust. Compared to other superheroes, Natasha lacks a strong sense of conviction and personal combat prowess. If anyone within the Avengers is susceptible to corruption, it would undoubtedly be her. Did I hear incorrectly? Do demons also find interest in alluring human females? Tony expressed his astonishment. But is it appropriate for a woman to converse with a demon? Wouldn't she be frightened to the point of fainting? Luo Xia merely regarded him with a composed demeanor. Once Tony confirmed that the demon was not jesting, he adopted a serious expression. It seemed he had no capacity to refuse the presence of a demon. Jarvis, please execute a personnel transfer order. Legal Department. Natasha Romanoff is to be appointed as my assistant to facilitate direct communication with Mr. Demon. As Tony stepped away from the control center, a mechanical arm approached, presenting 2 glasses. Whiskey, would you care for some? Tony raised his glass in a gesture towards Luo Xia. I have also prepared some white liquor and shochu in the lab. Which of these suits your palate? Given that demons are typically represented with black hair, Tony surmised that he was likely of Asian descent. After all, individuals with black hair constitute 54% of the population in the United States, with Asians making up 44%, and indigenous peoples and Alaskan natives comprising 10%. No, I cannot partake in alcohol, Mr. Stark, Luo Xia declined. Why not? Do you not enjoy human alcoholic beverages? Tony, ever curious about the demon, pondered whether demons could also be allergic to alcohol. No, it is because I have yet to reach the legal drinking age. Luo Xia replied with a shrug. As you know, I have always adhered to the law. Tony was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping his glass. Surely, this could not be attributed to the demon's dry humor about being law-abiding. Mr. Demon, you have not yet turned 21? Tony inquired, his face a portrait of shock. Perhaps the aging systems of demons differed from those of humans? Or perhaps, given that demons might live for millennia, he had only existed for a little over 1,000 years, making him proportionally akin to a mere teenager in human years? No, I'm 18 this year. Just now reaching adulthood, Luo Xia smiled. To him, this was entirely normal, especially considering that Spider-Woman, Gwen, was only 17 years old. Mr. Demon, are you suggesting? Tony hesitated before asking. Are you saying that you are also a human? A citizen of the United States? At your age, you should still be in high school. Of course, being a demon is merely my profession. High school students must engage in social practice. Luo Xia nodded. Tony was left speechless. Social practice, indeed. The internship demon is indeed terrifying, roaming through the skies of New York, committing heinous acts without a trace of mercy. What will become of the world once he officially enters the workforce? It is certain that the entire globe will tremble under his shadow. This world is utterly insane, Tony remarked, daring to inquire. Your childhood must have been quite unfortunate, right? I once read that to create a villain, one merely needs to provide them with a tragic upbringing. You will be sorely disappointed, Luo Xia responded, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. I have been fortunate since childhood. However, if you wish to discuss being reduced to ashes like that green demon from that night, we can certainly continue this conversation. No, I do not wish to. Tony gulped down a sip of whiskey to suppress his shock. We can commence our official discussion now. Chapter 49. The creation of a demon. Prior to my arrival here, I encountered a rather portly gentleman at the entrance of the chairman's office on the same floor, surrounded by numerous employees. With a pretense of concern, Luo Xia observed the man, who appeared to be a treacherous usurper, seemingly intent on seizing power and position. No, that is Obadiah Stane, one of the stalwarts of Stark Industries and a major shareholder, Tony explained. He once collaborated with my father before assisting me in leading Stark Industries. I have great trust in him. He should be here tonight in relation to the arc reactor project. Pepper will certainly have her hands full. Are you aware of the arc reactor project? Tony boasted. It is yet another groundbreaking creation of mine. A series of arc reactors interconnected to produce energy comparable to that of a nuclear power plant. Stark Industries could even transition from arms dealer to energy supplier. That does not pique my interest, Luo Xia interrupted with a dismissive wave. Being a demon comes with a handsome salary, allowing me to cover my utilities and heating expenses. Lo Xia, of course, refrained from reminding Tony of Stain's treacherous intentions. Soon, when Stain dons the ironmonger suit and delivers a setback to Tony, it would take long for him to harvest a wave of villain points. The mechanical arm resumed its work. So, Mr. Demon, do you have any specific business here tonight? Tony was eager to send the demon on his way. Surely he wasn't merely passing by Stark Industries, intending to engage in idle chatter. I certainly do not believe that. I am no Spider-Woman. You possess a keen self-awareness, Mr. Stark, Lo Xia replied, tossing a disc toward Tony. I am here to place an order for a batch of figurines, or perhaps some model toys. The designs are within. Iron Man furrowed his brow as he inserted the disc into the computer. Upon opening it, he discovered, as the demon had stated, 2 3D models of toys, one of Godzilla and the other of Pikachu. Tony was taken aback. Could the demon's true identity be that of a toy supplier, or perhaps an enthusiast of monsters and Pokemon? What advanced weaponry is this? Why do I not see the weapon configuration details? Tony inquired, perplexed. There are no weapons, Lo Xia replied with a broad smile. Yet, Tony felt as though the demon was concocting some nefarious scheme. Tony's mind was in a whirl. The very embodiment of terror and destruction that roamed the streets of New York was, surprisingly, a fervent enthusiast of model toys. What need did he have to personally craft Godzilla and Pikachu? He was, after all, a premier scientist and weapons inventor. Yet, the truth was that Lo Xia was preparing a mouse charm, a mystical artifact possessing the life force to animate the inanimate. With it, Lo Xia could conjure a true Godzilla from a mere model. However, this was merely preparatory work. The unactivated mouse charm could only enable the figurines to perform basic movements, devoid of any substantial energy, let alone the diverse capabilities outlined in their designs. Well, I won't attempt to fathom the demon's thoughts, Tony shrugged. Will be electric-powered or fuel-driven. Your schematics are rather rudimentary. If paired with Stark Industries' arc reactor, it would undoubtedly be impressive, though the cost would soar. No. We shall adhere strictly to the blueprints. All the data is clearly indicated, with a quantity of 10 for each item, Lo Xia interrupted. Ensure the design is striking. And remember to emblazon my demonic insignia in a prominent location, with the inscription Demonic Creation in English beneath it. I believe this is the effect you are aiming for. Tony activated the screen, and an image reflecting Lo Xia's description soon materialized. Lo Xia was pleased. Regardless of the circumstances, Tony was remarkably compliant. The sole stipulation was regarding the materials, which needed to be of superior defense and hardness, such as titanium alloys. Of course, star quality is guaranteed. Tony saluted. At that moment, a clumsy mechanical arm presented a glass of green liquid. Tony took a sip. Palladium would continuously diffuse in his bloodstream, necessitating regular consumption of this concoction to suppress its effects. Having completed my directives, are you departing now? Tony gestured with his glass. Would you care for a drink of Stark's new beverage? No, I have no desire to consume chlorophyll, Lo Xia retorted without hesitation. Mr. Stark, the miniature arc reactor in your chest is rapidly causing palladium poisoning in your blood. Fortunately, I am not burdened with a glowing bulb affixed to my chest. Tony's smile faltered. I assumed your warning was merely coincidental, yet you truly discerned my bodily affliction without any medical instruments or even close proximity. His gaze was complex. Was the demon, beyond violence and destruction, also well-versed in medicine? Gazing intently at the demon, Tony observed Lo Xia smile as he remarked, rather than ponder such matters. Consider how to best spend the fleeting remainder of your life. You are a gentleman. Revelry suits you splendidly. That smile bore the semblance of schadenfreude. Tony longed to crush his head with an iron fist, yet he recognized that even with his armor upgraded to 50, he could not contend with the demon. Do you possess any means to assist me? After all, we are friends. Tony inquired cautiously. Are you not a demon? Demons are omnipotent. No one can face death with equanimity, least of all a young master, a billionaire. Each day of Tony's life is splendid. Indeed, the demon's response was unequivocal, illuminating Tony's thoughts. As Jarvis had previously stated, he had simulated every conceivable element, yet none could substitute for palladium. Even a genius like Tony could not resolve the dilemma that was claiming his life. Nevertheless, Tony endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Literary and cinematic works consistently reveal that entering into a pact with a demon marks the commencement of one's descent into hell. So, what shall you offer in exchange? Rorschach said with a serious demeanor. You know I possess no interest in your wealth. The weapons or armored suits you have developed are mere trifles to me. What else do you possess? Are you willing to barter your soul for your life? Tony's expression grew grave, and he remained silent. Ha ha ha! Rorschach laughed heartily as he departed. The glass door opened automatically, and he turned to say, You may ponder this, and remember my little toys. The demon's figure vanished in an instant, leaving Tony motionless in his chair, only his mechanical arm moving in a state of confusion. Chapter 50. Steve Rogers another pitch, a high fly ball. The score is now tied at 4 for the Dodgers. In a quaintly decorated single-patient room, a radio broadcasts an intense baseball game. The patient in the bed appears unscathed and not at all frail. His shirt is taut against well-defined muscles, presenting a robust and healthy appearance. He lies there as if in slumber, not clad in the standard hospital gown, but in a white shirt, khaki trousers, and brown boots. A breeze flows through the window, stirring the white curtains and gently caressing his face, causing him to suddenly open his eyes. Time seems to freeze for a few seconds as he gradually moves his body, struggling to sit on the edge of the bed. He surveys his surroundings with a look of bewilderment. The lower part of the walls is painted a soft green, while the upper part and ceiling are white, with a 3-blade ceiling fan lazily rotating above. A portable radio rests on the table, accompanied by a vase of carnations. And beneath the fluttering curtains is a radiator. The decor of the room feels strikingly familiar. He recalls performing across various states to assist a congressman in selling war bonds, often being assigned to local army hospitals to visit the wounded after each performance. Those hospital wards resembled this one. The radio continues to relay the baseball game's commentary. He winds up, pitches, swings, and arcs the ball. He has surpassed the Grimson Dodgers and scored. Suddenly, the patient incredulously turns to look at the vintage radio. Rizzo has scored, and Rather is running to third base. At that moment, the door to the patient room swings open, revealing a woman. She is dressed in a grayish-white shirt, military green tie, and a matching short skirt. The attire worn by the woman evoked a sense of familiarity in the patient. He once had a female friend named Peggy Carter who adored dressing in a similar fashion. Good morning, Captain Rogers. The woman greeted with a smile, glancing at her watch. To be precise, it should be good afternoon. Where am I? Steve Rogers inquired, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at the woman. You're in a post-operative recovery room in New York, she explained, although you have awakened. The doctors advise that you still require rest, so you may lie down now. Steve remained silent, studying the woman, while the radio beside them continued its broadcast. The Dodgers lead 8-4, an astonishing turn of events. No one anticipated their victory since the start of the game. Let us applaud all the players for delivering such an exhilarating match. Steve cast a glance at the radio, then inquired once more, Where exactly am I? I'm afraid I don't quite understand your question, Captain Rogers, the woman replied with a hesitant smile. You are missing in the Arctic. The military exerted considerable effort to locate you. That game took place in Los Angeles in May 1941, Steve interjected. I know, for I was there. The woman's expression shifted subtly as she recalled that baseball broadcasts from that era were live, catering to countless fans unable to attend in person. However, the selection of the broadcast staff had made a critical error, choosing a game that occurred before Captain Rogers fell into unconsciousness. To compound the issue, Captain Rogers had fortuitously attended that very match, rendering all of SHIELD's preparatory work futile. I will ask you once more, where am I? Steve stood, gradually approaching the woman. She discreetly pressed the button on her pager. Captain Rogers, please remain calm. I can answer all your questions. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and several armed bomb squad personnel entered. The woman sensed the situation had deteriorated. She observed the fury flaring in Steve's expression, and the presence of these armed individuals only exacerbated the tension. The woman intended to explain, but Steve had already taken action. His extensive combat experience guided him to make the correct assessment when confronted by multiple armed adversaries. During World War II, he had led numerous raids on Hydra's secret bases. This level of armed force posed no obstacle for him. One bomb squad officer was hurled against the wall, crashing through the makeshift barrier with a tremendous impact. Without hesitation, Steve charged through the breach and sprinted down the corridor. The woman called out from the opening, "Captain Rogers, wait." However, somewhat agitated, Steve did not respond. She watched his retreating figure as she retrieved her radio. "All agents, attention! Emergency alert." Having reached the hallway, Steve heard the broadcast. "All agents, attention! Emergency alert." The hall was filled with personnel clad in black suits, the outlines of gun stocks discernible at their waists. Without hesitation, Steve charged towards the entrance. Several agents in black intercepted him, but he effortlessly hurled them aside and burst through the door. It was not until he reached the street that he sensed something amiss. The vehicles appeared peculiar, and the attire of the people was exceedingly fashionable. Moreover, the screens and billboards adorning the tall buildings struck him as novel. This bustling thoroughfare was overwhelmingly vibrant. Prior to his engagement in warfare, he had visited New York's most illustrious streets, and in comparison, this seemed far more dazzling. Everything exuded an air of strangeness. Had it not been for the fact that the woman he had spoken with moments ago had conversed in English, he might have believed he had arrived on another planet. Perplexed and bewildered, Steve had little time to ponder as he sprinted through the street. However, amidst the clamorous crowd, his pace gradually diminished. Standing in place, he spun around, observing the unfamiliar cityscape, suddenly devoid of direction. Amidst the cacophony of honking cars, he found himself at a loss as to where to go. A few black vehicles converged from all directions, encircling him. Officers in uniforms disembarked, surrounding Steve and dispersing the onlookers. "Don't be alarmed, soldier." As Steve contemplated which direction to break free, he heard this voice. He turned to see a one-eyed black man clad in a black trench coat, seemingly the leader of the group. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nick Fury. I sincerely apologize for the earlier display," but Nick said, pressing his hands down. "We believe it is best for you to gradually acclimate to all of this." "Acclimate to what?" Steve turned to face him. "You have been in slumber, Captain." Nick endeavored to convince Steve of his words, though it was a hard truth to accept. "You have been asleep for approximately 70 years. Shocked, Steve surveyed his surroundings, and Nick could even see confusion in the eyes of this formidable warrior. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Steve shook his head. "I'm just a bit late for an appointment. How should I address you moving forward?" "I feel Steve is rather odd. It reminds me of my world. Should I call you Rogers? Or simply Captain America?" Chapter 51. Morgan Bank. Meanwhile, at Morgan Bank, situated just a street away, some unpleasant events were unfolding. A few minutes prior, a somewhat slender man stood before the crosswalk, raising his hands and stretching his body, waiting alone for the red light to flicker across the street. Dressed in a black hoodie and jeans, his face obscured by a terrifying demon mask, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to a recently notorious villain. Passers-by scarcely spared him a glance. The demon was the most popular antagonist online, with a fan base surpassing that of many superheroes, resulting in a shortage of demon masks. Countless fervent admirers roamed the streets donned in masks throughout the day. Should you find yourself aboard a subway train in New York, it is highly likely that you will encounter a group of passengers adorned with devilish masks. In such a scenario, it is advisable to distance yourself from these deranged individuals, preferably exiting the carriage to await the next train. However, one particular enthusiast displayed commendable decorum, at least waiting for the pedestrian signal before crossing the street. The sun cast an elongated shadow of him, illuminating the foul-smelling gutter and a modest diner behind him, where a vast mural of a skull loomed on the wall. Nearby, a group of disheveled delinquents congregated in an alley, their faces etched with languor. Opposite them stood the opulent Morgan Bank, a pillar of the J.P. Morgan Chase Group. A red light across the street flickered intermittently, signaling its impending conclusion. As the green light illuminated, the man prepared to step forward when suddenly, an old pickup truck screeched to a halt before him, emitting a jarring sound. The devil mask on his face contorted into a grimace of discontent as he flexed his wrist. "Devil, I'm pleased you have not arrived late this time. But have you forgotten something?" The truck door swung open, revealing a man clad in a black hood, who bellowed, "Are you really planning to rob Morgan Bank empty-handed?" Clearly, Those who idolize the devil lack common sense. Our time is limited. If we continue to chat, our next encounter may very well take place in Rikers Island prison. The driver of the pickup, grinning, turned his head, his face obscured by a black stocking with holes cut out for his eyes. The hooded man, incensed, moved aside, and the devil momentarily hesitated before entering the vehicle and shutting the door. Unbeknownst to anyone, a man struggled to emerge from a trash bin several meters away, laboriously tearing off the contorted devil mask, his face smeared with an unidentifiable liquid. In the passenger seat sat a black man, devoid of any disguise, who nodded at the devil and tossed him a Browning handgun along with several magazines. The devil accepted the firearm and ammunition in silence, while the stocking-clad driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, the driver caught sight of the devil mask grinning. He blinked, and the mask reverted to its usual expression. He exhaled, dispelling any unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Despite being a wanted criminal, he felt a rush of anxiety before Morgan Bank. Yet, this anxiety was not rooted in fear, but rather in exhilaration. Morgan Bank held total deposits of $15 trillion, accounting for 25% of the United States' total deposits. Even though it was merely a branch, the vaults contained far more cash and gold than any bank he had previously robbed. Gentlemen, this is undoubtedly our final heist. The stocking-clad driver sharply turned the steering wheel to the left, successfully maneuvering the vehicle. The wealth they would acquire was sufficient to squander for a lifetime, while failure would lead to death or life imprisonment. He slammed the accelerator, and the pickup truck's engine roared to life. The man seated beside the devil instantly flushed red, brandishing a submachine gun and leaning out the window to unleash a hail of bullets upon unsuspecting pedestrians, fervently shouting in madness. A powerful surge propelled the pickup truck forward, its horn blaring as it accelerated with all its might, crashing into the Morgan Bank. The security guard at the entrance sensed something amiss and immediately reached for his weapon to intercept the intruders. Seated in the passenger seat, the African-American man raised his hand and unleashed a volley of gunfire, riddling the guard's body with gaping wounds. The pickup shattered the bank's glass doors, barreling into the lobby, colliding with several staff members and waiting customers before finally halting in front of the counter. The man in stockings exited the vehicle, stepping over a body ensnared beneath, and opened fire. Ladies and gentlemen, crouch and cover your heads. You may still have a chance to survive. The lobby erupted into chaos as gunfire echoed. The African-American and another masked man deftly dispatched the security and staff while severing the alarm lines. The lobby manager, engaged in conversation with a lady, recognized the unfolding horror. "The cash is in the vault. Please do not harm my employees or customers." Before he could finish, he collapsed amidst the gunfire. The man in stockings casually lowered his weapon and dashed to the counter to retrieve the keys. "You keep an eye on these hostages. Guard the entrance," he commanded the African-American. The demon followed the man in stockings and the masked figure through the opulent lobby to the vault, using the keys to unlock the heavy door. The vault swung open, revealing a staggering pile of green bills. The masked man rushed inside, but suddenly, the man in stockings at the entrance fired, a 9mm bullet piercing his chest, blood spraying forth. The masked man glanced back in disbelief, his expression one of shock, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. "You know, with one less person, we could divide the spoils more generously. Of course, the main reason is that he deserved it, daring to abandon me last time." The man in stockings entered the vault with a canvas bag, stuffing it with cash while turning to the demon with a smile. "And I won't forget how you drove back to save me last time. Go take care of the silent ones outside, and we'll split the bounty." Suddenly, his words were cut short as he clearly saw the demon's mask break into a smile. Roxa raised his hand. The man in stockings, terrified, aimed his gun, but it was too late. Flames erupted like the breath of a dragon, consuming the man in stockings and a fortune in cash within moments. Roxa looked up and smiled at the camera in the corner before turning to leave. By the time he returned to the lobby, the distant wail of police sirens could be heard. "Where are they?" The armed African-American rushed forward, anxious. Roxa produced the Browning handgun. "You will see them soon." With a hint of unfamiliarity, Roxa fired, emptying the magazine. The demon did not wield firearms. Everyone knew that. Roxa leisurely approached the counter. The area was heavily taxed, and the police response was swift. Officers with riot shields had already exited their vehicles and rushed to the entrance. Luo Xia raised his hand once more, invoking the dragon talisman. The shattered glass door was thoroughly melted away, and several bomb squad officers were hurled through the air, engulfed in flames, crashing to the ground. Their fates uncertain. A pillar of fire erupted again, and the police vehicle struck by it exploded instantaneously. Report to headquarters. We have encountered a superpowered individual. Requesting backup. Requesting backup, shouted an officer into the radio amidst the chaos. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Luo Xia gently tapped on the bulletproof glass of the counter, compelling a female staff member, who had been hiding under the table, to emerge under his gaze. "How may I assist you, sir?" she asked for a New York. No one was unfamiliar with that mask. He casually picked up a paper bag beside him and handed it over, smiling, old bills, non-consecutive, filled to the brim. "Thank you." Even through the sturdy bulletproof glass, the staff member dared not defy the Demon-S request and complied obediently. Chapter 52. Captain America's shield. Captain America was traveling in a SHLD vehicle along the road when the sounds of sirens and gunfire erupted, drawing everyone's attention to the chaos at the roadside. "Morgan Bank? Is there a bank robbery in progress?" Captain America inquired of Director Nick Fury seated beside him. "I deposited some money there back in 1944, and I hope to retrieve it." Even if the bank was conducting an anti-explosion drill, they would not resort to ramming the door with a vehicle. Director Fury glanced over, remarking, "It appears to be a meticulously planned heist by criminals. But it's not our concern. The police have already arrived." Captain America furrowed his brow at the incessant gunfire. Each shot could herald the end of a life. "Stop the car." The vehicle screeched to a halt. Even after 70 years, people instinctively obeyed Captain America's command. "Captain, even if the hound helps the house cat catch the mouse, the cat may not appreciate it," Director Fury cautioned, gripping Captain America's shoulder. SHIELD. And the police are two distinct systems, each with its own roles and functions. But I cannot stand idly by and watch as criminals escape, allowing them to slaughter more innocents. Captain America asserted resolutely. "But you have just awakened. You have been asleep for 70 years. You know nothing of this world." Director Fury waved his hand dismissively. "Interfering with the police's work will only lead to complications. SHIELD is a covert organization." Captain America rested his hand on the car door. Regardless of the passage of time and the changes in the world, the vulnerable still required assistance, and his stance on justice would remain unwavering. He pushed open the car door and stepped out. Director Fury called after him, "SHIELD is just as committed to justice. Our mission is to prevent ordinary civilians from being troubled by supernatural events or advanced technologies." Suddenly, an explosion cut through Director Fury's words. Under everyone's gaze, a police vehicle erupted in a blaze of intense heat, sending several officers flying in a shockwave. Captain America turned back to look at Director Fury, who shrugged helplessly and exclaimed, "Well, someone's about to have a bad day. All agents, pay attention," he shouted into the radio. Captain America gradually approached Morgan Bank, taking deep breaths to steady himself when suddenly a voice called from behind. "Captain, you might need this." It was the female agent from the infirmary, tossing him a shield. Captain America deftly caught it and placed it in his left hand. "Thank you," he replied without turning around. His fingers traced the red spray paint around the edge of the shield, his gaze fixated on the white star at its center. Memories from the past surged within him. 70 years had passed. His comrades were no longer by his side, yet this shield remained as his steadfast companion in battle. As he beheld the chaos outside Morgan Bank, he began to sprint, his fearless figure commanding the respect of all agents present. "Captain America," someone murmured, but in the next moment, a chorus of fervent cheers erupted among the agents. He dashed to the bank's entrance, where he was met with the sight of lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of blood and a trembling crowd huddled in the corner. Suddenly, 3 flames surged toward him. Captain America quickly raised his shield to defend himself. Boom! A tremendous blaze erupted upon the shield, propelling him backward. and he crashed into a police car several meters away before coming to a halt. The shield flew from his grasp, hurtling toward the unfortunate Director Nick, who had been observing the battlefield. He swiftly crouched and rolled aside to avoid being cleaved in two by the shield. Thud! A loud noise echoed as the shield shattered the vehicle's bulletproof glass, embedding a third of its surface into the window. The crowd's cheers abruptly ceased, their expressions frozen in shock as they witnessed Captain America being flung back before he even entered the bank. Director Nick seized the shield, placing a foot on the car's body, exerting all his strength to retrieve it. "Hey, Captain, are you all right?" Director Nick called, brandishing the shield. "I believe you've just been asleep for too long. You might need some time to recover your training." With the dented roof of the car raised, Captain America lifted a hand. "I'm Fine," he replied, climbing up from the car's top and taking the shield thrown by Director Nick. 70 years. What a tremendous change the world has undergone," Captain America remarked, his voice filled with wonder. "Even bank robbers can wield high-energy flames now?" "No, they must not be ordinary criminals," Director Nick countered. "It seems we require some intelligence support." Inside the bank lobby, the recent explosion that had resonated at the door also reached the ears of the female staff member through the bulletproof glass, causing her to momentarily pause in her task of stuffing bills into a bag. Roxa turned to her. "Did I just see that?" she said, leaning against the counter. "I think I saw a man holding a red, white, and blue shield." "That is Captain America's shield," the staff member interjected. "Red symbolizes courage, white represents truth, and blue stands for justice." Roxa remained silent, her face adorned with a smile as she gazed at her. The staff member quickly fell silent, bowing an apology before returning to her work. Outside Morgan Bank, Captain America dismounted, shaking his numb left arm before reattaching his shield. The recent strike had been both swift and ferocious. He had barely glimpsed the situation inside the bank before being hurled away by a blast of high-energy flames. Had it not been for the vibranium shield absorbing most of the impact, he would have faced dire consequences. "Director, there are few superhumans in New York capable of flame attacks. Based on the data analyzed from the scene, it is highly probable that the assailant against Captain Rogers is a demon," came the voice through Nick Fury's earpiece. "A demon?" Fury sensed the gravity of the situation. The mission of SHIELD is to address supernatural incidents, intervening whenever there are superheroes or criminals beyond the police's capability to handle. Since the demon had slain those robbers at the Platinum Hotel, SHIELD had been monitoring this superhuman, following several subsequent incidents. The demon had been classified as a criminal, warranting either capture or imprisonment. SHIELD had expended considerable resources to apprehend the demon. All to no avail. The demon appeared erratically in various neighborhoods of New York, whimsically engaging in both benevolent and malevolent acts. His attire was inconsistent, with the sole distinguishing feature being the demonic mask adorning his face. However, since the demon gained notoriety online, more individuals donning similar masks have been seen wandering the streets of New York. The greater issue lies in the demon's formidable power and ever-changing abilities, making capture or tracking nearly impossible for SHIELD. According to their records, the demon possesses abilities such as invisibility, super speed, flame attacks, and laser strikes. Today, the demon audaciously attempted to rob Morgan Bank, catching SHIELD completely unprepared for an encounter. Chapter 53. First encounter. "Well, Captain, it seems the misfortune does not lie with the criminals, but rather with us," Fury remarked, handing a work tablet to the captain, displaying detailed information about the demon. Captain America, somewhat flustered, fumbled with the tablet, inadvertently navigating to other pages. "I almost forgot that you're a veteran of World War II, Fury said, demonstrating the tablet's functionalities for him. "Though I was born in 1918 and did participate in World War II, I am not an old man," Captain America retorted. "I am merely 27. The demon is a superpowered criminal who has orchestrated numerous crimes in New York over the past few months, often entangling heroes like Spider-Woman and Iron Man. The situation is quite intricate," Fury explained. "In summary, the demon's capabilities are formidable, and those present today are merely ordinary agents." We lack specialized equipment, such as electromagnetic detectors designed to counter the demon, rendering conventional firearms ineffective. Therefore, we must bide our time. You are an organization established to combat these superpowered individuals, yet you wish to retreat when faced with a superpowered criminal? The hostages are in imminent danger. Captain America shook his head. Moreover, I do not fall under your so-called ordinary agents. Even if I cannot defeat the demon, I can certainly engage him for an entire day. It is not retreat, but rather a momentary pause to await reinforcements. Even though these agents bravely charge forward, they merely provide the demon with a few targets for amusement, which does not affect the overall situation in the slightest. Director Nick spoke calmly, noting that the probability of the demon killing civilians during his crimes is merely 13%. If he remains unprovoked, those hostages will be safe. Though I am not well versed in the workings of S.H. I find myself profoundly disappointed in the organization. Captain America turned, asserting that the safety of the populace should be our responsibility, not subject to the whims of the demon. If we allow the demon to escape this time, how will we confront him when he next threatens public security? The captain once again advanced toward the entrance of Morgan Bank, holding his shield aloft as a vigilant guard against potential attacks from any direction. S.H.I.E.L.D. was formulating a plan to address the demon. Our objective is to capture him and study his powers. Director Nick's voice echoed from behind, emphasizing that facing such formidable foes requires meticulous planning and ample preparation, rather than mindless charging fueled solely by courage. Captain America disregarded Nick's words. During World War II, it was his courage that enabled him to repeatedly dismantle Hydra strongholds. He believed that even after 70 years, both soldiers and agents still require courage. The captain was nearing the entrance of Morgan Bank, while the frightened officers remained hidden behind their vehicles, none daring to peek out. Director Nick observed his solitary figure and exchanged glances with the other agents, who held their firearms, awaiting his command. Nick scratched his smooth head, conceding to Captain America's unwavering resolve. Individuals from that era often possessed admirable qualities: bravery, justice, kindness, and an infectious perseverance. Not to mention, this man is Captain America, a figure whose stories have inspired all present agents since their youth. Captain America turned, catching the handgun thrown by Nick. Though it may be ineffective against the demon, I recall that the demon has yet to withstand a bullet. The captain nodded, raising his shield with his left hand and the gun with his right. A cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Director Nick, unlatched the safeties of their weapons and followed closely behind him. Captain America glanced back, as individuals from a bygone era often reminisce about the past. When he led the Howling Commandos to dismantle Hydra, those very members had trailed closely behind his shield. Mr. Demon, I believe you are mistaken. Captain America has been absent for 70 years. The audacious female staff member, emboldened after a brief encounter with the demon, dared to engage him in conversation. In this bag, you will find $400,000. I hope you are satisfied with my service. She had been a bank teller for several years. Yet this was her first time attending to a demon. Of course, I'm satisfied, beautiful lady. Losha adjusted his collar, transforming his hoodie and jeans into an exquisite suit. Incredible. Is this also one of your superpowers? The female clerk clasped her hands in front of her chest, declaring, from this day forward, I shall be your devoted admirer. Mr. Demon, no woman could resist a man who embodies strength, ferocity, coldness, mystery, terror, and elegance, especially one so gracious and adept at flattery. Today, the demon had seized $400,000 from Morgan Bank, further enriching his already substantial wealth. She found herself envisioning the handsome face concealed beneath his mask, undoubtedly surpassing the allure of Bern Anderson or Leonardo DiCaprio. Loxia raised a finger to his lips, prompting the woman to silence herself, then gestured towards the space beneath the table, compelling her to retreat to her previous hiding spot. Leaning against the counter, Loxia awaited by the entrance. Soon, the tricolor shield of red, white, and blue reappeared at the door, eliciting a smile from Loxia, a smile filled with joy and delight. Thus, Steve Rogers witnessed the demon for the first time in this striking tableau. The demon lounged at an angle, clad in a tailored white suit. His medium-length black hair slicked back, exuding refinement and grace. He held a bag of cash against the counter, clearly a trophy from his day as endeavors. The palm of his dangling right hand bore a dragon totem, a symbol Rogers had seen in S.H.I.L. files, though only vaguely. The notes indicated that the demon's fiery assaults originated from this very emblem. Yet, it was the mask on the demon's face that captivated the most attention. With just a glance, Rogers knew he would never forget that smiling visage. "Hello, Captain Rogers," the demon greeted. Rogers, however, refrained from engaging, remaining on high alert for any potential attack, having already felt the demon's formidable power during their earlier confrontation. Prior to this day, Rogers had faced the mightiest adversary in the form of Red Skull, the leader of Hydra. He now understood that from this moment onward, the demon would assume that mantle, possibly for an extended period. As Rogers observed the demon rotate, his palm adorned with the dragon totem, he instinctively raised his shield, but the demon's palm was oriented towards the ceiling. "Do not be alarmed," Loxia said with a smile. In the next instant, he unleashed the dragon sigil's power. Rogers heard the explosive sounds reverberating through the air as dozens of high-speed, superheated flames erupted from the demon's palm, racing straight towards the ceiling before sharply veering off, leaving arcs in their wake. Rogers hastily positioned his shield above his head, but those formidable flames seemed to come from all directions, and his shield could not offer a full 360-degree defense. Unexpectedly, the ferocious crimson flames bypassed him, effortlessly shattering the glass and accurately striking each agent behind him. Cries of agony erupted, as even the most resilient agents could not withstand the searing pain of the flames. Turning to look, Rogers witnessed several agents collapsing, unconscious, their chests ablaze from the demon's devastating onslaught. Director Nick struggled to rise, revealing a charred patch on his chest from which blood flowed profusely, flesh and bone grotesquely exposed. Had it not been for the dragon talisman's energy being dispersed into several fragments, thereby diminishing the attack's potency, the demon's casual strike could have easily claimed their lives. Reacting swiftly, Captain America fired several shots at the demon, the rapid discharge of bullets creating a continuous echo. Yet, no matter how swift his movements or precise his aim, the bullets failed to reach Luoxia. The rabbit talisman not only augmented Luoxia's speed, but also enhanced his reflexes. With a maximum speed of 680 meters per second, compared to the approximately 400 meters per second of a handgun bullet, he effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Suddenly, Luoxia vanished from the captain's line of sight, and the bullets, instead of finding their mark, embedded themselves into the bulletproof glass of the counter with a resounding crash. "Captain Rogers, aiming your weapon at someone is hardly a commendable practice." It was only then that Captain America noticed the demon had taken a seat on a nearby public bench. The demon's hands were clasped together on the armrest, a bag filled with cash resting on the empty seat beside him, his smile exuding calm elegance. "Captain, if you cannot surprise me today, I wouldn't mind allowing you to continue your slumber," Luoxia remarked. Of course, this time it would be an eternal sleep. Under the intense pressure, Captain America continued to fire, but predictably, his bullets found no target. The demon vanished once more, prompting Captain America to swiftly turn, his shield raised defensively against his chest. This time, he witnessed the entire process of the dragon totem illuminating. Upon reaching full charge, the dragon talisman unleashed a heart-stopping energy, a tempest of light and heat erupting instantaneously. Boom! Captain America was once again sent flying, crashing through the row of chairs recently occupied by Luoxia, while his shield clanged loudly against the ceiling, ricocheting before finally landing on the ground. With great effort, he climbed to his feet, flipped over, and retrieved his shield, confronting the demon once more. "A 90-year-old superhero ought to retire," the demon remarked, displaying a certain respect for age. Luoxia smiled coldly. "Captain, are your legs still nimble? Come at me. Don't just hide behind that pot lid. I can endure this all day." Captain America spat blood, lifting his shield before him. Before he had received the serum that transformed him into a super soldier, the frail version of himself had faced thugs in an alley and uttered the very same words. In the current scenario, the demon appeared as invincible as those thugs from that day, yet he would not yield. Luoxia slightly tilted his head, not merely because Captain America had recited that iconic line again. The villain system had alerted him that he was accruing villain points from Captain America, gathering negative emotions such as tension, anger, and guilt, yet there remained one emotion conspicuously absent: fear. Despite the vast disparity in strength and facing such a violent and terrifying adversary, Captain America exhibited no sign of fear. This was a situation that Luoxia had never encountered before. He transformed into a demon, effortlessly instilling fear in the remaining superheroes and villains alike, regardless of their formidable powers, such as Spider-Gwen, Iron Man, Green Goblin, and Lizard. "I could reduce you to ashes in no time," he scoffed disdainfully, slowly approaching Captain America. "You really ought to retire. The superheroes of World War II can no longer keep pace with the times. Iron Man possesses his intellect and armor. Spider-Woman has her reflexes and webs. But all you have is that shield." The dragon talisman was activated once more, sending Captain America flying, crashing against the bulletproof glass of the counter, where he came to a halt. His head struck the solid glass with a resounding thud, blood oozing from the impact. Captain America struggled to rise again, finding the effort more arduous this time. Yet, he refused to surrender, his face smeared with blood, his gaze resolute as he locked eyes with the demon. Director Nick's words held a kernel of truth. After all, Captain America had just awakened from 70 years of cryogenic slumber, and his body had yet to regain its former glory, though even at his peak, he would still fall short against the demon. Captain America could only watch helplessly as his shield levitated into the air, hurtling toward the demon. Does the demon possess the ability to manipulate objects? Luoxia grasped the edge of the shield with one hand, fiddling with it until he managed to slip his left hand inside. Curling his fingers, he struck the face of the shield with force. Apart from faint chime, he felt no rebound. Indeed, the power had been absorbed. "Vibranium shield, quite impressive," Luoxia remarked with satisfaction, turning to Captain America. "From now on, you shall no longer be known as Captain America, but merely as Captain Rogers. For I have claimed your shield." Just as Captain America regained his footing, he staggered and spat out blood upon hearing those words. Luoxia placed the shield against his chest, his expression solemn and dignified. "I am Captain America." Yet, his seriousness shattered in an instant, as he next curiously examined the shield, as if it were an intriguing toy. "Shield ricochet." Luoxia hurled the shield, which crashed against the wall and then rebounded off the bulletproof glass, ultimately failing to return to his hand and instead landing on the ground. The survivors hiding in the corners of the hall observed furtively, while even the clerk behind the counter peeked out to catch a glimpse. "Ahem, second ricochet." Luoxia extended his hand, using the power of the chicken talisman to summon the shield back to him. "Shield attack." He forcefully slammed the shield against the floor, shattering the marble surface. The shield rebounded towards the corner, bouncing several times before coming to rest. "Captain Rogers, is there a secret to wielding this shield?" Luoxia inquired earnestly, having reclaimed the shield, seeking insights on angles and force. Upon hearing this, Captain America coughed up more blood, taking a deep breath as he clenched his fists and charged at Luoxia. Luoxia raised the shield, nodding thoughtfully. "I aspire to learn your courage, yet I must remain wary of your folly. Why not simply lie down and avoid the beating?" Captain America paid no heed to his taunts, but bravely swung his fist. Luoxia intentionally dodged, and with ease, he blocked Captain America's punch with his shield. Swiftly, he maneuvered behind Captain America and delivered a kick to his rear, causing the unsteady hero to topple to the ground. "Get up, come on. Captain Rogers, are you not planning to exhaust me until tomorrow?" Luoxia taunted, bouncing around Captain America while holding his shield reminiscent of Bruce Lee. However, he was not preparing to attack. His only intention was to provoke. Captain America, gravely injured, was unable to rise immediately. "The good thing about old age is that one could just fall asleep anytime," Luoxia remarked. Upon hearing this, Captain America lifted his head, his indomitable spirit compelling him to rise once more. Trembling, he clenched his fists and charged at Luoxia again. Luoxia raised the shield, pushing Captain America away, and delivered a powerful hook to his face. Captain America flew sideways, and this time, he could not get up for a while. Loxia maintained his stance, turning his back to Captain America, and said indifferently, "If you cannot surprise me." A mere shield is insufficient. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted him. Detected the superhero Captain America. The mouse amulet has been unsealed and can be upgraded using villain points. Attempt to induce negative emotions in Captain America. More surprises await your exploration. Loxia had considered that Captain America's sudden appearance might unseal a talisman for him. Although Captain America's strength was not overwhelming, he was nonetheless the leader of the Avengers, one of Marvel's absolute protagonists. However, Loxia did not anticipate that the unsealed talisman would be the mouse amulet. The mouse amulet symbolizes the essence of life, capable of bestowing life upon inanimate objects and endowing them with predetermined abilities. While it cannot resurrect the dead, it can animate statues of humans and deities, granting them the legendary powers they once possessed. The potential of the mouse amulet is extraordinarily high. If wielded adeptly, a single amulet could alter the course of battle. Before the unsealing of the mouse amulet, Loxia had harbored numerous expectations and visions regarding it. He conceived an intriguing plan to acquire a comic team, urging artists to create characters based on his ideas, which would then be published. Ultimately, he would reach out to model or toy manufacturers to produce figurines of these characters. Character 1 possesses the ability to fly with remarkable speed, capable of easily catching up to Spider-Gwen or evading her webbing effortlessly, and her strength far exceeds that of Spider-Gwen. Character 2 is surrounded by a formidable magnetic field that can block all signals and disrupt electrical circuits, also attracting metals such as Iron Man's suit. Character 3's body is composed of rubber, rendering him immune to any electrical attacks. What fascinating events might transpire if Loxia wields these figurines? Endowed with powers that counter those of superheroes, alongside the mouse amulet? Certainly, these are merely a simple conception of Luo Sha. Beyond this, he possesses numerous methods to seek amusement. Luo Sha activated the system, and a cerulean interface materialized, confirming that the mouse spell's emblem was indeed illuminated. Mouse Spell 1 bestows life upon inanimate objects, granting them an energy level of 40 as per their original settings. The animated target will execute your commands. The total energy granted to all targets by the mouse spell shall not exceed the energy possessed by the dragon spell. Upon perusing this description, Luo Sha reached his initial conclusion. He could utilize the mouse spell to simultaneously bestow life upon multiple targets. He proceeded to upgrade the spell. Mouse Spell 1. Upgrading to level 2 requires 30,000 villain points, granting the target an energy level of 45 as per its original settings. The previous dragon spell required 10,000 villain points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Luo Sha now discerned that the later spells necessitated increasingly larger amounts of villain points for upgrades. This was a disheartening realization. Presently, he had unlocked 3 spells, with 9 remaining in an unsealed state, and the third spell's initial upgrade demanded a staggering 30,000 villain points. Compounding this, the final spell's initial upgrade would ultimately require villain points measured in hundreds of thousands. He accessed his personal panel. Villain points, 70,927. Rabbit Spell 8. Upgrade to 11 requires 16,500 villain points. Dragon Spell 7. Upgrade to 11 requires 225,000 villain points. Mouse Spell 1. Upgrade to 11 requires 525,000 villain points. Luo Sha found it difficult to fathom the total villain points necessary to elevate all 12 spells to level 11. With a hint of melancholy, Luo Sha expended 16,500 villain points to upgrade the rabbit spell to level 11, thereby augmenting his maximum speed to 5 times the speed of sound. This marked his first spell elevated to level 11. The system had previously indicated that upgrading all 12 spells to level 11 would allow for an enhancement to level 12, at which point the spells would experience a qualitative leap in power. Presumably, he would then be able to act with unrestrained audacity within the Marvel Universe. However, he recognized that he must labor more diligently, amassing greater villain points to traverse the path of malevolence with increased speed and distance. The traditional method of accumulating villain points involved wandering the streets, typically yielding around 10,000 villain points in a single evening. Should fortune favor him with encounters involving superheroes or villainous adversaries, this number could potentially double or even multiply several times over. Yet, Luo Xia felt that this conventional approach to gathering villain points was too sluggish. He needed to innovate and discover a more efficient method for collection. Fortuitously, he had already conceived a few ideas. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of innovation, he could not forsake tradition. Only through the harmonious coexistence of tradition and transformation could he expedite his quest for freedom from villain points. Very well, Captain Rogers, Lady Luck has not forsaken you. You have preserved your life. Luo Xia needed to find a suitable location to meticulously study the mouse spell, leaving no time for leisurely engagements with Captain America. Luo Xia's gaze flickered, suddenly spotting a young boy crouched in the corner among the throng, clutching a doll in his hands. As Luo Xia approached the crowd, the previously tranquil assembly erupted into chaos. Some trembled in fervent prayer, while others frantically surged forward. Observing the tumultuous scene, Luo Xia furrowed his brow and, after pushing aside several individuals, finally reached the boy. The child held a panda toy, resembling the Kung Fu Panda character. Beside him knelt a glamorous woman, her body quaking as she embraced him, her fear evident as tears streamed down her face. No, please don't take him. Luo Xia pointed at the Kung Fu Panda in the boy's grasp. The boy remained silent, tightly clutching the toy, while the woman beside him appeared utterly paralyzed, her mind seemingly blank. Suddenly, Luo Xia dodged a punch from Captain America and retaliated by smashing him with his shield. As Captain America watched Luo Xia advance towards the crowd, he feared a massacre of the hostages. In a desperate moment, he summoned his last ounce of strength. Yet it proved futile. Throughout this ordeal, Luo Xia did not cast a single glance in Captain America's direction. Smiling gently at the boy, he said, "Hand it to me." After a brief moment of hesitation, the frightened boy extended the Kung Fu Panda towards Luo Xia. Taking the toy, Luo Xia tossed it lightly, channeling the power of the mouse talisman, feeling an inexhaustible vitality surge from the fabric doll. "Go forth, Paul," he exclaimed as he hurled the Kung Fu Panda. A faint glow shimmered, and to the astonishment of onlookers, the diminutive toy rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering panda nearly 2 meters in height. The boy stood agape, often encountering destiny whilst attempting to evade it. Kung Fu Panda stood with his eyes closed, arms crossed behind his back, unable to clasp his hands. Suddenly, Pa tumbled to the ground. Luo Xia retracted his leg, unwilling to allow anyone, panda or otherwise, to outshine him. Pa quickly scrambled to his feet, rubbing his backside with an expression of grievance. "Attack him." Luo Xia pointed at the fallen Captain America, "Hit him until he smokes." Upon uttering this, Luo Xia turned and departed from Morgan Bank, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Chapter 56. Dinner in the Manhattan district on Park Row. Stacy's family, along with Luo Xia, were partaking in dinner as the television broadcast the evening news. At 3:47 p.m. this afternoon, a robbery occurred at the Morgan Bank's Brooklyn branch, resulting in the deaths of 17 bank employees and customers, with a significant amount of cash incinerated from the vault. The primary suspect has been identified as a demon. After causing destruction, absconded with $400,000 in cash. Upon the arrival of the police, a fierce exchange of gunfire ensued with the demon, resulting in the tragic loss of 5 officers and injuries to 7 others. According to eyewitness accounts, it was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had vanished for 70 years, who ultimately thwarted the demon's further criminal endeavors. Armed with his shield, he engaged in a vigorous battle, displaying unwavering resolve to drive the demon away, thereby safeguarding the citizens' lives and properties. "Captain America! It's Captain America!" exclaimed Howard, Gwen's brother, his excitement palpable as he pointed to the striking female host on the television. "But she is lying. In the video, Captain America was being pummeled by a panda. If the police NT arrived, he would have been finished. An ordinary panda cannot best Captain America. That was Kung Fu Panda." His younger brother Angus interjected, a fervent fan of the animated character, with several plush toys scattered across the bed. "No, no, no. Kung Fu Panda is no match for Captain America. One is an animated figure, the other a war hero, Howard countered, asserting that Kung Fu Panda managed to overpower Captain America only because the demon had already nearly defeated him. Kung Fu Panda is the strongest, Angus insisted, his frustration evident. Even with the demon and Captain America combined, they couldn't possibly defeat Kung Fu Panda. The brothers fell into a spirited debate, with Howard struggling to explain to Angus that Kung Fu Panda was merely a plush toy, while the demon was all-powerful. Angus could not fathom that there existed creatures more formidable than Kung Fu Panda, especially one that could perform martial arts. The demon is the strongest. No, it's Kung Fu Panda, the demon. As this news unfolded, everyone but Roxia ceased their activities. George and Gwen gazed silently at the television screen, while Mrs. Stacy wore a sorrowful expression. A peaceful housewife, she set down her utensils and offered prayer. Witnessing this, Roxia also lowered his fork and clasped his hands in front of his chest, murmuring incantations. Fuxing Wuyang Tianzuan Umitba, Amen. What are you doing? Gwen inquired with curiosity, recognizing the language as Chinese, but unable to comprehend the meaning behind the syllables. This is a prayer from our Easter tradition, Roxia replied earnestly. I am praying for those who perished at the hands of the demon. Gwen regarded him with a profound gaze, as if she harbored unspoken thoughts deep within her. After completing his prayer, Roxia resumed cutting his steak. Mrs. Stacy's culinary skills were commendable, utilizing the finest tenderloin, the meat succulent and tender. However, in contrast, his prayer felt somewhat insincere, as it lacked the focus he applied while savoring the steak. Rox, would you like some vegetable salad? Mrs. Stacy inquired, seemingly appreciative of Roxia's recent display of kindness. If possible, I would appreciate it, Roxia smiled in response. Mrs. Stacy shook her head, as for a cook. The best praise came from having others enjoy her food. Seated at the head of the table, George remained silent, his expression stiff as he chewed his food. As the highest-ranking officer of the New York City Police, he was acutely aware of all the intricate details surrounding the bank robbery incident. The police have once again succumbed to the clutches of the demon, and he has lost count of how many times he has had to clean up the aftermath of the demon's destruction. If one accounts for the brawls, robberies, and vandalism on the streets, the demon's involvement in or instigation of crimes has surpassed 100. Yet, to this day, he remains unscathed by justice. Father Gwen hesitated, words caught in his throat. I am well, George remarked, setting down his knife and fork. This minor setback is inconsequential to my work. Mrs. Stacy nodded thoughtfully. Individuals like the Demon and Spider-Woman have plunged New York into chaos, rendering the police's duties increasingly burdensome. However, I believe you should not lose heart, George. These superhumans are beyond the reach of ordinary law enforcement. Yet, that cannot serve as an excuse for the police, George replied, forcing a smile. Our mission is to protect the citizens and maintain order, regardless of the adversary we face. The citizens, too, would not ponder such complexities. They would only perceive that their taxes are sustaining a cadre of ineffectual bureaucrats. At the table, Spider-Woman awkwardly buried her head in her plate, while the demon looked up, nodding occasionally, furrowing his brow, and displaying an air of empathy. The two instigators exhibited entirely contrasting reactions, yet both tacitly refrained from engaging in the discourse at the table. Lo Xiao, what are you up to today? Gwen casually inquired, having not seen him all day nor heard from him. Apologies. I was at home playing games and watching anime, specifically a series titled Spider-Woman vs. the Demon, Lo Xiao replied nonchalantly. Did you witness the episode where the demon robs a bank? Surely Spider-Woman must have dealt him a severe blow? Gwen asked as she sliced a bluebell in half, placing one half on a Lo Xiao's plate. The anime indeed draws inspiration from real events, such as the Brooklyn battle against the Lizard. The bank robbery arc will surely be depicted later, correct? Lo Xia said uncertainly. But Spider-Woman won to punish the demon. Why not? Gwen asked, curiosity piqued. Is it because, in the comics, Spider-Woman lacks enhancement? Is she unable to contend with the demon? Because that comic is of a romantic genre, and such playful scenarios have yet to arise, Lo Xia stated earnestly. Gwen was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly after a pause. But the demon and Spider-Woman are adversaries. How could they possibly fall in love? Isn't that quite common? Los Counters. Numerous literary works and films feature protagonists from opposing factions, even enemies, who unite through the power of love, enduring trials and tribulations together. It's rather intriguing. I even supported the comic's creator. No, Spider-Woman must detest the demon, Gwen declared emphatically, even in the comics. After dinner, Gwen accompanied Lucia downstairs, and they strolled along the cobblestone path adorned with greenery. I never knew you possessed the traits of a homebody, Gwen remarked, observing Lucia. Did you not go out with friends this weekend? Perhaps for billiards, board games, or a party? I have no friends, Lucia replied with a smile, gazing at Gwen. Only you. We are not friends, Gwen declared as she wrapped her arms around Rox's neck. The two sharing a passionate kiss that lingered for several seconds before they finally parted. As they separated, Gwen gestured as if to make a phone call. Call me when you get home. That might be a bit late, Roxa replied. I have some matters to attend to tonight. Gwen, unfazed, responded, I will wait. Just call me. Chapter 57, Rooftop in the Dead of Night. The rooftop of Stark Industries was shrouded in ominous clouds, with gusts of wind howling through the air. Natasha, arms crossed and rubbing her shoulders, furrowed her brow as she gazed at the desolate rooftop, her mood evidently bleak. After all, no one would find solace in such an environment at this hour. She retrieved her phone and opened the email once more, reaffirming that the designated meeting place was indeed the Stark Industries rooftop, scheduled for 10:30 tonight. Everything appeared to be in order. Just a day prior, Natasha, newly employed, received a job reassignment as the assistant to the chairman, a position that suited her ambitions perfectly, for as an agent, her purpose for infiltrating Stark was to draw nearer to Tony Stark. Recently, New York had witnessed the emergence of a new superhero, Iron Man, whose popularity rivaled that of Spider-Woman and other superpowered beings. The mission of SHIELD was to manage supernatural phenomena and advanced technologies that posed potential threats to public safety, and Iron Man had immediately captured their attention upon his debut. Consequently, SHIELD initiated an investigation, led by the capable agent Phil Coulson, who was the trusted aide to director Nick Fury. Coulson's progress was slow, yet he soon encountered a pivotal moment following the tragic events at the Midtown Tech Academy prom. Upon learning that Iron Man had been involved in the battle that night, Coulson promptly launched an investigation, honing in on the sole survivor of the event, Harry. Ultimately, his diligence bore fruit as he gleaned valuable information from Harry, who had mentioned Stark Industries during a conversation between the Demon and Iron Man. Although Coulson sensed that Harry had purposefully divulged this information to him, subsequent surveillance of Stark Industries and Tony Stark's seaside villa confirmed the authenticity of Harry's words. SHIELD successfully identified Iron Man's true identity, revealing that the superhero was none other than the billionaire Tony Stark himself. With Tony's dossier in hand, SHIELD quickly uncovered his vulnerabilities and devised a meticulous plan to have the alluring and captivating agent Black Widow approach Tony and gain his trust. The execution of SHIELD's plan proved to be exceptionally successful. After a single encounter with Natasha, Tony, taking advantage of his authority, arranged for her to be by his side. Natasha had no objections, as serving as Tony's assistant would grant her greater opportunities to fulfill her role. However, what she had not anticipated was that the primary task assigned to her by Tony would be to liaise with a mysterious guest, resulting in her recent work primarily consisting of sending and receiving emails. During this process, Natasha had previously investigated the email account from which messages were sent, hoping to gather some information. As an agent, she was well-versed in hacking techniques. However, it was perplexing that she could not uncover any details regarding that account. The feedback from SHIELD's technical department corroborated her findings. It was an account that should not exist. Yet here it was, communicating with her through this non-existent account. Even more bewildering was the apparent clandestine transaction between Tony and this mysterious individual. That evening, she arrived at the rooftop with a somewhat heavy box, prepared to hand it over. Cautious as ever, Natasha refrained from opening the box to inspect its contents. It might possess self-defense mechanisms. Tony Stark, renowned for his brilliance, would undoubtedly avoid such elementary mistakes. Moreover, her mission was to remain undercover near Tony, and any information concerning the enigmatic person was merely a serendipitous discovery. "Sir, I have arrived," Natasha typed on her phone and sent the email. With only 1 minute remaining until the appointed time, she had yet to see the other party. Although there was a helipad on the rooftop, not even a shadow of a helicopter was in sight. Suddenly, her phone lit up with an incoming email. Natasha opened it, revealing a single sentence, "To your left." Puzzled, she turned to her left, only to freeze in place. A figure gradually emerged a few meters away from her. As an agent, being approached without awareness could be fatal. Out of nowhere, Natasha drew a handgun and aimed it at the figure. Upon recognizing the face before her, she was met by a devilish mask, an attire she was all too familiar with as A.S.H.I.L.D. agent. The devil slowly approached her, seemingly oblivious to the gun she held aloft. "An employee of Stark Industries carrying a firearm to work?" asked Roxas curiously. "The next time I see Mr. Stark, I shall certainly lodge a complaint." Natasha, still clad in her professional attire, a fitted shirt and tailored trousers that accentuated her figure, had her auburn hair billowing in the wind, filling the air with its fragrance. Roxas glanced at Natasha, affirming her reputation as the Black Widow, her beauty and physique strikingly exceptional. At that moment, Natasha was taken aback. Tony's mysterious guest was, in fact, the devil. Were Iron Man and the devil not adversaries? Were they secretly in contact and conducting dealings? Quickly, Natasha holstered her firearm, aware that weapons were ineffective against the devil. Just that afternoon, Captain Rogers had been soundly beaten by the devil, and Director Nick Fury had been severely injured and hospitalized under the devil's hand. These served as cautionary tales. She had no desire to follow in their footsteps. "Apologies, sir." Natasha offered a slight bow. "My reaction was somewhat excessive. I was simply overwhelmed upon recognizing your identity." Roxas waved his hand dismissively. "What about the gift Mr. Stark sent me?" "It is all here," she replied, gesturing toward the heavy box. Natasha's eyes flickered with curiosity. What could Tony possibly gift the devil? Perhaps it was his latest weaponry? Yet it seems that demons never resort to weapons. This is crucial intelligence. She resolved to report it to S.H.I.E.L.D. tonight. Lucia approached and opened the box, revealing models of Godzilla and Pikachu, crafted from titanium and quite costly. Yet for billionaire Tony, it was but a trivial expense. Natasha stared, bewildered, at the contents of the box. What were they? Figurines? Why did one resemble Pikachu? "Sir, what are these?" she inquired cautiously. "As you can see, models." The demon replied with a chilling smile, particularly unsettling in the desolate rooftop setting. "Models?" Natasha pondered the demon's intentions for these figures when suddenly an epiphany struck her. Recalling how Captain America had been pummeled by Kung Fu Panda earlier that afternoon, the combat report from S.H.I.E.L.D. revealed that the demon had snatched a Kung Fu Panda toy from a little boy and transformed it into a real Kung Fu Panda. If a plush toy could best Captain America in the demon's hands, what could these meticulously crafted metal models, created by the genius Tony, accomplish? Natasha recognized another model, the monstrous Godzilla. Was the demon intent on wreaking havoc upon New York? Chapter 58. Agent Hill the demon closed the box, and Natasha finally emerged from her astonishment. "Mr. Stark hasn't tampered with my toys, has he?" the demon asked nonchalantly, such as with trackers or locators. Natasha offered a charming smile. "I'm afraid, Mr. Demon, my role is merely to transport this box and hand it over to you. The rest is beyond my knowledge." Naturally, Tony would not dare to meddle with those two models. Previously, Lucia had provided him with designs for the Iron Spider suit, from which he had borrowed numerous technological advancements to refine his own suit. Thus, Tony regarded Lucia as a technical virtuoso, albeit a violent one. He would not resort to petty tricks when his life was at stake. Natasha, however, felt a twinge of regret. Had she known that the mysterious client she was contacting was a demon, she would have certainly installed a tracker in the box, potentially yielding unexpected benefits. Even if the demon discovered it, she could easily frame Tony, sowing discord between Iron Man and the demon. After all, should Iron Man and the demon join forces and ally with the forces of evil, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. The Stark family were all geniuses. Howard Stark had contributed to the development of the atomic bomb. Who knew what kind of high-destructive weapon Tony Stark might concoct for the demon? This was a scenario H.I.E.L.D. would prefer to avoid. Suddenly, the vigilant Natasha ceased all contemplation. The demon, having acquired the box containing the models, did not depart, but instead drew closer to her. Unable to restrain herself, Natasha took a step back, only to halt immediately. Even as a seasoned agent who danced along the edge of danger, she felt a flicker of trepidation in the presence of the fearsome demon. Yet, with her resolve, she could overcome such fear. She was compelled to halt her steps. If the demon harbored intentions of attack, retreating to the edge of the rooftop would prove futile. Mr. Demon, are you also an aficionado of figurines? Natasha resolved to engage with the demon, albeit acknowledging the extravagance of crafting models from precious metals. No, my true passion lies in instilling fear and suffering. Loxia replied with a grin. These will serve as delightful toys for my amusement. Mr. Demon, what is your relationship with my employer, Mr. Stark? Natasha continued her inquiries. Are you friends? It is difficult to envision a demon befriending a billionaire. Of course, I relish making acquaintances. Loxia asserted with conviction, be it a little spider frolicking in the streets or a billionaire with character flaws. Mr. Stark presents himself quite amiably before me. I also aspire to befriend individuals with unique professions, such as agents or spies. That is indeed unfortunate. I doubt I would desire to befriend you, Mr. Demon, Natasha replied. Her words calculated, though her astonishment was palpable. Was the demon testing her? Or did he already possess knowledge of her affiliation with S.H.I.L.D.? Natasha maintained a calm demeanor, yet her mind was intensely focused, her anxiety surging as Loxia closed the distance between them, less than a meter apart. Miss Natasha, you appear rather tense, Loxia remarked, placing a hand on her shoulder. Relax. Natasha felt a warm palm resting upon her cold form, which only intensified her trepidation, for she was acutely aware that this very hand could unleash formidable flames. She turned her head stiffly to face the demon, who surprisingly bore a smile beneath his mask. Natasha had seen the demon's terrifying smile in numerous images before, yet witnessing it in person was utterly shocking. However, she sensed that the demon's current smile was less fearsome, more laced with malice. Mr. Natasha, she hesitated to speak further. Suddenly, Loxia withdrew his hand, having acquired what he sought. The system had just issued a notification. Superhero Black Widow detected. Snake Talisman has been unsealed, can be upgraded using villain points. Attempt to induce negative emotions in Black Widow. More surprises await your exploration. Today, following Captain America, the Widow had also granted him a surprise, aiding him in unsealing the fourth talisman. Natasha glanced sideways, observing the demon passerby. A voice echoed from behind. Natasha turned, her focus sharp, yet she suddenly found the demon, and the box vanished. She whispered into the night. Moments later, Natasha confirmed the demon had departed. Her previously anxious expression swiftly reverted to normal, her demeanor now imbued with a hint of coldness. She turned and descended from the rooftop, retrieving her phone in the blind spot of the corridor's surveillance. Agent Hill, this afternoon, Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.L.D. sustained severe injuries during a confrontation with a demon and was subsequently hospitalized. His duties have been temporarily delegated to Agent Hill. I have just encountered the demon. Tony Stark handed over 2 monstrous models crafted from metal to it. Natasha cautiously surveyed the surroundings, as the two seemed to be maintaining covert communication. In the western sector of S.H.I.L.D., for the sake of security and confidentiality, the control room is situated several dozen meters underground. The atmosphere is permeated with the rapid clattering of keyboards, the hissing of printers, and the clicking sounds of mechanical cipher machines translating encrypted messages. This environment can be overwhelming, yet prolonged exposure allows one to gradually acclimate, as was the case for Hill, who could effortlessly drift into slumber amidst the cacophony. Standing before a colossal holographic screen, which displayed a virtual Earth, Hill waved her hand gently, causing the globe to rotate swiftly to the desired position. The planet frequently flickered with red dots, indicating alerts from SHIELD, signaling potential terrorist skirmishes or instances of superpowered individuals under surveillance engaging in criminal activities, each of which necessitates SHIELD's intervention. A soft blue glow enveloped her, akin to a gentle filter, rendering her face both modest and captivating. Dressed in SHIELD fitted uniform, Hill's tall stature was accentuated. Her long, sleek hair was tied at the back of her head, exposing her alabaster neck. The zipper at her chest revealed a hint of black lining, extending the allure of her porcelain skin. Even within the confines of the headquarters, a handgun hung from her thigh, signaling her vigilance. Her expression was grave. As the acting commander of SHIELD, she received a multitude of information and managed several urgent situations each hour. Upon hearing Agent Black Widow's report about the demon, her countenance grew even heavier. We shall inevitably confront the demon. After this reflection, she pressed her earpiece, severing communication. At that moment, the holographic model of Earth minimized and shifted to a corner, replaced by an image of the demon's masked visage. Hill turned to a staff member, inquiring about the current probability of successfully executing the apprehension plan for the demon. The staff member adjusted his glasses and rapidly typed on the keyboard. "Ma'am, the supercomputer has conducted thousands of simulations and improvements on the apprehension plan. However, the latest success rate stands at a mere 62%. And the reason?" Hill's expression remained stern. "Lack of bait," the staff member replied. "In an open outdoor setting, the success probability drops to 74%. However, if the battleground is an indoor environment prepped by SHIELD personnel, the success rate can rise to 12%. However, our understanding of demons remains scant. We are unaware of the bait that might attract them, nor can we foresee when a demon will venture into a structurally sound interior." He'll turn to gaze silently at the demon displayed on the screen. Chapter 59. The Intruders. The power of the Serpent Charm lies in invisibility and spatial manipulation. The Serpent Charm Level 1 grants the bearer invisibility, effective against objects as well. To upgrade to Level 2, one requires 50,000 villain points, enhancing one's invisibility capabilities. Upon achieving deep invisibility, the user can perform short-distance spatial movements. The maximum distance for spatial displacement is 50 meters, and repeated displacements within a short time frame will induce a brief cooldown period for this ability. The strength of the Serpent Charm can be augmented through system upgrades, which will continuously increase the maximum distance for spatial movement, as well as the number of uses available in a limited time frame. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain level, the Serpent Charm can confer additional abilities, concealing one's presence, such as breath and body temperature, and masking all energy fluctuations emitted by the user. It can infinitely diminish one's signal characteristics, rendering detection methods such as radar, infrared, electronic, and sonar significantly more challenging, thus achieving true invisibility. One may also bestow the ability of invisibility and spatial movement upon biological targets, though the maximum distance for spatial movement will be reduced. The charm allows the user to hide all information and traces in the current dimension, including fate, time, and causality. Upon upgrading the Serpent Charm to Level 12, one gains a temporary state of unselectability, rendering oneself immune to attacks and effects, freeing one from any energy or rule-based constraints. However, this formidable ability necessitates energy accumulation from the Dragon Charm, resulting in a cooldown period after each use. Now, Loxia's personal panel has also been updated. Villain points, 60,727. Rabbit Charm Level 11, unable to upgrade. Dragon Charm Level 7, requires 225,000 villain points to upgrade to Level 11. Rat Charm Level 1, requires 525,000 villain points to upgrade to Level 11. Serpent Charm Level 1, requires 725,000 villain points to upgrade to Level 11. Stark Industrial Park, District 16. At the center of a vast chamber stands a glass sphere, reminiscent in shape of a slightly flattened basketball. Within the sphere, countless pulsating blue arcs dance, from the outside. These arcs appear dazzling, their immense energy both formidable and stable. This arc reactor, or rather, the arc reactor, serves as the core of Stark Industrial's innovative clean energy project. Should this invention come to fruition, it would undoubtedly reverberate through the scientific community, capturing the attention of the world. Before the arc reactor, two individuals stand. One of them is a corpulent figure, Obadiah Stane, one of the founders of Stark Industries and its current major shareholder. "Sir, the technology you tasked us with researching has hit a dead end. My team has exerted considerable effort, but I regret to inform you that the project has been declared a failure. The technology to power this suit of armor appears to be unachievable." "Doctor, the technology is right here. Stark Industries has produced the finished product, and it sits at the entrance of your office, visible to you every day." Staney turned to point at the massive arc reactor. "Your only task is to scale it down. I have invested millions of dollars into your team." The doctor adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down his nose, and, drenched in sweat, replied, "I'm sorry, sir, we cannot accomplish this. No one in the world can. Except for Tony Stark." Staney shouted at him. "He created a scaled-down arc reactor in that cave, using nothing but scrap metal. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not Tony Stark. He is the foremost scientist in this world, and the arc reactor technology was his brainchild. No one can surpass him in this field. Only Tony Stark could create a compact, stable arc reactor." Staney's face turned ashen as he gripped the iron railing tightly, lost in thought. Luo Xia drove his battered Ford back home, experiencing a breakdown midway that left the car unable to start. Fortunately, the talisman possessed restorative powers. Otherwise, his lack of automotive knowledge would have cost him half the night on the roadside. This incident sparked in Luo Xia the notion of acquiring a new vehicle. Though the Demon Flyer was fast and formidable, eliminating the need for a Batmobile, Luo Xia still required reliable transportation, especially for giving Gwen rides home occasionally. Should he attempt to extort a supercar from Tony? Or perhaps redeem a vehicle from the system's marketplace? However, utilizing villain points to acquire a car raised concerns regarding its legitimacy, as Luo Xia's current status did not afford him such social leverage. The vehicles available for purchase varied in price and type. The marketplace offered not only conventional luxury sports cars, but also weaponized, modified vehicles and mecha cars equipped with artificial intelligence capable of transforming for independent combat. Of course, Luo Xia did not require a transforming robot to enhance his combat prowess. He merely desired a stylish sports car. Lost in thought, Luo Xia parked the car in the garage, unlocked the door with his key, and halted in his tracks upon entering the room. Trespassing into someone else's residence without permission is indeed illegal. Though considering your criminal identity, I can understand. Luo Xia turned on the light. "Ah, Spider-Woman." He lifted his gaze to see Gwen Stacy, the Spider-Woman, clinging to the ceiling, observing him. "How did you discover my presence?" Gwen gracefully descended from the ceiling, landing soundlessly on the floor. Luo Xia's eyes brightened at this sight. It seemed that over time, Gwen's spider genes had integrated more seamlessly, endowing her with greater strength and control. Gwen continued to inquire, "You didn't turn on the light, nor did you even glance in this direction." I placed a strand of hair on the shoe rack, and upon opening the door, I discovered that it had vanished. The security in this vicinity has not yet deteriorated to the point where someone would dare to commit burglary. Luo Xia casually rambled on, the true reason being that he had sensed the energy within Gwen, whose dragon energy sigil had upgraded to level 7. With this enhancement, Luo Xia's perception of energy entities had intensified. Each superpowered individual possesses a unique energy signature, and having spent considerable time in Gwen's company, he could easily discern it. However, I entered through the window. "It seems we have mistaken our scripts," Luo Xia remarked as he sat down on the sofa, gazing at Gwen, who was dressed as Spider-Woman. "How is it that a criminal trespassing on another's territory dares to interrogate the homeowner? Shouldn't it be I who accuses you of your misdeeds? Let me reiterate. I am not a criminal. I am a superhero," Gwen boldly retorted, comfortably taking a seat opposite Luo Xia. "Citizens sing my praises for justice every day online. I suggest you explore the internet more." Chapter 60. A Kiss with Spider-Miss. I frequent the internet often. Let me ponder what Spider-Woman has been up to lately. Lo sea feigned contemplación. Ah, yes. Spider-Woman was involved in the Midtown Tech incident, collaborating with demons to launch a terror attack on students. Fortunately, the valiant Iron Man arrived just in time. I'm also a student at Midtown Tech. It appears I had quite the luck that night. Damn that Hornet Daily. Gwen sighed in exasperation. Hornet Daily is merely an entertainment magazine. Can't you read other mainstream media? They at least do not distort the facts. Of course, lo se añadid. Many newspapers have reported that Iron Man gifted you an Iron Spider suit. Why aren't you wearing it? That was not a gift from Iron Man, Gwen emphasized. That is inconsequential. What matters is that you now possess a rather splendid suit. It certainly surpasses your spandex attire, Lo Xiao remarked, casting a glance at Gwen. What's wrong with my uniform? Gwen retorted indignantly. I designed it myself. I find it quite stylish. Indeed, one would be hard-pressed to find another superhero in New York sporting a hood. However, there are plenty of gang members on the streets, Lo Xia said, growing somewhat impatient. So, is there something that brought you here tonight? If not, please vacate my premises. I have a call to make to my girlfriend. Gwen was taken aback, relieved that she had the habit of keeping her phone on silent. Is it that girlfriend you mentioned last time? The daughter of a New York City police commissioner? Gwen feigned curiosity, crossing her legs and resting against the sofa, her small feet in blue ballet flats swaying gently. Lo Xia gazed at her with a blank expression, while Gwen pouted. Well, actually, I don't have anything pressing to discuss. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd check in since you were quite helpful to me that night. Gwen was not lying. She had indeed been investigating in Queens during the recent nights. The day after the Midtown Tech incident, Peter Parker had been exonerated by the police. Gwen had heard from her father, George, that the Osborn group was implicated in the matter, and the police had no grounds to detain an innocent person. At least not without evidence proving his involvement in the terror attack or any other crimes. Gwen harbored deep concerns about Peter, who had transformed into a spider beast, fearing that he might once again descend into madness, posing a threat to the safety of others in Queens. After all, it was Gwen who had intervened that fateful night, saving Peter from the clutches of a demon intent on taking his life. Should Peter succumb to malevolence again, she would be burdened with guilt for those who suffered as a consequence. Furthermore, Gwen grappled with the unsettling thought of how she would confront the demon upon their next encounter, a notion that struck her as peculiar given their undeniable animosity. Fortunately, the past few days had been devoid of unusual occurrences, and she had managed to thwart several criminal acts within Queens. You could call your little girlfriend, I assure you. I shall remain silent, Gwen remarked playfully, mimicking a zipper motion across her lips. Loxia, with a resigned glance, indulged her theatrics and dialed a number that was unlikely to be answered. The call connected, only to end with a busy signal. Leaving Loxia to observe the expressionless spider, Gwen seated on the sofa. Perhaps she has fallen asleep, Gwen suggested somewhat guiltily. Girls tend to retire early. She surely didn't mean to ignore your call. Don't lose hope. But men also sleep early. Would you like to join me? Loxia leaned closer to Spider-Gwen. She, caught off guard, nodded vacantly before quickly shaking her head. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. Then please leave my home swiftly. If my girlfriend discovers I've been alone with a woman late into the night, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Loxia rose and headed toward the bathroom. It's still quite early. I believe we can engage in conversation. Gwen called out, stopping him. What would you like to discuss? Loxia slowly turned, regarding Gwen with a detached expression. It seems we have little to converse about. This is merely our second meeting. Had it been anyone else who dared to sneak into his home and persistently engage him, Loxia would have ensured they faced dire consequences. Yet, this individual was Gwen, and he wished to keep his identity as the demon hidden from her, at least for now. When you leave, you may use the door, but do so discreetly. And remember to close it behind you, Loxia instructed before turning towards the bathroom. With a swift motion, Gwen shot out a strand of webbing, which flew through the air and adhered to Loxia's back. Why didn't you dodge? She exclaimed, surprised. To Gwen's mind, Loxia should have effortlessly evaded her web. After all, their brief encounter that night had left a lasting impression of his remarkable speed. Loxia was shrouded in enigma, and Gwen sensed secrets nestled within him. Thus, she sought to unravel that mystery tonight. She also aimed to test whether there was any connection between Loxia and the demon. Perhaps due to the recent havoc wreaked by the demon at Morgan Bank, Gwen was eager to uncover the demon's true identity or, more specifically, to absolve Loxia from suspicion. Deep down, she wished for no association between Loxia and the demon. The association between Spider-Woman and the criminal arises from a misunderstanding by the police. However, the demon is undeniably a criminal, a truth accepted by all. The demon embodies murder and terror, having claimed many lives, some of which were marked by gruesome brutality. He once assassinated 3 high-ranking officials of the Osborn Group, all of whom had no prior criminal records. Certainly, he shows no mercy towards actual criminals, as reflected in the horrified expressions of his victims, which reveal the terror they experienced in their final moments. Deep down, Gwen firmly believes that Rashia cannot possibly be connected to that criminal. While Rashia possesses a cold and violent side, Gwen has predominantly sensed his warmth and kindness. "Do you find this amusing?" Rashia coldly inquired, turning to face Gwen. He approached her, dragging the web that clung to his back along with him. Gwen, seeing the icy demeanor on Rashia's face, wished to retreat, yet she was seated on the sofa, with nowhere to escape. Rashia stood before her, leaning in closely, forcing Gwen to continually lean back. Her hands instinctively shielded her chest, as if in defense. Rashia pressed his hands against the sofa in a domineering posture, confining Gwen until her back and head were pressed against the couch, leaving less than 10 centimeters between them. "Do you find this amusing?" Rashia reiterated. "I'm sorry," Gwen managed, feeling a hint of guilt. She offered an awkward smile. "I can clean up the webbing. Please do not be angry." "Apologies are futile, Miss Spider." Rashia's voice suddenly regained a calmness, the chill in his eyes dissipating. Gwen could discern no trace of anger in his gaze. "Miss Spider," Gwen mused, finding the title too familiar, like a demon whispering softly in her ear. "Miss Spider." In that moment, her mind was blank. Rashia brushed aside her mask, revealing her nose. And before she could react, he captured her lips with his own. Chapter 61. Insight Plan. "Miss Potts, are you busy? Please come to my location. I need your assistance." Upon receiving Tony's call, Potts made her way to the Research and Development Lab. Upon entering the lab with her access code, she saw the fully assembled Iron Man suit Mark V behind the main control console. The brand-new red and gold paint glimmered softly under the lights. As Tony was still fine-tuning the enhanced armor, the right arm of Mark V, which housed micromissiles, was exposed. Potts was aware of the destructive power of such a device. A single shot could obliterate the entire lab. "Tony?" Potts called out. "Right here." Tony emerged from behind, holding a transparent cup filled with a green chlorophyll drink. "You shouldn't keep such a dangerous item here." Potts pointed at the micromissile. "Don't worry, I'm Iron Man. These are merely my little toys," Tony replied nonchalantly. "And who would be foolish enough to get blown up by their own creations?" Upon hearing this, Potts furrowed her brow. That day, Tony, clad in his Iron Man armor, had obliterated a terrorist stronghold. On his return, he engaged in combat with 2 Air Force fighter jets. Thus, when Potts heard the commotion, she opened the door and witnessed several clumsy mechanical arms assisting Tony in shedding his bullet-riddled armor. Consequently, Potts had long been aware of Tony's true identity as Iron Man. "Well, let us discuss why you summoned me," she said, shifting the topic with a hint of exasperation. As Tony's assistant, Potts was well acquainted with her boss, arrogant and obstinate. "I need you to go to my office, hack into the mainframe, and download all recent shipping manifests," Tony instructed with a serious gaze. "Hasn't Stark Industries already ceased its arms dealings?" Potts queried, bewildered. "The Equipment Research Division has been disbanded by you. Yet those weapons have surfaced in the hands of terrorists." Tony exclaimed, his agitation palpable. "Terrorists are deploying Stark Industries' formerly banned weapons to decimate government forces, leading to countless deaths and displacing innumerable civilians." Potts's face reflected her astonishment as Tony, expressionless, continued, "It's staying, but I require evidence." He handed her a chip the size of a disc. "This is a decryption chip. It will unlock the shipping records, which may be found in the administrative folder or possibly within a hidden directory. If I retrieve the shipping manifests, what will you do?" Potts interrupted, demanding the truth. "I will convene a board meeting to revoke Stain-S positions at Stark Industries and initiate legal proceedings against him," Tony replied, gazing at his armor. "If they continue to trade in secret, I will intervene and obliterate all weapons. Just like last time in Chaos, Potts retorted sharply. It was a miracle you returned unscathed. She tossed the decryption chip back onto the table. If I proceed with this, it could cost you your life. I should have perished long ago. Tony set down his chlorophyll drink, his resolve unwavering. Yet I have survived for these convictions. Perhaps this is my purpose. I must do this, plain and simple. Then I resign. Potts turned away. Tony, I will do anything for you, but I will not allow you to face such peril. As she strode away, he called after her, Pepper, you have stood by my side for years. When I was wreaking havoc and profiting from destruction, you were there. Now that I wish to protect those who have suffered because of me, you would abandon me? Potts halted in her tracks. Location, 3853 feet 33 inches. 78 N, 77 3 minutes 38 secondes. 91 S. HKLE Headquarters, Triskelion. The expansive observation elevator ascended steadily as Alexander Pierce, Minister of the World Security Council, stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing out at the shrinking landscape below. His aide, bodyguards, and numerous attendants clustered against the elevator doors, creating additional space within. The World Security Council is an international assembly, comprising high-ranking political figures from various major nations. Its primary function is to oversee the operations of SHIELD, highlighting the significant authority held by Minister Pierce. The elevator gradually decelerates until it comes to a halt on the top floor. The crowd parts to create a pathway, allowing Pierce to exit the elevator first, followed closely by his entourage. Awaiting at the threshold of Pierce's office is Agent Jasper Sitwell of SHIELD, who has been there for some time. With a wave of his hand, Pierce signals for his assistant and bodyguards to take their respective positions before he opens the door to his office, with Sitwell entering behind him and closing the door. You should be at your post. Only Nick Fury needs to report to the council from SHIELD, Pierce states as he takes a seat behind his desk, leaning back in his chair with arms crossed, fixating his gaze on Sitwell. Without hesitation, Sitwell strides across the desk and bows his head before saying, Sir, Dr. Zola has conveyed that his algorithm is complete and the code has been implanted in 3 helicarriers. The Insight program is ready for implementation at any moment. Pierce raises his hand to interrupt, asserting that the activation of the helicarriers requires the authorization of the remaining council members. With Nick Fury present, no one can guarantee that the operation will proceed flawlessly without unforeseen complications. Director Fury is a top-tier agent. Eliminating him may prove quite challenging, Sitwell contemplates aloud. No one survives the Winter Soldier, and Nick Fury will be no exception, Pierce retorts coldly. He glances up at Sitwell, who promptly responds, Then I shall take my leave. Silence envelopes the office once more as Pierce, holding a cup of coffee, approaches the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing silently at the lake's surface, beneath which lies SHIELD's underground base, with 3 helicarriers stationed there. His emotions remain tumultuous, as the prospect of soon realizing his lifelong ambition is intoxicating. As the overseer of SHIELD, Pierce shares a close bond with director Nick Fury. Together they have orchestrated the Insight program. The 3 helicarriers are synchronized with the satellite target location network, and once launched, they shall not descend. The new engines will enable suborbital flight, equipped with long-range precision weaponry capable of eliminating 1,000 enemies in a minute. Terrorists and criminals need not reveal themselves. The satellites can track them, allowing SHIELD to eradicate threats at their inception. However, Pierce is also the leader of Hydra within SHIELD, and his plan involves executing a massive assassination campaign. The targets are citizens identified as threats to Hydra based on Arnim Zola's algorithm. The list is extensive, encompassing Nick Fury, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, George Stacy, Peggy Carter, and Harry Osborn, totaling in the millions. If all these threats to Hydra were to perish, the world would bow before Hydra's dominion. Good afternoon, sir. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Pierce. Chapter 62, Documents and the Collapsing Defense Line. Pierce's body tensed instantly. his expression frozen. Was there a third person in the office? When did he arrive? Had he overheard the recent conversation with Sitwell regarding the Hydra Insight project? Slowly, Pierce turned around, his gaze landing on the desk, where another individual now occupied the seat he had just vacated. This man, clad in a black suit, reclined in the executive chair with his feet propped on the desk, holding up a document that obscured his face. "Who are you?" Pierce feigned calmness. Outside a remote town in New Mexico, a hammer-like object fell from the sky, composed of materials not belonging to any known elements on Earth, confirmed to be extraterrestrial. However, no one could lift this hammer. Agents exhausted every method to move it, but to no avail. They established a research facility around the hammer to study its composition, origin, and energy. SHIELD has summoned numerous physicists and chemists to the site, yet no breakthroughs have emerged. An unidentified, robust man forcefully breached the perimeter and approached the fallen hammer, attempting to lift it but ultimately failing. His frustration escalated after the attempt, as the hammer appeared to possess the ability to influence biological minds. We apprehended this man at the scene, and upon investigation, his identity raised significant doubts. There was no record of his citizenship in any country, no social security or tax records, no educational history, and no consumer transactions. He seemed to have materialized from thin air. These two passages were extracted from the SHIELD work report on Pierce's desk. As Pierce took a moment to gather his thoughts, Roxa casually picked up the document to peruse. He recognized that the mysterious hammer was none other than Thor's hammer, and the man was undoubtedly Thor Odinson. Thor is the son of Odin, the king of Asgard. He is valiant and noble, having been designated as the next king of Asgard from an early age. However, due to his arrogant and reckless actions, he ignited an ancient war. Unrepentant, Thor faced Odin's wrath, who stripped him of his powers and cast him down to earth as punishment. Thor was compelled to live among humans, and the hammer of the thunder god fell to earth alongside him. Moreover, Odin had placed a spell upon the hammer. Only the one who was worthy to lift it would possess the power of the thunder god. Roxa was well aware of the events that would unfold. Seizing the opportunity, while Odin slumbered and Thor was exiled, Loki ascended to the throne of Asgard and dispatched the destroyer armor to eliminate Thor completely. The destroyer wreaked havoc in the town, easily overpowering Thor's companions, Sif and the Warriors 3. In a critical moment, Thor regained his grip on the hammer, restored his divine powers, and ultimately destroyed the destroyer. Upon Thor's return to Asgard, he shattered the Bifrost in a desperate attempt to prevent Loki from annihilating the frost giants. However, the destruction of the Bifrost nearly sent both Thor and Loki plummeting into the abyss of the cosmos, only to be saved at the last moment by Odin's timely intervention. In that moment, Loki recounted his grand achievements to Odin, lamenting that had it not been for his brother Thor's interference, he would have decisively eradicated Asgard's enemies, the frost giants. Yet, Odin dismissed Loki's claims, leading to a profound disillusionment within Loki, who succumbed to darkness and willingly descended into the cosmic void. Meanwhile, the disinterested Loki's younger counterpart was far more intrigued by the subsequent turn of events. After being consumed by darkness, Loki encountered the Chitauri and ultimately received the Mind Stone from Thanos, using the cosmic cube to arrive on Earth to enact his schemes. This marked the inception of the Avengers narrative, as the Chitauri wreaked havoc in New York, while Loki contemplated how to exploit the situation to accrue villainous points. Should he seize the opportunity presented by the Chitauri's assault on Earth to amass villain points, or bide his time until the superheroes gathered to harvest the points? Perhaps he could engage in both endeavors simultaneously? At that moment, an opportunity arose to acquire substantial villain points through participation in the Insight program. Loki cast the file back onto the desk, startling Pierce. The ominous visage of Loki's devilish mask was unmistakable, signifying his identity. In New York, none were unaware of the mask, least of all Pierce, who had long overseen the operations of SHIELD. Do you know where you are? Pierce inquired with a forced smile, feigning composure. Mr. Demon, your actions are undoubtedly self-incrimination. Of course, I know where I am, Loki replied, the office of Alexander Pierce. the council member and leader of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce's expression flickered with fear, his spine chilled by the revelation of Loki's identity as a member of Hydra, one of his most closely guarded secrets. Self-incrimination? What will you use to apprehend me? Those Akivavins. You may summon them, and perhaps tomorrow's headlines will proclaim Demon Slaughter's S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, relishing the terror on the citizens' faces as they come to understand what S.H.I.L.D. truly is. Pierce remained silent, his smile evaporating. I almost forgot about your Winter Soldier. Loki continued with a sinister grin. Have you managed to brainwash him today? It could be quite disastrous if you were to lose control. With the mention of the Winter Soldier's secret, Pierce's psychological defenses began to crumble. The unknown and the relentless psychological pressure exerted by Loki instilled a greater fear than his formidable power. How could the demon know so much about his secrets? Yet, Pierce held firm. His years of experience and his identity as a member of Hydra had forged a steadfast resolve within him, his willpower surpassing that of ordinary men. Mr. Devil, Pierce said, shaking his head in confusion, his face as pale as a ghost. If you believe you can frame a high-ranking official of the council to coerce me into fulfilling your ulterior motives, you are gravely mistaken. You may take my life, but I shall not become a puppet of the devil. Is that so? Loxia remarked with a sardonic smile. I detest violence above all else, rather than taking your life. I have far more entertaining methods at my disposal. Perhaps I could descend to the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters and expose your Hydra identity. Although Director Nick is no longer present, I trust that Hill, as the executive director, can still command the agency effectively. Loxia meticulously analyzed the situation, noting that the manipulated operating protocols aboard the 3 helicarriers served as compelling evidence. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technological prowess, identifying the functions of those codes would be a trivial task. The Insight program had been replaced with a Hydra version. How ironic. Pierce felt a cold sweat break out, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet Loxia was not finished. I have an even more delightful proposition. I could awaken the Winter Soldier's consciousness and allow the 2 of you to share space. Care to guess what might transpire? Would he tear you apart? Or perhaps you would experience the sensation of electric shocks and brainwashing. Pierce's mental defenses crumbled entirely. He trembled violently, succumbing to weakness and collapsing onto the floor. What do you want me to do? Loxia smiled at Pierce, gesturing towards the chair across from his desk. First, have your assistant bring me a cup of coffee. Chapter 63. The Devil's Plan. After a knock at the office door, Pierce hurried to answer it. Receiving the coffee through the crack, he knew that if anyone were to witness the devil in his office, it would spell further trouble. For the sake of Hydra's plans and his own safety, Pierce was exceedingly cautious. He placed the coffee reverently on the desk, but the devil did not even cast a glance at the offering. I wish to collaborate with Hydra, Loxia declared. I want to join the Insight program. What? Pierce stammered, taken aback. I apologize, Mr. Devil. I might have misheard you in my anxiety. You did not mishear me, Loxia replied, gazing intently at Pierce. Why are you surprised? My penchant is for destruction, and Hydra's goal aligns with that, to dismantle the current order and establish a new one from the ruins. At least in the initial phase. Our objectives will not conflict. Pierce's mind struggled to process this revelation, while Loxia articulated a compelling argument. He could not fathom how Hydra had descended to ally with a being such as the devil. Hydra sought dominion over the world, not its annihilation. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to work alongside you, Mr. Devil. It is an honor, Pierce proclaimed, adopting a serious demeanor as he extended his hand in an attempt to shake Loxia's. However, Loxia coldly ignored the gesture, his derisive gaze seeming to convey the sentiment. Do you truly believe you are worthy of shaking my hand? Pierce's expression remained unchanged as he continued. Hydra welcomes Mr. Demon to the Insight Project. With your assistance, the Insight Project will become the Demon Plan. Suddenly, Lucia interrupted Pierce, stating earnestly, from this moment on, the Insight Project shall be renamed the Demon Plan. Pierce was taken aback, rendered speechless by Lucia's serious demeanor. Lu Xiao's words had firmly established the tone for their collaboration. Yet Pierce would not grasp the significance, just as he failed to comprehend the importance of naming rights. In contrast to the Insight Project, the core objectives of the Demon Plan would remain unaltered. After eliminating Nick Fury, they would acquire the authorization from the remaining member states and, upon the launch of 3 aerial motherships, initiate a campaign to exterminate humanity. Lu Xiao articulated, it is to eliminate those humans who pose a threat to Hydra. Pierce could not help but interject, for neither he nor Hydra had ever contemplated the total annihilation of humanity. Dr. Arnim Zola would utilize a set of algorithms to calculate which humans might pose a future threat to Hydra, a number that would amount to millions. Insufficient, far too insufficient. Hydra had proven to be excessively merciful. The Demon Plan aimed to expand that number tenfold. Lu Xia, dissatisfied, shook his head and flashed an enigmatic smile at Pierce. The existing order must be utterly dismantled to facilitate the establishment of a new one. Pierce fell silent, understanding the weight of Lu Xiao's words. For the demon was indeed synonymous with terror and slaughter. A single statement from him could condemn millions to death. Indeed, it seems the Demon Plan is more suited to Hydra. The situation was dire, compelling Pierce to acquiesce to the demon's demands. In his view, the prospect of the Demon Plan resulting in the deaths of tens of millions was preferable to the decades-long Insight Project being thwarted. After all, eliminating those individuals merely required Dr. Zola to run calculations to derive new data and amend a few lines of code for the aerial motherships. Lu Xiao nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Pierce's perceptiveness. Rising, Pierce said, then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. However, Lu Xiao interrupted once more. How could such a grand demon plan unfold in silence? A magnificent slaughter cannot occur without an audience. Pierce's expression stiffened in confusion. Mr. Demon, are you suggesting that we should announce the great demon plan to the world? Let humanity live in fear, awaiting death and destruction? Lu Xiao proclaimed with fervor. I intend to record a short film featuring myself. In this film, I will unveil the entirety of the Demon Plan to the public. 1 hour before its execution, I will ensure that every connected electronic screen globally continuously broadcasts this film, allowing humanity to tremble in anticipation of their demise. The launch of the 3 aerial motherships must also be live-streamed. Pierce watched as the demon laughed exuberantly. I want people to witness that colossal machine ascend, its cannons aimed, ready to unleash death upon its targets. We can even intersperse close-up shots of the deceased being struck. How entertaining that will be. Terrified by this mad scheme, Pierce sank into his chair. But that's not all. You must establish a website where the fearful, uncertain of their fate, can visit to check if they are on the execution list. The survivors wept tears of joy in their revelry, while the condemned were granted moments to bid farewell to their families. Losha reminded that the website must endure the influx of visitors from around the world, with millions of accesses per second without succumbing to collapse. Now, the terror that Pierce felt in the presence of Losha emanated from within, devoid of any rational basis. The demon was a complete madman. He was even more deranged than that failed art student. This is an impossible task, Pierce exclaimed with a face full of dread. If our plan is revealed an hour in advance, the demon's scheme cannot succeed. The Security Council will never consent. The agents of SHIELD will erupt, and even the superheroes on the streets will come rushing in to save the world. Everyone will come to thwart us. And so what? Losha replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Pierce. I will obstruct everyone. No one can sabotage the demon's plan. I have no intention of showcasing my strength before you, and I am not seeking your counsel. Pierce. Pierce fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation. After decades of development, Hydra had infiltrated SHIELD from top to bottom, extending its reach into the upper echelons of various sectors. With a meticulously crafted plan and ample preparation, coupled with the demon's formidable power, this audacious scheme might indeed hold the potential for success. With Hydra's influence within SHIELD, the ascent of the aerial mothership was assured. Subsequently, it could instantly activate stealth mode, soaring high above to evade attempts of long-range destruction and nuclear strikes from various nations. Mr. Demon, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your requirements. May our collaboration be fruitful, Pierce said, his tone laced with complexity. It is not merely an effort. It is a necessity. Losha replied with a faint smile. Should any flaw arise, should any part be lacking, I will hold all participants of the demon's plan accountable. The first to perish will be you, Pierce. I shall reduce you to ashes with dragonfire. By then, even if Hydra experiences a resurgence, you shall not witness it. A chill swept over Pierce, rendering him immobile as he helplessly watched Losha rise and stride toward the floor-to-ceiling glass. To his astonishment, the demon's form penetrated the glass, and he turned mid-air outside the window, casting a cold, mocking glance back at Pierce before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 64. The hospital Losha had utilized the spatial mobility granted by the serpent charm to traverse the pane of glass. Spatial movement is undeniably a formidable ability, capable of disregarding physical obstacles for instantaneous transit. In many scenarios, its efficacy even surpasses the quintuple speed imparted by the rabbit charm. For instance, in a completely enclosed space. Even Losha, with his quintuple speed, could not exit without damaging the walls, but the spatial mobility afforded by the serpent charm could accomplish this effortlessly. Thus, Losha expended 1.05 million villain points to upgrade the serpent charm to level 3, acquiring the power of spatial movement, which also depleted his villain points entirely. If Losha wished to continue growing stronger, his only recourse was to upgrade the 12 charms, necessitating even more villain points in the future. Certainly, Losha has transformed his method of acquiring villainous values. The demon plan was merely his initial step. Ultimately, Pepper Potts completed the task assigned to her by Tony, though the process was fraught with tension. During Potts' file download, Stain unexpectedly appeared in the office, fortunately unaware that she was downloading incriminating evidence that could imprison him for decades. As soon as Potts left the company, she immediately called Tony, her expression anxious, for she had not only obtained the Stark Industries shipping list, but had also stumbled upon a video linking Stain to the group of terrorists who had kidnapped Tony. Recently, during a test of a new weapon, Tony had been abducted, a scheme orchestrated by Stark shareholder Stain. If this information were spread, it would undoubtedly shock the world. A seaside villa. This is the private residence of billionaire Tony Stark. Just as Tony answered Potts' call, a sudden onslaught of high-frequency noise erupted in his ears. A jolt of electricity surged from his neck throughout his body, accompanied by excruciating pain and a numbing sensation, as if his limbs had severed their connection to his brain, rendering him immobile. Tony's mind raced, recognizing the source of the current and noise. It was a weapon designed to incapacitate an individual swiftly, though regrettably. It had not been approved for production by the government. Only Stark's upper echelons could procure the initial experimental products. Tony deduced the culprit, Obadiah Stane, who had acted before him. "Tony, are you there?" Potts' anxious voice resonated through the phone. With one hand, Tony grasped the phone, while the other braced his body from collapsing backward. Stane glanced at the incoming call and decisively ended the conversation. "Breathe, relax," Stane instructed, supporting Tony against the sofa. He moved around the couch to stand before Tony, removing the protective headphones from his ears. Stane wore a broad smile as he slowly retrieved a device from a nearby box. "When I ordered your death, I worried about killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, but I see now that your fate was not yet sealed. This," he said, affixing a mechanical device to the miniature arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, "is because you must lay one last golden egg." As the device whirred, Stane effortlessly removed the arc reactor from the incapacitated Tony. He forcefully detached the connection between the reactor and Tony's body. Tremors racked Tony, bloodshot eyes wide in horror as he could do nothing but watch. "Did you truly believe that the thoughts in your mind belonged solely to you?" Stane mused, gazing at Tony. "Your father aided in creating the atomic bomb. Had he clung to it as you do, what would this world resemble? Quite a sight indeed." Stane admired the glimmering arc reactor in his hand. "Tony, this is truly a masterpiece, a symphony of fate you have composed." Stane returned the arc reactor to its box and turned to leave. "Tony, you should not have involved Miss Potts. Unlike you, she holds great significance to Stark. I intended to keep her safe. As his voice faded, a light laughter echoed, and the door was firmly shut. Tony struggled to turn his head, glancing towards the elevator that led to the research room on the villa's lowest level, where the arc reactor remained. This was the first-generation arc reactor that Tony had crafted in the cave. It had already been replaced, yet Potts had preserved it, framing it as a gift for Tony. Now, it had become his last lifeline. This was a highly secured hospital, guarded by armed sentinels and patrols outside, while inside, plainclothes agents with weapons stood ready on each floor. Most astonishing were the nurses clad in white coats, moving with agility and sharp gazes, forming pairs and trios as they traversed the corridors. Numerous details indicated their specialized training. They were the final line of defense for the hospital and its critical patients, prepared to draw their firearms without hesitation against any suspicious individuals. After completing the security patrol of the 7th floor, the corridor was somewhat deserted, with only one nurse at the station diligently entering data on a computer. Suddenly, someone lightly tapped on the counter before her. It was a handsome man in a black suit, bearing a striking resemblance to Bucky Barnes. "Excuse me, where is Director Nick Fury's room?" "Who are you?" the nurse asked, her suspicion evident. This man was unfamiliar to her. She was certain of it. Had she encountered such a handsome face before, she would not have forgotten it. "S.H.E.A.L. agent," the man stated, producing an identification card. "I have urgent matters to discuss with Director Fury in person." The nurse glanced at the card and was convinced of his identity. She was very familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D. identification. Moreover, the fact that he had made it this far indicated that he had successfully passed the outer security checks. "Room 707, the nurse kindly directed the handsome man. "To the left." He flashed a charming smile, but did not immediately proceed to report his urgent business. Instead, he leaned on the nursing station, gazing at her. "I sincerely thank you, beautiful nurse. If it weren't for your guidance regarding the room number, I would have had to kick open each door in search of that bald head." The nurse was momentarily taken aback. The charming, smiling face before her transformed into that of a devilish mask. To ensure the success of his nefarious plan, Lucia had completed a cordial exchange with Pierce before arriving at the hospital where Nick was located. He intended to keep the director subdued for a while or completely erase him from this world. Chapter 65. Invasion. Lucia placed an ordinary business card on the nurse's station. The unsealed talisman would grant him the ability to project his soul and induce mild hypnosis. Under the hypnotic influence of the sheep talisman, this ordinary business card seemed to merge with the nurse's memories of the S.H.I.E.L.D. identification badge. The visage of the demon transformed into the likeness of her favored male celebrity, Bern Anderson. With merely a half-second of hesitation, the nurse promptly retrieved a Glock pistol from her drawer. Yet, as she raised the weapon, her trained muscle memory, honed through thousands of repetitions, was still too sluggish in the eyes of Lucia. With a swift motion, Lucia seized the gun from her grasp, declaring that despite his gratitude, he could not tolerate having a gun aimed at him. Suddenly, even from half a meter away, the nurse felt an intense heat radiating from Lucia's hand, astonished as the Glock rapidly melted, transforming into a puddle of molten iron upon the table. During this process, the faint energy from the gunpowder explosion within the bullets was obliterated by the dragon talisman, resulting in only a muted popping sound, reminiscent of a damp firecracker being ignited. An urgent alarm echoed throughout the hospital, red warning lights flashing in the corridors and all patient rooms. As the duty personnel monitoring the surveillance cameras had already detected the anomaly on the 7th floor. Lucia smiled at her, turned to the left, and leisurely walked under the crimson lights, searching for Nick in room 707. Demon invasion. All personnel, proceed to the 7th floor for assistance. The voice incessantly reiterated, mobilizing all guards and agents within the hospital in a matter of moments. Suddenly, the door to room 704 burst open, and a robust figure charged violently towards Lucia. He deftly sidestepped and delivered a swift punch, sending the assailant crashing to the ground. Shaking his wrist, Lucia remarked, "Steve Rogers, haven't you learned your lesson from being sent to the hospital by a panda?" To Captain America, Lucia's punch was merely a nuisance. Rising to his feet, he obstructed Lucia's path, Captain America refrained from initiating an attack, acutely aware that he was no match for the demon, especially in S.H.I.L.D.S. territory. He merely needed to buy time for reinforcements. Lacking the stamina for a verbal spar with the demon, he recognized the imminent threat of its formidable fiery assault. Without his shield, he understood he must remain vigilant, lest he be reduced to ashes by the demon's flames. Abruptly, Captain America was startled as he dove to the side, spotting a group of armed agents at the corridor's end. Upon witnessing the standoff between him and the demon, they opened fire without hesitation. He retreated back into his room, narrowly avoiding bullets that grazed his body. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would surely have been hit. Ordinary firearms were ineffective against the demon, a fact Captain America understood all too well. Pressing himself against the door, he peered out, confirming that the demon had indeed vanished from sight. "Captain Rogers," came the shouts of the agents at the corridor's end. "Mephisto," he responded, remaining cautious of his surroundings. "The demon has not yet departed." He turned his gaze towards the opposite end of the corridor, attempting to locate the demon's figure. Yes, keep an eye out, especially behind you." Luo Xia's voice emerged from behind Captain America, who was leaning against the door, observing the scene. "What are you searching for? Is it me?" Captain America's fist lashed back like a whip. After Luo Xia evaded, it crashed against the metal door, leaving a noticeable dent on its bulletproof surface. "Regrettably, there are no kung fu pandas in this hospital. Otherwise, I would have relished a fair duel," Luo Xia lamented. "Stop mentioning that damn panda," Captain America retorted angrily, his fist clenched, ready to attack. However, upon seeing Luo Xia extend his right hand, he could only retreat halfway and rolled back into the corridor. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, creating a large hole in the iron door of the opposite ward, flames cascading over Captain America. "Goodbye." Luo Xia did not exit, but instead dashed towards the wall of the ward, employing the spatial mobility of the snake talisman. He opted not to engage with Captain America and the agents, as wasting time could potentially allow Nick to escape. Captain America noted that Luo Xia vanished in a certain direction and instantly deduced the demon's purpose for tonight's visit to the hospital. The target was Director Nick. The reasoning was simple. Director Nick was the most significant individual in the entire hospital. During his stay, Captain America had perused all information regarding the demon from S.H.I.L.D., which indicated the demon's history of assassination. Surely he wouldn't indulge in chaos merely for amusement in a hospital? The target was indeed Director Nick. Captain America rose and sprinted towards Nick's ward. Meanwhile, Luo Xia swiftly entered Ward 707, casting an irked glance at Natasha, who was crouched behind the door with her gun drawn. Natasha met his gaze with a somewhat awkward expression. "Aren't you going to shoot?" Luo Xia queried as he approached the wide-open window, cold air rushing in and sending the curtains billowing. A chain dangled from the window to the ground below. Under the streetlight, Director Nick was being assisted by several individuals, turning to glance at the demon by the window with an expression of icy resolve. Luo Xia observed as Nick entered a bulletproof SUV, dismissing it. Nick's choice of a sedan as his mode of transport was destined to lead to tonight's tragedy. Luo Xia extended his hand, continuously activating the dragon talisman, unleashing ferocious dragon flames that embodied a will of destruction, sparing neither buildings nor crowds. "Ms. Natasha?" Luo Xia stepped away from the windowsill, countless bullets peppering the walls and leaving pockmarked impressions. "Mr. Demon, this is truly a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain." Natasha raised her hands, certainly unwilling to fire. Despite being in a hospital, she knew immediate medical assistance would be available post-gunfire. Suddenly, Luo Xia aimed in her direction, prompting Natasha to kick off the wall and leap out, a burst of light erupting as the door and the agents behind it were engulfed in flames. Captain America, who had just reached the doorway, was also violently thrown back by the intense explosion. Whoosh! In the depths of night, a sharp arrow cleaved through the air, its tip aglow with a crimson luminescence. Without hesitation, Luo Xia unleashed a flame that detonated the arrow, undoubtedly the work of Hawkeye. Aside from him, no one within S. Akka, I, Elity, wielded, Abo. Intrigued, Luo Xia reflected on the superheroes he had encountered thus far, each of whom had facilitated the unlocking of a talisman. As a founding member of the Avengers, Hawkeye should be no exception. Might there be further rewards to reap tonight? Summoning the talismans of the rooster and rabbit, Luo Xia vanished from sight, and as he soared through the window into the sky, he exceeded the speed of sound. A resounding sonic boom erupted, causing the windows to tremble. Had they not been made of bulletproof glass, the entire building would have been shattered. Chapter 66. The Winter Soldier. The shrill wail of alarms echoed above the base, while brilliant white searchlights swept across the night sky, illuminating the shadowy corners. In the air, Luo Xia swiftly located Hawkeye among the crowd, drawing his bow and aiming at the window of room 707, the arrowhead flickering with a red signal light. Luo Xia dove downward, his speed eclipsing that of a predatory falcon by tenfold. The keen Hawkeye seemed to sense an impending threat, though he could not discern the source. Instinctively, he aimed his arrow in Luo Xia's direction and released it. With a deft twist, Luo Xia effortlessly evaded the incoming projectile, seizing Hawkeye by the nape and ascending rapidly. As Luo Xia soared to a height of several dozen meters, the agents below collapsed, the ferocious sonic boom rippling outward, shattering their eardrums and inflicting various injuries on their bodies. For Hawkeye, captured in Luo Xia's grasp, the situation was dire. Excruciating pain coursed through him, as if every bone in his body had shattered. Yet even in such peril, he clung tenaciously to his bow. In moments of crisis, humans often unleash their latent potential, and Hawkeye understood that losing his weapon would spell his doom. Upon reaching a height of several dozen meters, Luo Xia held Hawkeye aloft, furrowing his brow. To this point, the system had not granted him an enhancement to unlock the talisman. Thus, Luo Xia concluded that Hawkeye could not facilitate the unlocking of his talisman, making the rapid activation of the 12 talismans a formidable challenge. "You truly are useless," Luo Xia muttered softly, reflecting on how even Black Widow had earned the system's recognition, aiding him in unlocking the Serpent Talisman. Farewell. With that, he released his grip, allowing Hawkeye to plummet freely. Aiming in the direction of Nick's fleeing convoy, Luo Xia pursued. As Hawkeye descended, he expended his final reserves of strength, shooting a specially designed arrow toward the wall. The sharp tip embedded effortlessly into the surface, transforming the arrow shaft into a gripping hand that anchored itself securely, ensuring that no matter the impact, it would remain steadfast. This unique arrow was tethered to a slender, robust cable which connected back to the bow in Hawkeye's hand. Hawkeye clung tenaciously to the mechanical bow as the descent apparatus gradually reduced his falling speed. Ultimately, he crashed through a window on the 6th floor, tumbling into the room. Loxa swiftly caught up with the bulletproof SUV that Nick was traveling in. A flicker of red light pierced the darkness ahead, prompting Loxa to elevate his stance. It was a shoulder-fired missile. Upon striking the bulletproof vehicle, it erupted in a violent explosion, flames surging 10 meters high, and the SUV was hurled into the air, landing awkwardly after several rolls. A group emerged on the darkened road, armed and shooting at the overturned car in the distance, advancing steadily. The leader was unmistakably familiar to Loxa, with medium-length hair and a black mask covering his face. Most striking was his silver metallic arm. The Winter Soldier. Bucky, Captain America's close ally. During a mission to capture Dr. Zola, Bucky had fallen from a train into a valley, presumed dead by all. However, he was rescued by Hydra and brainwashed into becoming the perfect assassin, the Winter Soldier. This individual epitomized the archetype of darkened strength, now thrice as formidable, while his former self had diminished by 7 measures. As Loxa descended gradually, a member of Hydra's task force instinctively raised his weapon at the descending demon, only to be halted by a comrade. "The demon is our ally." Apologetically, Loxa raised his hand and calmly declared, "I never ally with anyone." The flames illuminated the terrified face of the Hydra member, while the others immediately opened fire on the demon. Yet, not a single bullet found its mark. For Loxa's speed was astonishing. He approached one of the assailants, triggering a grenade attached to him, launching it away. Moments later, The realization dawned too late. And amidst the conflagration, he was torn to shreds. Before long, the Hydra squad sent to assassinate Nick crumbled, leaving only the Winter Soldier shooting at the air where Loxa had just been, renowned as the perfect assassin. The Winter Soldier boasted a 100 success rate in his assassination missions. He would not retreat until he had eliminated his target, Nick Fury. With his combat instincts keenly honed, the Winter Soldier abruptly ceased firing and rolled aside, just as a fiery blast struck where he had stood moments before. The asphalt was ripped apart, revealing charred earth beneath. Had that blow landed on him, it would have been fatal or left him gravely injured. Yet, the icy gaze from behind his black mask betrayed no fear. The Winter Soldier raised his rifle, only to discover the magazine was empty. Discarding the weapon at the roadside, he confronted Loxa with his metallic arm. Loxa slightly turned to the side, raising his hand towards the overturned SUV, invoking the Dragon Talisman. Despite the evening's chaos, where he had found time to tease a lovely nurse and engage in bungee jumping with Hawkeye, Loxa remained resolute in not forgetting the true purpose of his incursion tonight. In order to ensure the successful execution of his nefarious plan to amass an abundance of villainous points, he could not afford to overlook Nick Fury, the head of SHIELD. This evening, the door of the overturned armored SUV remained ajar, as an agent struggled to extricate himself. Yet a fiery inferno loomed larger before his eyes. The vehicle was entirely engulfed in flames, with explosions resonating in succession, illuminating the stretch of road. Distant car horns echoed, and beams of bright white light pierced the night like blades, signaling the arrival of rescue from the base. Luo Xia turned to Winter Soldier, but he did not anticipate that the once formidable Winter Soldier, upon witnessing Nick's vehicle explode under the onslaught of the demon, would suddenly pivot to flee the scene. Luo Xia pursued him, but just as he was about to close the distance, Winter Soldier's back seemed to possess a sixth sense. He swung his metallic arm like a whip, striking toward the approaching Luo Xia. Employing the spatial displacement ability of the Snake Talisman, Luo Xia instantly materialized behind Winter Soldier. He then utilized the Rabbit Talisman, which allows control over speed, to halt his advance and delivered a punch to the back of Winter Soldier's neck. The Rabbit Talisman not only enhances speed, but, when elevated to level 11 and wielded with proficiency, can instantly nullify the kinetic energy of both oneself and moving objects. Unaware of the demon's power, Winter Soldier was caught off guard by Luo Xia's flurry of strikes. Before he could react, he was knocked to the ground. Yet, this blow did not incapacitate him. Winter Soldier rolled to his feet, keenly aware of Luo Xia's right hand capable of unleashing fiery attacks, and raised his fist to counterattack. Chapter 67. Good and Evil. Suddenly, Winter Soldier noticed the demon's eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, raising his metallic arm to block. Two beams of laser emerged from Luo Xia's eyes, striking Winter Soldier's metallic arm and erupting into flames. Winter Soldier deftly retreated, casting a glance at the two black marks on his arm. Luo Xia, however, merely shook his head. The power of the talisman, yet to be fully unleashed, was far too feeble. Had the pig talisman reached its maximum level, that strike would likely have effortlessly penetrated Winter Soldier's metallic arm. Winter Soldier's eyes revealed no discernible emotion. He found himself ensnared in a predicament, left with no choice but to confront Luo Xia with his metallic arm raised defiantly. "You are far more useful than Hawkeye," Luo Xia suddenly exclaimed, a gesture of his admiration. Detected the anti-hero Winter Soldier. The Tiger Talisman has been unlocked and can be upgraded with villainous points. Attempt to evoke negative emotions in Winter Soldier. More surprises await your exploration. Luo Xia had intentionally sought out Hawkeye, but yielded no results. However, he was taken aback that playing casually with Winter Soldier could unlock the Tiger Talisman. The Tiger Talisman was the fifth talisman he had unlocked, bringing him one step closer to his goal of unveiling all talismans. Tiger Talisman 1 grants the holder the power of duplication. When utilizing this power, the holder transforms into two entities influenced by good and evil, with each retaining the full strength of the original. The Tiger Talisman, when held, harmonizes all the powers within the bearer, allowing one to harness forces beyond the talisman's inherent capabilities. To elevate the Tiger Talisman from level 1 to level 2, a villainous value of 90,000 is required, granting the ability to create multiple avatars. However, the strength of these avatars will be diminished. Upon upgrade, your balancing power can also be directed towards other entities, including inanimate objects. Your subjective consciousness can seamlessly transfer between individuals, unaffected by the constraints of time and space. This consciousness can terminate the existence of avatars, yet may also be influenced by the moral compass of these avatars. The system allows for the enhancement of the Tiger Talisman S level, and upon reaching level 11, you will acquire the ability to segment your own energy. This capability can also be applied to other targets. However, if the energy of the target surpasses that of the Dragon Talisman, the Tiger Talisman will be ineffective against it. At this moment, Luoxia's talisman status is updated. Villainous value, 7054. Rabbit Talisman level 11, unable to be upgraded. Dragon Talisman level 7, requires 225. 000 villainous value to upgrade to level 11. Mouse Talisman level 1, requires 525. 000 villainous value to upgrade to level 11. Snake Talisman level 3, requires 620. 000 villainous value to upgrade to level 11. Tiger Talisman level 1, requires 125. 000 villainous value to upgrade to level 11. Currently, Luoxia's singular thought is that the demon's plan to instill terror among all humanity must proceed flawlessly. Otherwise, with the meager villainous value he accumulates on the streets of New York, he may find himself unprepared by the time Thanos snaps his fingers. With none of the 12 talismans even reaching maximum level, a beam of light from a distance struck Winter Soldier's face, causing him to squint. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reinforcements had arrived. Some immediately began rescuing those trapped in the burning bulletproof SUV, from which anguished cries echoed, chilling to the bone. This SUV was remarkably sturdy. Even after withstanding a single-man missile, its occupants sustained no fatal injuries. However, the intense heat from the Dragon Talisman's explosion triggered a violent blast, generating a heat wave capable of igniting all flammable materials within the vehicle. S.H.I.E.L.D. support team dispatched agents to pursue the assailants targeting Nick's vehicle. As the convoy sped down the highway, Winter Soldier remained on high alert, fixated on the demon hovering above, only to notice that the demon appeared momentarily distracted. Frozen in place, after a brief moment of contemplation, Winter Soldier glanced at the demon and then at the approaching S.H.I.E.L.D. convoy, decisively turning to flee. Seconds later, Luoxia regained his focus, observing Winter Soldier's retreating figure without any immediate reaction. Suddenly, he turned to see the S.H.I.E.L.D. support team, and it was evident that Captain America would be among them, as he was undoubtedly the strongest force among the agents. In a flash of inspiration, Luoxia concocted a playful scenario. What would transpire if the mind-controlled Winter Soldier were to encounter Captain America? Before anything else, he needed to remove the Winter Soldier's mask, allowing Captain America to recognize Bucky, his dear comrade from the Second World War. Luoxia's execution capabilities had always been formidable. He soared towards the direction in which the Winter Soldier fled, empowered by the Rabbit Talisman. At this moment, he had yet to encounter anyone whose speed could surpass his own. Once more, Luoxia harnessed the Rabbit Talisman to augment his velocity, brushing past the Winter Soldier. Just as the Winter Soldier registered his presence, his mask was wrenched away by Luoxia. However, Luoxia possessed only the ability to kill the Winter Soldier, lacking the means to subdue him. Consequently, he resorted to incessantly employing the Rabbit and Snake talismans to entangle the Winter Soldier, rendering him immobile and confined to his spot. Faced with the relentless demon, the Winter Soldier's visage was etched with murderous intent, yet he found himself utterly trapped, with no means of escape, let alone the ability to slay the demon. He could hear the roar of approaching car engines, closing in until they enveloped him. Captain Rogers, it's the demon, as well as the assassin who attacked Director Nick. Natasha, in the driver's seat, exclaimed, "I thought they were allies." After the attack on Director Nick, the agent, still conscious within the overturned vehicle, relayed this information to them. Yet, Captain America remained silent. Natasha pressed on, "What should we do now?" Still, There was no reaction from him. Turning her head, she noticed Captain America in a daze, his expression beyond words. "Bucky?" Captain America murmured in disbelief. He would never forget that moment. Bucky plummeting from the cliff, his screams echoing through the desolate snowy valley. It was a memory that haunted him with profound regret. The headlights illuminated that familiar face, and Captain America recognized him clearly. Yet he could hardly accept the reality that the presumed dead Bucky had somehow survived. They had once fought side by side, dismantling Hydra's numerous bases, and now Bucky had transformed into an assassin, having just attacked Director Nick. As the agents disembarked, they raised their weapons, awaiting orders. Captain America's voice resonated in every agent's earpiece. "Everyone, lower your weapons." Though the agents were perplexed, they complied with Captain America's command. For the assassin was already surrounded, with no escape route. Of course, the demon was an exception. Thus far, no agent had considered sparing him. "Captain Rogers," the demon's voice rang out. "I apologize for taking your shield last time. Tonight, I shall return it to you, an old friend." With that, Loxia slipped behind the Winter Soldier and delivered a powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground. As the Winter Soldier rose, he spotted Captain America charging toward him and did not hesitate to retaliate. Meanwhile, the true instigator, Loxia, had silently melted into the darkness. Chapter 68. Iron Tyrant watching Captain America approach, the Winter Soldier drew a dagger from his thigh, gripping it in reverse, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He focused intently on Captain America's movements, biding his time for the opportune moment. Should the distance close enough, or should Captain America reveal a vulnerability, he would unleash a lethal strike without hesitation. "Bucky?" Captain America was visibly agitated, questioning how his companion had come to be in such a state. The Winter Soldier, however, displayed no discernible emotion, tightening his grip on the dagger. "Bucky?" Captain America inquired, perplexed by the Winter Soldier's lack of recognition. "Who is Bucky?" The Winter Soldier retorted, drawing a firearm from behind him and firing. Fortunately, Captain America's combat experience enabled him to roll aside just as the Winter Soldier aimed, for without his shield, he could not afford to withstand gunfire. Bullets ricocheted off the asphalt, igniting sparks, while Captain America skillfully kicked the pistol from the Winter Soldier's grasp. They engaged in a fierce struggle, with the assassin's prowess surprisingly matching Captain America's own, much to the astonishment of the agents present. Their combat was fierce and reciprocal. Captain America initially held a slight advantage in their exchanges. However, the Winter Soldier's metal arm boasted formidable strength and defense. And as Captain America gradually found himself overwhelmed without his shield, the tide began to turn. The Winter Soldier swung his metal arm towards Captain America, who managed to block it, only to have the dagger in the Winter Soldier's right hand slice across his abdomen. Thankfully, Captain America reacted swiftly, contracting his core, and the blade merely grazed his uniform, leaving a shallow cut. "We have known each other since childhood," Captain America exclaimed, seizing the Winter Soldier's wrist, desperate to understand what had transpired. The Winter Soldier retaliated with a fierce headbutt, his metal arm crashing against Captain America's skull, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from his forehead. "I do not know you," the Winter Soldier declared, preparing to strike again, but as he took a step forward, he was struck in the abdomen by a bullet. "Drop your weapon and kneel," Natasha commanded coldly, brandishing her firearm. The Winter Soldier surveyed his surroundings, finding himself encircled by a dozen agents, their weapons trained on him, red dot sights peppering his body. "This is your final warning. Drop your weapon and kneel," Natasha shouted, aiming at his head. With no choice, the Winter Soldier complied, discarding his dagger and kneeling. The agents closed in, their red dots shifting to his forehead. Any hint of resistance would undoubtedly result in him being shot down. With a wave of her hand, Natasha signaled two agents to produce specially designed handcuffs for enhanced individuals. Only when the cuffs secured the Winter Soldier did the agents exhale in relief. Captain America rose from the ground, turning to watch the Winter Soldier being escorted to a vehicle, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. "If you show mercy towards your enemy, you may find yourself dead. And it could endanger us all," Natasha remarked, casting a glance at the extinguished flames nearby, aware that lives had already been lost that night. He is not my enemy. He is my brother and comrade, Captain America murmured, his head bowed. It is indeed him, I can assure you. Yet he gazes at me without recognition. Bucky's unit had been captured in 1943, and Dr. Zola had subjected them to human experimentation. Perhaps this explained why Bucky survived the fall when we tumbled down the cliff during a mission together. Captain America spoke softly, burdened by guilt. It is all my fault. It is not your fault, Captain. What will happen to him? Captain America turned to Natasha, asking whether Bucky would be sentenced to death. If he is about to be executed, would you fire upon us to save him, or would you simply watch him perish? Natasha inquired. I do not know, she replied, shaking her head with a hint of disappointment. He will not die, but he will remain in SHIELD's secret prison for an extended period. The tech department will be quite interested in his metal arm. After speaking, Natasha turned and boarded the transport vehicle for the Winter Soldier, which then started and drove back to the base. A figure clad in red and yellow streaked across the Brooklyn Bridge, flames trailing behind him, illuminating the dark sky. It was Iron Man, a voice from the bridge shouted, hurriedly pulling out a phone to capture the moment. Lucia, who was sitting atop the Brooklyn Bridge enjoying the night breeze, glanced sideways at the retreating silhouette of Iron Man. Energy levels are at 48 and still decreasing. Sir J. ARVIS cautioned. This heart was not designed for prolonged flight. It may not sustain until the battle concludes. Increase the power output, faster. Tony urged anxiously, requesting constant updates on the energy status. Finally, after soaring over a few blocks, Tony spotted the Stark Industries complex. ARVIS transmitted the scanned images to the screen, revealing Pepper fleeing ahead, closely pursued by a massive mech. Stanley had indeed constructed an iron juggernaut, outfitted with an array of high-destructive weaponry. Just by its appearance, Tony discerned that Stanley's creation possessed far greater destructive capability than his own series. The energy had dipped to 45. At this moment, Tony was less than 100 meters away from the iron juggernaut. Concentrate energy on the chest, Tony commanded. The iron juggernaut turned upon hearing the sound as Iron Man soared through the night sky. With the energy amassed, a powerful energy beam erupted from Tony's chest. The force of Iron Man's chest cannon far surpassed that of his repulsor beams, sending the iron juggernaut hurtling away. Energy levels plummeted to 32. Tony, Pepper cried out, her tear-streaked face filled with terror. Get to safety, Pepper, Tony replied confidently. I will handle him. Before he could finish, the shoulder-mounted missile from the iron juggernaut struck him. Tony plummeted amidst the explosion, crashing onto the concrete and leaving deep gashes in his wake. Tony, this suit is undoubtedly your finest design. Without question, Stanley exclaimed excitedly. I am now immensely powerful. The massive iron juggernaut charged down the road like an elephant, and as Iron Man rose, he was swiftly ensnared. Concentrate energy to the feet, or I shall be choked to death. With dazzling arcs of electricity erupting from his feet, Iron Man struggled but could not escape the iron juggernaut's grasp. The juggernaut barreled through two walls, crashing onto the street behind the building. Iron Man fell heavily to the ground, rolling several meters before coming to a halt. Sir, the probability of you sustaining a concussion is 79. An unfortunate taxi was crushed by the Iron Tyrant as several cars skidded to a halt beside it, leaving dark streaks on the road. Of course, there were even more unfortunate drivers who collided with the rear of the Iron Tyrant. The Iron Tyrant lifted the car, proclaiming, I'm the strongest. After perusing numerous reviews, I have discerned how to adjust my approach. There is a time for play and a time for ruthlessness. Chapter 69. The hero appears. Put it down, Stanley. Do not harm the innocent, Tony exclaimed, extending his hand. Such misfortune befalls them. Stanley replied, indifferent. Tony, we are both profiting from the dead. Why do you feign virtue now? The Iron Tyrant, wielding the vehicle, pivoted and exerted force, astonishingly hurling the over 1-ton car onto a distant overpass. No, Tony cried out in anguish. This power is meant to be wielded by me. In your hands, it is merely a flying toy, but in mine, it transforms into a dominator of the battlefield. The Iron Tyrant raised his hand again, intercepting another car to lift it. Did you not wish to save them? Here is your opportunity. This time, The Iron Tyrant hurled the vehicle toward Iron Man, as the three passengers inside screamed in terror. Iron Man struggled to catch the incoming car, the asphalt beneath him shattering under the impact. The Iron Tyrant raised his arm, and Iron Man noticed a red dot aimed at his chest. "Oh no!" Tony exclaimed, hastily discarding the car he held. Boom! Staney, true to his nature as a mad arms dealer, had equipped the Iron Tyrant with nothing but first-rate Stark weaponry, and these armaments combined relentlessly pushed Tony into retreat. The energy dwindled to 19. Enough of this. Just display the progress bar on the screen. Tony commanded urgently, directing all energy to the power system. Iron Man began to ascend. At his flight speed, the Iron Tyrant could not aim effectively, lacking an advanced targeting system akin to JAR-VIS. After a few missed shots, the Iron Tyrant ceased to waste ammunition. His legs discharged a torrent of flames, and his massive form began to rise slowly, accelerating continuously. Tony, luckily, I have also incorporated a flight system. Staney boasted. Where can you possibly run now? Sir, his armor appears capable of flight to JARVIS. Noted. I see that, Tony replied, maneuvering his suit to ascend vertically, continuously gaining altitude. The Iron Tyrant pursued, fully aware of Tony's genius. Having even surpassed his old partner Howard Stark, Staney realized the dreadful consequences of allowing Tony to escape. Sir, do you intend to ascend to a height that could induce icing issues for his suit? JARVIS conscient. However, with the remaining energy, the probability of reaching the maximum altitude is minimal. I am aware, Tony replied calmly. Full throttle, buddy. As the creator of the mech, Tony was undoubtedly aware of these circumstances, yet he found himself utterly helpless. The war was inherently unjust. Stanley had seized his upgraded arc reactor, leaving him to contend with the original version. Stanley's ability to manufacture the Iron Tyrant stemmed from his own ingenuity. Thus, Tony felt compelled to obliterate the Iron Tyrant. This was his mission. Help me. A girl clad in a dress dangled precariously, her hands desperately clutching the fractured metal guardrail of an overpass. Someone save me. Her golden locks fluttered in the air, the night breeze lifting her flowing skirt as if unveiling the petals of a flower. Yet her predicament was dire, teetering on the brink of a fatal fall. Within a mere 10 seconds, her hands ached with fatigue, threatening to relinquish their grip. Nevertheless, the girl clung to the metal tube with unwavering determination, continuously crying out in hope of encountering a passing superhero. At last, a hero emerged. A commanding voice resonated from the heavens, approaching with a rush of wind. The girl's pleas intensified, drowning out the cacophony of honking vehicles. Save me, beautiful lady. Your life will be spared by my hand. A captivating voice emerged from behind her, and she felt a pair of hands spread beneath her arms, lifting her with considerable strength. Long fingers indeed. My sincerest apologies, madam. I was so engrossed in watching those two metal men battle that I failed to notice your peril. The figure behind her expressed, laden with remorse. Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving me. Your timing is impeccable, the girl exclaimed, arching backward to glimpse the superhero who had rescued her. However, what she beheld was a grinning demonic mask. Oh, she shrieked, her voice reaching a pitch of panic. A sonic attack? You're also a superhero? Lucia tilted his head disdainfully. Are you not a fan of demons? Well, good luck, goodbye. With that, Lucia relinquished his hold, and the girl began to plummet, her descent accelerating as she could only continue to scream in terror. Yet, Lucia swiftly caught her once more, grasping the nape of her neck and soaring upwards. I am your fan, Mr. Demon. I am so thrilled to meet you. The girl nearly shouted. You are my idol, my superhero. Greetings, dear fan. Would you like a photo together? Or perhaps an autograph? Lucia began, only to halt abruptly, for he felt an absence of weight in his grasp. Holding a torn piece of dress, he wore a perplexed expression. A defective product? Just an hour ago, he had been gripping Hawkeye's collar during an exhilarating bungee jump. In that time, the speed had been such that even Hawkeye's attire had endured. With her dress gone, the girl again screamed as she fell. Lucia caught her once more, this time opting for a tender princess carry. The trembling girl gasped for breath in Lucia's embrace, never having experienced such a profound sense of safety before. As we continue our previous discussion, I could very well inscribe my signature upon your person. Loxia cast a glance, and I must say the black lace exudes exquisite taste. He gently returned the girl to the ground, where her trembling legs gave way, and she sank to her knees. Best of luck, beautiful lady, Loxia declared before soaring away, the remnants of her shattered dress cascading down upon her head. Loxia ascended to the rooftop of the Stark factory, gazing upwards at the inky night sky, where two falling figures could be faintly discerned. He raised his hand to aim, summoning the dragon talisman. Backup energy has been activated. Emergency descent initiated, sir. Iron Man struggled to land, when suddenly a fiery column shot up from the ground, striking him. Boom! Sir, armor damage at 30%. The suit lost control, beginning a vertical descent. Amidst Tony's exclamations, the mech crashed heavily onto the factory rooftop, breaking through to the second floor. Sir, armor damage at 59%. Damn it. If I find out who ambushed me, I shall. Are you all right? A figure loomed at the mouth of the hole, peering down at him. Mr. Stark, a demon? Tony swallowed his words, responding, as you can see, I'm quite well. Demons, sir. Did you not miss your mark just now? Chapter 70, The Demon-S Gift. Iron Man attempted to ascend through the hole he had just created, only to find himself stuck at the entrance while the demon gazed down at him with evident disdain. He braced himself against the floor, striving to climb out, but despite his efforts, he was unsuccessful. Jarvis, are you certain you wish to allocate the remaining power entirely to the propulsion system? Perhaps not. He pounded his fists against the concrete floor, debris flying with each strike. Are you sure you want to lend a hand? Tony remarked with resignation as he observed the unmoving demon. Friends should assist one another. Aren't we enemies? Loxia replied, his tone peculiar. Everyone says you're the superhero, while I'm the nefarious villain. As your adversary, I'm already refraining from delivering the final blow. What do you think? I knew it all along. Tony retorted, and your factory is remarkably sturdy. Of course. Tony responded with pride. Below lies a colossal arc reactor. The demon's reaction did not exceed Tony's expectations. Was there truly anyone capable of forging a friendship with a demon? Certainly not himself. Friendship only emerged when the demon required his assistance, which aligned perfectly with the demon's character. Tony had never anticipated receiving aid from the demon. As long as the demon remained an observer and refrained from intervening in his battle with the Ironmonger, Tony would be thoroughly content. Suddenly, Tony felt the floor tremble and turned to see the Ironmonger charging towards him, indicating that the issues caused by ice had not been entirely resolved. As he watched the Ironmonger barreling towards him like a rhinoceros, a cold sweat broke out over Tony, and he swung his fists, pounding the floor with fervor. His remaining energy was insufficient to support a powerful energy blast to repel the Iron Tyrant. At that moment, the observing demon surprisingly turned and inquired, "Do you require assistance?" "Mr. Stark?" "What?" Tony responded, somewhat astonished that the demon would exhibit such kindness. As he spoke, Lu Xiao raised his hand, aiming at the floor before Tony, the dragon totem gradually illuminating. It appeared the demon intended to assist him in blasting through the solid floor. No. Tony hastily declined, vividly recalling how the demon's previous strike had shattered 4 suits. Even if he were to be thoroughly beaten by the Iron Tyrant, he did not wish for the demon to aid him in such a manner. Lu Xiao smoothly pivoted, targeting the oncoming Iron Tyrant. The dragon incantation surged, unleashing a column of crimson flame infused with formidable energy, striking the airborne Iron Tyrant with precision. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, the ensuing shockwave billowing Lu Xiao's garments. The Iron Tyrant sustained a significant blow, vanishing from sight. Tony found himself curious as to why the demon would offer assistance. It could hardly be due to his previous help in crafting the Iron Spider suit and model. The demon was not one to remember favors. Perhaps it was because the Iron Tyrant was simply too grotesque. It seemed the demon possessed a discerning aesthetic, compared to that corpulent figure, the sleek. Vintage red and yellow paint jobs were undoubtedly far superior. Regardless, the current situation favored him, and Tony could only bury his unsettling speculations deep within. "And you, my friend," Tony exclaimed, giving Lu Xiao a thumbs up, "you are the true hero." With that, He delivered a powerful punch to the floor, the arc reactor at his feet struggling to function, sputtering flames intermittently as it barely propelled him to the top floor. "Sir, I have tracked the Iron Tyrant's trajectory. He exhibits no intention of attack and appears to be fleeing." It seems Stanley had also recognized that the figure atop the factory roof was the demon. The demon's formidable strike doused Stanley's excitement with cold water. The Iron Tyrant could not be allowed to wreak havoc in this world. "I must pursue him," Tony asserted resolutely. Iron Man could not permit a mobile arsenal to roam the streets of New York. He extended his arm alongside his body, opening his palm as the arc reactor activated, releasing 2 feeble jets of flame. However, after flying only a few meters, the suit's power failed, plummeting back to the rooftop. "Sir, all auxiliary power has been depleted," the suit announced before disconnecting from Jarvis. Tony lay on the floor, gazing at the extinguished screen, unable to restrain himself from striking the ground in frustration. Damn it! If Stanley hadn't ambushed me and stolen my arc reactor, the tide of battle would have undoubtedly turned. It was crucial to note that his suit had been specifically designed to combat the demon and had undergone continuous upgrades to reach version 5, which could easily overpower the Iron Tyrant. Now, with his suit drained of power, he could no longer pursue Stanley. Was he to allow Stanley to roam freely? Clad in the Iron Tyrant's armor, it appeared that you might require assistance. A mundane voice emanated from the side, belonging to the demon. Tony was drenched in cold sweat, having momentarily forgotten about the demon that had just fired at him. Now, not only was it a question of evading the Iron Tyrant, but also of surviving the demon's clutches. "Of course. Might I borrow your phone?" Tony feigned calmness. "I need to contact my assistant. The losses from this battle are considerable. Furthermore, I must dial 911. My head is spinning, and my chest aches, likely a concussion and fractured ribs." "No, you absolutely do not require those," Luo Xia interjected, shaking his head. Lying on the floor, Tony vaguely perceived the demon extending a hand toward his chest, a blinding light illuminating the moment. Tony exclaimed. He seemed to sense the breath of death, but in the next instant, the screen before him flickered to life. "Good evening, sir." Jarvis reconnected the armor, continuing its operations, energy remaining 50. "What?" Tony was momentarily stunned. A beam of energy shot from the dragon-shaped totem in Luo Xia's hand, directly linking to Iron Man's arc reactor. "Energy reserve, 100. Tony's mind momentarily stalled. "Energy reserve, 200. He snapped back to reality, realizing that the arc reactor he was utilizing was fragile and could not withstand the excess energy. "That's enough. Stop it, Mr. Demon." "Energy reserve, 300. Luo Xia seized the energy transfer, and Iron Man was catapulted into the air. A medical miracle, Luo Xia mused himself as he turned to leave. However, Tony's mood darkened. He called out to the demon's retreating figure, "I never agreed to exchange anything with you, Mr. Demon. It's free." The demon's voice faded into the night. Tony's expression grew heavier as he recalled a line from Zweig's The Royal Game. At that time, she was still too young, unaware that all gifts of fate had long been marked with a price in the shadows. Tony stood still for several seconds, finally snapping back to attention at Jarvis's prompt. The demon was concocting some scheme he could not afford to ponder. He needed to confront the Iron Tyrant. "Jarvis, I feel like I'm about to explode. Release some energy." A torrent of energy surged into the armor's power system, with 4 arc pulses operating at overload. Iron Man shot forth at an astonishing speed, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Monitoring detected Iron Man's profound sense of awe. You have become a mysterious, formidable, and insurmountable antagonist in his mind, rewarding you with 200,000 villain points. Is this the surprise and special reward mentioned during the Seal of the Charm? Luo Xia pondered. Chapter 71. Gwen's Troubles on Monday. Traffic was congested at the entrance of Midtown Tech Academy, vehicles moving slowly. In a black sedan, Gwen, seated in the passenger seat, propped her hand against the window. Gazing outside, early December, Christmas was yet to arrive, yet the festive atmosphere had already enveloped the entirety of New York City. The greenery surrounding the school has been adorned with colorful ribbons, fluttering gracefully in the breeze, while students walk and skate by, embodying the exuberance of youth. It suddenly dawned on Gwen that this would be her final Christmas during her middle school years. It had been quite some time since she last accompanied you to school. The changes are indeed remarkable, yet fortunately, I still remember the way you used to frequently drive me to school during my middle school years. Gwen remarked without turning her head. Of course, but ever since you began dating Loxia, you haven't taken my car to school, George reflected with a hint of nostalgia. And I no longer need to pick you up in the afternoon. Although Loxia has alleviated my burdens, it feels as though my sweetheart has been taken away from me. Am I a burden? Gwen retorted, clearly displeased. Do not dwell on such matters, George replied with a smile. Christmas is upon us once more. What would you like as a gift? A brand new drum set? A custom-made chocolate house cake? Oh, I just remembered. I need to prepare an additional Christmas gift this year. Dad. Gwen turned to George, her eyes full of melancholy. What is going on between you two? Have you had a disagreement or an argument? George inquired with concern. I apologize for prying, but both your mother and I are quite invested in this. Considering it's our daughter's first romance. We haven't had any issues. Everything is perfectly fine. Why do you ask? Gwen said curiously. Couldn't it simply be that he has something to attend to today? Even a full-time driver has days off, let alone that he is my boyfriend. Or perhaps his old, decrepit car is in for repairs. You spent the entire weekend at home, reading, studying, and drumming. No dates, no phone calls. Your mother even asked you to invite Loxia over for dinner, which you declined, George shrugged. This does not seem like the behavior of those in the throes of passion. Have you forgotten you are a police officer? Gwen replied with a hint of sarcasm. Your observations are quite astute, officer. Thank you for the compliment. George reminisced. Back when your mother and I were courting. Stop, stop, stop. I know, you mentioned it countless times. Gwen interrupted, feeling defeated. All right, Dad. Loxia and I do have a few minor issues, but there's no need to worry. I'll handle it. I trust you, George said, suggesting that she invite him to our home for Christmas after they reconcile, as your mother has recently been learning to prepare Chinese cuisine. This is where I get off. Goodbye, Gwen declared as she grabbed her backpack and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Gwen, George called after her, look, there's the old, decrepit car in for repairs. He pointed to a Ford parked by the roadside, and Gwen instantly recognized it as Loxia's old vehicle. Covering her face with her hands, Gwen fell silent. George smiled as he watched his daughter's retreating figure. Gwen, approach your problems with a bit more patience. Gwen waved her hand in acknowledgement without turning back as she dashed through the school gates. Upon entering the campus, Gwen greeted several familiar classmates with a beaming smile. Yet her mood gradually darkened. It had been a weekend since Gwen and Loxia last communicated, a silence that was entirely her own doing. On that fateful night, Gwen, adorned in her spider mask, entered Losha's home, where to her astonishment, Losha kissed Spider-Woman. Gwen nearly succumbed to the enchantment of that kiss. Yet she managed to regain her composure. She gently pushed Losha away, interrupting the embrace and lowering the mask that obscured his face. If your girlfriend knew, she would undoubtedly be disheartened, Gwen remarked before departing from Losha's abode. To this day, Gwen struggles to comprehend the significance of that kiss, which marked only the second encounter between him and Spider-Woman. This very kiss has left her in a state of turmoil, giving rise to a peculiar notion in her heart. What if the true identity of the demon were Losha? In such a scenario, as a demon, Losha would also be aware that Spider-Woman's true identity is hers, implying that he respects the feelings they share. However, Gwen swiftly dismissed this thought. Demons are criminals, anti-heroes, embodiments of evil. As his girlfriend, she should wish for no connection between Losha and the demon. Lost in these bizarre musings, Gwen wandered through the campus, intentionally taking a longer route along a cobblestone path. Suddenly, someone embraced her from behind, and she quickly broke free. Her reaction fueled by the alarming realization that her spider sense had failed to warn her of the approaching presence. Gwen, you hung up on my call over the weekend and just resisted my embrace, Losha said, rubbing his hand as he turned to face her. I'm truly sorry, Gwen replied, her face awash with regret as she grasped Losha's arm, cautiously inspecting it. She had inadvertently exerted too much force. A mere mortal would surely have been unable to withstand it. Yet, it was evident that Losha suffered no serious harm, as he adeptly pulled her into his embrace, encircling her waist with his arms. Gwen was not taken aback. This was not her first encounter with Losha's unique and enigmatic nature. Is it forbidden to hug my girlfriend? Losha inquired, gazing into her eyes. It was merely unexpected. Gwen explained, I thought it might have been someone else. Someone else? They must be seeking a beating, and a rather severe one at that. Losha asserted confidently. Gwen silently chuckled. I permit you to use force against him. Losha leaned down to kiss Gwen, who reciprocated. But moments later, she averted her gaze to conclude the kiss. What has transpired between us? Losha questioned, still holding her close. I can no longer see love in your eyes, my dear. Gwen shook her head, studying Losha's face, when suddenly, other thoughts emerged, presenting additional logical possibilities. What if Losha was aware of Spider-Woman's true identity? What if he knew he was kissing Gwen that night, and he had no ties to the demon? Perhaps he was merely a superhuman concealed among ordinary folk. With these thoughts, Gwen's spirits lifted, for whenever she beheld Losha, her troubles seemed to dissipate swiftly. She was convinced that Lucia was aware of her identity as the superhero Spider-Woman, for she had faith in her boyfriend. Nothing had transpired between them. Gwen looked at Lucia earnestly and declared, I love you, as I always have. Chapter 72. The Separation of Good and Evil. Have you seen the news? Last night, at the Stark factory, Iron Man battled another Iron Man, exclaimed a plump Chinese boy in the classroom, his excitement palpable. They even fought all the way to Times Square. The head of one Iron Man was removed, revealing none other than Obadiah Stane, a board member of Stark Industries. Another classmate chimed in. The whole of New York knows about it. Come on, everyone has access to the internet. It was in this morning's newspapers, too. So, who do you think Iron Man really is? The chubby boy asked mysteriously. Is it Tony Stark or his bodyguard? Instantly, the classroom erupted into discussion. Which billionaire would personally engage in such perilous endeavors? Someone questioned, isn't Tony Stark the editor of the news? His name appears in every entertainment magazine. Stark Industries is holding a press conference right now. Soon Chairman Tony Stark will personally clarify Iron Man's identity and address the matter concerning Stane, the boy announced. Holding up his phone, anyone want to place bets? I bet Iron Man is Stark. Listening to the chatter, Gwen curiously took out her phone and turned to look at Lucia, seated at the back. Could Iron Man be that dandy? Tony Stark? Gwen expressed her disdain, recalling that she had first seen his name in an entertainment magazine, where he had dined with 12 cover girls. But he is also one of the finest scientists in the world. His inventions far surpass those of the government's arms manufacturers, Lucia commented casually. The iron armor must have been his creation. Who wears it is inconsequential. It must be him, for he is far too arrogant. You seem to know quite a bit about these superheroes, Gwen remarked, her eyes sparkling with amusement. No, I'm a fan of the devil, Lucia retorted, dismissing the notion. All of this is merely speculation. Mr. Stark will now make a statement, refraining from answering any questions. Thank you. The live broadcast on her phone announced as the press conference reached its climax. Amidst the gasps of reporters and the flashing of cameras, Tony Stark strode onto the stage. The truth was about to be unveiled. Gwen placed her phone on the desk, resting her chin on her hand. But even if he is Iron Man, I doubt he would admit it. That would only invite more trouble. Questioning the official statement is one thing, but insinuating that I am a superhero is another. Someone beside Tony prompted him, and he picked up his notes. The truth was, Tony stared at the small piece of paper, momentarily taken aback. I need to use the restroom, Lucia remarked, gently ruffling Gwen's hair before getting up to leave. Don't you want to know the truth? Gwen called out to his retreating figure. Lucia turned back and smiled but said nothing as he exited the classroom. Gwen fixated on the screen. The classroom and the live broadcast enveloped in an eerie silence, as countless individuals held their breath in anticipation of Tony's revelation. The spotlight flickered upon Tony's visage, the camera drawing ever closer, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. I'm Iron Man. A gasp erupted from both the classroom and the live feed, igniting a fervor among the journalists present and the students watching from afar. Gwen turned her head to follow Lucia's departing figure. But it wasn't until the bell rang for class that Lucia finally stepped into the classroom. She found no opportunity to speak with him. When the teacher entered, Gwen glanced back at Lucia, who offered her a smile, rendering her momentarily speechless. Lucia's smile felt strangely unfamiliar. Gwen well understood the habitual 45-degree tilt of his lips when he grinned, a charmingly roguish expression that often bore a hint of disdain. akin to an arrogant villain mocking one. Yet today, Lu Xiao's smile revealed 8 gleaming teeth, and Gwen felt an overwhelming sensation akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Moreover, warmth radiated from his eyes, pure and untainted. Gwen attempted to dismiss the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and opened her textbook. Lu Xia, or rather, the malevolent version of him, was en route to the headquarters of SHIELD at Triskelion, having just received an urgent communication from Pierce regarding the demon plan. While the significance of the demon plan was undeniable, Lu Xiao was not inclined to skip class. Thus, he upgraded his talisman spell, employing its ability to create a benign doppelganger to attend school on his behalf, while his conscious mind directed the wicked version toward Triskelion. Fortunately, the previous night had unveiled further surprises with Iron Man, granting him 200,000 villain points, which enabled the upgrade of his talisman spell. Although the unupgraded talisman spell remained usable, its limitation was that the conscious mind could only inhabit one doppelganger at a time. Cautious by nature, Lu Xiao was not about to relinquish control over another version of himself. Just moments earlier, at Triskelion, Captain America had quarreled with Pierce regarding the assault on Director Nick Fury. The director had been confirmed dead by both the hospital and SHIELD earlier that morning, with internal reports attributing the attack to the Demon and the Winter Soldier. However, astonishingly, Nick had emerged from the flames the previous night, his will to survive remarkable. During the rescue efforts, he had awakened multiple times and engaged in secret conversations with Captain America, the content of which remained a mystery to all. Thus, this morning, Pierce had inquired of Captain America what Nick had said in his final moments, only to be met with vague responses, much to his dissatisfaction. Exiting the office, Captain America proceeded directly to the glass observation elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. The elevator descended, stopping at various intermediate levels, where it filled with people. As it reached the administrative floor, the cabin was packed with SHIELD personnel. "Captain, I am truly sorry about Fury," one of them spoke. Agent Rumlow tilted his head and said to him with a hint of sorrow, "What a tragedy." "Thank you," replied Captain America. Battle-hardened, Captain America quickly noticed the subtle movements of the agents around him. Some were sweating nervously, others had their hands instinctively resting on their gun handles, while yet others were attempting to steady their breathing. "Does anyone wish to leave before we proceed?" Suddenly, with a swift motion, Rumlow adjusted his stun baton to its highest setting and thrust it forcefully into Captain America's abdomen. Agent Sitwell was monitoring the battle in the elevator through surveillance, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" In a mere 30 seconds, all the agents in the elevator lay incapacitated on the ground, Captain America having dispatched them with effortless ease. The current scene depicted him breaking through the SHIELD guards, emerging from the Triskelion-S grand entrance. "We are now at Level 1 alert. Inform the Department of Transportation. All intersections in the district must be illuminated in red, and all runways at nearby airports must be secured," Sitwell commanded his staff. "Trace all communication devices, phones, computers, tablets, everything that can be tracked. If anyone tweets about him, I want to be informed immediately. We must apprehend Steve Rogers without delay." Chapter 73. The capture of Captain America. Did he single-handedly breach SHIELD's defenses? Where is all the funding for SHIELD's security gone each year? An irate board member exclaimed. At the top level of the Triskelion, the World Security Council convened via video conference, with representatives from various nations participating through a three-way video call. Mr. Pierce, as the overseer of SHIELD, you two have been derelict in your duties, asserted a female representative. You have allowed Nick Fury to turn SHIELD into chaos. Does that mean I should resign in disgrace? Pierce replied, raising his hands in resignation. We shall discuss this matter further at a later time. Have you genuinely considered dismissing me? He asked, incredulous. Nick Fury has exploited your relationship to coerce the council into delaying the Insight program. He knows it would expose his transgressions. One of the representatives retorted angrily. But he is already dead, and one murderer still roams free. Pierce countered. Capturing the demon is the responsibility of the next S.H.I.E.L.D. director. We must immediately reactivate the Insight program, declared another representative resolutely. The 3 helicarriers must be airborne before Christmas Eve. This is the very purpose of the World Security Council's existence. We must ensure true peace in this world, safeguarding the populace from terrorists and criminals. As the video conference concluded, Pierce returned to his office. Upon opening the door, he paused momentarily, stepping back to survey the empty corridor before finally entering and closing the door behind him. I hope you were cautious enough not to be seen by anyone else, Mr. Demon. Pierce did not join the demon in the seating area, but instead sat behind his desk, seemingly finding a measure of security in the act. Before you utter such foolish words, perhaps you should think, does S.H.I.E.L.D. truly warrant my caution? Roche cast a sidelong glance at him. Pierce felt a shiver run down his spine. The demon today seemed particularly unusual. The mask he wore exuded an aura of eerie terror, tinged with a hint of somber malevolence. It appeared that the demon was in a foul mood today, yet who in New York dared to provoke such a being? Initially, Pierce had intended to confront the demon regarding its assault on the Hydra agents the previous night, which had cost him the formidable asset that was the Winter Soldier. However, sensing the demon's current disposition, he quickly swallowed his words. After all, there was little distinction between the Winter Soldier being imprisoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. and being under his control. He could easily fabricate the illusion of a successful escape. Moreover, these concerns paled in comparison to the Insight program. In the presence of the demon, they would be deemed trivial. I apologize for my remarks, Mr. Demon, Pierce stated, demonstrating his adaptability. Allow me to elucidate the current situation. Just this morning, Nick Fury has been confirmed dead. We have convened to address Steve Rogers. Do I look like I have the patience to listen to your ramblings? Lockshaw replied coldly. Get to the point. A cold sweat broke out on Pierce's forehead. Steve Rogers had escaped, and Nick may have divulged some vital intelligence to him. If the demon plan were to avoid any unforeseen complications, it would be best to keep Rogers under S.H.I.E.L.D. control until they could extract information from him. Lockshaw let out a derisive laugh, rising from his seat and approaching Pierce. The latter pressed his back against the chair. Feeling trapped, Lockshaw stood before him, grasping his collar and yanking forcefully. Bang! Pierce was slammed onto the desk, letting out a muffled groan as he rolled across its surface, nearly causing the frail bones of his elderly frame to shatter. Are you threatening me, old man? Lockshaw spoke coldly. If the demon plan encounters any missteps, I assure you, your demise will be nothing short of horrific. Not even Jesus could save you. I do not threaten you. I have invested immense effort into this plan. The entirety of Hydra wishes for its success. Pierce endured the pain, yet Steve Rogers remained a volatile element, and with the Winter Soldier out of commission, he could only rely on Loksh's intervention. It's unfathomable that with your limited power, you still dare to dream of world domination. Lockshaw scoffed, releasing his grip. He tore off a few sheets of tissue to wipe his hands, carelessly discarding them on the floor. Pierce watched as the demon glided through the glass barrier and vanished into thin air. Slowly, he rose, picked up the discarded tissues, and disposed of them in the trash before returning to his seat, lost in contemplation. Sam Wilson had served in the 58th Parachute Rescue Squadron and, after retirement, worked at the Veterans Affairs Office. Thanks to that unforgettable military experience, Sam had developed a habit of exercising daily. This morning, after finishing his morning workout, he returned home. Just as he opened the refrigerator to grab a drink, a knock echoed at his front door. Sam lifted the curtain and discovered that it was Captain Rogers, the runner he had met during their jogging sessions. Without hesitation, Sam opened the door. You look unwell, Captain, he remarked, observing the blood-stained arm that had ceased bleeding. I apologize. I need a place to lay low, Captain America panted, reluctant to involve Sam. Well, I'm already involved. Sam chuckled nonchalantly, stepping aside to invite him inside. Inside the room, Sam retrieved a first aid kit to tend to the captain's injuries. What exactly happened? Sam inquired with curiosity. You are Captain America. How did you find yourself in such a predicament? There are issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the upper echelons have been infiltrated by Hydra. Director Nick Fury is dead, and chaos reigns. Who could kill Nick Fury? Sam exclaimed, astonished, evidently aware of the formidable reputation of the so-called king of agents. The demon. The one from the streets of New York? How could he be involved in the conflict between Hydra and S.H.I.L.D.? Sam fell silent. Captain America hesitated while holding Sam's phone. Before his death, Director Nick Fury had revealed the entirety of the Insight program to him, aware of the current state of S.H.I.L.D., and had provided 3 trusted agents, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Maria Hill. Yet now, the captain was unsure whom to contact, oblivious to the present circumstances. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door, causing both Sam and the captain to become alert. The captain prepared to retreat to the bedroom, casting a questioning glance at Sam regarding the identity of the visitor. Sam's expression mirrored confusion as he gestured for the captain to hide while he approached the door. Cautiously, Sam pulled back the curtain just enough to glimpse outside, and he held his breath. Chapter 74. Malevolence. Knock, knock, knock. The demon locked eyes with him through the glass, sending a chill down Sam's spine. In his state of bewilderment, he noticed the demon's expression shift to one of impatience. Luo Xia extended his hand, the intense heat generated by the dragon talisman instantly melting the bulletproof glass. He swiftly seized Sam by the collar, pulling him against the door. His face and body pressed firmly against the glass. You have 2 choices: open the door or face death. This door could not possibly withstand the demon. He could easily breach it with brute force. Yet he demanded that the homeowner, Sam, open it. For the first time, Sam felt the demon's overwhelming force and audacity. With a strained expression, Sam groped for the doorknob. No one would doubt the demon's threats were merely intimidation, especially after hearing that even Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. had perished by the demon's hand. Luo Xia released his grip and shoved Sam, who fell to the ground. As he stepped into the room, he sensed that Captain America was concealed in the adjacent bedroom, yet he was not in a hurry to unearth him. Mr. Demon, what brings you to my home? Summoning his courage, Sam inquired, forcing himself to remain calm, for a single misstep before the demon could cost him his life. Loxia did not spare him a glance, but shouted into the room, Captain Rogers. Even though Loxia was aware that Captain America was inside, he showed no interest in coaxing him out. Rather, he intended for the captain to emerge on his own, as if playing a cat-and-mouse game. My apologies, Mr. Demon. Sam approached, trembling with fear, yet determined to buy Captain America as much time as possible. He fervently explained, You may have mistaken me. I am Sam Wilson, a retired veteran, and this is my private residence. There is no... Before Sam could finish his sentence, Loxia effortlessly lifted him with one hand and hurled him across the room, crashing him through a glass table with a resounding shatter. Did I grant you permission to speak? You're not Captain America yet, Loxia exclaimed, his arms crossed, exuding disdain. Let's begin with a small punishment. With a flick of his wrist, Loxia unleashed a column of flames, devastating the room's furniture, floor, and walls. In mere moments, the once exquisitely decorated apartment lay in ruins, expensive appliances exploding and igniting, while the walls bore gaping holes and the charred floor continued to smolder. Sam was left aghast. This was the apartment he had labored years to acquire, now reduced to ashes by the demon's hand. Inside, Captain America clenched his fists at the sounds of destruction outside. He had contemplated escaping through the window, for Hydra was concocting a sinister plot, and he bore a grave responsibility. Yet, should he flee, the demon would undoubtedly take out his wrath on Sam, an innocent party drawn into this chaos by Captain America's own actions. His sense of justice would not permit him to abandon Sam, even in the face of such formidable evil. Loxia approached Sam slowly, taunting him. Are you angry? Do you wish to strike me? Go ahead, throw a punch. Be a bit braver. With every ounce of strength, Sam swung his fist at the demon's face. Loxia, however, countered effortlessly, knocking him down and seizing him by the throat, lifting him aloft. Captain Rogers, my patience is limited. Loxia grinned. I shall count to 3. If you remain hidden, I will reduce him to ashes. Before the countdown could commence, Captain America stood before Loxia, unwilling to convince himself to flee. Let him go, demon. If there are matters to settle, let them be directed at me. Very well. As you wish, Loxia replied, casting Sam with all his might toward a nearby bookshelf, which splintered upon impact, leaving Sam unconscious amid the scattered tomes. "You wretched fiend," Captain America shouted, unleashing a furious punch. Yet, he struck only an illusion, as Loxia effortlessly brought him crashing down to the ground. Through the Super Soldier program, Captain America had emerged as the first superhero. In those war-torn days, he was formidable, capable of single-handedly dismantling Hydra's strongholds with nothing but his shield. However, in the modern age, Captain America's strength has diminished significantly, especially in the presence of Loxia, who possesses the Swift Rabbit Talisman 11. Against Captain America's singular offensive approach, he is utterly overwhelmed. "The first time you swung a fist at me, you were sent to the hospital by a hefty panda." As Loxia spoke, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Captain America tumbling to the ground. "On the second occasion, you attempted to thwart me, yet I still managed to eliminate Nick Fury, who writhed in agony amidst a sea of flames. Do you wish to experience that feeling? Do you still dare to lay a hand on me? Captain Rogers, it seems you have not learned your lesson well." With a malevolent grin, Loxia grasped Captain America's hair, yanking his head up and forcefully slamming it down onto the floor. Captain America lifted his bloodied face, questioning whether he was in cahoots with Hydra. A rather bold assumption. Loxia paused for a moment, then lowered his head with a chuckle. "Hail Hydra." After uttering those words, he raised Captain America's face once more, smashing it back onto the ground. Several hundred meters away, amidst the greenery outside the apartment, S.H.L.D. agents observed the malevolent beating of Captain America through binoculars. "Director, shall we not intervene to rescue Captain America?" One agent inquired, noting that the demon who had killed Director Nick was present and could be apprehended simultaneously. Upon hearing this, the surrounding agents cast him complex glances, and the agent felt an immediate chill down his spine. "I authorize you to act independently." "Go ahead," Agent Rumlow said, patting him on the shoulder. "I will assist you in securing the highest level of compensation," Rumlow added, glancing around at the others. Some agents, who understood his gaze, nodded. They were all members of Hydra. "We still need to wait," Rumlow murmured. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted in the distance, crashing to the ground and unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent all the agents flying. At Midtown Tech Institute, in the biology lab, Gwen's phone vibrated unexpectedly. She stepped away from the crowd, retrieving her phone from the corner of the classroom and turning down the media volume to her ear. "Calling headquarters. A demon and a group of unidentified individuals are engaged in a shootout on 13th Street. Upon our arrival, we found the unconscious Captain America in front of a residential building." Gwen discreetly utilized her father George's credentials to infiltrate the New York police communication channel with ease. This greatly aided her superhero endeavors, allowing her to be aware of crimes occurring in each area, effectively combating criminals while avoiding dangerous zones such as those frequented by the demon. Listening to the officers' dialogue, Gwen stood frozen in place. Despite the demon's ongoing destruction, a sense of joy surged within her. She gazed at Loxia among the crowd, her expression filled with warmth. Chapter 75, Chicken Talisman detected Superhero Falcon. The Chicken Talisman has been unsealed and can be upgraded using villain points. Try to elicit negative emotions from Falcon. More surprises await your exploration. In an unexpected turn of events, Loxia's sixth talisman has been unsealed. He has now completed half of his goal, having unsealed 12 talismans. The Chicken Charm, when held, grants the bearer the ability to fly, effective on objects as well, although it cannot act upon those of excessive mass or those situated at considerable distances. To upgrade the Chicken Charm from level 1 to level 2, one must expend 10 villain points, significantly enhancing the control over the distance and mass of objects, allowing manipulation within a 20-meter radius of objects weighing no more than 3 tons. The power of the Chicken Charm can be augmented through system upgrades, resulting in a continuous enhancement of its ability to control both distance and mass. Furthermore, once the Chicken Charm reaches a certain level, it can bestow additional capabilities. At level 3, it may act upon living beings. At level 7, it can simultaneously control multiple objects. At level 11, it allows the use of the Rabbit Charm to increase the speed of the controlled objects, although this speed cannot exceed that of the Rabbit Charm itself. And at level 12, one can command any object to move, disregarding its mass and unaffected by spatial and distance constraints. After attending to these matters, Lucia shifted his consciousness to a clone influenced by benevolence, halting the powers of the tiger charm. At that moment, a clone affected by malevolent ideology was stealthily approaching at high speed, preparing to merge with the benevolently influenced counterpart. What was I just doing? How could I have destroyed a sanctuary painstakingly built by someone? I have heinously slain several agents of the Hydra, who fought valiantly for their ideals. Lucia gazed at his hands, filled with remorse, lamenting the increasingly deceptive nature of the system. Nevertheless, the power of the chicken charm remained exceedingly useful. Ascending to level 2 enabled control over objects within a 20-meter radius weighing up to 3 tons. An impressive cost-effectiveness that prompted Lucia to unhesitatingly expend 10 villain points to upgrade the chicken charm to level 2. Now, endowed with a power comparable to a strengthened Magneto, Lucia's charm status was updated. Villain points: 09. Rabbit charm level 11, unable to upgrade. Dragon charm level 11, unable to upgrade. Mouse charm level 1, requiring 525 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Snake charm level 3, requiring 62 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Tiger charm level 2, requiring 1,035 villain points to upgrade to level 11. Chicken charm level 2, requiring 1,125 villain points to upgrade to level 11. What were you just murmuring? Gwen inquired from behind Lucia. Turning around, he noticed Gwen's face illuminated with joy, unable to conceal her delight. No student ever smiled during class, indicating she had likely received news of the chaos wrought by demons outside. Lucia understood that as long as he did not inadvertently reveal himself, Gwen would not connect him to the demons. What a naive and kind-hearted girl, so easily deceived. Lucia couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly he had managed to manipulate Gwen, the Spider-Woman, to his whims. However, Lucia felt a twinge of compassion as he observed the joy in Gwen's eyes, slowly giving way to guilt. Gwen tilted her head and smiled at him. I must say, the teacher is rather cruel, injecting a little mouse with an experimental serum that hasn't even proven effective. Gwen was taken aback. For in her memory, Lucia was not known as a benevolent individual. Surely you're not considering using these experimental drugs for human trials? Gwen speculated boldly. That is strictly prohibited. Yet the lab mice are lives too, Loxia replied earnestly. Gwen regarded Loxia with a hint of skepticism, suddenly realizing that his acting prowess could indeed earn him a place in Hollywood. Your perspective is valid, she conceded. In the restroom on the first floor, a young African-American man squatted on the toilet, engrossed in a tweet from the National Security Agency regarding Captain America's rescue from the clutches of a demon. He chuckled. The demon obliterates everything. Suddenly, he felt a tremor. Confused, he set his phone down as the vibrations intensified, emanating from beneath him. From the toilet, just as he contemplated rising, he was forcefully propelled upwards along with the toilet itself. The ground gave way, and a monstrous lizard creature began to emerge from the sewer. The man, now sprawled on the floor, erupted into a tirade of curses. But his words abruptly ceased upon sighting the lizard creature. The lizard leaned closer, and the man, pale and trembling in fear, could not contain his bladder. "Where's Peter?" the lizard demanded. "What?" the man stammered, bewildered. "I know nothing of any Peter." The lizard lashed out, blood splattering everywhere. The horrific screams from the restroom instantly drew the attention of many, triggering unsettling memories in some, who rushed towards the exit, likely survivors of that fateful prom night disaster. However, a few brave students ventured towards the restroom, eager to uncover the truth. Around the corner, a group of terrified students fled, with a hulking lizard creature emerging behind them, extinguishing all curiosity as screams erupted, sending everyone running toward the door. "Loxia, do you have any plans for Christmas?" Gwen inquired, tilting her head. Before Loxia could respond, the commotion outside infiltrated the classroom, prompting Gwen to furrow her brow as she glanced out. Students flocked to the windows to witness the chaos. "It's the lizard," a chubby boy shouted. "Where's Peter?" the lizard demanded with each individual it seized, appearing intensely furious. Those unable to answer were tossed aside as he sought his next target. Many were injured, Some suffered fractures, while others were rendered unconscious from head injuries. In the cramped corridors, students struggled to evacuate quickly, and tragically, several stampedes occurred. Just as the lizard reached for a girl, a web shot from behind, ensnaring its claw. Gwen swiftly donned her gear and rushed to the scene, tugging fiercely at the web, causing the lizard to skid to the ground under the immense force. "I thought you had vanished from New York," Gwen exclaimed, pulling the web to distance the lizard from the crowd. The lizard retaliated, severing the web with its sharp claws and yanking, sending Gwen hurtling in that direction. The lizard swung his claws in midair, intent on cleaving Gwen in two. Fortunately, she shot out a web and halted her descent. "Where is Peter?" the lizard demanded, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "Peter? Peter Parker?" Gwen responded, confusion evident in her tone. "He has dropped out." Upon hearing this revelation, the lizard could no longer contain his rage. He turned and slashed through a row of lockers, reducing them to splinters. Dr. Connors had recently discovered new mutants in New York, leaving him astonished. With Norman Osborn's demise, such technological advancements should have vanished. Yet, these mutants proved to be stronger, more perfect, devoid of any flaws. After some investigation, Dr. Connors uncovered the truth. Peter had allied with Harry Osborn to create those mutants. What enraged him further was that Peter had utilized a flawless formula to produce these beings while he had previously employed a flawed one. Chapter 76, Exposure the Lizard. In a fit of fury, lashed his tail, sweeping across the ceiling and shattering light tubes that erupted in bursts of flame. He tore a locker from its place and hurled it towards the crowd. Gwen skillfully shot a web to catch the locker, then yanked it back to smash it into the lizard's face, scattering books across the floor. "Calm down, lizard," Gwen declared, poised against the wall, ready to strike. "This is a school. The person you seek is not here." The enraged lizard had lost his sanity, lunging at Gwen with wild abandon. She shot 2 strands of webbing, securing them to the walls on either side of the corridor, taut and ready. "You know," she remarked, "today was supposed to be splendid, but you've ruined it." Like a released arrow, Gwen propelled herself forward, executing a flying kick that sent the lizard flying several meters until he collided with the wall at the corridor's end. Yet, the lizard quickly regained his footing. "You cannot stop me, Spider-Man," he roared. "No, no, no. I am Spider-Woman," Gwen retorted, unleashing a barrage of webbing. With precision, she ensnared one of the lizard's hands to a locker, striking a pose with her hands on her hips. "Stay right there." The lizard, exerting all his might, managed to rip the locker door off its hinges, the jagged edge sharp. Gwen secured it to his hand with her webbing, transforming it into a deadly blade. Gwen stared in disbelief at her own folly. The lizard charged at her, brandishing the sharp metal piece. With the aid of her spider sense, she nimbly evaded him. Darting and weaving, she leaped onto the ceiling, but the lizard pursued relentlessly. He too possessed the ability to scale walls. As Gwen landed, the lizard opened his maw, attempting to bite her. "Shut your foul mouth," she shouted, shooting a web over his mouth. With agility, she leapt onto the lizard's back. "Stop! No destruction!" Gwen ensnared the lizard man's wrists with her webbing and delivered a fierce kick to his head, compelling him to stagger forward. Suddenly, the webbing snapped, and apprehension washed over Gwen as she beheld the severed strands. The lizard man seized her leg and violently hurled her against a nearby locker, causing a thunderous crash that dented the entire row of lockers. Gwen tumbled to the floor, and in an instant, she glimpsed the lizard man's sharp claws glistening ominously. Reacting swiftly, she shot a strand of webbing towards the wall to propel herself aside. A nauseating sound echoed through the air as the lizard man's claws carved deep gashes into the floor, leaving Gwen shaken. Had those claws struck her, she would have likely been deprived of ever donning a bikini again. Cornered, Gwen found herself with no escape. The lizard man's gaze was icy, declaring, "No one can escape my grasp. Not you, nor Peter Parker." With that, he swung his claws toward her, and instinctively, Gwen raised her hands in defense, closing her eyes in anticipation of the impending agony. However, the excruciating pain she envisioned never came. Instead, a resounding crash reverberated in her ears. A metal cabinet from a classroom soared through the air, colliding with the lizard man and reducing it to a scattered heap upon impact. The lizard man lay on the ground, gingerly touching his head with his claws, seemingly dazed from the collision. Gwen turned her gaze towards the direction from whence the cabinet had flown, spotting Lucia standing at the entrance of a classroom in the empty corridor. "Are you all right?" Lucia inquired with genuine concern. In truth, he need not have intervened. Gwen might have sustained minor injuries, but the lizard man posed no real threat to her. Nevertheless, this doppelganger, influenced by compassion, felt a pang of empathy even at the sight of a mere white mouse, let alone witnessing his girlfriend in peril. Even if it meant revealing his extraordinary abilities before Gwen, Lucia was determined to shield her from harm. Fortunately, the benevolence that had altered his character had not diminished his intellect. He opted to employ a newly acquired ability, the telekinetic manipulation of objects through a magical talisman. Although the talisman's current level was merely 2, its connection to a level 11 dragon talisman provided a continuous source of energy, ensuring that it operated seamlessly, making the defeat of the lizard man a trivial matter. "Didn't you already leave?" Gwen recalled instructing Lucia to evacuate with the crowd before she changed into her Spider-Woman persona. "I mean, aren't all the students safely evacuated? Delighted to see you again. You little thief from Queens," she added, a hint of grievance in her tone regarding Lucia's bold kiss. "Was it you just now? I told you. You're not an ordinary person." Gwen's emotions were tumultuous. She had at last confirmed her suspicions. Lucia was indeed a superhuman. Lucia approached her slowly, responding only with a smile. The lizard man charged once more, and Gwen positioned herself protectively in front of Lucia. "Leave this to me. You need to get out of here. He is not easy to deal with." Lucia flashed a kind smile and extended his hand, gently pushing it toward the rushing lizard man. Gwen heard the sound of metal tearing. Suddenly, her eyes widened as an astonishing scene unfolded before her. The student lockers on one side of the wall began to tremble violently, and then, starting from the front, all the lockers fell in succession, intertwining tightly around the lizard man, compressing him relentlessly and firmly imprisoning him, until every locker on one wall had fallen. The lizard man appeared to be embedded within a colossal iron sphere. He roared in fury, exerting every ounce of strength in an attempt to break free from this metallic shackle, but it was all in vain. "Well, if your classmates saw this, they would undoubtedly curse you," Gwen remarked, turning to nod seriously. Lucia shrugged helplessly. "I can only resort to such measures to restrain him. I certainly cannot kill him. He is merely a pitiable individual with disabilities." "Disabled?" Gwen scoffed at the absurdity of the statement. "He possesses immense strength, high aggression, and has just harmed numerous people. His regenerative abilities are formidable. Ordinary firearms are ineffective against him, and severed limbs regenerate instantly. No one is more robust than he is. And when did you become so benevolent? It seems more in line with your character to deliver a couple of fierce kicks to his vulnerable spots when facing a disabled foe. I have always been kind. Please do not tarnish my reputation, Miss Spider," Lucia replied. Just then, the lizard man's roar intensified, and the metallic shackles created by the compressed lockers began to crack, only to be torn to shreds beneath his claws. The lizard man seized these metal fragments and hurled them frantically at the two. Lucia and Gwen adeptly dodged, but the lizard man charged forward once more, his fury suggesting an intent to obliterate them both. Gwen frowned. "It seems we ought to make our escape." "Of course." Lucia turned and, with a flick of his control, sent a trash can soaring through the air, landing squarely on the lizard man's head. "I hope you won't be too upset." Chapter 77. Unbelievable had a doppelganger influenced by malevolent ideologies been present. It would have undoubtedly unleashed the dragon spell to reduce the lizard man to ashes. However, the current Lucia had no desire to do so. The dragon spell's fiery assault had already become synonymous with demonic attacks. Furthermore, he did not wish to genuinely harm the lizard man. Dr. Connors, though an antagonist in opposition to Spider-Man, dedicated his life to scientific pursuits. In an effort to prevent the Osborn group from initiating human experiments, he injected himself with an immature lizard serum, leading to his current state. Too much suffering had befallen him, pushing Dr. Connors to extremes, even after his descent into darkness. His intent was merely to share the powerful genetic traits of animals with everyone, liberating humanity from the torment of ailments. Thus, in a certain light, he was not a criminal, At least, at this moment, Losha believed that Dr. Connors was entirely deserving of forgiveness. Regrettably, the current horse talisman has yet to be unsealed. It can only mend minor ailments of the human body and repair simple objects, utterly inadequate for addressing the genetic conundrum that arose after Dr. Connors injected himself with lizard serum. Otherwise, Losha would undoubtedly harness the power of the horse talisman to assist Dr. Connors in regaining his humanity. This should be the very essence of his existence, to wield his abilities in order to rescue more fallen souls and aid those who suffer. The two arrived before classroom, where an elderly man, clad in headphones, was obliviously engrossed in music and work, entirely unaware of the fierce battle occurring outside. "You go ahead," Gwen exclaimed, eager to confront the lizard man, but a desk soared past her, striking the lizard man down to the ground. "All right," Gwen conceded. "Should we devise a strategy? You attack while I circle around to ensnare him with webbing." "Sounds reasonable," Losha replied, gently waving his hand, causing another desk to hurtle forward and shatter against the lizard man's head. These objects, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, proved to be quite formidable. Gwen crawled across the ceiling, maneuvering to the lizard man's rear. She bound his limbs with webbing, scuttling upon him like a spider, the strands twisting and tightening until her web supply was exhausted, encasing the lizard man in a vast white cocoon. The lizard man continued to struggle, attempting to break free from his bindings. "Done," Gwen declared, clapping her hands. Gradually, the lizard man's movements ceased. Glancing over, Gwen observed him lying motionless, utterly drained of strength, appearing exceedingly fatigued. A miraculous transformation unfolded before their eyes. The lizard man began to shrink, his claws receding to reveal human fingers. His green skin seemed to melt away, and gradually, the lizard-like traits faded, giving way to human characteristics, until ultimately, a middle-aged man lay amidst a heap of metal. "Dr. Connors?" Gwen gasped in astonishment. "Well, you were right. He truly is a disabled individual." Gwen struggled to accept this reality, but the repugnant green lizard man was indeed her internship mentor, Connors. "How did you know this lizard man was Dr. Connors?" Gwen inquired. "I can see through all things," came the enigmatic reply. "Even through me?" Gwen's heart raced. In the distance, the sound of sirens approached, and shortly thereafter, the New York police re-entered Midtown Tech. "You go ahead. I will explain this unbelievable truth to the authorities," Gwen said. "Mr. Director, when we arrived, the assailant had already been apprehended. It was Spider-Woman who resolved everything." Director George frowned slightly upon hearing this, and resignedly stated, "Very well, let our colleagues in the news department prepare for overtime." Director George approached the vehicle holding the arrested criminal, and a police officer cautiously opened the door. "Director, he is quite dangerous," the officer warned. Inside sat a middle-aged man, clad in a shirt and trousers provided by the police, with specially designed handcuffs around his wrists. "Dr. Connors?" Director George was left in stunned silence. Awakened, Dr. Connors leaned against the back of the car seat, casting a fleeting glance at George before returning to a stoic gaze ahead. "I recall the eyewitnesses describing the assailant as a lizard man, with the police having previously engaged him in combat on the Brooklyn Bridge." Chief George shut the car door, visibly taken aback. "Surely, there must be some mistake. He is a renowned biomedical professor. How could he possibly be the perpetrator of an assault on the campus? Please do not tell me that Dr. Connors is indeed that lizard man." "We cannot be certain, sir," the officer explained. "By the time we arrived at the scene, the battle had already concluded. Spider-Woman ensnared him with her webbing and informed us he was the lizard man. He was the only one present at the scene." "This is utterly insane." Chief George struggled to accept. "Let us first secure Dr. Connors in a special facility and continue our investigation at the scene. Do not overlook any evidence." "Yes, sir." After completing the preliminary tasks, George's phone suddenly rang. It was his daughter, Gwen, calling. "Dad, we are just your left." George turned to find Roxas and Gwen holding hands in the shade just beyond the police cordon. He waved at them. "I am relieved to see that both of you are safe," he said. "Gwen, please tell me you two have reconciled. That would bring me immense joy." "Yes, Dad." As you can see, Gwen raised their clasped hand from a distance. George smiled faintly. "Gwen, did you get a glimpse of that lizard man with your own eyes?" Indeed, everyone was terrified, fleeing in all directions. He was wreaking havoc on the campus, harming students until Spider-Woman intervened just in time. And what happened thereafter? Did you witness the moment the lizard man transformed back into a human? George interjected, interrupting Gwen's animated narration. Not at all. We had already moved to a safe location. Gwen and Roxas exchanged a knowing glance. To this day, Gwen and Roxas maintained their unspoken understanding. Roxas refrained from revealing Gwen's identity as Spider-Woman, while Gwen pretended not to notice Roxas's extraordinary abilities, perhaps a playful secret between them. Well, George replied with a hint of disappointment. Your school should likely suspend classes for a day. Do remember to stay safe while you're out, and I can pick you up in the evening. Gwen set her phone down, watching George enter the building where she had battled the lizard man. It seems we need to find a place for lunch, Gwen said, pursing her lips. At that moment, Roxas's two personas had fully merged, no longer influenced by notions of evil or righteousness. The criminal has been taken away by the police. Surely they won't let him go free again? Roxas scoffed. Spider-Woman should decisively deal with the lizard man. Gwen, momentarily bewildered, recalled that Roxas had previously expressed sympathy for Dr. Connors. He is a person with disabilities, Gwen could not help but assert. That should make it even easier to handle. Roxas nodded. It is astonishing that Spider-Woman cannot even subdue a disabled individual. Gwen, she suspected that Losha had succumbed to schizophrenia. Chapter 78. The Prison Ministers of the Security Council. Pierce and Agent Romulo traversed the lengthy corridor, greeted by salute from guards and agents along the way. This was a clandestine prison operated by S.H.I.E.L.D., situated within the Tricurve facility, housing numerous dangerous criminals yet to face trial. Among them were the Winter Soldier, who had attempted to assassinate former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, and Steve Rogers, suspected of jeopardizing internal security. Both were temporarily detained here. Romulo approached a sealed door, entering a numerical code, followed by a biometric verification to unlock it. Inside, 4 fully armed operatives stood ready, wielding rifles and equipped with high-powered stun batons. Clad in bulletproof vests and donning blast masks, a testament to their formidable preparedness. It was no wonder Romulo had arranged such meticulous security. Anyone who glimpsed the solitary confinement cell would agree that no measure of defense was excessive. Pierce, standing behind a thick glass barrier, locked eyes with Captain America, who rose from his seat and approached the glass. Be careful, Captain Rogers, Romulo cautioned. The glass is electrified. High voltage effects, even superhumans like you. I never imagined you were a Hydra operative, Pierce, Captain America responded grimly. Nick Fury once told me you were his closest friend, yet you betrayed him. Nick's ascent to the position of director was largely due to my influence, Pierce replied with a smile. Whether under Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D., it matters not. What counts is that I achieve my ambitions. But you are mistaken. You will cause untold death and destruction. You are ruining this beautiful world, Captain America declared coldly. Such righteous indignation. Pierce shook his head. I did not come here to debate with you, Captain. I have endured for decades for this plan and will not be swayed by your words. I am merely curious about what Nick said before his demise. Of course, I did not expect to extract anything from you. Interrogation is unnecessary. The Inside Initiative has officially commenced and nothing can impede me. Oh, and it is now to be called the Demon Plan. What does that mean? Captain America furrowed his brow. Has the demon truly allied with Hydra? Or is he involved as well? Pierce merely smiled at him, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, Captain America spoke again. Director Fury informed me before his death that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra. He uncovered your conspiracy and urged me to stop you. Pierce shook his head, clearly unconvinced by Captain America's assertions. The demon merely shares our common objectives. He cast a penetrating glance at Captain America before turning to leave. Once he reached an unmonitored area, Pierce turned to Romulo and inquired, have our personnel replace the security around the prison? Romulo nodded confidently. The security is foolproof. No one can reach him except us. Pierce insisted that he must not be allowed to speak foolishly in front of others. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, before we proceed, We should extract the Winter Soldier from his prison. You should handle it personally." Indeed, Rumlow hesitated for a few seconds before voicing his own thoughts. "I believe we should eliminate Rogers to eradicate any future threats. As long as he remains alive, he poses an unstable factor. That would be too complicated. Transferring Captain America from SHIELD involves intricate procedures and requires a valid justification." Pierce shook his head. "Our current focus is on the Insight program. We cannot afford any distractions. Let him remain in that room. When he emerges, he will find himself in a world that is entirely unfamiliar." After Pierce's departure, Captain America, trapped in his cell, felt a growing sense of urgency. He scrutinized the specially designed prison, finding no apparent means of escape. It was evident that Pierce and Hydra had initiated their nefarious scheme. If left unchecked, countless lives would be lost, a notion that left Captain America increasingly agitated. Having once defeated Hydra during World War II, he felt a profound sense of duty to thwart their Insight program once more. As his anxiety intensified with the passage of time, he could no longer contain himself. "Are you all members of HYDRA? Did you belong to Hydra from the outset? Or did you first join SHIELD before being turned?" Captain America sought external strength to resolve his current predicament. "Silence, Captain," one of the guards warned, brandishing an electric baton menacingly. "This cell has many functions, and I doubt you would wish to test them one by one." His warning was abruptly cut short as another guard thrust the electric baton toward him. Before he could react, he was incapacitated. Captain America was momentarily stunned as he witnessed the traitorous guard throw two coin-sized devices at the helmets of the other two guards. Upon impact, they emitted a deafening high-pitched sound, causing both guards to collapse instantly. The betraying guard removed his blast shield, revealing a strikingly beautiful face framed by flowing black hair. "Agent Hill," Captain America's voice was filled with surprise. "This thing is giving me a headache," Hill exclaimed, discarding the blast shield carelessly onto the floor. She approached the cell containing Captain America, executing a series of deft maneuvers to slowly raise the glass wall. Taking a deep breath, Captain America stepped out. "I thought I would be fighting this battle alone, helplessly witnessing Hydra's scheme unfold." "Me too, which is why we must join forces," Hill replied, gesturing toward the three incapacitated guards on the floor. "Black Widow is in position, and Hawkeye is waiting for us outside." Understanding her intent, Captain America quickly donned one of the guards' uniforms and tossed the three incapacitated guards into the cell that had just confined him. Hill pressed a button, and the glass wall descended once more, sealing them in perfectly. Agent Hill was evidently well acquainted with the layout and patrol routines of the facility. She guided Captain America through the premises with remarkable ease. Each time they approached a checkpoint or gate, it would automatically open without her needing to operate the access controls herself. Was this also part of Director Nick's preparations? Captain America pondered, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Hill simply shook her head, her silence speaking volumes as Captain America discerned a flicker of sorrow in her eyes. Upon exiting the prison, they boarded Hawkeye's vehicle and departed from the Triskelion base. After navigating through several counter-surveillance measures, they arrived at a secure SHIELD haven. "Captain, Falcon Sam has been waiting for quite some time," Hill remarked. "We investigated his home, and he decided to join us." Captain America embraced Falcon. "You needn't have involved yourself in this." "Hey, Captain America requires my assistance. Isn't that reason enough?" Falcon chuckled. "I can do what you do, just perhaps at a slower pace." "Where's Natasha?" Captain America inquired, scanning his surroundings. Hill settled before a large screen. "She is precisely where she ought to be." Chapter 79. Immortal. When Pierce returned to his office, he found the demon standing sideways before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the tranquil lake, seemingly awaiting the moment when the surface would fracture and the gates would open to allow 3 aerial carriers to ascend. Pierce could sense that the demon was not merely indulging in the pursuit of chaos, but was indeed invested in the success of the Insight program. The demon harbored his own schemes and machinations, yet it mattered little. Pierce intended to ensure that the demon vanished alongside the Insight initiative. It was not solely Pierce who harbored animosity towards the demon. Dr. Zola, after meticulous calculations, had compiled a list of individuals who might pose a future threat to Hydra. In addition to this list, Dr. Zola had specifically cautioned about the peril the demon represented. He had employed a vast array of data to analyze the demon, yet he had never arrived at a definitive conclusion. His algorithms were not advanced enough to predict the demon's future. Nevertheless, given the demon's military prowess, his threat to Hydra was unmistakable. The demon could facilitate Hydra's annihilation of human societal order, just as he could assist others in dismantling the order that Hydra had established. Pierce knew he had to eliminate the demon. "Enjoy the final tranquility, Mr. Demon," Pierce said, as he approached with 2 flutes of champagne in hand. "In the time to come, this world will be saturated with the sounds of gunfire." The demon disregarded him, and Pierce remained unfazed. "Moreover, you will find yourself exceedingly busy." Pierce smiled. "As per your request, the short film introducing the Demon Project, which you personally recorded, was sent out an hour ago. Every connected electronic screen worldwide will loop it. I trust many will come seeking vengeance against you, or perhaps to thwart the demon's plans." Pierce declared, "You will indeed be quite occupied. There are countless individuals, with even New York having its fair share of superheroes. You must help us thwart them for an hour. Before that, shall we share a toast?" Pierce offered a glass of champagne. "To our formidable alliance." As Luo Xia turned to regard Pierce, he noted the latter's spirited demeanor, radiating with an exuberance that suggested the imminent realization of his life's ambitions. Ignoring the champagne that Pierce held aloft, Luo Xia remarked that he ought to pray for the flawless execution of his duties, for any misstep would leave him with no opportunity for regret. Unperturbed by Luo Xia's ominous words, Pierce reassured him, "Fear not, Mr. Demon. There shall be no errors." With Nick Fury deceased and Captain America incarcerated, by the time the others comprehend the demon's scheme, it will be too late. None shall thwart us. He enumerated the accomplishments of Hydra, all pledges made to the demon fulfilled, with short films and live broadcasts prepared for global dissemination, accessible to targeted audiences. As he spoke, Pierce's excitement swelled, and he tilted his head back to savor a sip of champagne. The representatives of the Security Council had already arrived at the airport and were en route, heralding the imminent commencement of the grand demon plan. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Pierce answered. "Minister, Captain America has escaped." The revelation struck Pierce like a bucket of cold water, his smile freezing upon his visage. Luo Xia regarded him with a frigid gaze, remarking, "It seems that matters are not unfolding as smoothly as planned." Noticing the chill in Luo Xia's eyes, Pierce recoiled in trepidation. "Our time is limited. Moreover, our adversary may well be the entirety of SHIELD. And the most disconcerting news is that the demon is involved, who has never faltered to date." Agent Hill's slender fingers danced swiftly over a virtual keyboard, bringing forth 3 models of aerial carriers upon the screens. "To thwart Hydra's Insight program, we must infiltrate the carriers and replace their positioning modules with our own." She opened a silver briefcase, revealing 3 green chips within. Captain America, Falcon, and Hawkeye exchanged glances, each taking a chip. "You 3 correspond to the carriers." Hill gestured to the models, stating that substituting 1 or 2 would be futile. "We must commandeer all 3 carriers. Only their complete destruction would signify the success of our mission. For if even 1 carrier remains operational, countless lives could be lost, numbering in the millions." "What should we do now?" Falcon inquired, glancing at the chip in his hand, feeling a sense of unease, as he had never borne such a grave responsibility before, and this mission diverged significantly from his prior engagements. "Infiltrate the carriers," Hawkeye replied coolly. Captain America began arming himself, explaining, "If we prevent the carriers from taking off, then all will be resolved." "How do we infiltrate?" Falcon asked, bewildered, for it was the headquarters of SHIELD, one of the most secure buildings in the world. "Fortunately, we are not alone in this endeavor," Hill replied solemnly. "Director?" A voice familiar to Captain America echoed. Startlingly, it was Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Falcon appeared as if he had seen a ghost, while Captain America surveyed the surroundings in astonishment, Yet the vacant corners revealed no presence. Suddenly, all the lights and screens in the room illuminated, and the air was filled with the whirring sound of fans. "I am here, Captain." Captain America gazed ahead, where Nick's face was holographically projected on the main screen. "I thought you were dead." Captain America shook his head. "Where are you now? What place in New York is safer than here?" "I am right in front of you, Captain." Nick fixed his gaze on him. "I truly died, perishing in those flames. It was you who witnessed my heart cease to beat in the hospital, and it was you who covered me with a white cloth." Captain America fell silent, as if Nick's words had rekindled memories of that fateful night. Since he had injected the serum, he believed he would never again experience that sense of helplessness. Yet that night, he could only watch as the demon wreaked havoc, witnessing Nick's demise beside him. "But I have returned to life. I have been reborn from the flames. I have attained immortality." "What on earth is happening?" Falcon inquired, unable to contain his agitation, for the events unfolding were profoundly astonishing. In 1972, when Hydra surrendered, Dr. Zola was diagnosed with terminal illness, but he was crucial to a particular research at that time. Thus, he created a device known as the Consciousness Repository, transferring his awareness into a colossal computer of the same era, which still resides in a covert S.H.E.L.D. facility in New Jersey. I believe Dr. Zola was one of the masterminds behind Hydra's Insight program. With his expertise, I was able to utilize the Consciousness Repository to resurrect myself on a supercomputer. Just as you see now. Nick recounted his tragic tale calmly, leaving the four present in thoughtful silence. "I have never felt so alive. Not only will I assist you in this mission, but I shall also partake in the subsequent endeavors of S.H. Nick proclaimed calmly. "Perhaps my flesh was merely a shackle. I am now unbound. Captain, the time is yours." Chapter 80. The plan commences. A black convoy of Mercedes-Benz vehicles approach slowly, coming to a halt as representatives from various countries' councils emerged and gathered together. "How was your flight?" Pierce greeted with a broad smile. "Not bad, but the journey from the airport here was less than pleasant," responded a female council member, her discontent palpable. "It is unfortunate that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot control everything, including Captain America," Pierce said, shaking his head. "We just received word from the prison. He has escaped." "Enough pleasantries, Pierce. We are not here for sightseeing, but to witness an unprecedented event in human history." It appeared that this council member had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Pierce. Pierce smiled apologetically, waving his hand as an assistant opened a silver briefcase, revealing 4 specially designed badges. "The security system of the Triskelion will require identity verification. Failure to authenticate will trigger alarms and defense systems," Pierce explained. "Here, the identity verification relies on biometrics. These badges will grant you unhindered access." Several members of the Security Council raised no objections, for after all, this was the headquarters of S.H.L.D., and it was only natural to maintain stringent precautions. Among them, the female council member's gaze flickered momentarily, yet seeing the others donning their badges, she had no choice but to comply. Subsequently, Pierce, accompanied by 4 council members, ascended in the observation elevator until they reached the control room on the top floor. The launch operations of the 3 aerial aircraft carriers were nearing completion, and he requested everyone to exercise a little more patience. With a wave of his hand, his assistant placed a tray on the table, laden with glasses of champagne. The 4 council members, however, had no time to indulge in the exquisite champagne prepared by Pierce. They stood solemnly before the enormous screens, observing the 3 colossal aerial carriers through the subterranean surveillance, their expressions grave. The personnel in the underground base had concluded their bustling activities, with transport vehicles and staff exiting, passing beneath the massive aircraft carriers like insignificant ants. The 3 aerial carriers loomed like mountains, their decks adorned with a dozen fighter jets, and the countless gun ports along their hulls exuded a chilling aura of menace. The underground broadcast continued to announce, "We have entered the final stage of the launch. All personnel, please vacate the launch base and aircraft carrier deck and proceed to safety." I am now fully convinced that the Insight program will succeed. What an exhilarating moment. Pierce, upon hearing this, merely smiled as he lifted a glass of champagne. I understand the journey of the Insight program has been fraught with challenges, and some of you may harbor grievances against me. He raised his glass. But we are finally gathered here, on the brink of commencing the Insight program. We shall purify this world, and all will be grateful. The 4 council members silently lifted their glasses, a gesture of celebration for the completion of this monumental endeavor. A staff member nearby raised a camera to capture this historic moment. The 5 men stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the tranquil lake. While the countdown displayed in the upper left corner of the massive screen signaled that in mere minutes, the 3 aerial carriers would ascend before their eyes. All S-H-I-E-L-D, agents, this is Steve Rogers. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the broadcast. The 4 council members exhibited expressions of shock, yet Pierce remained remarkably composed. The recently escaped captain, he shook his head in derision, stating, he is a loyal follower of Nick Fury. He will not allow the Insight program to proceed smoothly. In another monitoring room, Captain America and his team, with Nick's assistance, effortlessly navigated S-H-I-E-L-D-S security systems. Captain America stood before the microphone. Commencing his speech, one council member exclaimed, "No one can disrupt the Insight program. This is your failure, Pierce. Address your critiques later." Pierce raised his glass from afar. Pierce's disdain incited further anger in the council member, but before he could react, Captain America uttered shocking words over the broadcast. S-H-I-L-D is no longer the S-H-I-E-L-D of old. It has been completely infiltrated by Hydra. Its leader is Council Minister Alexander Pierce. Pierce colluded with demons, utilizing the officially promoted Insight program to clear obstacles for Hydra. A few directors turned to face Pierce, who had already approached his desk, oblivious to the gazes of the onlookers as he picked up his phone. Captain America's voice resonated. Nick Fury's demise was merely the beginning. If you launch the helicarrier today, Hydra will be able to eliminate anyone who stands in their way. Pierce, one of the directors shouted, will you not provide us with a reasonable explanation? This is not merely a matter of differing views or internal strife. Pierce maintained his composed smile, betraying not a hint of anger at having his schemes unraveled. Originally, he had intended to reveal everything later. They had even thoughtfully prepared a short film to address your queries. Pierce leisurely settled into his chair, asserting that it was of no consequence. Eventually, nothing could be altered. Ladies and gentlemen, the demon plan has commenced. Suddenly, several guards raised their weapons, aiming at the 4 directors. This abrupt turn of events left them aghast, yet none dared to make a move in the face of the coal barrels. Tempers flared. Agents scanned their surroundings, observing familiar faces now rife with suspicion and wariness. At last, the countdown reached 0, and abruptly, all electronic screens went dark, rendering everyone unable to control their computers. The screens illuminated once more, startling some as they beheld the familiar yet terrifying visage of the demon mask. A wave of panic began to spread. Ladies and gentlemen, the demon's voice echoed as the video commenced, following a brief and polite exchange. He began to unveil his nefarious plan. Once the helicarrier ascended to 30,000 feet, it would utilize triangulation from Insight satellites to transform into a lethal weapon. Each helicarrier would be armed with long-range artillery, capable of claiming 1,000 lives within a single minute. The fortunate chosen ones need not reveal themselves. The descending munitions would suffice. This plan aims to claim the lives of 20 million people globally, all within the span of a week. The list of the fortunate has been made available on the official website of the Demon Plan. Everyone is welcome to browse the site and, by entering their specific region and name, discover if they are among the chosen. What an exhilarating moment it is as 3 helicarriers prepare for liftoff. With the countdown for the Demon Plan standing at 1 hour. Chapter 81. The spread of fear simultaneously. The visage of the demon dominated the screens in every commercial center worldwide, with the introduction video of the Demon Plan looping across the globe. In Times Square, New York, Ginza, Tokyo, the champs Lysies, Paris, and Central, Hong Kong, passers-by halted in shock, their faces filled with disbelief as they finished watching the video. incessantly posing existential questions to those around them. Is today April Fool's Day? Are aliens attacking Earth? Who is the demon? Yet no one could provide answers to their uncertainties, nor could they ascertain the veracity of the claims made by the figure known as the demon. After all, the notion of an evil villain scheming to annihilate 20 million humans globally was simply too outrageous, especially with weapons purportedly belonging to an agency under the auspices of the World Security Council. However, the air of panic had begun to fester, rapidly spreading through the digital realm. The demon's ability to commandeer so many electronic screens only attested to the immense power he wielded, instilling dread in the hearts of all. This world is rife with anti-heroes, criminals, and villains. Each region harbors its own malevolence. The demon was once merely a notorious figure within New York, with most individuals in other nations scarcely aware of his name. Yet from this day forth, countless souls would indelibly remember the name of the demon, along with the terror he instigated on this fateful day, as live broadcasts displayed 3 aerial motherships taking flight. Public anxiety intensified, and the populace gradually began to believe the demon's ominous proclamations, that within 1 hour, 3 motherships would soar overhead, reaping the lives of 20 million amidst the chaos of gunfire. The traffic to the demon's official website surged dramatically, with millions clicking to access it each second from across the globe. People, with trembling fingers, sifted through regions and entered their names. Upon pressing the Enter key and awaiting the page to refresh, an extraordinary sensation enveloped them, akin to probing their own destinies. Even though the horrifying demon plan had yet to be officially validated, if the screen revealed a blank slate or merely another name sharing theirs, they would exhale in relief, realizing it was a false alarm, only to scoff at yet another tiresome prank. Should the web page indicate their inclusion on the execution list, the instant would magnify their fear infinitely. Nonetheless, they would attempt to reassure themselves, dismissing the demon plan as sheer nonsense. The spectrum of human emotions diverged. Yet within mere minutes, the chaos enveloping the world multiplied exponentially. New York was the first to descend into madness, for here, everyone was familiar with the infamous demon, aware of his past exploits and modus operandi. Thus, when the demon solemnly announced the demon plan, a majority accepted it as truth. The ensuing disorder in the city was not solely due to those listed for death. Soon, criminals emerged on the streets, initiating small-scale looting and vandalism, while police operators remained incessantly tethered to their phones. Reports of suspected gang activity on West 3rd Street prompted the dispatch of a police team to investigate. Nearby, calls flooded in regarding incidents of sexual assault, compelling the closest patrol officers to respond. George shouted, urging everyone to mobilize and reject belief in the fictitious demon plan, asserting that they would apprehend the demon in due time. Until then, trust in the government. Amid the wave of fear disseminated by the demon, the officers' morale waned significantly, primarily because some of their colleagues had discovered their names on the website. If this indeed was the final hour of their lives, who would wish to spend it at work? Aside from Georges Daisy, he had never searched for his name on that website. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to stabilize New York, or, repeatedly, to hurl the most vile curses at that madman, the demon. Pierce held his phone, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing the gaze of everyone present. The lake's surface began to fragment into several sections as the gates slowly opened, unleashing a torrent of water that surged in frothy white waves. As the lake opened up, the first sight revealed the fighter jets stationed on the runway of the aerial mothership's deck, followed by the colossal structure itself, 3 airborne fortresses making their debut. Once they ascended, they would never need to descend again. Pierce began crafting a message on his phone. Hydra would proceed according to plan. During the ascent of the mothership, they would deploy reconnaissance equipment and satellites to locate and track the demon's position. When a mothership reached an altitude of 30,000 feet, the adapted Insight protocol would officially commence, sequentially activating long-range strike weapons based on a regional list for extermination. According to the underlying code of the Insight protocol, the first wave of extermination would target terrorists and criminals worldwide, followed by individuals deemed potential threats to Hydra, as identified by Dr. Zola, politicians, wealthy tycoons, scholars, or those endowed with superhuman abilities. Naturally, throughout this process, they would remain vigilant for the demon's whereabouts. Should he become exposed to gunfire, all three motherships would cease their eradication tasks and redirect all firepower to eliminate him. Pierce's complexion flushed with excitement as a smile crept across his face while he observed the mothership's engines igniting. Turning to the assembled crowd, he proclaimed, "I shall eradicate evil and establish a new order." The immense mothership soared from behind him, casting a shadow that obscured all daylight from the floor above. "Captain, they have initiated the launch." Agent Hill's voice crackled in the earpieces of Captain America and his companions. Altitude at 200 feet. Captain America wore a grave expression. Although he had anticipated this dire outcome, its reality was still difficult to accept. "I'm on my way," he called back. "I need a lift, Sam." "I've got you covered," Falcon replied, his mechanical wings unfurling. "I've located the demon," Hill suddenly exclaimed. "Radar scans show he's on the rooftop. Be careful." On the rooftop of the Tricorders building, Rashia stood in the shadow of a mothership. Since the commencement of the Demon Plan, the short film had aired, and the system notifications for accruing villain points had not ceased. Though each increment was modest, the frequency of their occurrence was rapid. In just a few short minutes, Rashia had amassed over 100,000 villain points, instilling fear in millions. This was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the populace would increasingly experience terror, culminating in a deafening crescendo of gunfire. It was evident that this innovative method of acquiring villain points had met with remarkable success, yet Rashia felt no joy. Instead, he remained unsettlingly calm, contemplating what it truly felt like to make the world tremble. For him, the villain value merely served as a tool to enhance his own strength. The sudden surge of this value did not induce overwhelming joy. Luo Xia glanced up at the ever-rising sky mothership and then down at the ascending Falcon, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 82. The alloy behemoth. The Falcon was flying alongside Captain America when, quite suddenly, he noticed an object plummeting from the rooftop of a skyscraper. In the next instant, a blinding light illuminated the sky, pulsating like a fallen sun. As they soared through the air, the Falcon and Captain America were startled by a fearsome roar that echoed like the cries of dragons and tigers, reverberating through the heavens. Both men exchanged puzzled glances when, without warning, an enormous claw materialized from the radiant orb, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. The Falcon, in a state of panic, attempted to evade the impending attack, but after a tumultuous shake in mid-air, their descent began. With no other option, the Falcon was compelled to initiate an emergency landing. Captain America, equally startled by the sudden threat, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Should that colossal claw strike them, survival would be nearly impossible. Boom! The earth-shattering sound, the massive impact resonated, and a shockwave rapidly spread outward. It was as if a meteor had struck, causing the very world to tremble. Once the Falcon descended to a safe altitude, he released Captain America and turned back to the direction of the fallen behemoth. The site of the descent was an underground base beneath the lake, previously housing 3 sky motherships. With the vessels now airborne, only a gaping crater remained. The vast underground facility was now enveloped in dust, while the once tranquil lake surface erupted into towering waves from the seismic disturbance. Through the swirling dust, the Falcon glimpsed the outline of a colossal creature, its roars echoing through the air. What was that? A voice of astonishment emanated from Hill over the communication channel. As the gigantic entity descended, she had captured a clearer image through the slow-motion playback of surveillance footage. Upon examining the creature's form, she reached a conclusion, albeit one she dared not voice, for it resembled a being that ought to exist solely in the realm of cinema. The unfolding events at Sankawing were broadcasted live across the globe. Initially, the focus was on the launch of the 3 sky motherships. But this unprecedented spectacle quickly eclipsed their attention. As the dust settled and the camera focused, countless viewers witnessed the ferocious visage of the alloy behemoth. Was that Godzilla? If Dr. Zola had incorporated a comment feature into the live-streaming platform, the name Godzilla would have undoubtedly flooded the screen. The creature bore resemblance to a dinosaur, standing on 2 legs, fitting the image of Godzilla. Yet its body was crafted from silver-gray titanium alloy, reflecting light under the sun, embodying a perfect amalgamation of ancient monstrosity and ultramodern technology. The alloy behemoth Godzilla stood nearly 100 meters tall, with a tail measuring approximately 160 meters, and weighed a staggering 55,000 tons. Adorning its chest was a demonic insignia, beneath which the words demonic creation were inscribed in English. The astonishing live broadcast was a spectacle that transcended any special effects. As people gazed upon the colossal metallic beast, they were engulfed in bewilderment. Was this a demonic creation? Had this Godzilla been forged by demons? Would it partake in that ominous demonic plan? A multitude of questions swirled in the minds of the populace, and those inscribed on the death lists were gripped by terror. The demon, with its formidable prowess, had once again demonstrated that the demonic scheme was no mere jest. The Falcon soared high above, meticulously observing the gargantuan creature, transmitting real-time footage back to the makeshift command center through the lenses of his goggles. Fortunately, this massive metallic Godzilla had descended into the subterranean base housing the airborne mothership, standing within a vast pit, its form barely protruding above ground level. Had it not been for its terrifying capacity for destruction, it could have effortlessly razed the entire tri-wing tower, resulting in the demise of countless innocent agents. Upon landing, the underground facility was left in ruins. The seismic tremors caused the lake's sluice gates to rotate, nearing closure, when Godzilla extended its claws to grasp the gates, effortlessly shredding them apart with a cacophony of sound. In an instant, torrents of lake water surged into the subterranean base, cascading like a waterfall. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla clutched the fractured sluice, straining upwards, seemingly intent on breaching the surface. The Falcon bellowed into his earpiece. In the temporary command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., where Hill was stationed, they watched in stunned silence at the footage transmitted by the Falcon. "Director, do you possess any information about this organism in your database?" Hill inquired, glancing at Nick on the screen. "Is there a known counterpart to Godzilla? I've scoured S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database, but found naught. Evidently, Godzilla does not belong to any known species in this universe." Nick's voice resonated through the speakers. "Do you recall that day at Morganbank when the demon resurrected a kung fu panda?" Suddenly, an instrument nearby began to pulse, indicating a surge in energy, with its bar graph skyrocketing, even breaching the red line. This signified that the external energy monitoring device had detected an immense power coalescing. On the screen, Godzilla tilted its head back, revealing a cerulean energy orb gathering within its gaping maw. Hill shouted into her microphone, "Get out of the way." The Falcon deftly maneuvered his mechanical wings to evade, his military training kicking in without hesitation upon hearing the command. In the next moment, Godzilla unleashed a beam of blue energy, sweeping across the area where the Falcon had previously been flying, its destructive force piercing the heavens and creating rifts in the clouds. The Falcon's heart raced with the realization that, had Hill not alerted him in time, he would have been reduced to ashes by Godzilla's onslaught. No longer daring to linger before Godzilla, the Falcon found himself at a loss, while Captain America on the ground had no recourse but to assist in evacuating S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel from the scene. "We require aerial support," Captain America commanded, directing the flow of people while calling out through the communication channel. Standing atop the building, Liu Xiao observed the unfolding scene with a bemused shake of his head. Under the influence of the mouse charm, the model of Godzilla had been animated, endowed with life and power, effortlessly stabilizing the battlefield. Just moments ago, Liu Xiao had utilized the recently acquired 200,000 villain points to elevate the mouse charm to level 6, granting Godzilla energy surpassing that of the dragon charm, originally set at 65. With its colossal stature and robust titanium alloy exterior, Godzilla was far beyond the capabilities of heroes like Falcon and Captain America to contend with, not to mention its arsenal of devastating attacks, including atomic breath, radioactive rays, ultra-spiral rays, and crimson flash rays. Liu Xiao chose to look away and turn to depart. Since Godzilla's emergence, the entire building had initiated an emergency evacuation. Yet emptying a structure of such magnitude in a brief span was an insurmountable task. Godzilla's roar resonated once more, shaking the very glass, causing people to tremble in fear amidst the sonic onslaught. "The beast is about to ascend, Captain," Falcon called out, urging a swift exit. Captain America, observing the relentless flow of evacuees at the entrance, fell into deep contemplation. Many remained trapped within the building. "We require more time. We need votes." Chapter 83, Survivalum. "Hello, everyone." A strange voice abruptly punctuated the communication channel. "It seems you require Iron Man's assistance." Accompanying the intrusion was an electrifying rock melody, a track from a band's 1997 album. The high-pitched sound compelled Hill to remove her headphones, as she gazed at the screen displaying a red and yellow figure soaring through the sky, rapidly heading towards the Tri-Wing. "Tony Stark?" Hill turned to Nick. "Did you inform him?" "Only by uniting can we vanquish Hydra and the Alliance of Demons," Nick replied nonchalantly. "I reached out to him prior to the Insight program's initiation, but he evidently did not take it seriously at the time." Captain America stood at a vantage point, watching Iron Man streak across the sky, leaving a trail behind. The cacophony in his earpiece caused him to frown slightly. Iron Man was no stranger to him. By the time he awoke, Iron Man had already gained renown as a superhero. Recently, with his true identity revealed as a billionaire and superhero, he had become a figure of immense popularity, idolized by countless youths. Recent news had reported on a congressional hearing regarding Iron Man, with the military demanding the surrender of his armor technology. Yet that very evening, he had donned his armor to host a lavish affair in his private mansion. Captain America found himself somewhat averse to this flamboyant demeanor. In contrast, he preferred the newer superhero, Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman had quietly aided the populace, combating crime and upholding justice, even in the face of police misunderstanding, displaying a level of integrity and responsibility more befitting a superhero than Iron Man. As Iron Man approached the crowd, he decelerated from his supersonic flight. He circled around the Tri-Wing building, arriving at the vicinity of Godzilla. At that moment, Godzilla was nearly clawing its way ashore, its massive talons sweeping across, reducing several low-rise structures to mere rubble. "Why does this fellow look so familiar?" Tony gazed at the silver-gray Godzilla. Jarvis interjected, "Sir, on that fateful night, the demon arrived at Stark Industries." "Stop. I've just recalled," Tony interrupted Jarvis, having spotted the demon insignia emblazoned on Godzilla's chest, an emblem he had personally designed. "Return to your lair, you diminutive model." With that, Tony aimed at the foundation where Godzilla was clambering, and simultaneously, the shoulder-mounted launchers unleashed 32 miniature missiles. The missiles traced erratic paths through the air, detonating one after another in a display akin to blooming smoke. The powerful explosions obliterated the ground in an instant, and Godzilla roared, yet could not evade its descent back into the abyss, sending plumes of water soaring dozens of meters into the air as it fell. After the battle with Ironmonger that night, Tony had once again enhanced his armor. In the creation of Mark VI, he prioritized the armor's defensive capabilities and endurance, inspired by the peculiar method the demon had employed to recharge his Mark V. Following his research and upgrades, Mark VI could absorb external energy and convert it into suit power. Iron Man glanced back at the Godzilla that had plummeted into the earth, then turned and soared into the sky. "All right, that's temporarily dealt with. Now, who can elucidate my confusion? Why does that damned demon scheme bear my name?" Suddenly, Tony halted as a crimson alert blared on his screen. "What?" In the next moment, Godzilla unleashed its thermonuclear breath. A beam of searing white light shot forth, striking Iron Man head-on and sending him hurtling away, leaving his back charred and the red-yellow paint melting under the intense heat. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Tony exclaimed. "Did I truly create that?" "Sir, to be precise, it is a creation of the demon," Jarvis replied. "Your power is formidable and enigmatic. You always manage to astonish." In the command room of the headquarters, Pierce smiled as he observed the figure silhouetted against the window, addressing him, "Mr. Demon." The headquarters had gradually emptied, with staff either evacuated or retreating to the underground safe zone. Yet, Pierce remained steadfast in the control room, as security personnel and the manipulated council members had not yet withdrawn. "You are a formidable ally, Perhaps you should truly consider joining Hydra. Pierce approached Rasha, both gazing skyward. At an altitude of 9,000 feet, the aerial battleship had activated its reflective panels to achieve invisibility. Pierce spoke to Rasha, as if addressing everyone in the room. Once the aerial battleship becomes invisible, it cannot be seen. Radar becomes ineffective, thermal imaging is rendered useless, and sonar detection fails. In a sense, these airborne fortresses have vanished from this world. Rasha turned, and the four council members regarded the demonic mask with trepidation. For as members of the World Security Council, they were all too familiar with the demon. Rasha's gaze swept over each of them. The female director subtly recoiled, feeling as though the demon's gaze lingered upon her for a fleeting second, yet the demon's scheme had yet to commence. Losha doused Pierce with cold water, declaring their altitude to be 10,000 feet. Pierce glanced back at the screen, noting, "Patience, Mr. Demon. No one can thwart us now. We must await the skyship's ascent to 30,000 feet. Once the program is activated under satellite lock, no one shall escape." Really? The SHIELD will not remain passive. Suddenly, a voice, all too familiar to Pierce, echoed from behind, causing his smile to freeze instantly. Stiffly, he turned to behold his old friend, Nick Fury. A video? A virtual avatar? Pierce shook his head, exclaiming, "Nick, don't tell me you've been reduced to ashes and yet revived." However, Losha was not inclined to indulge in their friendly banter or Nick's ramblings. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, where resurrection was a common theme. Raising his hand, Losha unleashed the energy of the Dragon Talisman, which radiated outward like a burgeoning mushroom cloud, shattering the entire screen upon contact. Detection of superhero Nick Fury. The Dog Talisman has been activated and can be upgraded using villain points. Losha spoke with Pierce from the upper level as he initiated the Dog Talisman for Nick. Dog Talisman Level 1 enhances the holder's vitality and lifespan, significantly slowing the aging process. To upgrade Dog Talisman Level 1 to Level 2 requires 11 villain points, greatly enhancing your vitality and lifespan, granting you eternal youth. Through the system, one can elevate the power of the Dog Talisman, which, upon upgrading, could bestow the gift of immortality, rendering one ageless and impervious to the passage of time. Upon reaching level 11, the Dog Talisman would grant you the power of invincibility, allowing you to withstand any intensity, category, or rule of attack without succumbing to death, achieving eternal life. Upon reaching maximum level, you would possess the ability to bestow the powers of immortality and invincibility upon designated beings or entities.